The former 3S-class Eternal Night Lord who once commanded death and destruction, his other identity was actually an unknown novelist. Until his daughter's trial examination day, she suddenly awakened into the world you once ruled. He discovered this world was strikingly similar to the novels Dad had written, only because the people here, after coming of age, all have the chance to become travelers crossing over to strange worlds for training. Little did they know, you, who had already become an ordinary human, had actually become a supreme ruler across countless realms. And this matter, nobody knew except for you, and you had once suppressed an entire era in this world, honored by all as the Eternal Night Lord. With your strength alone, you slaughtered 7 corpse lords, saving humanity of the old age, making countless corpse clans tremble in fear at your name. Now this world has been summoned by your heartbroken daughter who failed her middle school exam. Her mother, watching the exam livestream, turned deathly pale with fear. As the chairman of Jiangnan City's Reincarnator Association, Shinjeyu understood an A-level difficulty world should never be used for training assessments, and knew clearly how terrifyingly dangerous the reincarnation worlds could be. How could our daughter possibly survive this? At the same time, in the virtual plaza, the ethereal voice from the Reincarnation Palace echoed, "All examination students, prepare yourselves. You will soon enter the reincarnation world." In a flash of light, everyone instantly vanished. Because normal examinations use C-level fairy tale worlds, the appearance of an A-level world drew everyone's attention in the examination livestream room. Ning Kaiwei and others appeared in a shelter within a city. A flood of information from the Reincarnation Palace appeared before their eyes. "Welcome to the Blood Century. Please be careful not to reveal your identity to the natives. Examination task options: 1. Survive for more than 10 days. 2. Kill 10 zombies. 3. Master any supernatural power and bring back crystal cores." The classmates who formed a team all wore faces of despair. Only Ning Kaiwei remained strangely calm, staring at the Reincarnation Palace's description. She felt increasingly that this world seemed somehow familiar. "I remember Dad wrote a novel called The Corpse King's Path to Redemption. Blood World, Blood City, supernatural powers. Why is everything exactly the same? Could it be that Dad's novel wasn't fiction?" As this thought flashed through her mind, even Ning Kaiwei found it extremely absurd and bizarre. After all, in her memory, Dad had never gone through reincarnation. He was merely an ordinary citizen of Jiangnan City, a common man chasing a writer's dream. Yet at this very moment, this place called Blood World where she had descended matched her father's novel exactly. "Eternal Night Lord," Ning Kaiwei whispered softly, carefully recalling her childhood, the novel contents she had secretly read. The protagonist was called the Eternal Night Lord, the entire novel revolved around his story. The final ending was that he ended a dark age and eternally slept beneath Blood City. If Dad's novel wasn't fiction, then here in this place. Ning Kaiwei's heart began to pound wildly. She felt she might have discovered her father's secret. Looking up, Ning Kaiwei noticed in this dimly lit shelter there were about 200 people, their expressions downcast, gloomy, and numb. Their arrival hadn't attracted anyone's gaze. Ning Kaiwei walked over and softly asked, "Old grandmother, do you know today's date?" She raised her head woodenly, finally pointing toward the shelter's tightly shut doors where a mechanical clock hung displaying the time as July 1st, 3035. Ning Kaiwei's heart skipped a beat. Decades had passed since the Eternal Night Lord's eternal sleep. The old woman suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, "You look somewhat familiar. Did you also just escape from another city? Nowhere is safe anymore. The apocalypse zombie army has trampled nearly every corner of Blood World. Survivors are constantly being captured and corralled." Hearing this name, Ning Kaiwei slightly furrowed her brow. She had absolutely no recollection in her mind but felt that this zombie lord called Apocalypse seemed incredibly powerful and terrifying, having already cast the entire Blood World under the shadow of death. Just then, the entire shelter suddenly shook. Rocks crumbled down. The door was struck by some horrifying mighty force, caving inward. Her classmate Anlin looked around in terror. "What's happening?" The old woman's wooden expression suddenly turned fearful. "The Crimson Lion King has found our shelter." Screams erupted instantly. People began fleeing through other exits in all directions. The next moment, the door shattered with a boom. Hordes of grotesque zombies began pouring in. Ning Kaiwei's pretty face hardened as she immediately grabbed Alan's hand, leading the other two in a mad dash. Witnessing this scene, Shinjeyu's heart bled, unable to do anything but watch helplessly as her daughter plunged into danger without any way to intervene. In the live stream room, looking at this scene, hundreds of thousands of viewers all sighed with regret. Being transported to a shelter was originally quite lucky. Who knew it would fall so quickly? I thought they could survive for a while. Drawing an A-level reincarnation world is truly these kids' bad luck. This is basically a death sentence. Look quickly. Who is that guy? What a terrifying aura. Wait, those heads hanging from his waist, isn't that Jiangnan City's top exam scorer from 10 years ago? Zhao Zhang. In the livestream footage, Ning Kaiwei and others had already rushed out of the shelter, now standing in the street facing a squad of cold-faced zombies. Their leader wore crimson bloody robes. Heavy blood energy surrounded his body, almost materializing to affect space itself, causing blood in the air to grow increasingly red. 2 corpses lay on the ground. They were clearly Blood World's supernatural power wielders, and definitely not ordinary ones, but now they had died miserably, their faces covered with terror and despair from their final moments. What truly horrified everyone in the livestream room was that the Corpse King's belt was made of dozens of heads, one of which was indeed Jiangnan City's top exam scorer from 10 years ago. After 10 years of growth, Zhao Zhang had already become a powerful Tier 1 reincarnator. Rumors said he had joined the Reincarnation Palace's investigation team, successfully completing over 100 missions, his fame resounding far and wide. But now, his head hung from the Lion King's waist. Besides him, there seemed to be many other Tier 1 reincarnators with very familiar faces, all of them top exam scorers from other cities of the Azure Blue Star. This scene silenced the livestream room for several seconds. Hundreds of thousands of people turned deathly pale. It wasn't that they had never seen zombies before, but zombies of Blood World's caliber completely shattered their understanding. Xin Zhiyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. The Crimson Lion King, currently ranked in the top 3 Lion Kings of the entire Blood World, loyal to Lord Apocalypse, year-round conquering territories for Lord Apocalypse, destroying shelters, capturing the powerless survivors and rounding them all up. His power far exceeded that of ordinary A-grade reincarnators, having caused the death of more than 10 people during his information gathering. Xin Zhiyu never imagined that just as she entered the reincarnation world, her daughter would encounter such a terrifying character. Run, run, run faster, run faster. Xin Zhiyu was anxious like never before, fixated on the livestream. She was completely unaware that her nails had dug deep into her skin, seeping out drops of blood. As the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, she should have possessed absolute rationality, but she was now close to losing control, tears welling up in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the blood food world, Ning Kaiwei also saw the chilling scene of the Crimson Corpse King, feeling an endless chill rise from within. She had no doubt that if she were caught by this guy, even with the many treasures her mother had given her, she would be instantly torn apart. Encountering a Corpse King. An unprecedented powerful level flashed through Ning Kaiwei's mind, her pretty face turning even paler. We're doomed. Amlin spoke in despair, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. The terror of the A-grade reincarnation world was only just beginning to reveal itself. Don't even mention surviving for 10 days, an hour was already a luxury. We still have hope to survive, stay close to me. Ning Kaiwei did not give up, her only obsession in her mind was to reach the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord. Because she knew in her heart that the Eternal Night Lord might have some connection with her father. No matter what the truth was, no matter the secrets her father had, only by going there could they possibly survive. But as Ning Kaiwei ran, her speed gradually slowed down. She stared blankly at the end of the street ahead, where another pack of zombies had blocked all paths, their leader not being a Corpse King but still a Lord-level zombie. That cold gaze sent a chill deep into Ning Kaiwei's heart. The last glimmer of hope seemed to shatter at this moment. She revealed a bitter smile, as though all her strength had drained away. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers had surged to 1 million, and they too could foresee Ning Kaiwei's fate, falling into silence. Surrounded from both sides, there was no escape. The Lord-level zombie walked toward Ning Kaiwei and her group with an expressionless face, dragging a blood-red giant axe across the ground, making a chilling noise like a death knell. Dad, Mom, farewell. Ning Kaiwei mourned, preparing to close her eyes and welcome death. But suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a tall figure quietly standing on a wire pole in the dim alleyway. Bathed in the blood moonlight above, Ning Kaiwei saw a token swaying at his waist in the wind. What is that? Ning Kaiwei's eyes widened suddenly. Sequence 9? In the novel, a confidant of the Eternal Night Lord? Corpse King Wujiu, save me. As if seeing a lifeline, she disregarded everything and shouted with all her might. Chapter 4, Massacre, the Mysterious Eternal Night Corpse Clan. Buzz. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. The nearby street fell into silence instantly. The entire live broadcast room also exhibited a deathly stillness. A wave of shock erupted. The bullet comments flickered wildly. What's going on? A Lord-level zombie was killed instantly? Who is this guy? He seems even stronger. Wu Jiu. I heard that kid actually shouting his name? Is there a reincarnator who can explain? What level is this Wu Jiu? Although this kid does look stunningly beautiful, it still doesn't make sense for a zombie to be enchanted by him, right? He actually made a move? This sudden scene ignited the emotions of everyone in the livestream. The number of viewers skyrocketed, with many from other streams rushing to see. Watching this scene, Xin Zhiyu was completely stunned. Her daughter was saved, so naturally, she was overjoyed and cried. But this mysterious zombie who suddenly attacked was clearly a king-level zombie, otherwise, it would be impossible to kill a lord-level zombie so quickly, especially under circumstances where she hadn't seen the move at all. However, the critical issue was that the reincarnator she investigated had not brought back any information about him. In other words, Wu Jiu's existence had evaded all reincarnators. Could it be that there are strong beings in the blood food realm that even the Reincarnator Hall hasn't discovered? Xin Zhiyu felt a deep shock. To remain undetected proved that this opponent possessed the strength to slaughter all reincarnators. But he didn't do it. Why? What kind of background does this guy have? In the blood food realm, after Ning Kaiwei was saved, she couldn't help but collapse, gasping for air. Looking at the twisted, clownish face of Wu Jiu, instead of feeling any fear, she smiled. This finally confirmed her suspicion. Little girl, who told you my name? Wu Jiu narrowed his eyes and asked. Of course, it was the Lord of Eternal Night, Ning Kaiwei gasped in reply. Wu Jiu's face instantly froze, as if confirming something in his heart. His gaze towards Ning Kaiwei quickly became unprecedentedly gentle. So it's the bloodline of my king. He whispered softly, his nose feeling slightly sour, as if he was about to cry. Ning Kaiwei wanted to ask more questions to further confirm her thoughts. But suddenly a bone-chilling cold wind came from behind, making her shiver uncontrollably. She almost forgot there was a great zombie king behind her. Who are you? Which zombie clan do you belong to? You've slain one of my generals, do you owe me an explanation? The Scarlet Zombie King looked coldly at Wu Jiu, his gaze indifferent. Blood surged out, carrying a terrifying extraordinary power, causing the space to become extremely heavy, and the sky suddenly darkened, as if the blood moon had lost its shine. A cold wind blew, raising the chill, and thousands of elite zombies let out a series of eerie low growls. For the Scarlet Zombie King, he had never met Wu Jiu and was unaware of his origins. But killing a Lord-level zombie undoubtedly crossed a line. Today, no matter which zombie clan Wu Jiu belonged to, he would have to leave his life here. An explanation? Wu Jiu frowned. He took a few steps forward and casually said. Since following my king, I've killed whoever I wanted. I didn't expect all these years to pass, and the world has forgotten my king's name. Even you, this dog scum, now dare to ask me for an explanation? As soon as this was said, the livestream fell into silence once more. How domineering. The Scarlet Zombie King's gaze instantly turned even colder. If you don't give it, I will come to take it myself. He slowly raised his hand, and the space immediately twisted, revealing a massive blood sword that he began to draw out. The absolute pressure from the Zombie King was fully unleashed. Although it wasn't aimed at the thousands of elite zombies, they still couldn't help but tremble under this oppressive force, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Looking at Ning Kaiwei and the other three, they felt a suffocating sensation, their pretty faces pale as snow, and their blood inexplicably boiling. It was as if the body wanted to leave itself and kneel before the Scarlet Corpse King. Buzz. In the next moment, all of Ning Kaiwei's pressure vanished completely. Wu Jiu took a step forward, shattering the Scarlet Corpse King's absolute suppression, causing the entire atmosphere to crumble. The Scarlet Corpse King had just grasped the giant sword when a fleeting shadow of Wu Jiu appeared in his line of sight and then suddenly materialized right in front of him. The speed in this instant was far beyond what he could track, making the Scarlet Corpse King's pupils instantly shrink violently. You? The Scarlet Corpse King lost composure, fear surging in his heart. Before he could make any move, a bony hand, reflecting Wu Jiu's chilling, eerie face, grasped his neck. That unimaginable terrifying power crashed down like a mountain, causing his entire body's chi and blood to collapse repeatedly, and he was mercilessly slammed into the ground, shaking the street and sending stones flying, creating a massive pit. Spiderweb cracks spread in all directions, causing the tall buildings on both sides to rumble and collapse. Ha. What are you? The Scarlet Corpse King spat out blood, his neck thoroughly broken. He stared at Wu Jiu, unable to understand how, despite being one of the top 3 Corpse Kings in the Blood Feast realm, he was instantly annihilated by some unknown figure. If the Evernight Corpse clan had chosen to seize power back then, would it have been your group of dogs smashing everything and rampaging through the Blood Feast realm? Wu Jiu did not hold back, ruthlessly ending the life of the Scarlet Corpse King. The pupils that stared dead at him burst with boundless terror upon hearing the name Evernight Corpse clan, as if the fear had been branded into him when he was still a single cell. This scene, seen by all the viewers in the livestream, formed an indescribable shock and awe. The Corpse King was killed instantly? This Wu Jiu guy is way too strong. Speaking of which, he just mentioned something about the Evernight Corpse clan. Outside the screen, Xing Zheyu stared in disbelief at Wu Jiu's figure. The speed and power with which he wiped out the Scarlet Corpse King were simply terrifying. Just based on this person alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could slaughter his way through other apocalyptic worlds. The Evernight Corpse clan, and the king he spoke of, who are they exactly? Shinjayu suddenly felt his mouth go dry, wondering what clues his daughter had uncovered in the Blood Feast realm to gain the assistance of such a powerful corpse king. Had he missed something? The key issue was, she didn't even blink. Chapter 5, So You Were Still Here. With the rapid increase in viewers in the Jiangnan City examination livestream, this originally unremarkable middle school entrance exam quickly drew the attention of people from other cities. In just half an hour, it had spread across various places of Kanglan Star. At this moment, in the Grand Hall of Kanglan Star's capital. As the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng had been appointed by the Federation and directly took orders from the Hall of Reincarnation, with his daily work being extremely busy. He had just finished handling the morning's tasks and was preparing to cut off all external communications for a brief lunch break to recharge for the afternoon's work. However, suddenly, an urgent knock came at the door. "Governor! I have urgent matters to report immediately." It was his chief secretary, looking unusually frantic, which caused Fu Lingfeng to furrow his brow, replying in an annoyed tone. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during lunch break? Whatever it is, come back in 2 hours." But the chief secretary did not leave, his voice even more anxious, with a faint tremor. "Governor, it's about the reincarnation examination in Jiangnan City. This might require your immediate attention." Fu Lingfeng, hearing this, sighed inwardly. The reincarnation examination in Jiangnan City was something completely beyond his control, and if he wasn't mistaken, the chief secretary was likely here for the new A-level reincarnation world. It had been some time since the middle school entrance exam started, and no matter whose child is selected into the blood food realm, it cannot change the fact of life and death. Even advanced citizens must follow the rules. After all, the three main gods of the reincarnation palace, though unable to achieve absolute fairness, will not favor anyone either. You only need to deliver the death report to me, any other appeals from anyone else will not be entertained. As the words fell, the Secretary General hurriedly replied, "We discovered an extremely powerful corpse king in the blood food realm, an existence that the previous Reincarnator investigation team failed to uncover." Fu Lingfeng's expression darkened in an instant, and his brows furrowed with increasing seriousness. The blood food realm has been rated as A-class 8 stars by the Reincarnation Palace. Its dangers have already approached the ceiling of the Doomsday World. To thoroughly understand the blood food realm, they even sacrificed dozens of A-class reincarnators, ultimately submitting the report to the Reincarnation Palace. According to reason, all the dangers in the blood food realm should have been clearly identified, so how could there still be a fish that escaped the net? A bunch of useless fools, can't even handle this little thing. Fu Lingfeng's spirit sank. If this matter was pursued by the Reincarnation Palace, it would be a huge trouble. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. He saw the Secretary General standing outside the door, pale-faced, with a group of investigation team members hanging their heads in silence behind him. On the central control screen, the examination live broadcast from Jiangnan City was currently showing the playback of just moments ago. The scene of Wu Zhou killing the Scarlet Corpse King with a single blow made Fu Lingfeng's pupils slightly shrink, and his face quickly turned more unpleasant. He glanced at the many members of the investigation team. How could you let such a powerful Corpse King slip through? You didn't find any trace of him during the previous high-intensity investigation? The head of the investigation team shook his head with pale lips. This was an instruction from the Reincarnation Palace, and they certainly dared not slack off, basically giving their all, just to find the threatening presence in the blood food realm. They had thought the Apocalypse Sovereign was already the strongest in the blood food realm, but unexpectedly, a Wu Jiu emerged, killing the top 3 Scarlet Corpse Kings with a single strike. Such combat power is probably not inferior to that of the Apocalypse Sovereign. What was even more terrifying was that, from the current information available, it seemed Wu Jiu had an Eternal Night Corpse clan behind him, along with a king. After such a major oversight, severe punishment was unavoidable. Governor, in addition to this issue, there is something else that we cannot understand. The Secretary General struggled to swallow, once again replaying the live broadcast to show the figure of Ning Kaiwei. Fu Lingfeng frowned as he watched. After a long while, his expression froze slightly. Who is this young girl? The screen clearly displayed that Wu Jiu's appearance was due to Ning Kaiwei. Her name is Ning Kaiwei, she is a student undergoing assessment in Jiangnan City. Her mother is the president of the Jiangnan Reincarnator Association, and her father's identity is still under investigation, the Secretary General hurriedly replied. The association president? Upon hearing this title, Fu Lingfeng's first thought was that Shinjeyu had leaked important information about the blood food realm. But thinking again, he felt this was absolutely impossible. The channels through which Shinjeyu obtained information were all disseminated from him. Since they didn't know about Wu Jiu's existence, how could Shinjeyu possibly know? Taking a step back, even with Shinjeyu, he couldn't interfere with the blood food realm or send out a ceiling-level corpse king. The most important thing now is to understand the true blood food realm. Since there is one Wu Jiu, there might be a second Wu Jiu and possibly an unknown history. Fu Lingfeng's brows furrowed even deeper, his face full of worry as he pondered how to deal with the higher-ups' inquiries. On the other side, in the blood food realm, 3,000 elite zombies trembled and knelt on the ground, their pupils filled with fear. The Corpse King aura that erupted from Wu Jiu. The terrifying death threat of the Crimson Corpse King collapsing was like a merciless hand, gripping their lifeblood. A slight movement could lead to the fate of being turned to ashes. The survivors who had scattered out of the shelter had already stopped in their tracks, hiding in dark corners, not daring to even breathe. They felt no surprise at the mutual slaughter between the many corpse clans of the blood-eating realm. On the contrary, this was essentially a regular occurrence. To fight for territory, to fight for humans, and for supernatural powers, many corpse clan factions had formed. But today, they never expected that the dreaded Crimson Corpse King would easily die at the hands of a strange zombie. And the elderly woman, who was over 80, had miraculously survived amidst the chaos. She leaned against the corner, her murky gaze staring blankly at Wu Jiu's back, her mind flashing with the name of the Eternal Night Corpse Clan. Faintly, it seemed she had heard this name a long, long time ago, when she was very small. She couldn't remember it clearly, but perhaps it was when she was 7 or 8 years old? The old woman froze in her expression, and suddenly, she remembered an important detail, her frail body trembling uncontrollably, and even a trace of excited tears welled up in her cloudy eyes. I remember now, so you are still here, so you haven't disappeared. Chapter 6, Shocking the Hall of Reincarnation, a new S-Class bloodline. Wu Jiu glanced around at all the subordinates of the Crimson Corpse King present. These 3,000 elite zombies all belonged to the Corpse Clan of the Apocalypse Lord, and keeping them alive would only bring disaster, so he decided to kill them all. He raised his hand, and suddenly darkness fell, covering the entire street. A strange totem mark appeared in his palm, as if a domain had unfolded, and everything within the range was under his control of life and death. Bang! Wu Jiu's palm struck down, and the 3,000 elite zombies immediately let out a tragic scream, their bodies exploding into blood mist. The display of such extraordinary power made Ning Caiwei's eyes show admiration. So strong. Wu Jiu heard her words and immediately turned around without hesitation, using his long fingers to cut open the center of his forehead. A drop of dark red blood slowly gathered, floating in Wu Jiu's palm. After doing this, Wu Jiu's face visibly turned paler, revealing a hint of weakness. He handed the drop of blood to Ning Caiwei, his distorted and strange face wearing a faint smile. Here, take it. Ning Caiwei froze for a moment. She could feel that this drop of blood contained a kind of pure supernatural power, an ultimate authority of Wu Jiu as a corpse king. As long as she swallowed it, she could immediately improve her constitution. In a short period of time, she would become a C-class reincarnator, and even in her future growth path, it would provide enormous help, with limitless potential ahead. This must be your bloodline source, it's too precious, I can't take it. Though Ning Caiwei was extremely eager for powerful strength, she still shook her head. The bloodline source was incredibly valuable, and if Wu Jiu removed it, it would probably take decades to recover his energy. Miss, you are too polite. A mere drop of bloodline source is nothing, and moreover, it was personally created by my king many years ago. Please, take it. Wu Jiu did not hesitate and flicked the drop of blood into Ning Caiwei's forehead. In an instant, Ning Caiwei felt a surge of vitality and blood power flow from her forehead throughout her body, bringing unimaginable life and unprecedented sensory changes. Everything in her sight seemed to slow down, and with her naked eye, she could even clearly see things several dozen kilometers away. She gently clenched her fist, and Ning Caiwei was further shocked inside. She no longer doubted. You can punch down 10 bulls with one hit. Task option, obtain any kind of extraordinary power, completed. At the same time, a line of text appeared before me, it was the prompt from the Reincarnation Hall. This scene made the million viewers in the live broadcast room speechless. No way, is this for real? The bloodline of a top-level corpse king, is it that easy to obtain? The young girl has turned misfortune into fortune, she is truly remarkable. Oh no, she really got the opportunity. When Ning Caiwei obtained the bloodline of Wu Jiu, many reincarnators in the hall of the Kanglan Star were also staring at the examination livestream, all dumbfounded. The entire place was silent, even the governor, Fu Lingfeng, fell into deep silence. Across countless years in the Federation, numerous reincarnators had emerged, risking their lives to obtain powerful strength, who did not fight desperately, who did not dance on the edge of life and death. The power of Wu Jiu's bloodline was clearly extraordinary, but now it was so easily obtained by Ning Caiwei. If they had not personally experienced the terror of the zombie world, they would have thought this was a fairy tale world. Has the bloodline information been uploaded? Fu Lingfeng spoke in a low voice. Since this was an assessment in one of the tasks of the Reincarnation Hall, the bloodline power Ning Caiwei obtained would be uploaded to the evolution database of the Reincarnation Hall simultaneously. Given time, reincarnators from Kanglan Star and other living planets would be able to exchange points to acquire this powerful bloodline power. Of course, as the contributor who uploaded the bloodline, Ning Caiwei would also receive a percentage of the points. The more people who bought it, the more generous the rewards. The upload has started, it was successful. The Secretary General appeared very nervous, after all, this was the bloodline of Wu Jiu, possibly an unprecedented extraordinary power. As the words fell, Fu Lingfeng immediately waved his sleeve and logged in his iris information at the central console. In an instant, the view shifted, and the entire hall presented a chaotic scene of the universe, with countless shining stars hanging high at the end of darkness. Identifying bloodline. Bloodline is real and valid. Bloodline is new and unpolluted. Identifying level, issuing serial number. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the chaotic universe. This was the will of one of the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, known in the Federation as the Goddess of Wisdom. Bloodline identification is complete. The identification result is S grade? The mechanical and emotionless voice of the goddess of wisdom surprisingly revealed a hint of fluctuation and emotions that should not appear. As this was said, all the reincarnators in the hall were stunned, like being struck by lightning, frozen in place. Fu Lingfeng's body shook violently, his breathing suddenly quickened as he asked eagerly and incredulously. Respectful goddess of wisdom, are you sure the identification result is S grade? In the entire history of the Federation, there were only 15 types of S-grade bloodlines discovered and recorded by the Reincarnation Hall. Countless years and the efforts of innumerable reincarnators had yielded only these 15 types. They hadn't found a new S-grade bloodline in hundreds of years, and the S-grade bloodlines on the current list were all ancient bloodlines spanning thousands of years. Although Fu Lingfeng was somewhat prepared, he never imagined that the bloodline born by Wu Jiu had reached the terrifying S-grade. Identification completed, result correct. The tone of the goddess of wisdom returned to its cold mechanical state, seemingly dismissing Fu Lingfeng's doubts and contradictions, filled with authority. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Fu Lingfeng's forehead. His earlier loss of control nearly caused him to commit an offense. Uploader Ning Kaiwei has made a contribution, detected that Ning Kaiwei belongs to the citizens of Jiangnan City, Kanglanstar. The governor of Kanglanstar should reward her with points. The goddess of wisdom spoke again. This is inevitable, may I ask according to the goddess's wishes? How many points should I reward? Fu Lingfeng asked cautiously. There was a brief silence in the hall, then a reply came, 500,000. 500,000? Fu Lingfeng took a sharp breath. Points are the universal currency of the Reincarnation Hall, not something that can be bought with federal money. This 500,000 points are something that some A-level reincarnators might not accumulate even in their entire lives. After a moment, the will of the wisdom goddess disappeared. The Secretary General quietly opened the bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall, glancing at the S-level rankings, and his gaze instantly froze. Governor! I feel a storm is about to break outside. Chapter 7: The Redemption Path of the Corpse King. Fu Lingfeng heard this and quickly looked over. The bloodline list of the Reincarnation Hall was displayed clearly. First place, S-level Zombie Ancestor Bloodline. Second place, S-level Serial Number 356 Bloodline. Third place, S-level Vampire Ancestor Bloodline. Fourth place, S-level Banquet Zombie King Bloodline. Fifth place. This bloodline list originally had only 15 rankings, all belonging to the S-level tier, and was separately listed by the Reincarnation Hall as ancient bloodlines. In the past few hundred years, no other bloodline could shake their position at all. Each bloodline's contributor has thus formed a large family, and over so many years, they have already built a solid foundation in the Federation, no less than ancient noble families. However, now, the second-ranked Vampire Ancestor bloodline has been pushed to third place. An entirely unfamiliar S-level bloodline to the Federation, even its name has yet to be determined, suddenly appeared in second place. Fu Lingfeng could already see what kind of impact this would cause for many life planets in the Federation. It really is going to change. Fu Lingfeng let out a complex long sigh. Unknowingly, a storm had also risen within the Federation. The appearance of the new S-level bloodline has brought considerable shock to many ancient families and the achievements of their ancestor reincarnators. But he was still puzzled, how did such a powerful bloodline come about? Just as Fu Lingfeng was about to start allocating funds to Ning Kaiwei, the Blood Food Realm also experienced a massive quake due to the sudden death of the Scarlet Zombie King. In the Blood Food Realm, in the Arctic region. It is covered in ice and snow all year round. Under the flying snow, palaces can be seen standing tall. In the main hall, the apocalyptic monarch, with long white hair reaching his shoulders, suddenly opened his silent eyes. He not only felt the death of the Scarlet Zombie King but also sensed a chilling aura. This aura comes from the top-tier bloodline power of Wu Jiu. 70 years, hasn't the Eternal Night Zombie clan already disappeared? The apocalyptic monarch spoke with an ancient voice, filled with disbelief and shock. Looking down, there were 5 zombie kings, who, upon hearing the apocalyptic monarch's words, exchanged terrified glances. The words Eternal Night were deeply imprinted in their souls, a nightmare in the hearts of all zombie clans in the Blood Food Realm. Your Majesty, did the third one die at the hands of the Eternal Night Zombie clan? One of the zombie kings spoke with trembling voice. They had stirred a great commotion, sweeping through most of the Blood Food Realm, relying on the belief that the Eternal Night Zombie clan had vanished. But now, the apocalyptic monarch suggested that the Eternal Night Zombie clan had re-emerged? If the third really was killed by the Eternal Night Zombie clan, then we're all finished. That guy will definitely kill us all. Another zombie king's tone was filled with fear. Chaos ensued below, yet the apocalyptic monarch remained calm, his mind racing. Impossible, that guy should be dead. He suppressed the 3 blood food ancestors by himself back then, and it's rumored in the outside world that he has fallen. Yet for so many years, no one has known his resting place. The apocalyptic monarch's expression changed unpredictably, finally narrowing his eyes as he slowly looked towards the direction of Blood Food City. The Scarlet Corpse King died in Blood Food City, and the biggest possibility is that there are still strong beings from the Eternal Night Corpse clan left in Blood Food City. You all come with me to see what's going on. The Lord of the Apocalypse no longer hesitated and immediately stood up. The 5 great Corpse Kings looked at each other and followed closely behind. In a moment, a resounding ancient roar echoed in the vast Arctic, as a massive skeleton dragon broke through the ice and flew towards Blood Food City. In Blood Food City, under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers in the monitoring live broadcast room, Ning Kaiwei demonstrated the spirit of thrift by continuously digging out the crystal cores from the bodies of 3,000 elite zombies. These are treasures, we can't waste them. As Ning Kaiwei dug, she divided the crystal cores and helped Enlon and others complete their reincarnation hall assessment tasks. For Enlon, they still hadn't recovered from the previous life and death crisis. Looking at the strange-faced Wujio, her face was still filled with fear. Kaiwei, why is this guy helping us? Enlon was also digging for crystal cores, and although she felt quite happy inside, she cautiously asked her question. Ning Kaiwei had no concealment, smiling and saying, because I know him. Enlon was taken aback, then showed a bitter smile. Don't joke, Kaiwei, this is your first time in the Blood Food realm. When did you meet this guy? Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment. Although there were some things she couldn't fully confirm, many things in the Blood Food realm were astonishingly similar to the novels written by her father. Now even Wu Jiu had personally appeared, she seemed to have no reason not to believe her father. Actually, it's not that I know Wu Jiu, but my dad knows Wu Jiu. Ning Kaiwei replied seriously. Enlon was even more bewildered, feeling lost. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly became even more curious, almost unanimously raising the volume, afraid of missing important words or scenes. I can't understand what you're saying, Enlon pouted. Ning Kaiwei decided to be straightforward. When I was young, I secretly looked at my dad's novel, called The Road to Redemption of the Corpse King, and the story inside is exactly the same as the Blood Food realm. So, I have great doubts that the Eternal Night Lord of the Blood Food realm is actually my dad. With these words, Enlan's eyes widened in disbelief. This undoubtedly overturned her understanding of reality. Wasn't the Blood Food realm just discovered by the Reincarnation Hall? What was this highly similar novel about? As Shinjuyu was watching the live broadcast, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, feeling even more ashamed. What nonsense is this child talking? In his daughter's eyes, Ning Xingxian had always been very tall, although he had no convincing achievements in real life, but a father was a father, a natural sense of admiration. Shinjuyu could understand that Ning Kaiwei hoped her dad could be like a superhero, but how could a novel be mixed up with the reincarnation world? However, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves, and the live broadcast room's comments exploded at once. Whoa, I just searched, and there really is this novel. The Road to Redemption of the Corpse King, published 5 years ago on the Federal Virtual Network, with a meager number of readers, but the author actually finished it. This little girl isn't lying, many places in the Blood Food realm are indeed exactly the same as in the novel. No way, could this novel be written by the Eternal Night Lord? The number of comments skyrocketed, leaving Shinjuyu utterly stunned. Chapter 8: The Legendary Journey of the Eternal Night Lord. In the hall of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng stared at the live broadcast screen, frowning. Who is the Eternal Night Lord? The secretary quickly replied, he is the king behind Wu Jiu, and the S-grade bloodline he possesses seems to be created by the fusion of the Eternal Night Lord. As he spoke, one side found the novel mentioned by Ning Kaiwei. I am extracting the content, and I should be able to find out what happened soon. From the current situation, what Ning Kaiwei said did not seem false. After all, being able to obtain Wu Jiu's help and even get S-level bloodlines is an unbelievable thing. The only reasonable explanation, I'm afraid, is that novel. In just a moment, the Secretary General completed the content extraction. Fu Lingfeng leaned over, and many members of the investigation team looked eager. In the year 2965 of the Blood Food world, it has been 100 years since the apocalypse broke out. The crazy virus hides unimaginable power and has transformed a new humanity, the Corpse Tribe. The virus's mother body gave birth to 3 great ancestors. The old era of humanity faced the collapse of civilization, unable to resist with hot weapons. Only by integrating with the virus could they grasp extraordinary powers. The tug of war between the old and new eras began, but it was still difficult to resist the torrent of time. The remaining humans lived in darkness with no light. The powerful strength of the 3 ancestors left the extraordinary people in despair. Years later, like a demon descending from the heavens, it should be the earthly Tai Sui god, a man with profound insight transformed the virus sequence and created the Eternal Night bloodline, hence Sequence 0 was born. In just a few years, Sequence 1, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, and other bloodlines emerged. The old era's humanity gained unprecedented power, having the foundation to fight against many corpse tribes. At that time, the Eternal Night Corpse Tribe was born. The name of the ruler made many corpse tribes tremble with fear, slaying 7 corpse tribe rulers in 7 years. 10 years later, the 3 great blood food ancestors emerged. The Eternal Night ruler swept through invincibility alone, and to this day, no one knows the true strength. 2 years later, many corpse tribes in the blood food world were driven to the Arctic. The Eternal Night Ruler suddenly felt that the end was near, so he led the entire tribe to long sleep beneath the blood food city. Humans of the old era regained control of the blood food world. A novel of over 1,000,000 words was distilled into simple content, but Fu Lingfeng felt an unimaginable grandeur from these words. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He had just been assessed as an S-level bloodline by the Reincarnation Hall, yet it was merely sequence 9 created by the Eternal Night Ruler. The true Eternal Night bloodline only existed in the Eternal Night Ruler alone. I didn't expect the blood food world to have such a history. The current apocalyptic stage should be the corpse tribe from the Arctic coming back. The Secretary General mumbled to himself. Governor, we may need to truthfully report to the Reincarnation Hall and apply for an S-level Reincarnator to return to the blood food world to investigate the Eternal Night Ruler. One Reincarnator beside him suggested, breathing heavily. Fu Lingfeng's expression was somewhat serious. S-level Reincarnators already possessed extremely strong power, and under normal circumstances, they would not be willing to go to A-level Reincarnation worlds. This would undoubtedly degrade their identity, and due to their strong powers, it could even cause the order of the Reincarnation world to collapse. Currently, it was important to first clarify Ning Caiwei's father, Ning Qingshuan's true identity. On the other side, as Ning Caiwei kept speaking astonishing words, more and more people in the proctoring live room dug out more content from the Redemption Road of the Corpse King. The mood in the live room was high, and millions of people searched for the novel. Meanwhile, in the blood food world, Ning Caiwei and Enlon had completed the collection of crystal cores. 3,000 crystal cores, worth potentially over 10,000 points. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Young Ning Caiwei certainly did not choose to enjoy it alone but equally distributed it to Enlon and the other 2 close friends. The task is complete, we should be able to go back now. Enlon looked at the Reincarnation Hall prompt that appeared before them and let out a sigh of relief. They could end the assessment early and return to Jiangnan City. You guys go back first, I still have some other things to do. Ning Caiwei glanced at the person beside her, who was closing their eyes to rest. Wuji, slowly recovering his strength. He remembers that in his father's novel, it was written that if one were to strip away their bloodline origin, it would take at least decades, or even hundreds of years to possibly recover to peak state. Wuji gave the bloodline origin to her, and if he took advantage and just walked away, it seemed rather unjust. Especially from now on, if there were no new tasks from the Reincarnation Hall, they would never meet again. What do you want to do? Anlin asked in confusion. The blood food realm was still a dangerous place, and they certainly hoped to leave as soon as possible. I want to help Wuji. Ning Caiwei wanted to go to the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord, where the treasures buried with him could restore Wuji's energy. Anlin and the other 2 sisters exchanged glances, feeling hesitant. It seemed rather inappropriate for them to leave first. After all, they had survived and completed their task because of Ning Caiwei. Okay, no matter what you want to do, we will follow you. Anlin spoke seriously. Ning Caiwei smiled and did not refuse, taking a final look at Wuji, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, before setting off toward their destination. She vaguely remembered that the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord was located in the central street of Blood Food City, just a few kilometers away. Time quickly passed, and due to the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, Blood Food City briefly returned to its former tranquility, with many survivors hiding in the remnants of the past. At that moment, Wuji, who had his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them. He looked up towards the distant city outskirts, where dark clouds gathered and an indescribable pressure constantly descended. The cold wind blew, and there was a faint, low roar like a giant dragon. At that moment, the ground trembled inexplicably, the sound of thousands of galloping horses echoing. Boom! A blood-red lightning suddenly crossed the sky. The next second, blood rain fell in torrents, icy and bone-chilling, carrying the frost from the Arctic. Is it coming? Wuji showed no surprise and remained very calm. In a moment, a dark mass of zombie army appeared outside Blood Food City. The tide surged, impossible to count. The sky was filled with swirling dark clouds, and a skeletal dragon slowly emerged, casting a deep pressure downward, with the Apocalypse Lord and 5 other Corpse Kings visible from its shoulders. So it's you. The Apocalypse Lord locked his gaze on Wuji, instantly recognizing his identity, his eyes instinctively flashing with caution. In the past, the Eternal Night Lord had 9 trusted subordinates, each possessing one of the 9 major bloodlines, their formidable powers making many in the blood food realm tremble in fear. Yet soon, the Apocalypse Lord noticed that the current Wuji looked extremely weak. Chapter 9, The Palace of Opening Tombs, the Throne Statue. In the twilight years, or perhaps the decline of bloodline. The Apocalypse Lord's eyes sparkled with light, and a hint of greed surfaced. He did not delve deeper into more profound issues, only knowing that at this moment, Wuji was absolutely not his opponent. The bloodline power within Wuji was once personally created by the Eternal Night Lord, causing many corpse clans to flee in panic, far beyond what he wielded. If he could take over Wuji's bloodline right now, how could he not unify the blood food realm? I never expected, a former little corpse king has now established a zombie kingdom, becoming a lord. Wuji's expression remained calm as he looked up at the Apocalypse Lord, standing on the skeletal dragon. He recalled that the Apocalypse Lord was one of the corpse kings under the 3 blood food ancestors. Wuji, you have reached your twilight years, and the Eternal Night clan is already from a past era. If you choose to surrender to me, I can overlook your killing of the Scarlet Corpse King. The Apocalypse Lord gazed down at Wuji, accompanied by thunderous sounds, red lightning roaring, the scene's intimidation enough to make any corpse king struggle to breathe. Ku Wujio, however, did not yield. Instead, he laughed loudly. Do I need you to make a decision? Who do you think you are? The Lord of the Apocalypse glared coldly at Ku Wujio, and was not surprised by his response. Surrender or die, since you chose the latter, I shall fulfill your wish. After speaking, he glanced towards the direction of Central Street. There, he too smelled the bloodline of Ku Wujio. But it seemed that the bloodline had only just merged, and the individual was very weak, not yet fully mastering the power of the bloodline. This person. Could he be related to the Lord of the Eternal Night? He quickly connected the dots. If he was not mistaken, the reason for Ku Wujio's weakness might be that he had just separated from the origin of the bloodline. And this bloodline origin was on that person. What kind of relationship could cause Ku Wujio to pay such a price? He glanced at the 5 corpse kings by his side. After an exchange of looks, they immediately stood up and headed towards Ning Saiwei's position. Ku Wujio, keenly sensing the danger, wasted no time and unleashed his domain. In an instant, darkness spread, covering the area with cracks like spider webs, attempting to engulf the Lord of the Apocalypse and the 5 corpse kings. Such a big appetite, do you think you can swallow it all? The Lord of the Apocalypse sneered. He raised his hand, and the bloodline within him erupted with extraordinary power. Countless blood-red thunderbolts gathered in his palm, even causing a massive change in the sky, forming a gigantic skull face. Boom! Ku Wujio's expression darkened, and the Corpse King domain was easily torn open by the Lord of the Apocalypse. The 5 corpse kings wasted no time and rushed towards Ning Saiwei's direction. Where do you think you're going? Ku Wujio shouted, preparing to make a move, but the Lord of the Apocalypse sent another thunderbolt down. You're already struggling to save yourself, and you still have time to take care of others? The Lord of the Apocalypse stared at Ku Wujio, his greed growing stronger in his eyes. Roar! The bone dragon roared, its sound echoing through the heavens and earth, reverberating over the entire Blood Feast city, causing countless hidden survivors to hear the soul-chilling dragon roar, making them panic and tremble. Some scattered students from Jiangnan City, their faces turned pale with fear. Through the examination live broadcast screen, the immense crisis descending on Blood Feast city was known to the outside world. At this moment, Ning Kaiwei, absorbing the attention of millions of viewers, arrived at Central Street, quickly finding a blood-drenched lake as she followed her memory. This is the place. Ning Kaiwei took a deep breath, about to leap into the lake when she too noticed the changes in the sky, with red thunder flashing continuously and the sound of a dragon's roar echoing. And Lan and the others looked back, their faces filled with fear. What's going on? It seems like something has entered the city? Ning Saiwei's heart skipped a beat, and her intuition told her that what was coming was probably even stronger than the Crimson Corpse King. This is bad, Ku Wujio is in trouble. She stopped hesitating and leaped into the lake. Ah! And Lan jumped in shock, but after waiting for a moment, the entire lake suddenly shook, and the water parted from the middle, revealing a set of steps leading downwards. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Ning Kaiwei was waving at the end of the staircase, and Lan hurriedly descended. This scene was clearly witnessed by millions of viewers, and the earlier doubts and questions were quickly dispelled. The barrage continued to scroll. This little girl wasn't kidding. She actually found such a hidden place. I just looked at the ending of the novel, and this seems to be the resting place of the Lord of Eternal Night, the Eternal Night Mausoleum. Xinjiayu, who had never taken her eyes off the screen, was more anxious than anyone else. She remembered the misunderstanding she had when interrogating Ning Qingxian earlier. The Confession of the Underworld Boss, this was also a novel written by Ning Qingxian a few years ago. Due to its striking resemblance to the Blackstone Continent and the behind-the-scenes financial group, it was ultimately accused of leaking secrets about the Reincarnation Hall. But now, the trial examination of the Reincarnation Hall that her daughter was undergoing pointed to an even more incredible truth. The Blood Food Realm, as a top-tier apocalyptic world, is rated as an A-level 8-star level in the Reincarnation Hall, with an extremely high danger level. An ordinary A-level Reincarnator can easily die at the hands of the Corpse King with just a slight mistake. Decades ago, the Blood Food Realm once birthed a powerful figure known as the Eternal Night Lord, who created the bloodline sequence, established the Eternal Night Corpse Clan, and brought peace to an era. His trusted confidant, Witch 9, could effortlessly kill the Scarlet Corpse King, revealing that the entire Eternal Night Corpse Clan is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the Blood Food Realm. As a result, her daughter told her that this person is very likely Ning Qingxian. As Ning Kaiwei opened the gate to the mausoleum, Shinjiyu's heart raced and her breathing became rapid. Like millions of viewers, she wanted to know the truth. So dark. And Lan shrank her neck as a cold wind blew in from behind the gate of the mausoleum. Ning Kaiwei lit the candle, and what came into view was a vast underground palace, with numerous enormous sculptures standing on either side. Solemn, serious, and profound. Neatly kneeling on the ground, facing towards the end of the mausoleum. And there stood a gigantic throne that almost occupied half the space of the underground palace, with a stone statue sitting quietly on it. The tall and majestic figure brought an indescribable visual impact, making millions of viewers gasp in awe even through the screen. Dad? Ning Kaiwei stared in shock, clearly seeing the face of the massive statue, which was completely identical to Ning Qingshuan's features. However, it was entirely different from his usual gentle and casual image, filled with the indifference of a monarch, with a gaze that looked down, swirling with an unspeakable killing intent and a natural authority. It really is Uncle Ning. And Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. As Ning Kaiwei's best friend, she had certainly seen Ning Qingxian. She could also confirm that this was indeed Ning Qingshuan's face. What on earth is going on? What has Ning Qingxian been hiding from me? Staring at the live broadcast screen, Shinjiyu's mind echoed loudly, and her earlier feelings of unease and uncertainty vanished. Until the statue appeared, solidifying the fact that Ning Qingxian was indeed the Eternal Night Lord. He had been here, creating the Eternal Night bloodline, establishing the Eternal Night Corpse clan, saving humanity of the old era, and striking fear into numerous corpse clans. In the end, he vanished quietly. Looking at the live stream, the comments went wild. Do you see how similar the statue's face is to that little girl's? No way, could the Eternal Night Lord have already come to our world? I suggest a strict investigation into this novel author. Do you think there's a possibility that this little girl's dad is an S-level reincarnator? That doesn't make sense. If he were an S-level reincarnator, the Blood Food Realm wouldn't be a brand new reincarnation world. No matter what, we can now confirm that the Eternal Night Lord is this little girl's father. The Redemption Road of the Corpse King is not a novel, but an autobiography. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a long time, joy suddenly rising in her heart. She had found out her father's secret after all. Now, as long as she entered the mausoleum, she could obtain the treasure to restore Witch Nine's vitality. Just as she was about to step forward, a sudden chill blew from behind her. A fittingly eerie voice broke the silence. The outside world says that the Eternal Night Lord has long fallen, yet they do not know where he is buried. Little did they know that searching high and low would lead to this treasure without effort. The 5 major corpse kings approached slowly, their eyes filled with greed as they gazed at the entire mausoleum. You? Ning Kaiwei's expression revealed her panic. And Lan and the others were even more terrified, their faces drained of color. The sudden appearance of these 5 corpse kings also made the viewers in the live stream feel their hearts racing. It seems you have a way to open the mausoleum. One of the corpse kings squinted at Ning Kaiwei, eyeing her closely. From Ning Kaiwei's body, the essence of Wuzhou's bloodline was felt. If you listen well, I might just leave you with a whole corpse. He walked forward indifferently, a strong smell of blood overwhelming the senses. Chapter 10, Re-evaluation, Blood Food Realm promoted to S rank? When the 5 great corpse kings arrived at the Tomb Palace, the battle raging above Blood Food City was reaching its peak. The sky roared with dragon cries, carrying the aura of death, as blood rain poured down endlessly. The Lord of Apocalypse could not defeat Wu Jiao after a long time, and his face showed signs of anger and surprise. He seemed to never have imagined that even after Wu Jiao had just separated from the bloodline essence, his combat power was still shockingly strong. This is only sequence 9, how powerful would the true Eternal Night bloodline be? A chilling dread surfaced in the Lord of Apocalypse's heart as he looked back over nearly a century of extraordinary history in the Blood Food Realm. That person's existence was an insurmountable mountain for countless undead beings. Even the 3 great ancestors of blood food had been personally slain by him. A ceiling of an era, a king of a world. If he could obtain the remaining treasures, the Lord of Apocalypse could hardly imagine what fortune that would be. Through his senses, he had already seen the underground tomb palace from the eyes of the 5 great corpse kings. If he captured Wu Jiao, he could definitely devour the treasures. You've hid for 70 years, just to guard the tomb? Facing Wu Jiao's formidable strength, the Lord of Apocalypse was surprisingly not in a hurry, speaking slowly, planning to buy time. Wu Jiao clearly realized that the 5 great corpse kings had intruded into the tomb palace. You're wrong. My disappearance for 70 years was not hiding. This place is indeed the resting ground of my king, but it also does not require a tomb guardian. Wu Jiao's calm demeanor instantly narrowed the Lord of Apocalypse's eyes, fluttering with uncertainty. What do you mean? Back then, the Eternal Night Lord killed the 3 ancestors, suffered serious injuries, and eventually fell. The Eternal Night Undead suffered a backlash, petrifying the entire clan. Is that not true? Hearing this, Wu Jiao smiled slightly. My king indeed killed the 3 ancestors, but it was not as the outside world claims, that he was gravely injured and fell. His arrival went unseen, and his departure was without warning. The Blood Food Realm was once a world thriving in technological civilization. The Eternal Night Lord merely wished for it to return to its past tranquility, to open a new era. And the Eternal Night Undead do not intend to enter this new era. So, they just sleep, not truly dead. I have seen you return from the North Pole and witnessed you expand your territory, establishing a zombie kingdom. I do not act because my king has given orders. But you should never have barged into my king's tomb palace. Wujio's words made the Lord of Apocalypse's pupils sharply contract. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surfaced in his heart. He quickly looked towards the central street, the location of the 5 great corpse kings. A command was conveyed from deep within his bloodline, trying to make the 5 great corpse kings withdraw immediately. But it was already too late. Boom! Deep beneath Blood Food City, a surge of crimson tide suddenly erupted. What followed was an indescribable, terrifying aura. Immediately, the zombie army outside the city trembled in fear, as they all knelt down, heads down, shivering in this indescribable bloodline threat, their faces turning pale with dread. Even the bone dragon beneath the Lord of Apocalypse let out a terrified roar, its enormous dragon eyes trembling wildly, looking anxiously towards the central street. It's over. The Lord of Apocalypse felt as though struck by lightning, his lips turning as white as snow. At this moment, the 5 great corpse kings had no idea what was happening. Before they could approach Ning Kaiwei and the others, the stone statue on the enormous throne erupted with an unprecedented bloodline suppression. The 5 were struck with great fright, an endless force pressing upon their shoulders, causing their knees to crack as they fell to the ground. Looking at the countless statues in the entire tomb palace, they actually showed signs of crumbling. A pair of stone eyes burst forth with a bloody gleam, rolling to gaze at the 5 people. What's going on? The statues are alive? Ning Kaiwei stared blankly at this scene, confused. She remembered that there was no such record in the novel. In the next moment, the entire mausoleum was brightly lit, and countless sculptures transformed into powerful undead beings. This scene made the 5 great corpse kings' hearts feel like they were being ripped apart. Millions of viewers in the live stream gasped in horror, their faces filled with shock. Why disturb my king's palace? A cold voice echoed throughout the mausoleum. Under the enormous throne, 8 tall figures stood, each exuding a terrifying aura that took one's breath away. We took a wrong turn. Please, Prince of Eternal Night, show us mercy and forgive us. The 5 great corpse kings couldn't even lift their heads but clearly recognized that the 8 figures below the throne were the ranks beside the Lord of Eternal Night, also the princes of the Eternal Night Undead. Disturbing my king's palace means death. The cold words fell again, and before the 5 great corpse kings could move, they felt an overwhelming force descend, instantly enveloping their bodies. Boom! A shrill scream erupted as their bodies instantly shattered into blood vapor, as if invisible hands cruelly crushed them. At the same time, the 8 princes all turned their gazes towards the outside of the mausoleum, to the Lord of Apocalypse on the back of the bone dragon. Just one look sent the Lord of Apocalypse into a panic. Run! The bone dragon roared in fear, wanting to explode into speed to flee from Bloodmeal City. But the moment the throne statue unleashed its domain, there was no escaping. An endless blood hand, formed from countless blood rains from the sky, surged with the power of the Eternal Night bloodline, gently reaching towards the Lord of Apocalypse. No! The Lord of Apocalypse cried out in horror, frantically unleashing all the power of his bloodline, but it was all in vain. Wujio stood still, quietly watching as the Lord of Apocalypse was consumed by the blood hand, the massive body of the bone dragon submerged in an instant. The world lost the voice of the Lord of Apocalypse, and his aura vanished completely. Bloodmeal City returned to silence, as the governor of Kanglenstar, watching the live stream, fell into deep silence. The entire hall plunged into dead silence, the secretary and all investigation team members stood stiffly, their lips turning pale. After a long while, a report from the Reincarnation Hall suddenly arrived. Fu Lingfeng checked it directly, his pupils slightly constricting, then revealing a complex expression as he looked again at the live stream of the mausoleum where Ning Kaiwei was, his heart surged with indescribable shock. Governor, what did the Reincarnation Hall send? The secretary asked cautiously, swallowing hard. From now on, the Bloodmeal realm is no longer an A-level 8-star reincarnation world, it has been re-evaluated by the 3 great main gods of the Reincarnation Hall. It is now promoted to S-level 3 stars. As the words fell, the secretary and the investigation team members stared blankly, their minds buzzing. S-level 3 stars. This was no longer just an apocalyptic world, it clearly touched upon the realm of martial arts. Before the Eternal Night Undead discovered it, it had reached the ceiling of an apocalyptic world, but now that the Eternal Night Undead had awakened, it reached this level? I didn't expect that someone, with just their own strength, could actually elevate the entire world's level. Fu Lingfeng let out a long sigh, filled with complexity and awe. In the Bloodmeal realm, Lan and the others stood stiffly, their faces deathly pale, not daring to move under the gazes of countless undead powers. Even Ning Kaiwei was so frightened by this scene that she couldn't speak. Fortunately, due to the presence of Wu Jiu's bloodline source within her, those gazes quickly withdrew, and the 8 princes merely took a calm glance at Ning Kaiwei before falling back into slumber. In moments, the mausoleum returned to silence. Just like nothing had ever happened, everything returned to its original state. And Lan breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for breath. What should we do next? She asked Ning Kaiwei, as the danger level of the Eternal Night Palace had significantly increased after this incident. Continuing to carelessly open the door to the palace could very likely lead to other unforeseen changes. Ning Kaiwei hesitated for a moment. She was not a reckless person and also needed to consider the safety of Lan and her 3 sisters. Just then, Wu Jiu's figure suddenly appeared outside the door. After the battle with the Tianqi Lord, his aura had grown even weaker. Miss, please leave here quickly. I appreciate your kindness, but my king's palace is the most dangerous place in the blood food world. Deep inside, there are various guardian corpse beasts left by my king. They do not care who has intruded, anyone they see will be killed. Wu Jiu knew very well what Ning Kaiwei wanted to do, but there was really no need for it at all. The Eternal Night Palace was both the most dangerous and the safest place. Even if he could never regain his strength, no one could do anything to him. All right. Ning Kaiwei looked at the large door and unconsciously shrank her neck. No one wanted to know more than her whether there was indeed the long sleeping body of the Eternal Night Lord behind that door. And one more thing, you shouldn't belong to the blood food world, right? Wu Jiu looked at Ning Kaiwei, his eyes revealing a hint of brightness. With this statement, a warning from the Reincarnation Hall immediately appeared before Ning Kaiwei and Lan. Your identity is about to be exposed. If exposed, you will be repatriated, and at that time, the unfinished task will not be continued. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a moment. She felt inexplicably touched by Wu Jiu's words. From the very beginning, Wu Jiu had unconditionally helped her and even granted her his bloodline origin. His asking this question must mean he already knew the answer. After a long silence, Ning Kaiwei nodded. After hearing this, Wu Jiu couldn't help but smile and once again looked at the huge throne above, the statue belonging to Ning Qingxian. I knew it. My king, such a genius, must have descended from beyond the heavens. As he smiled, Wu Jiu's voice turned a bit choked. It had been 70 years, he missed the days of the past so much. Looking down again, he was astonished to see that Ning Kaiwei and the other 3 had already disappeared without a trace. When Ning Kaiwei woke up again, she was standing in a huge virtual square. Many test candidates gradually returned, their faces bearing the look of having survived a calamity. Even in a B-class reincarnation world, completing tasks seemed no easy feat. It's over. We should consider this as passing the assessment, right? And Lan's tense nerves relaxed completely upon returning to Jiangnan City. She had over 700 zombie crystal cores in her reincarnation space, not only completing the task but exceeding it. Let's check the report from the Reincarnation Hall later. Ning Kaiwei looked up at the large electronic screen in the virtual square. Oh, you guys are still alive? A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. The group turned around to see Zhao Gongyu, who had previously spoken rudely to them. Sorry to disappoint you. And Lan responded coldly. The Zhao family was part of the privileged class in Jiangnan City, with ancestors who had once been level 4 citizens. Zhao Gongyu's father was currently an S-level reincarnator, which gave them significant influence in Jiangnan City. Relying on his family's power, Zhao Gongyu often got what he wanted, but he was particularly cautious around Ning Kaiwei. The reason was that Shen Jiayu, as the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, also wielded certain authority, so the Zhao family sometimes had to give her some face. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Whenever Zhao Gongyu wanted to see some benefits, Ning Kaiwei would always catch wind of it. Over time, the 2 of them became even more incompatible. Although I don't know how you survived, this is just a test, after all. The journey of a reincarnator often involves life and death, isn't it better to live as an ordinary person? Zhao Gongyu spoke with a smile. Not to mention this trial assessment, he handled it easily, even participating in other reincarnation training in the future would pose almost no difficulty. With the Zhao family as his backing, becoming an S-level reincarnator was only a matter of time. In contrast, Ning Kaiwei, due to Shen Jiayu being the president of the Reincarnator Association, had very little help because of the strict requirements from the Reincarnation Hall. If she wasn't careful, dying in the reincarnation world could be caused by either a reincarnator or a native, and she wouldn't even know. You don't need to worry about this. Ning Kaiwei spoke calmly. She was very clear about Zhao Gongyu's target on her. It was only because he feared that if she successfully passed the assessment, she would become a stumbling block to profit. Congratulations to all trial participants, you have preliminarily completed the assessment of the Reincarnation Hall. At that moment, an ethereal mechanical voice echoed through the virtual square. All the students hurriedly looked up at the electronic screen, trying to find their names. Zhao Gongyu also looked over, but soon his gaze froze on the spot. Trial assessment first place. Ning Kaiwei? He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, stunned in place. Those glaring big characters towered over hundreds of thousands of assessment students, becoming the center of attention. Suddenly, the virtual square was filled with noisy chatter. Many students who had been excellent in the past changed their expressions. More people were completely unprepared to find out that this year's first place was actually an unknown person. Who is Ning Kaiwei? I've never heard of her. Wait, it seems she chose an A-level reincarnation world. With such a nearly certain deadly danger, she actually survived and even took first place in the trial? The square was restless, with many gazes sweeping around, trying to find the one named Ning Kaiwei. At this moment, Ning Kaiwei had already left the virtual square and was hurriedly walking out of the school gate. Outside, a crowd of people gathered, all eagerly waiting. When they saw their children coming out safe and sound, they all burst into tears of joy. Ning Kaiwei quickly spotted Shinjayu, who was smiling and waving at her. Mom! Ning Kaiwei ran over and jumped into her embrace. Chapter 12 Reactions from All Sides, Ancient Reincarnators? The trial assessment had ended, but the influence of the blood food realm was far from over. At this very moment, in a place extremely far from Kanglan Star, in the direction of the Imperial Star belonging to the entire Kanglan system, within an ancient residence, an elderly man with white hair was leisurely brewing tea by the fire. Suddenly, a hurried shout broke the calm as a woman in white rushed in. Blood Ancestor, something's wrong. The bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall has changed. The elderly man, known as the Blood Ancestor, frowned immediately. What's the hurry? Just tell me slowly. The bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall changed almost every few years. Occasionally, other reincarnators brought back formidable bloodlines from the reincarnation world, but it never posed any threat to their ancestral bloodline. Our bloodline has been pushed to the third position. The woman in white's words made the Blood Ancestor freeze in his movements, tea spraying from his mouth. What did you say? He looked on in disbelief. The ancestral bloodline of the Blood Clan was an S-level bloodline. It hadn't appeared in the last few hundred years, let alone being relegated to second place by the Reincarnation Hall. Blood Ancestor, you should go see for yourself. The woman in white's face was grim. After saying that, the Blood Ancestor suddenly waved his large sleeve and connected his consciousness to the wisdom goddess of the Reincarnation Hall. In a moment, he found himself in a virtual cosmic space. At this moment, numerous reincarnators had already gathered around. They came from various life planets of the Federation, looking at the lineage ranking hanging above them with different expressions. And the Blood Ancestor's gaze was tightly fixed on the second ranked Witch 9 lineage. How can a mere zombie lineage push my bloodline down? Soon, he noticed that the newly appeared S-level lineage actually came from Kanglan Star. Wisdom Goddess, please contact the governor of Kanglan Star immediately. The Blood Ancestor said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with displeasure. Falling in rank meant that the rewards from the Reincarnation Hall would be greatly reduced. This was the biggest source of income for his entire family. And Kanglan Star was just a small life planet under the Imperial Star, with hardly any S-level reincarnators, and none particularly outstanding. I am contacting them for you, the mechanical voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed. After a moment, the virtual face of Fu Lingfeng appeared before him. Governor of Kanglan Star, I greet the Blood Ancestor of the Imperial Star. Fu Lingfeng seemed a bit nervous. He wasn't actually surprised by the Blood Ancestor's sudden contact. If he guessed correctly, this was definitely regarding the lineage ranking. As an ancient being residing in the Imperial Star, Fu Lingfeng still needed to show some respect. Is this person named Ning Kaiwei an S-level reincarnator? The Blood Ancestor asked softly. In his understanding, only S-level reincarnators could possibly bring back S-level bloodlines. However, he almost knew all the S-level reincarnators from Kanglan Star, yet he had never heard of Ning Kaiwei. She is not. Fu Lingfeng replied honestly. If she is not an S-level reincarnator, how did she bring back the S-level bloodline? Faced with the Blood Ancestor's questioning, Fu Lingfeng fell into silence. Some time ago, he too was puzzled about why the Wisdom Goddess would identify which Nine's bloodline as S-level, shaking the interests of several ancient families. This was granted to Ning Kaiwei by a powerful figure in the reincarnation world, so there were no issues in the process, and the identification result was also personally handled by the Wisdom Goddess, so the level is also fine. As these words fell, a strong discontent rose within the Blood Ancestor. Clearly, Fu Lingfeng was covering up something. If you don't say it, I'll figure it out myself. The virtual connection was cut off, and the Blood Ancestor raised his head again, looking at the lineage ranking above, lost in thought. On the other side, in the main hall of Kanglan Star's capital, Fu Lingfeng rubbed his temples and said to the Secretary General, apart from the instructions from the Reincarnation Hall, cut off all external contacts. From now on, no matter who seeks me, say I am busy. The Secretary General did not ask for a reason and immediately complied. After a moment, he tentatively asked, "Governor, should we summon Ning Kaiwei immediately?" Fu Lingfeng fell silent, seemingly hesitating. At the moment, he had yet to investigate Ning Qingxuan's identity. And in the reincarnation hall, he had found no record of Ning Qingxian. He seemed not to be a reincarnator, with an entirely blank file. There were likely two possibilities for this situation. The first is that Ning Qingxuan's file is a high-level secret of the reincarnation hall, and even as the governor of Kanglanstar, he may not have the right to view it. The second possibility is that Ning Qingxian is truly not a reincarnator, but an indigenous being from the blood food world, just like in his novels, being the Lord of Eternal Night. Moreover, many years ago, he descended into the Cosmic Alliance through the abyssal rift from the blood food world. The former possibility seems more likely, while the latter is extremely slim. After all, in today's era, it is very difficult for powerful beings from the various realms to come to their world without the reincarnation hall noticing. For now, do not act rashly. After pondering for a while, Fu Lingfeng decided it was better to avoid direct contact with Ning Kaiwei's family. The Secretary General spoke again. "Governor, do you think it is possible that this Ning Qingxian? Is he an ancient reincarnator?" As soon as these words fell, Fu Lingfeng was taken aback. Ancient reincarnators, unlike the current era, were the earliest batch to enter the reincarnation hall and the worlds beyond. They possessed the original powers of the reincarnation hall, allowing them to descend with their souls, meaning they could be reborn and become part of the natives. Many years ago, the Reincarnation Hall learned many powerful methods from these worlds using this approach. As a result, the Federation thrived, and by today, it has completed its interstellar expansion and conquered thousands of life planets. Undoubtedly, the contributions of the ancient reincarnators are extremely significant. If it weren't for them, there would be no Federation today. Based on the information Ning Qingxian currently had, it seemed astonishingly similar to the ancient reincarnators mentioned by the Secretary General. This matter still needs to be verified by the Reincarnation Hall. If he is indeed an ancient reincarnator, it indicates he has not just reincarnated into one world but possibly into other worlds as well. Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, recalling the events that happened in the blood food realm, still shocked inside. Even ancient reincarnators might not be able to achieve such an unfathomable level, right? To elevate a world clearly classified as A level to S level, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation since becoming the administrator of Kanglanstar. Understood, I will take my leave now. The Secretary General no longer disturbed him and exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 13, The S-Level Reincarnator of Kanglanstar. 2 days later. Bishui Homestead. 100,000 points? Ning Kaiwei looked dumbfounded at her account in the reincarnation space, where an extra 500,000 points had suddenly appeared. In addition, there was a note from the administrator of Kanglanstar, a reward for bringing back S-level bloodline. Shin Jaeyu smiled brightly and said, "What? Is it too little for you?" Although it can't compare to the million reward for the first place, the zombie ancestor, it's still a lot. And this is just a one-time reward. In the future, as long as someone from the entire Universe Alliance buys your bloodline with points, you'll get at least 5% of the points. Before long, you'll probably become a little rich woman. Shin Jiyu teased with gentle eyes. Ning Kaiwei quickly shook her head, filled with joy. "It's just that it's so much, I never even dreamed of having this many points in my account. If Dad knew, he would definitely be even happier since all these points are because of his hard work." By the way, hasn't Dad returned yet? When mentioning Ning Qingxian, Shin Jaeyu's mouth curled slightly, showing a hint of grievance. "I can't get in touch with him, the phone won't connect. If I had to guess, he must have run back to the mountains again to focus on writing." Shin Jaeyu wished she could pull Ning Qingxian out immediately to ask all her questions. Without an answer, he wouldn't allow her to get out of bed. At the same time, Shin Jaeyu felt somewhat complex and guilty inside. Due to work reasons, she often had to handle many affairs, and it seemed she had never really cared about Ning Qingxuan's dream of being a writer. She had never even read The Road to Redemption of the Corpse King. But now, was Ning Qingxuan's dream of being a writer close to coming true? She casually browsed the news on her phone and opened the Jiangnan City's news channel, which was almost entirely focused on events from the blood food realm. And The Road to Redemption of the Corpse King had skyrocketed in viewership. In just 2 days, forum experts had thoroughly analyzed the content and created a comprehensive strategy for the blood food realm based on this book. This meant that if the Reincarnation Hall released tasks related to the blood food realm again, anyone selected would significantly increase their chances of survival and obtaining fortune as long as they had the strategy. For a moment, Ning Qingxian became widely known, pursued by a group of fanatics. Various opinions and speculations exploded online. Some strange rumors unexpectedly emerged. They said Ning Qingxian was an ancient reincarnator, and what he wrote was the memory of his past life, which made Ning Qingxuan's identity even more mysterious. However, what puzzled Shin Jaeyu was that no one stopped these rumors. This was too unusual. As she was browsing the information, suddenly an important summons popped up. Shinjeyu squinted her eyes to take a look, and when she was able to see where it came from, her expression immediately changed. I have something to handle, don't wander around at home. After saying this to Ning Kaiwei, she hurriedly rushed out the door. Kanglan Star was very large, with thriving cities similar to Jiangnan City, there were thousands of them. Every city had a Reincarnators Association, which meant that Kanglan Star had a total of thousands of presidents. Above all the Reincarnators Associations, there was a higher-level department that was in charge, that was the Reincarnation Hall subchamber. This was second only to the capital of Kanglan Star, and Shinjeyu had the chance to touch upon it only when she was appointed president of the association years ago. For many years after, she couldn't even step a single foot into it. Being suddenly summoned by the higher-ups, Shinjeyu's first instinct was that it was probably related to Ning Qingxian. Half a day later, she arrived at the entrance of the subchamber. In front of her was a solemn, ancient building complex, exuding a deep, oppressive atmosphere, making her heart uneasy. Unable to foresee what would happen next, she took a deep breath and steeled herself to walk in. Guided by her memory, she knocked on the hall master's door. Come in. An old voice came through, calm and peaceful. Shinjeyu pushed the door open and saw the old hallmaster, who was already over 150 years old. Inside the hall, there was also a well-known elder and a young man. President of the Jiangnan City Reincarnators Association, I greet the hallmaster of Kanglan. Shinjeyu respectfully said, glancing at the elder beside her, her heart truly shaken. This face almost symbolized the entire reputation of Kanglan Star. His fame was ear-piercing. Everyone in Kanglan Star's reincarnators had heard of his deeds. He became famous at a young age, once bravely winning the top spot in Kanglan Star's college entrance examination, outperforming numerous geniuses from the past few decades, a legendary figure who became an S-rank reincarnator in just 50 years. He had gone through many extremely dangerous missions, completing more than 100 A-rank tasks and over 3 S-rank tasks with remarkable success. His name was Zhao Wanjun, one of the few S-rank figures in Kanglan Star, and even on the S-rank reincarnator leaderboard of the Reincarnation Hall, his name and record could be seen. Logically, he should have left Kanglan Star long ago for a better future in the Kanglan System's Imperial Star. But for some unknown reason, he had stayed in Kanglan Star for many years. No need for formalities. The reason I've called you today is for 2 matters, and let Zhao Wanjun speak to you about the first one. Although the old hallmaster was over 150 years old, his face had not many wrinkles, and instead, he looked quite young. He looked at Shinjeyu with a slightly bright gaze, changing from his usual cold and serious demeanor, a smile hanging on his lips. Shinjeyu was puzzled, only to see Zhao Wanjun grab the neck of the young man. My son, Zhao Gongyu, has repeatedly slandered Ning Kaiwei and brought her many troubles. As an elder, I have not taught him well, and today, I come to apologize to the president. Upon finishing, he used more strength in his hand, causing Zhao Gongyu to scream in pain. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, President Shin, a grown-up should not remember the mistakes of a child. Zhao Gongyu trembled all over, as his father usually doted on him so much, yet just because he spoke a few bad words about Ning Kaiwei, it led to Zhao Wanjun's furious wrath. Moreover, all his actions at school were thoroughly investigated. Today, in front of the hallmaster of Kanglan, he was made to apologize. Slander? Shinjeyu stared at Zhao Gongyu, her eyes slightly narrowed. Ning Kaiwei had indeed mentioned to her. A person named Zhao Gongyu seemed to be just a child who hadn't grown up, always causing some trouble. From Ning Kaiwei's tone, it was clear her daughter didn't take it to heart at all. You are exaggerating. Shinjeyu knew that today the old palace master was there to mediate, and regardless of whether there were gaps between her and the Zhao family, for the sake of the old palace master, everything would be written off. But in reality, she was more aware that it was because of Ning Qingshuan's matter that things were starting to ferment at the higher levels. This made Shinjeyu feel somewhat dazed, thinking it was incredibly unreal. Since when did the S-level reincarnators of Kanglan Star start explaining misunderstandings to her actively? Thank you. Zhao Wanjun seemed relieved as he lifted Zhao Gongyu, preparing to leave. After hesitating, he spoke again. Additionally, on behalf of the Zhao family, I would like to congratulate President Shin in advance. Chapter 14, Gathering of Powerful People, the Emperor Stars Yan Jia. Congratulations? What do you mean by that? Shinjeyu watched the father and son from the Zhao family walk away, not understanding the meaning of those words. But she saw the old palace master smile again and said, Zhao Wanjun has changed his mind and is about to set off for the Emperor Star of our star system. He will have a better future. Hearing that Zhao Wanjun was about to leave Kanglan Star, Shinjeyu's expression changed. For so many years, Zhao Wanjun was a trademark of Kanglan Star. With him around, Kanglan Star kept its face in front of the Federation. His sudden departure today came as a huge surprise, with no signs at all. Why? Shinjeyu instinctively asked. I don't know the specific situation very well. It is said that a certain major force from the Emperor Star has extended an olive branch to him. In short, it is definitely more promising than staying in Kanglan Star. This is his own choice. After he leaves, our Kanglan star will have one very good spot open. I had a chat with him and thought this opportunity should be given to you. The old palace master took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Shinjayu. After a pause, he continued, the Reincarnation Palace discovered an S-level reincarnation world 2 months ago, a martial arts world with quite unusual combat power levels. The resources are abundant, but the tasks are very simple. Currently, no reincarnators have entered, the information is internal, accessible only to people at my level. According to the Reincarnation Palace, there can be only one person from Kanglan Star to obtain the entry spot, and that person is you. You don't need to feel too much pressure, completing a few tasks casually is equivalent to further education. After listening to the old palace master's words, Shinjuyu couldn't help but show a bitter smile. She sighed, Palace Master, you think too highly of me. I am only at the A level, no matter how rich the resources of this reincarnation world are, it is still S level. Moreover, the conditions of the Reincarnation Palace are so harsh, and there is only one spot for Kanglan Star. That means most of the ones entering will be S-level reincarnators, and it's very possible that there will be those on the heavenly list. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that my qualifications truly do not reach that level. Shinjuyu politely declined. There is a rule for reincarnators, they must enter a reincarnation world at least once every 3 months, or at most every 2 years, or they would lose their identity as a reincarnator. As the president, she only needed to participate in tasks once every 2 years, and it was still an A-level task that wasn't difficult for her. To make her play in such high-end scenarios would be asking too much. You also said that this is an S-level reincarnation world, any good techniques learned from it would be a rare opportunity. You can't stay at A-level for your entire life, right? Only in the S-level reincarnation world can you have a chance to advance to S-level reincarnator. Moreover, it's also time for me to retire. I have a lot of faith in you, since you became president of Jiangnan City, your work attitude has been very serious, and your results are evident. In recent years, Jiangnan City has faced 6 invasions from foreign races and 14 abyss disasters, and you have always been on the front lines. I have all the records here. Once you return from the Central Plains, I will recommend you to the governor to take my position. The old hallmaster spoke slowly, as if he was certain that after throwing out this temptation, even if it meant climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire, Shinjuyu would give it a try. Take your position? Shinjuyu was stunned, her breath quickening on the spot. In the thousands of association presidents on Kanglan Star, only one was chosen every 100 years to become the Hall Master. Mastering the subordinate organizations of Kanglan Star, overseeing all reincarnators below S-class. Such power was something she never dared to dream of in her lifetime. Points, wealth, aristocracy, what did they mean in front of this position? Shinjuyu's heart began to struggle, she knew very well that it wasn't as simple as the old Hall Master said, completing a few tasks casually and then taking over the Hall Master position. It would definitely require making sufficient achievements and becoming an S-class reincarnator. Can I ask what difficulty star level is the Central Plains? The old Hall Master pointed to the document, the specific information is all in there. Currently, the Reincarnation Hall hasn't given a clear star level, but I estimate it won't be lower than 6 stars. You are both investigators and beneficiaries this time, and many are preparing to rush to S-class. So, you are not the only A-class. After hearing this, Shinjuyu remained silent for a moment. It was obvious that the only chance for her life to turn around was right before her. After a long while, she took a deep breath, her gaze becoming determined. Thank you, Hall Master. She tightly held the document and left the sub-hall. Time passed swiftly as Shinjuyu returned home, carefully reading the document and continuously understanding the structure of the Central Plains. The information provided by the Reincarnation Hall was minimal, mostly ambiguous, making it impossible to make an accurate judgment. Fortunately, Shinjuyu still extracted some content, which was quite helpful. Strangely, she blushed, hiding from Ning Kaiwei, and secretly searched at home for several days, collecting many drafts written by Ning Qingxian in the past, but did not find anything similar. What am I doing? Realizing, Shinjuyu felt quite ashamed. 2 days later, she received news from the Reincarnation Hall. Mom is going on a business trip these days, you can stay at Anlin's house. Shinjuyu packed all her things and said to Ning Kaiwei. Mom, you can use my account freely, buy whatever you want, no need to save for me. Ning Kaiwei did not ask, Shinjuyu had always been busy since she was young, often going out to solve problems in Jiangnan City, mostly related to alien races and abyss disasters. You said this yourself, if you use it all up, don't blame me. Shinjuyu smiled knowingly, pinching Ning Kaiwei's face, and then walked out the door. Requesting connection to the goddess of wisdom. With a thought conveyed, Shinjuyu's figure immediately disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she was already standing in the virtual square, beneath her feet was the vast outline of Kanglan Star, and countless stars were dotted in the sky. A-class reincarnator Shinjuyu of Kanglan Star has joined. A cold, mechanical voice echoed into space, and a few people stood scattered in the square, all casting glances at the newly arrived Shinjuyu. Once they heard that she was only A-class, no one paid attention to her anymore. Shinjuyu glanced around and found that there were only 32 attendees at the moment, divided into several dozen factions. Am I the only one acting alone? Shinjuyu pursed her lips slightly, which meant her journey would be even more difficult, and she had to constantly guard against other reincarnators. S-class reincarnator Yen Jia from Kanglan system has joined. The voice sounded again, instantly drawing all eyes to Yen Jia. Their pupils contracted violently, their bodies stiffened, and their breaths suddenly halted. Yen Jia actually came? Even though I anticipated that a reincarnator from the heavenly ranking would likely appear this time, I didn't expect it to be Yen Jia. It seems that 2 months ago, he had just broken through an S-class reincarnation world, and he doesn't even need a break? Everyone in the virtual plaza looked at the figure sent by the goddess of wisdom. Tall and slender, with distinct facial features, wearing a long black robe. A heavy pressure surrounded him, carrying multiple S-class reincarnation treasures, including cultivation techniques, and a strong, dangerous aura made everyone's hairs stand on end. Shinjuyu also turned pale. Although she had never seen Yen Jia, she had heard some news about the Kanglan system's Imperial Star. He is a genuine top-tier powerhouse on the heavenly ranking. The heavenly ranking is created by the Reincarnation Hall, categorizing the levels of federal S-class reincarnators. There are a total of 3,000 spots, and those on the list receive points rewards from the Reincarnation Hall every month. Looking at Kanglan Star, only Zhao Wanjun is on the list. And Yen Jia has occupied a high position for many years, never falling out of the top 100 on the heavenly ranking. Each time he enters the reincarnation world, he completes tasks with extremely brutal methods, spreading a fearsome reputation among many reincarnators. It is said that as long as the Reincarnation Hall hasn't issued a command prohibiting killing each other in the reincarnation world, he might even take action against others. This is one reason why everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing him today. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator Yu Yunxian has joined. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator Ding Xiu has joined. Following several voices, 3 more figures appeared beside Yen Jia. Everyone's faces turned pale again, their eyes beginning to show fear, and they stepped back a few paces. Yen Jia's henchmen are all here. These are all guys on the heavenly ranking. Yu Yunxian, ranked 436 on the heavenly ranking. Ding Xiu, ranked 159. A 4-person team. Are they going to tear through the reincarnation world again? Witnessing this scene, Shinjuyu was overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. Fighting alone, it would be very hard to have any chance of gaining fortune in the Central Plains. As Yen Jia scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, whispers quickly faded away. He suddenly locked onto Shinjuyu and walked over. Who are you? Did Zhao Wanjun give his spot to you? Yen Jia's words were cold, almost examining as he looked at Shinjuyu. The intense pressure from Yen Jia made Shinjuyu feel somewhat breathless. He has already gone to the Imperial Star, so I came to take his spot. Upon hearing this, Yen Jia's eyes glinted with icy coldness before revealing a trace of deep regret. You are quite fortunate. If you survive and come back, you may as well tell him that he can avoid the 1st but not the 15th. If I meet him again, even on the Imperial Star, no one can keep his head. Shinjuyu frowned slightly. Seeing this situation, it seemed that Zhao Wanjun and this top 100 S-class reincarnator had quite an unpleasant past. On the other side, Yu Yunxian also approached, sizing up Shinjuyu and saying with a sly smile. This girl is also from Kanglan Star, right? It's too bad. Kanglan Star was the mother star of the Kanglan system many years ago, but later it became resource poor, and top talents moved away. You have good potential. Perhaps you will have a chance to develop on the Imperial Star in the future, so you must live well in this reincarnation world. Faced with that smiley face, Shinjuyu felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back. She was unwilling to deal with these people, not even wanting to say another word, preferring to stay as far away as possible in the Central Plains. Another person from the heavenly ranking has arrived. Yen Jia's 3rd henchman Ding Xiu suddenly spoke in a low voice. He glanced at the empty spot in the virtual plaza, as if sensing the distortion in space. Sure enough, the voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded again. Kanglan System Imperial Star S-Class Reincarnator Chen Yuning has joined. Kanglan System Empire Star A-Class Reincarnator Shi Yu is joined. 3 figures stepped out of the space. 1 S-Class, 2 A-Class. Upon hearing Chen Yunyan's name, everyone's expressions changed, including Yen Jia and several of his followers, their eyes filled with malice. Chen Yunyan, the unparalleled genius of Kanglan Star a century ago? Shinjiyu's heart shook, quickly glancing over. The leading figure wore a white robe, had black hair down to her shoulders, and her skin was snow white, showing no flaws. Her gaze was cold and ruthless, and the 2 A-class reincarnators beside her seemed to barely touch on the S-class level. This is a senior from Kanglan Star, the number 1 a century ago, now ranking 95 on the S-class leaderboard. Shinjuyu muttered to herself, truly not expecting that just in the scope of Kanglan, there were already 2 strong ones in the top 100 of the leaderboard, not to mention others from the Federation. The Central Plains will likely be stirred up into a bloody storm by them. Mr. Yu, please keep your distance from the girl from Kanglan Star. Chen Yunyan walked over slowly, exuding a powerful aura. Yu Yunchuan's face turned cold, saying nothing. Yan Jia merely glanced at her, then withdrew his gaze. Chen Yunyan walked directly to Shinjeyu, her expression gentle. It's been many years since I met someone from my hometown. My name is Chen Yunyan, you should know who I am. If you need help entering the reincarnation world this time, feel free to ask. Seeing Shinjeyu, Chen Yunyang felt particularly warm. This sentence felt more like a warning to everyone present, that this person is under her protection. Thank you, senior. Shinjeyu felt quite grateful internally, regardless of whether Chen Yunyang would really help her or not, just the fact that she said this was enough. Kanglan system members are now all in position. Please note, about to enter the S-Class Reincarnation World, Central Plains. You can choose the following tasks. 1. Survive for 100 days. 2. Bring back 3 kinds of identified S-Class cultivation methods, weapons, rare elixirs, or herbal seeds. 3. Investigate the complete history of the Central Plains for the past 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, and 500 years, along with the secrets of the human world. 4. Complete the assassination list. A series of cold mechanical voices echoed throughout the space. Everyone listened attentively. The first few tasks were relatively easy, but the difficulty increased significantly the further back they went. This determined their personal achievements and the extent of rewards they could gain. After listening, Shinjeyu pondered. At present, it seemed she needed to complete at least 3 tasks to be promoted to an S-Class Reincarnator and achieve considerable results. Countdown in progress, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Chapter 16, The Master of Rebirth, The Legend of the Demon Path. In the Central Plains, at the Baiyue Mountain Manor. Ancient buildings were built on the cliffs, waterfalls flowed, and sometimes clouds and cranes cried, making the whole manor feel peaceful. At this moment, in the top floor loft, a young man in a black robe sat quietly. He calmly swayed the teacup in his hand, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the clouds on the horizon, able to overlook the distant peaks from this angle. Outside the loft, many people in brocade stood. The robes danced in the wind, revealing a lotus pattern, emanating a cold aura. After 3 rounds of tea, a team finally appeared outside the manor. They were escorting a disheveled old man, kneeling outside the loft in unison. Subordinates salute the master, may the master be safe. Ning Qingxuan's gesture of shaking the teacup paused slightly. He did not turn around, and a faint glow flickered in his eyes. Master Li, you have made me wait in great hardship. The leader of the team broke into a cold sweat, quickly explaining. Reporting to the master, there was a slight accident on the way back with the dry-bone old demon, nearly letting him escape. It was only after great effort that I managed to suppress him again, taking some time. Please forgive me, master. Master Li's forehead dripped with fine beads of sweat, completely afraid to lift his head to glance at the figure in the loft. The invisible pressure enveloping him made his inner energy solidify, as if his dantian was about to be frozen. Ning Qingxuan set down the teacup and did not pursue Li Zhuangju's question. He glanced sideways at the old magic skeleton who was brought over, confirming that this was the person he had been searching for over 10 years. After 10 years, you still won't let me go. The old magic skeleton stared intensely at Ning Qingxuan's back, trying to see the true face of this leader of the rebirth sect. 10 years ago, he had just emerged from his closed-door meditation. He heard rumors from the outside world about the reputation of the rebirth sect leader. Some said he was an extremely rare prodigy in recent years on the Central Plains, mastering terrifying magical powers that surpassed all young generations of the 3 teachings and 9 sects of 16 kingdoms. He was said to be ruthless, cold-hearted. Others said he was a heaven-sent holy son, possessing extraordinary comprehension and creating numerous magical skills and techniques, even independently founding a complete cultivation path. The rumors were strange, almost mythical. As for him, he was the respected leader of the skeleton sect, a leader with hundreds of years of demonic lineage on the Central Plains. But after closing himself off for several decades, had the world outside changed so drastically? At that time, when he saw someone from the rebirth sect wandering in the city, he killed him without a second thought. Little did he expect that 3 days later, 100,000 followers of the rebirth sect would surround the skeleton sect, leaving not even a fly able to escape, wiping out the entire skeleton sect in just half a day. Under the attack of the 4 law guardians of the rebirth sect, he exhausted all his treasures and genuine energy, and could only escape helplessly. Thus began his 10 years of fleeing. The vast Central Plains were so high and far, hard to view its edges, yet he couldn't find a place to take shelter. For 10 years, he was haunted by nightmares. Almost every night he would dream of the horrifying scene at the skeleton sect. To escape his plight, he had no choice but to come to the Baimoon Villa. However, he never expected that the Baimon Villa, which was on par with the Skeleton Sex Foundation, had long secretly pledged allegiance to the Rebirth sect. Li Zhuangju set a trap, leading to the current scene. You killed 2 of my beloved disciples, how could I let you go? No matter where you escape to, whether alive or dead, I must have your ashes. Ning Qingxuan finally stood up and walked slowly to the old magic skeleton, his eyes surrounded by a cold light. Die for me. As Ning Qingxuan approached within 3 steps, the old magic skeleton suddenly went crazy, unleashing an astonishing force of genuine energy, breaking free from Li Zhuangju's suppression. A wisp of demonic energy gathered and swirled around his fingertips, stabbing fiercely towards Ning Qingxuan's brow. Leader! Li Zhuangju was horrified, his heart almost stopping. Boom! A loud sound echoed, shaking the villa. The old magic skeleton's fingertip halted 3 inches away from Ning Qingxuan's brow, unable to advance any further. He looked at Ning Qingxuan's calm face, his pupils trembling in disbelief, then a bitter smile appeared on his lips, and an infinite sorrow and despair surged within. I closed myself off for 30 years to reach the heaven and human realm, thinking I was 1 below 1,000 above in the central plains, fearing only Wang Xianran by 3 points, yet I can't even break your protective aura. Ning Qingxuan gently raised his hand, gathering power in his palm, resting it atop the old magic skeleton's head, causing his meridians to shatter and dantian to break, the foundation of his heaven and human realm energy collapsing. With a thud, the old magic skeleton lay on the ground with wide-open eyes that would not close, devoid of life. Leader! I had no knowledge of this matter. On the side, Li Zhuangju was terrified to the bone, kneeling down. He could not comprehend why the old magic skeleton, who had clearly been suppressed, suddenly unleashed such powerful strength. Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist before him. Your seal was useless against him, you were never his match. He was captured. Just to kill me. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuangju felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Could it be that from the very beginning, Ning Qingxian saw through the charade of the withered bone old demon? Moreover, that earlier strike from the withered bone old demon, if it had been aimed at him, he would probably have died on the spot. Yet, Ning Qingxian hadn't moved an inch or lifted a finger, just his protective aura easily neutralized the attack. With another wave of his hand, the withered bone old demon was already dead. What level of power was this? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Li Zhuangju was terrified, desperately bowing his head. Ning Qingxian didn't even glance at him and turned to enter the palanquin beside the pavilion. The coachman quietly spoke outside the palanquin, Master, the 4th Guardian has sent word that strange people have appeared in the Central Plains recently. They don't know where they came from, but their strength is formidable, visiting various sects, demanding scriptures and manuals. If any sect refuses, they will face brutal killings, and their treasure vaults will be looted clean. I have instructed the 4th Guardian to keep a close watch. What concerns me is that these people might find our Wangxing Church's location, as our members are weak. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian sat in the palanquin, unable to help but furrow his brow slightly. A group of extremely powerful yet strange people? In the vast Central Plains, he had already explored most hidden forces, could they possibly come from outside? Let's observe for a while and then return to the church, Ning Qingxian instructed. Understood, the coachman replied. The palanquin soared into the sky, with hundreds of Wangxing Church experts stepping onto the air to leave. Li Zhuangju knelt on the ground, never once raising his head. Across the entire Baiwa mountain villa, resounding shouts filled the air. We see off the master, may the master be at peace. The voices echoed into the clouds, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Chapter 17, The Great Work Must Not Be Destroyed. Wangxing Church, by the banks of Wangxing River. Ning Qingxian sat in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Reflecting on the journey through the Central Plains, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. It has been 25 years. With a slight movement of thought, a line of text appeared before him. This time developing life talents, max level comprehension, sword embryo sacred body. Remaining time for current material collection, 75 years. In another 75 years, he could complete this great work and gain all corresponding powers. Since first coming into contact with the life development system to today, he had completed various journeys, creating multiple great works. He had developed the life of a warlord from the Snow Country, as well as the life of a street gang leader from the Middle Ages, ultimately creating an empire of an everlasting sun. Even the life of the zombie clan in a post-apocalyptic world, supporting humans of the old era and slaying ancestors, they revered him as the Lord of Eternal Night. These life experiences had accumulated to 400 years. But in reality, in the Universe Alliance, he was less than 30 years old. This often made his eyes contain a depth of age. However, what he never expected was that the Rothschild Empire he developed many years ago was exactly the same as the Reincarnation Hall's reincarnation world. In that moment, he realized that he had truly been reborn, with the only difference being the flow rate of time. Master! A voice from outside the courtyard interrupted Ning Qingxuan's thoughts. The coachman respectfully spoke, "The master of Tianyi Cave wishes to see you. Come in." Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. The incoming person wore a white robe, and due to his high position over the years, emanated an invisible air of authority. Though his hair had begun to turn gray, it couldn't hide the heroic contours of his face. But at this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot and dimness. "I have met the master of Wanqing Church." He bowed towards the courtyard. "What is the matter?" Ning Qingxian asked. The master of Tianyi Cave remained silent for a moment, his body slightly trembling, as if recalling events that had happened to himself, his voice unexpectedly choked with emotion. "I have come today to request the master of Wanqing Church to come out and eliminate the foreign invaders in the Central Plains." Ning Qingxian couldn't help but feel surprised. In his memory, the master of Tianyi Cave was so proud. Now it is filled with sorrow and anger, even a kind of desperate helplessness. It is obvious that the strange group mentioned by the coachman has struck at Tianyi Cave. I remember that the cave master is at the early stage of the celestial being, a well-known strong figure in the Central Plains, with more than 10,000 disciples in the cave. What kind of powerful enemy has forced you to this extent? Faced with Ning Qingxuan's question, the master of Tianyi Cave had a complex expression, his eyes showing a hint of lingering fear, as he took out several scrolls from his bosom. "It is not that I am not their match, but the visitors' cultivation system is extremely strange, and the magical weapons they used are things I have never seen in my life. Please look at this pitch-black metal artifact. The chief elder of my academy at the Grandmaster level was instantly killed by it." After speaking, the coachman took one of the scrolls into the courtyard and handed it to Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian casually glanced at it and couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The so-called pitch-black metal artifact had a long barrel and grip. Ning Qingxian showed a strange expression. "Barret? Or the hunting god version of Barret that has been finely modified and enchanted multiple times?" He remembered that Xin Zheyu had said that this kind of Barret had terrifying lethality, equipped with explosive bullets, with a range of over 10 kilometers, capable of instantly exploding a small mountain. To use it, one needs to spend points to purchase. One explosive bullet is worth 10,000 points. Those who can afford the hunting god version of Barret are either S-class reincarnators or people from extremely affluent families. Ning Qingxian immediately understood what was happening in the Central Plains. The master of Tianyi Cave spoke again. "Please take a look. This is also a monster I have never seen before. It is indeed invulnerable to knives and guns, with immense strength, and although there is no true energy fluctuation, it can fly and burrow into the earth." The coachman handed over another scroll, which depicted a fierce-looking monster with huge fangs and red pupils. "Zombie." Ning Qingxian pondered. He did not know what level of zombie this was, but if it was a zombie king, then indeed, the master of Tianyi Cave would not be able to contend with it. The Reincarnator who tames and controls the zombie king must also be S-class and one of the top experts among the S-class. Both scrolls revealed one message. The Reincarnators descending upon the Central Plains are of a very high level, mostly S-class or above. I have dispatched the 4 guardians to investigate, and if there is an opportunity, I will recover your Tianyi Cave. Ning Qingxian contemplated for a while before responding. The master of Tianyi Cave was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with excitement. The 4 guardians of the Lifeless Church had inherited deep teachings from this young master and had entered the late stage of the celestial being several years ago, being the pinnacle experts in the Central Plains. It is said that 10 years ago, the 4 guardians besieged the withered bone old demon, forcing the old demon to escape for a full 10 years. It should be noted that the withered bone old demon was a notorious giant, and even many righteous sects in the Central Plains could do nothing against him. "Thank you, master. Your kindness will never be forgotten by the elders and disciples of Tianyi Cave." The master of Tianyi Cave expressed his gratitude, and the coachman led him out of the courtyard. Ning Qingxian quietly waited for a long time. Finally, the space slightly distorted, and a woman in a blue shirt stepped out from the space. This girl had a delicate appearance, exquisite features, and shoulder-length black hair, looking only about 15 or 16 years old. She knelt down on one knee to Ning Qingxian. "Master, did you call for me?" Ning Qingxian nodded slightly, looking at his beloved disciple Jiang Qinggu with a somewhat complex gaze. "I have avenged the enmity of your 2 junior brothers. From now on, focus on your cultivation. Also, you just exited seclusion and might not be familiar with the martial king realm I opened for you. There is a good opportunity for experience right now." He handed the 2 scrolls in his hand to Jiang Qinggu. Jiang Qinggu received the scroll, and upon hearing that her younger brother's grievances had been avenged, tears uncontrollably sparkled at the corners of her eyes. But soon, it turned cold again. "Looking at the things on the painting, I couldn't help but feel some confusion. Master, what is this?" A pitch-black metal object, a terrifying and hideous monster. The painting was vivid, belonging to something I had never seen before. Ning Qingxian paused and replied, "I am not quite sure either. Recently, a large number of foreign people have emerged in the Central Plain, and I don't know where they came from. Their style of action is quite cruel. So far, many forces in the Central Plain have been affected. You need to discern carefully, do not kill the innocent wantonly, but when it is time to strike, do not hesitate. Jiang Qingwu clasped her hands. Disciple will faithfully follow master's teachings. Holding the painting, she took a step forward and disappeared into the vast sky. Ning Qingxian took a sip of tea, murmuring to himself, this hard-earned masterpiece cannot be ruined, this one must be signed. Chapter 18, possibly S+++? On the other side, Xin Zhiyu and Chen Yunyang, along with a few others, had arrived at a grand, ancient temple. Xin Zhiyu looked at the stone tablet at the foot of the mountain, amazed by the engraved name. Jingguang Temple, a first-rate righteous sect in the Central Plain, has a legacy of 300 years. After 4 generations of temple heads, each head has been at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, standing among the top figures in the Central Plain. The current head, who is said to be quite young, is already at mid-stage celestial realm. It is rumored that he may step into the late stage of the celestial realm before turning 40. Chen Yunyang gazed at the mountain gate ahead, speaking softly, her eyes revealing traces of awe. The few had been in the Central Plain for some time. Through their understanding, they found that the description of the Central Plain and the Cycle Hall was basically accurate. This is a world of martial arts supremacy, where the realm system has been inherited to the present, and is said to have a long history, hard to trace. The path of martial arts begins with body refinement, progressing to master, grandmaster, and celestial. There are 4 major realms, and the gap in strength between each realm is like a chasm. Since ancient times, anyone who can step into the Grandmaster realm is undoubtedly a talent among talents. Looking at the celestial realm, it is even rarer, sufficient to establish a sect and leave behind one's own legacy. The young head of Jingguang Temple ahead is said to be one of the 10 talents of the current generation, fully in control of the entire Jingguang Temple, with all the secret manuals at his disposal. His future is boundless. They came today naturally to seek divine skills. The few exchanged glances, not wanting to delay any longer, and began to ascend the mountain to pay a visit. Moments later, Chen Yunyang paused outside the mountain gate and shouted loudly. Junior Chen Yunyang requests to see the head of the temple. In the large square of Jingguang Temple, only a sweeping monk could be seen. As the voice echoed, a strong and powerful divine sense swept over from the top of the treasure pavilion, landing on Chen Yunyang and the other reincarnators. The secrets of Jingguang Temple are never disclosed, especially to foreign people. The heavenly voice resounded, and a wave of righteous energy swept across the square, shocking Xin Zhiyu and the other A-level reincarnators, making their faces turn red immediately. Only Chen Yunyang remained unaffected. She understood that Yanjie and the other reincarnators' actions had already made Jingguang Temple on high alert. She did not give up, her eyes showing determination as she spoke. Junior is willing to exchange valuable items, just to meet the head of the temple. If the head is not interested in what Junior has, I will leave immediately. After her words fell, there was silence at the top of the treasure pavilion for a moment. Then, a roaring sound came from the long sky, and a young figure stepped forward. He looked at Xin Zhiyu and Chen Yunyang, his expression slightly softening. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. He could discern the difference between them and Yanjie with a single glance. Elder, please look. Without delay, Chen Yunyang took out a shining golden object from her reincarnation space. The gaze of the head of Jingguang Temple was instantly attracted, and even the sweeping monk's movement paused slightly. Xin Zhiyu could feel that countless hidden gazes emerged from all directions around Jingguang Temple. Is this a relic? The head of the courtyard was suddenly stirred. Relics in Buddhism are sacred objects. Anyone from the Buddhist sect who sees this kind of thing cannot help but be moved. Chen Yunyang smiled and said, "This is a tongue relic. Years ago, a great monk from the Buddhist sect passed away, and it was born from his meditation. By chance, I found his meditation place." The head of the courtyard's expression became serious. "Where are you from? Are there also high monks from the Buddhist sect in your place?" Chen Yunyang nodded earnestly. "We come from the western region, and indeed there are many high monks from the Buddhist sect." Beside her, Xin Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle. This was certainly something Chen Yunyang obtained from another reincarnation world, but the beliefs of the Buddhist sect across different universes were almost no different. So this relic was extremely attractive to the head of the Golden Light Temple. "This item, can it be exchanged for the Golden Light Temple's prajna skill?" Chen Yunyang asked again. She had learned about the unique divine skill of the Golden Light Temple on the way here. In the outside world, it was rumored that the prajna skill was one of the top 10 divine skills of the Central Plains. "You actually dare to covet our temple's unique divine skill?" The head of the courtyard's eyes, filled with desire, instantly turned rational and cold. Chen Yunyang did not waste words. She rolled her hand, and before everyone's eyes, one relic transformed into 3. The head of the courtyard was stunned for a moment, and his gaze became fervent, even his breathing grew heavier. "Alright then, our temple's unique divine skill is not something everyone can learn, giving it to you is no trouble." He hesitated, gritted his teeth for a moment, and finally waved his sleeve, tossing an ancient book to Chen Yunyang before immediately taking the 3 relics. Chen Yunyang was overjoyed and immediately began to upload the prajna skill. In front of her, the words of the reincarnation hall quickly emerged. Identifying item. Cultivation secret, Golden Light Temple's Prajna skill. Identification complete, the secret is real and effective. Identification rating, S level. Seeing this scene, Chen Yunyang once again wore a smile, feeling relieved in her heart. Looking at the two companions she brought with her in Shinjayu, she thought for a moment and said to the head of the Golden Light Temple, "We have some other Buddhist sacred objects, I wonder if the head is willing to." "Sure." The head of the courtyard carefully stored away the 3 relics, not waiting for Chen Yunyang to finish speaking, and immediately agreed. However, it can only be non-Golden Light Temple cultivation secrets. He suddenly recalled that he had another set of secret skills gifted by someone else that he could not use at all. "What is it?" Chen Yunyang asked. "A set of demonic skills." The head of the courtyard replied. "Demonic skills?" The few of them exchanged glances, all furrowing their brows. If it were demonic skills, there must be drawbacks. The value and effectiveness were far from the reputable Golden Light Temple secrets. "Who wants it?" Chen Yunyang looked at the 2 A-level reincarnators. "I don't want it. I don't want to cultivate into an ugly person either." Both decisively refused without any hesitation. Chen Yunyang sighed, she could only take out more precious items to exchange for the Golden Light Temple's secrets. As a senior, this time bringing her 2 companions was a mission of sorts, at least to help them upgrade to S level. Can I have it?" Suddenly, Shinjayu asked quietly. Chen Yunyang turned in surprise and then smiled, "Of course, but it's a demonic skill. You might not be able to cultivate it by yourself." Shinjayu smiled bitterly, but at least it's a set of secrets. She currently had no gains, and since they were here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. After the trade was completed, she also started to upload. Identifying. After waiting for a while, there was no response. "How is it?" Chen Yunyang asked. Shinjiyu shook her head, her eyes dim. "It's okay, we still have plenty of time, we can find others." Chen Yunyang comforted. The other 2 A-level reincarnators also sighed. "Sorry, wasted your things." Shinjiyu bowed her head. "What's this?" "I have plenty of treasures." Chen Yunyang smiled. Identification complete. The secret is real and effective. Demonic skill secret, Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. Evaluating level. Huh? Shinjiyu looked in amazement at the description text that appeared in front of her. There's a reaction. She was emotionally excited. The few people exchanged glances, feeling just as happy for Shinjayu. Level assessment completed. Level, suspected S+++? Shinjayu was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Yuning. "S Senior, are you sure you want to give me this magic skill?" Chapter 19, Who in the World is the Most Invincible? The voice came out from her throat, trembling with an uncontainable shiver. Shinjiyu even breathed heavily, her eyes filled with a red hue. "Of course, I, Chen Yuning, am not so stingy. Since I said it is a gift for you, I will never go back on my word." Chen Yuning looked at Shinjiyu and felt somewhat amused. It was apparent that this magic skill held some value for A-level Shinjiyu, but for herself, it was of minimal use. "Just take it, and besides, the assessment is complete, so there's no turning back now." Another A-level reincarnator, Shiryu, also chimed in cheerfully. She had a good impression of Shinjayu, who was neither humble nor arrogant, and came from a mother planet abandoned by the high-ups of the Kanglan system, which was said to have been a resource-scarce life planet many years ago. This, in turn, added a layer of poverty to Shinjiyu that made her seem pitiable. But. Shinjiyu stumbled over her words, feeling completely confused upon seeing the description of the reincarnation hall. This magic skill has been rated as S level, but there are still 3+ signs after it. She swallowed hard and whispered. "Isn't that good? As long as it's S level, ah?" "Wait, what did you say?" Chen Yuning's laughter suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened, her whole body stunned as if struck by lightning. The 2 A-level reincarnators also gasped, their expressions completely frozen. "I have never encountered an S-level item with plus signs, what does that even mean?" Shinjiyu's lips trembled. As the president of the Jiangnan City's Reincarnator Association on Kanglan Star, she usually only dealt with A-level items, and had only seen S-level items twice. Both times were when she looked enviously at her companions who were overjoyed laughing. Now, the person who had received the S-level item had long left Kanglan Star for the Kanglan Imperial Star. Their identities and statuses, including power, were already worlds apart. Moments ago, she was still her former self, only revealing envious eyes. Moments later, this indescribable joy unexpectedly fell upon her head. Chen Yuning, lost in thought, murmured back, plus signs only exist within S levels, representing multiple values of S level. 1 plus sign represents double value, 3 plus signs represent triple value. Sister Jiyu, are you really not mistaken? Not to mention Shinjayu, even she had very rarely seen S-level items with plus signs. She found it hard to believe that this magic skill, obtained at a minimal cost, actually far exceeded the value of the Brahma God skill by 3 times. I did not make a mistake. Shinjayu was certain, the description from the reincarnation hall still clearly appeared before her. With 2 gulps, she heard the sound of 2 people swallowing. The other 2 A-level reincarnators exchanged glances, both revealing expressions as if they thought the other was foolish. An S+++ level magic skill was slipping away just like that. Chen Yuning took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure from the chaos and shock. She walked towards the head of the Golden Light Temple again. Is there any more of that magic skill from earlier? Chen Yuning tried to restrain her emotions, but the head of the Golden Light Temple still captured a strong desire on her face. This magic skill was given to me by my best friend in my youth. There is only this one copy. I originally thought he would join me in the Golden Light Temple, but I never expected he would ultimately walk the path of demons. The young head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head, a hint of reminiscence appearing on his face. Recalling that time, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Dare I ask who this person is? Chen Yuning asked urgently. Shinjayu and 2 other A-level reincarnators stepped forward, their eyes bright and filled with anticipation as they looked at the head of the Golden Light Temple. The current giant of the Devil Path, the leader of the Rebirth sect. He did not hide anything, for who in the Central Plains did not know the illustrious name of the leader of the Rebirth sect? Any of these few could have learned about the achievements of the sect leader with a bit of inquiry. Something seems off. Since you knew him when he was young and gave him this set of devil skills, did he join the Devil Path back then? Chen Yuning was suspicious, feeling that there was a logical problem. The value far exceeded the Brahma divine skill. This must be the top martial arts passed down for centuries by the Rebirth sect. How could it easily be obtained by a young man? And given away so easily? The head of the Golden Light Temple couldn't help but smile, raising his head to look at the vast sky, feeling waves of emotion surge within him. Not so. You do not know, although we met when we were young, at that time, he was already famous in the Central Plains, showcasing a talent that made all the young prodigies look up to him in awe. This set of devil skills was created by him in his youth, combining the common martial arts of the Central Plains and achieving enlightenment. To express his friendship, he gifted it to me at that time. As these words fell, a tremendous wave surged in Chen Yuning's mind, and Shinjayu also looked on in disbelief. The devil skills rated S+++ by the Reincarnation Hall were actually just insights from the young leader of the Rebirth sect? It's called devil skills, but it's really just a difference in sect systems. In the Central Plains, many ancient sects like to claim that they are righteous paths, while my friend's style of doing things is very different. He doesn't care about the world's views. Even when called a great devil for a period, it didn't affect his belief in pursuing the ultimate martial path. The head of the Golden Light Temple spoke, his tone filled with deep admiration. Without thinking, Chen Yuning quickly asked, "Can you tell me where the Rebirth sect's mountain gate is? I want to meet that leader." At this moment, she had already cast aside all negative connotations related to devil skills, the devil path, and great devils. Her only thought was to seek S+++. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. You cannot meet him. Chen Yuning was stunned. Why? Do you think a giant of the Devil Path in the Central Plains, commanding hundreds of thousands of devil disciples, already a legendary figure on Earth, is someone you can just meet? Especially being from another realm, as a poor monk advises you, do not probe. You might die before you even find the mountain gate. The head of the Golden Light Temple spoke kindly, aware that Chen Yuning and Shinjayu were both earnest seekers of knowledge who did not wish for any innocent demise. This. Chen Yuning was stunned, and Shinjayu's expression changed as well. Is it true? A legendary figure on Earth in the Central Plains? Since he was a close friend of the temple head when young, he should still be very young now, yet he is crowned with legendary fame? Head, a group of uninvited guests has come down the mountain. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the head of the Golden Light Temple. His gaze instantly turned sharp as he looked toward the plaza outside the mountain gate. Golden Light Temple. Truly a wonderful place. A familiar voice echoed from outside the plaza, instantly darkening Chen Yuning's expression. The group turned around to see Yan Jie accompanied by 3 followers, including Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu, emerging at the end of the corridor. Yan Jie spotted Chen Yuning but chose to ignore her. Instead, his indifferent gaze fell on the head of the Golden Light Temple. Please send out the strongest person here. I have limited time and need to rush to the next place. Yan Jie spoke calmly, with an undeniable tone. Chen Yuning coldly shouted, Yan Jie, you are too arrogant. This is the holy land of the Buddhist sect in the Central Plains. If you take action here, you will surely be hunted down by all the righteous factions. Yan Jie felt no ripple in his heart, not paying her words any mind. A mere righteous faction, what does that count? I have already slaughtered 2 factions of the notorious demon sect. Additionally, let me give you a piece of advice: if you continue to trade like this, the end result will be nothing achieved. You should also understand that this time coming to the Central Plains, we are not the only ones here. Are you ready to watch high-level resources be taken away by Xing Wushuang? At this remark, Chen Yuning's heart suddenly tightened. Xing Wushuang? The 49th on the heaven ranking? How could this guy actually came too? The A-level Reincarnator Shiryu showed signs of fear in her eyes, clearly having a deep inner shadow regarding Xing Wushuang's name. Who is Xing Wushuang? Shin Zheyu asked in confusion, as this didn't seem to be a reincarnator from the Kanglan sect. Shiryu quietly explained, one of the top 100 on the S-level heaven ranking, ranked 49th. Once achieving this rank, often no one can shake it for years, even decades. His most famous reincarnation task was when he single-handedly entered an S-level bizarre world and personally suppressed and subdued a zombie king. When he brought back the zombie king, it is said that it even alarmed the very consciousness of the goddess of wisdom. It has been a century, and that zombie king's bloodline still holds the first place on the bloodline list. Shin Zheyu's pupils trembled at the mention of the S-level bizarre world and the zombie king. Such a powerful and terrifying character, also in the Central Plains? Shen Yuning took a deep breath, maintaining her calmness, but that is not a reason for you to recklessly disrupt the Central Plains. Yan Jia had an expressionless face, issuing a final warning: if you meddle, you will die alongside her. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, only to hear the sound of a staff striking the ground. The head of Jinguang Temple stared coldly at Yan Jia. I am the strongest person here, behind me lies all the temple's secrets, but today, you shall not pass. Yan Jia said nothing, while Yu Yinxian smiled slyly beside him. Such bold words. With a step forward, wind surged beneath his feet. His speed was astonishing, 5 fingers flashing with a sharp cold light, bursting forth with thunderous power. With just one glance, the head of Jinguang Temple recognized the move, his face filled with shock. 5 claws capturing the dragon? What have you done to Dao Yu? That kid was stubborn. I tortured him for 3 days and nights before I managed to get his unique skills. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Yu Yinxian licked his lips, revealing a fierce light in his eyes. In the Central Plains, true energy cultivation actually uses the Dantian as a bottle and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth as a guide. This kind of cultivation system almost belongs to the same lineage as the normal martial arts world. Yu Yinxian had long been in contact with the martial arts world and mastered a method of internal force. Therefore, learning the 5 claws capturing the dragon was merely a matter of a few days. He approached the head of Jinguang Temple, 5 fingers flashing with cold light, intending to lock his throat for a quick kill. You are doomed. The head of Jinguang Temple was filled with grief and anger, erupting a powerful force from within, sweeping it away with his staff. In an instant, the ground cracked, and Yu Yinxian was violently pushed back several steps, his expression changing. Yan Jia squinted his eyes at this scene. This current head of Jinguang Temple was indeed different from the leaders of other sections. He had heard that over a decade ago, this person was one of the top 10 talents of the Central Plains, with strength far surpassing that of a typical mid-stage celestial being. Where is the Arhat? A voice full of killing intent echoed throughout Jinguang Temple. Instantly, a righteous aura burst forth, enveloping the mountain gate area, forming a protective mountain formation. Moreover, figures glowing with golden light, all with furious eyes, rushed out from various pagodas and towers. So many grandmasters. The S-level reincarnator Ding Xiu looked around, speaking to himself. Then, he too stepped forward, and his body began to undergo an alien transformation. Until his whole body was covered in black scales. Kill. The Arhats were fearless and immediately fought with Ding Xiu. However, that black scale armor was impenetrable, and true energy could not invade it. Many Arhats, with just one punch, were sent flying over 10 meters, spitting blood with pale faces. Even the Grand Masters could not harm Ding Xiu in the slightest. At the same time, Yu Yinxian fought again with the head of the Golden Light Temple, the powerful waves of true energy sweeping across the square, resembling a fierce clash. If Golden Light Temple falls into danger later, you must escape immediately, without any hesitation. Chen Yunyang stared closely at Yan Jia, whispering to Shin Zheyu beside her. Shin Zheyu understood that this was the most unavoidable choice. What they faced were 4 S-rank reincarnators, all strong ones on the heavenly list. Only Chen Yunyang alone could not change the situation. The final outcome was likely the complete slaughter of Golden Light Temple, with all the secrets falling into Yan Jia's hands. But, was there a slight possibility to save this Buddhistic holy land with a heritage of hundreds of years? Shin Zheyu looked around at the Arhats who were fighting fiercely. These people actually should not die. Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. She clenched her fists, recalling the recently obtained S+++ level magical skill. But then, a wave of helplessness rose in her heart. Fights changed in an instant, and she was far from being a genius. How could she master this move in such a short time? Moreover, she also could not be sure that the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger could withstand the strong ones on the heavenly list. So what should she do? In the front, Chen Yunyang had already made a move. Yan Jia remained expressionless, the only one present who posed a significant threat to him was Chen Yunyang. When she moved, black lightning flickered in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds engulfed the sun above the main gate of Golden Light Temple, making thunder roar. An awful, deep pressure erupted from Yan Jia, accompanied by flickering black thunder from the sky, forming a hurricane vortex swirling above his head. What's happening? The numerous Arhats caught up in the battle saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Yan Jia stared at Chen Yunyang, the thunderous power in his eyes becoming even more violent and terrifying. I told you, if you meddle, I'll slaughter you all together. Chapter 21, Martial Arts Genius. What kind of divine skill has he mastered? The head of Golden Light Temple caught a glimpse of this terrifying scene, feeling an intense shock in his heart. Looking around the entire main gate area, it was as if it was covered by a heavenly tribulation, the rolling thunder pressure shrouding the land within a radius of 10 miles, blotting out the sun. Chen Yunyang showed no signs of retreat, an ancient aura pulse erupting from her body, and the outline of a giant tree began to form in her pupils. Yan Jia, known for controlling the power of thunder, was just like his name. The king of hell in the human realm, the tribulation of heaven and earth. Chen Yunyang had never underestimated him. Many years ago, they had a draw in the Emperor's Star Talent competition. Years had passed, and even without the conviction of certain victory, she felt no fear. Death entwined. She formed a seal with her jade-like hand, her pupils shining emerald. Suddenly, her hair turned green, growing infinitely. Every strand became incredibly thick, transforming into indestructible vines that stabbed sharply while entangling Yan Jia. Yan Jia revealed a murderous intent, raising his hand to summon thunder, clashing violently with Chen Yunyang's techniques. On the other side, Yan Jia's last follower acted immediately against Shinjuyu and the other 3 A-level reincarnators. Golden Light Temple turned into a battlefield, the sounds of superpowers and true energies roaring across the mountains and the earth. The head of the temple, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. These people from the western region were indeed incredibly powerful. When seeing Chen Yunyang and Shinjuyu bravely choosing to stand with Golden Light Temple, his eyes revealed a complex emotion. Ladies, today my Golden Light Temple is facing a great disaster, and I fear there is no way to turn this around. Don't lose your lives here, hurry and leave. The head of the temple, under the strong attack from Yu Yunxian, began to retreat step by step, shouting towards Chen Yunyang and Shinjuyu. In his line of sight, more and more Arhats were falling. The thunderstorm that shrouded overhead had turned the entire Golden Light Temple into a hellish thunder pool. The pagoda was being bombarded, the formation swayed dangerously, and as all Arhats were killed by Ding Xiao, it became obvious that he alone could not contend against 2 powerful enemies. Chen Yunyang did not respond, still engaged in battle with Yan Jia. Shinjuyu, while retreating, began to comprehend the great wilderness candle Dragonfinger. All sources of power in the world can be transformed from formless to form. Though I have never cultivated true energy, as long as I rely on the A-level bloodline power within me, I can still unleash the power of this move. Even if it's only 30 or 40%, but where are these acupoints? She looked anxious. Even under the powerful attack of the S-level Reincarnator, she could still split her mind to comprehend the technique. She did not realize that her own aptitude was already superior. Ahead, a muffled groan came. The head of the Golden Light Temple could not withstand Yu Yunchuan's attack and was pushed back several meters, hitting the ground with a spurt of crimson blood. His true energy was clearly scattered, and the protective energy was shattered. Looking at Yu Yunxian, although he was also injured and had several ribs broken by the head of the Golden Light Temple, with multiple dents in his chest, he still held the upper hand. Little bald donkey, if you give me a few more decades to practice, I really might not be your match. Yu Yunxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he saw 2 broken teeth fly out, he was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. This nearly disfiguring injury ignited an even more furious killing intent in his eyes. He stepped forward again, charging in for the kill. Chen Yunyang sighed inwardly at this scene. As a top several hundred fighter on the heavenly rankings, it was already within her expectations that the head of the Golden Light Temple could not defeat Yu Yunxian. In the Central Plains, only those in the late stage of the Celestial Realm could suppress S-level reincarnators. After a brief hesitation, she finally made her move, a huge vine sweeping away, striking Yu Yunxian hard on the back when he had yet to respond. Put! Yu Yunxian cried out in pain, as if his spine had been broken, blood splattering 7 feet away. Dare to be distracted while fighting me? A ruthless voice rang out, as Yan Jia swiftly stepped in front of Chen Yunyang. Thunder raged in his palm, striking Chen Yunyang by surprise. Although the vine defense absorbed much of the power, it still shook her body violently, causing her to stagger back several steps, her face turning pale in an instant. The emerald light in her eyes dimmed slightly as a result. Retreat! Chen Yunyang let out a helpless low shout. Sure, you and the other 2 A-level reincarnators could no longer withstand the S-level's assault. At the sound of the retreat order, they all looked sadly at the Arhats still fighting. Wait a minute, I feel like I'm almost there. Shin Jiyu's eyes were red with anxiety, her comprehension ability reaching an unprecedented height. She entered a certain mysterious state, with her bloodline power slowly circulating according to the trajectory of the great wilderness candle Dragonfinger. Escape? Do you think you can get away? Yan Jie's eyes flashed coldly. He had always adhered to one principle. If he does not strike, then let it be, but if he strikes, he must leave no survivors. Over the years, he had long since lost count of how many reincarnators had died at his hands. Even if he could not kill Chen Yunyang, he would still send those 3A levels down to the underworld. As they were obstacles in the reincarnation world, they must be eradicated. Thunder incarnation. Boom. Yan Jie drew down thunder upon himself, transforming into pure lightning, launching an even more brutal and fierce attack on Chen Yunyang. Run! Chen Yunyang gritted her teeth and faced off against him. Sure, you and the 2A level reincarnators, pale-faced, prepared to leave the battlefield. The fourth follower of Yan Jie had no intention of letting them go, continuously smashing their magical treasures with his blood-colored bone claws. What a pity, if it weren't for the boss's orders, I could have enjoyed it a bit more. He looked at Shiryu regretfully, no longer showing any tenderness. But in the next moment, an indescribable sense of horror suddenly surged in his heart. At the same time, he saw Shin Jiyu walking over with big strides. It was as if some kind of illusion and mirage appeared, and he seemed to see a cold, single-eyed wild dragon opening its eyes behind Shin Jiyu. Boom! The great wild candle dragon's claw tore through the sky and fell before them. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, half of the body exploded, and the entire golden light temple seemed to resonate with an invisible dragon's roar, the killing intent shaking everyone present to the core. Eyes full of shock turned toward the scene. Yan Jie's thunderstorm domain was torn open, and a large piece of black scale armor on Ding Shou's body was slashed off on the spot. Shiryu and the others were frozen in place, terrified. Chen Yunyang felt a chill deep in her heart, staring blankly at Shin Jiyu, whose face had lost all color, his internal power completely exhausted, gasping heavily. And the S-rank reincarnator in front of her, having his defensive magical treasures destroyed, his half-body blown apart, stared with blank eyes. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. Yan Jie seemed to be stunned, his expression frozen. Yu Yinshen and Ding Shou stopped breathing, lying on the ground, the head of the Golden Light Temple looking at the scene in disbelief. He could immediately recognize that this was the embryonic form of the great wild candle dragon's claw. Though not fully mastered, it already has form, and in such a short time, she has already comprehended part of its profound meaning. This female practitioner is truly a martial arts genius. The head of the Golden Light Temple exclaimed in astonishment, his emotions stirred. Chapter 22, the eldest disciple of the Lord of Rebirth, Zhang Qinggu. Just as everyone was shaken by the great wild candle dragon's claw, Yan Jie's thunderstorm domain began to be noticed by people from various parts of the outside world. Several kilometers away from the Golden Light Temple, a group of reincarnators had gathered. They looked at the sky ahead, covered with thunderclouds, feeling the terrifying power hidden within, their faces filled with fear. What a powerful thunder drawing technique! This is definitely the power of Yan Jie, one of the top 100 on the heavenly rankings. That's the direction of the Golden Light Temple, a sect with a heritage of hundreds of years on the Central Plains. Yan Jie, truly an S-rank killer, daring to kill right at their door, isn't he afraid of being hunted by the righteous path? It's a pity, looking at the situation, the Golden Light Temple is probably going to fall. 100-year-old sect just destroyed like this by Yan Jie. There's nothing we can do. Yan Jie has always acted this way, after all, he's an S-rank top 100, his strength is undeniable. Let's go take a look too, maybe we'll find something to pick up. The group was about to head towards the Golden Light Temple when they saw the space in front of them suddenly twist. Then, a woman in green stepped out, and a heavy pressure surged, instantly making everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Zhang Qingwu looked in the direction of the Golden Light Temple, deep in thought. She took out 2 scrolls from her bosom, unrolling them and holding them up to the reincarnators. Have any of you seen these? Following her master's instructions, she had been searching for days, but had yet to find anyone who owned the items on the scrolls. This is... One of the young reincarnators, after seeing the items on the scrolls, immediately showed fear on his face. Everyone exchanged looks, clearly knowing whose belongings these were. No one dared to respond, all shaking their heads. Zhang Qingwu calmly looked at this scene, not forcing anyone to provide information. With a flick of her sleeve, she stepped back into the space, and her graceful figure disappeared. The God Hunter version of Barrett, the Zombie King. This woman is actually looking for the Xie Wushuang team? As soon as Zhang Qingwu's aura disappeared, many reincarnators breathed a sigh of relief. That woman looked like she was only about 15 or 16, but the pressure on her was enough to make me unable to breathe. The pattern on her clothes had a lotus flower. It seems that I have heard someone mention before that this appears to be the Central Plains, a place with the banner of a devil sect? The Reincarnators furrowed their brows, and as they heard the fading echoes of battle above the Golden Light Temple suddenly come closer to a halt, they hurriedly no longer delayed and rushed over. Inside the Golden Light Temple, the member of the Yin Jia who had lost half of his body slowly fell to the ground, without any strength to support him. He twitched continuously, making hissing sounds from his throat, but could only spit out blood foam, unable to utter a single word. His blood-soaked eyes looked at Yin Jia, swirling with confusion, fear, help, and helplessness. Old 4. This dying posture created a strong visual shock that made everyone present forget about the battle. Yu Yunchuan's pupils trembled, unable to believe that the brother who often fought life and death with him in the reincarnation world was now so close to death. And the person who caused the scene was actually that ordinary, nameless A-class reincarnator, Shinjeyu, from the Kanglan system. What have you done? Ding Xiu's eyes revealed horror, staring firmly at Shinjeyu. That strike just now made him hear some kind of celestial dragon's roar. Turning back again, Old 4 was already a bloody mess. The black scale armor on his body was also shattered by the aftermath. Shinjeyu's complexion was pale, her whole body weak and powerless. She looked at the fallen strong enemy, feeling equally incredulous inside. During the process of casting the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger, it didn't actually go smoothly. Logically speaking, it should have failed, yet it caused such a terrifying destructive force? It seems this journey in the Central Plains has granted you, a mere A-class, an opportunity completely unmatched with your own level. Yen Jie spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying a trace of dryness. His expression returned to normal, a drop of cold sweat that had earlier dripped from his forehead slid down his face, unseen by others. Let me guess, it wouldn't happen to be an S-class plus 3, would it? As these words fell, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu both felt a loud bang in their heads, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. An S+++ level secret manual? How could that be possible? Shinjeyu didn't respond at all, her eyes carrying a spirit of defiance. Yen Jia looked at her expression and could basically confirm it in his heart. Damn it, the Central Plains actually has such opportunities, and it was actually obtained by an A-class. Yen Jia seemed unmoved on the surface, but inside he was churning like raging waves. Ever since he descended to the Central Plains, he had been burning, killing, and plundering, conquering 2 devil gates, and killing many heavenly strong enemies. In total, he had obtained 2 sets of S-class techniques, dozens of A-class techniques, along with a 100-year-old famous sword, rare herb seeds, and more. Including his 3 brothers beside him, they too had gained plenty. But when Shinjeyu unleashed her S+++ level move, everything the 4 had obtained instantly paled in comparison. Even 10 S-class secret manuals would probably not be as good as the one in Shinjeyu's possession. Where did you get it, and where? Yen Jie spoke with a harsh voice, his eyes now only having Shinjeyu in sight. The storm of lightning power around him suddenly surged wildly. No matter what, even if he had to pay an extremely heavy price today, he would extract the origins of the S+++ secret manual from Shinjeyu's mouth. Hurry and leave, don't hesitate any longer. Feeling Yen Jie's increasingly mad power fluctuations, Chen Yunyang grew more anxious inside. Shiryu and the others hurriedly helped Shinjeyu up, preparing to escape. Yen Jie detonated the thunder around him on the spot, arcs of electricity burst in all directions, making Shiryu and the others grunt in pain, while Shinjeyu was bound by the thunder. But at that moment, it seemed Yen Jie sensed something. He suddenly looked up toward the top of the treasure pavilion. A figure in a green shirt was quietly standing on the eaves. Zhang Qingwu, following Yen Jie's gaze, couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. She felt somewhat surprised that Yen Jie was able to discover her. If you want to know where the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon Finger is, this young lady can indeed give you an answer. Zhang Qingwu spoke calmly, her voice echoing and drawing the attention of everyone present. Shen Yuning then noticed that, at some point, a strange woman had appeared in Golden Light Temple. Who are you? Yen Jiele's gaze was deep, as he sensed a strong sense of crisis from Zhang Qingwu. The eldest disciple under the Lord of the Afterlife teaching, Zhang Qingwu. She looked down at Yen Jie, her cold eyes as if gazing at an ant. The Lord of the Afterlife teaching? Yen Jie frowned, vaguely remembering having heard of this name in some dark faction, but he hadn't paid much attention back then. Do you know where the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger is located? Zhang Qingwu gently raised her hand, revealing her index finger. In an instant, Yen Jie's pupils violently contracted, and fine hairs on his body stood on end. Isn't this it? Chapter 23, A Stirring Shock, the S-rank Reincarnator is killed. Zhang Qingwu smiled slightly. As her index finger fell, the entire Golden Light Temple fell into an indescribable pressure from heaven and earth. Moreover, in everyone's view, a raging sandstorm swept through, and a towering phantom of 1,000-young dragon was formed at the top of the sky. The dragon's might was overwhelming, and its eyes were imposing, radiating a dominance that looked down on the world. Additionally, a dragon's roar echoed through the universe, causing Yen Jie's ears to ring, instantly making him spit blood. His expression turned to one of great horror as a strong sense of impending doom engulfed him. Before he could react, a terrifying power descended like a mountain. It shattered his thunderous strength and dismantled his thunder domain in an instant. Big brother! Yu Yunxian cried out in terror. Save me! Ding Xiu also howled in agony. The two of them were crushed to pieces, blood mist splattering everywhere. Even the black scale armor was unable to withstand this world-destroying power. Yan Jie was filled with intense dread, his vision completely covered by the thousand-jung dragon phantom, making him feel as small as a grain of dust. Such unprecedented strength overturned his understanding of the central planes. Surpassing the celestial. Her strength is far beyond mine, this must be beyond the celestial realm. Run, run, run! Yan Jie trembled in fear, sacrificing his thunder form to withstand the power of the great desolate candle dragon finger, wildly fleeing toward the mountain gate of Golden Light Temple. However, the thunder form barely lasted for 2 breaths before being shattered into arcs of electricity. He was struck hard once more, spewing blood as he ran for his life without looking back. Big brother! Yu Yunxuan's desperate cries echoed, but he could only watch Yan Jie escape in a flurry. The destructive power from the great desolate candle dragon finger ultimately ground him into blood mist. Outside Golden Light Temple, the Reincarnators looked on in shock at the thousand-jung dragon phantom hovering in the sky. What a terrifying aura! Is the leader of Golden Light Temple this strong? No, this phantom is filled with demonic energy, it definitely isn't from the leader of Golden Light Temple, and the leader is only mid-celestial realm, this aura is clearly different. Hiss, who is Yan Jie fighting against? After all, he is among the top 100 on the celestial rankings, always fighting in high-end matches, he is truly a role model for us. Exclamations arose one after another as many Reincarnators felt a sense of awe toward Yan Jie's power and domineering presence. However, just after they spoke, they were stunned to see a figure with disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and an expression filled with terror, running frantically like a lost dog. As he ran, he screamed in madness, "Ah! Ah! Afterlife teaching! Eldest disciple! So strong! So strong! Dead! All dead!" Such a scene left all the Reincarnators at the foot of the mountain momentarily speechless. They stared in shock at that figure fleeing, seemingly unable to process what was happening. Was that madman Yan Jie? I think that was him. How did he end up like this? Only Yan Jie ran out, which means there are 3 top-tier celestial beings. Died in the Golden Light Temple? The Pure Land Sect. I remember, the woman wearing the lotus pattern was from the Pure Land Sect. Everyone exchanged glances, gasping as they saw disbelief and fear in each other's eyes. What kind of formidable being from Central Plains could kill 3 S-rank Reincarnators and drive the S-rank Celestial Rankings top 100 Yan Jie to madness? Hurry, we shouldn't stay here. The crowd scattered like locusts, fleeing in panic. Inside the Golden Light Temple, Jiang Qinggu had already dropped down from the vaulted eaves, coldly watching the seriously injured head monk. Your master gave you the secret manual, you could have ignored it, but why did you give it to someone else? The head monk of the Golden Light Temple muttered, the techniques of the sect conflict with my training, I can't go down the path of demons. As for giving it to another, if that girl is a martial arts genius, then it's a good deed. With the support of the Arhats, he struggled to rise. Faced with Jiang Qingwu's questioning, he wasn't angry, instead, he forced a smile, feeling extremely grateful inside. If Jiang Qingwu hadn't arrived, today would have been disastrous for the Golden Light Temple. Having said this, Jiang Qingwu couldn't help but look at Shinjiayu. The others immediately tensed up, not daring to move. The person before them was the eldest disciple of the Pure Land Sect. Looking at the blood and bones on the ground, 3 belonged to S-rank Reincarnators. The true power of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon was demonstrated in Jiang Qingwu's hands, making them see the terror of these demonic techniques. At the same time, they were left in uncertainty about Jiang Qingwu's level of strength. Just like Yan Jie said before fleeing, it seemed she had surpassed the celestial realm? But the pinnacle of cultivation in Central Plains was the celestial realm, wasn't it? They had never heard of a cultivation level above the celestial realm. Gulping a few times, they swallowed hard, feeling unbelievably tense, and Shen Yuning felt the same. She's quite a talent. Jiang Qingwu paused, noticing Shinjiyu's impressive talent, understanding some mysteries in a short time, deemed to have an affinity with the demonic sect. Moreover, after observing for a long while, she realized this group wasn't bad. Her expression softened slightly, then she took out 2 scrolls from her sleeve. Do you recognize these objects? Shen Yuning's gaze slightly froze, her expression serious as she nodded. In our place, only extremely powerful individuals can possess these 2 things. What are their names? The one at the top is called Xing Wushuang. Do you know where they are? They are unpredictable and hard to track. Jiang Qingwu fell silent for a moment, observing Shen Yuning with a scrutinizing gaze, until she saw no concealment or lies on her face before putting away the scrolls. The head monk of the Golden Light Temple stepped forward, his tone complex as he clasped his hands and spoke, "All you female benefactors, today's avoidance of disaster for the Golden Light Temple is thanks to your righteous assistance. I don't know how to repay you. This treasure pavilion contains the recorded secrets of our temple's legacy over the past 300 years. You can browse and copy freely. Naturally, it can't compare to our temple's prajna techniques, but it is a small token of my gratitude." Previously, it was an exchange. The value of the 3 relics in his eyes had already surpassed the prajna techniques. Now, unconditionally allowing Chen Yuning and Shinjiyu to browse all the secrets and manuals was his expression of gratitude. Once his words fell, the expressions of the group showed surprise. This was an unexpected gain. Even if they couldn't find S-rank techniques, a large number of A-rank ones could boost their scores in this reincarnation world. Moreover, they could strengthen their own abilities. "Thank you, head monk." Chen Yuning expressed her gratitude. After hesitating, she cautiously turned to Jiang Qingguo and asked her lingering question. "Senior Jiang, I saw your strength just now, it seemed to surpass the celestial realm, could you tell what level that is?" This question was also the confusion in Shinjiyu and Shiryu's hearts. Jiang Qingguo replied slowly, "This is the Qingwu realm, established by my master after he broke through to the perfect state of a celestial being, and he will soon announce the complete cultivation system to the Central Plains." Qingwu realm? Upon hearing this, the several people exchanged glances, their hearts stirred up with tremendous waves. Chapter 24, Report from the Reincarnation Hall, Temporary Mission. 3 days later, in the Yen Dynasty. As one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, the Yen Dynasty has a long history and has produced many wise rulers, as well as exceptional royal bloodlines. Its overall foundation is very solid, with rumors claiming it possesses hundreds of Grand Masters and 3 late-stage celestial beings. Among them, the most renowned is none other than Yen Jin Yen, the imperial uncle of the Yen Dynasty. In historical records, this imperial uncle had supported 2 emperors, establishing 3,000 miles of territory for the Yen Dynasty, totaling over 200 cities. 30 years ago, he even had multiple matches with Wang Xianran, the leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains, gaining high praise from the latter. At this very moment, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Yen Dynasty, Yen Jin Yen sat cross-legged, his face pale, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, looking gloomily at the group before him. The leader was dressed in white, his appearance handsome and having the air of a young noble. But beside him was a strange-looking creature, its eyes blood-red and large fangs growing from the corners of its mouth, radiating a chilling aura. The other 8 individuals were dressed differently. Yet without exception, they were all powerful beings he had never seen before. "I lost." After recovering some strength, Yen Jin Yen said a single sentence. He threw an ancient book to the young man in white, then closed his eyes. This group was quite considerate. Throughout the entire process, only the white-clad man had engaged him, while the other 8, including that strange creature, had not intervened at all. Yet even so, he still could not win. The royal family's techniques of the Yen Dynasty are indeed well-deserved. Xing Wushuan uploaded the ancient book to the Reincarnation Hall and quickly received feedback. It was unexpectedly S+. "Who exactly are you? In just a month, the Central Plains has been thrown into chaos by you. When will you cease your actions?" Yen Jin Yen spoke in a deep voice. Xing Wushuan led the group into his closed-off area without alerting a single soldier in the palace. At this moment, the young emperor was still dining in the imperial garden, completely unaware that the royal family's techniques had been seized by outsiders. "I did not kill you, merely for the sake of millions of citizens of the Yen Dynasty who wish to live in peace. From now on, I will ask you questions, and you will not ask me, do you understand?" Xing Wushuan gazed calmly at Yen Jin Yen, who then fell silent. Afterwards, Xing Wushuan took out a document from his bosom, clearly showing the list of targets from the Reincarnation Hall. "Where is the master of the Withered Bone sect now?" Upon hearing this name, Yen Jin Yen instantly opened his eyes, some questions ultimately held back. He answered honestly, "He may have escaped the Central Plains, or he may be dead." "Why do you say that?" Xing Wushuan's gaze was calm. 10 years ago, the Withered Bone Old Demon just emerged from closed-door training and killed 2 disciples of the Rebirth sect, prompting a siege from 100,000 members of the sect. The Withered Bone sect fell, 100 years of legacy collapsed in an instant, every demon of the sect was slaughtered, and the Withered Bone Old Demon escaped, fleeing for 10 years, and has been out of contact ever since. Yen Jin Yen revealed all the information he knew. Hearing this, Xing Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He had heard this name of the Rebirth sect master from various forces in the Central Plains more than once. He did not expect that asking about the Withered Bone Old Demon would lead back to the Rebirth sect master. Who exactly was this person? He had already learned that the current leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains was Wang Xianran. And within the demon sect, it was the Rebirth sect master. Is this Rebirth sect master strong? A young man beside Xing Wushuang, with a big gun slung over his shoulder, asked with a cold smile. Not that strong, just the number 1 in the world. Yan Jinyan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the young man. Number 1 in the world? Similar people have said this before, but in the end, they all died under my big sniper rifle. The smile on the young man's lips grew wider. If one shot from a Barrett couldn't solve a strong enemy, then 2 shots would. This had always been his highest belief. Compared to Wang Xianran, who is stronger and who is weaker? Xing Wushuang suddenly asked. Since everyone says it's the number 1 in the world, is there even a need to ask? Yan Jinyan replied. Hearing this, Xing Wushuang put away the kill list, his expression light as a breeze. I will show you through action that number 1 in the world is just the limit for your middle planes, not my limit. He took the reincarnation squad and walked away slowly, leaving Yan Jinyan silently watching this scene. Outside the forbidden area, suddenly someone sped in from the horizon. Brother Xing, there's new information. The newcomer was the 10th member of the team, playing the role of a scout to gather intelligence. Speak slowly. Something big has happened. It seems that some reincarnators have died, and they are 3S level ones, all belonging to the heavenly ranking. At this statement, Xing Wushuan paused, and all the members wore expressions of surprise. The death of reincarnators is very common, but the death of S-level ones is unusual, especially those on the heavenly ranking. What happened? Xing Wushuang asked with a frown. I learned that the 3S levels who died were all under Yan Jie's command. 3 days ago, a fierce battle broke out at the Golden Light Temple, and many reincarnators witnessed it. It is said that only Yan Jie escaped, but he was crazy and mentally had suffered a great blow, currently lost and cannot be found. The speaker trembled with fear, and the listener's heart was also shaken. Xing Wushuan's face changed, and he questioned, Are you sure this news is true? Absolutely. Yan Jie is among the top 100 in the heavenly ranking, and the 3 under him also had considerable strength. 1 went mad, and 3 died. What level of strong person could destroy such a powerful team? The Golden Light Temple, isn't that only a sect with mid-level life realm powers? The members exchanged glances, completely puzzled. The one who attacked Yan Jie was not from the Golden Light Temple, but the eldest disciple under the Lord of Rebirth, a young woman named Zhang Qingwu. Brother Xing, in my opinion, something is off in the middle planes. Should we investigate this Lord of Rebirth thoroughly? The scout suggested, as the current situation completely exceeded expectations. The collapse of Yan Jie's team already proved that there could be a big boss in the middle planes. And this big boss is pointing at the demon sect's Lord of Rebirth, the current leader. If even one eldest disciple can kill 3S levels from the heavenly ranking, what level of power does the master hold? Investigate, starting from the history books of the Yan dynasty. Xing Wushuang was never a reckless person, his tone heavy as he looked outside the mountain at the vast palace. The scout immediately prepared to go, but suddenly the words of the reincarnation hall appeared before him. At the same time, Xing Wushuang and the other members, as well as all the reincarnators who had descended to the middle planes, saw a temporary notice before them. Please note, someone among you has already discovered the S+++ level secret technique. The level of the reincarnation world in the middle planes has now been changed to no lower than S level 7 stars. Temporary mission issued, investigate the life experiences and actions of the Lord of Rebirth. The text was clearly displayed, and a storm suddenly swept through all the reincarnators. S++ level secret technique? Who discovered this? I thought my S+ already counted as the biggest harvest, but it turns out there's something 3 times more valuable? The information from the reincarnation hall undoubtedly stirred up waves, causing the team members to become restless. Xing Wushuang's gaze also paused slightly, and his always calm heart finally stirred up great waves. Who exactly is the Lord of Rebirth that even the reincarnation hall personally comes down to investigate his life experiences? Before coming to the middle planes, I remember the master of Xiweixing told me. In this world, the flow of time greatly differs from that of the Cosmic Alliance, far surpassing other reincarnation worlds. The Hall of Reincarnation just issued a notice, but in reality, regarding the S++ level cultivation technique, it is very likely that it was found by someone 3 days ago, a week ago, or even a month ago. Xing Wushuang spoke in a low voice, and the team members looked at each other, quickly understanding his meaning. As long as any cultivation technique, medicinal herb, seed, and so on are uploaded, the power of the Hall of Reincarnation covering them will immediately transmit back to the 3 main gods after identification and recording. However, due to the difference in time flow, a certain time lag will occur. When the Hall of Reincarnation just received the news, it immediately issued a temporary task, but for them, it was equivalent to being delayed by many days. In this way, tracking down who discovered the S++ level cultivation technique becomes incredibly difficult. I estimate this cultivation technique is related to the Lord of Rebirth. The scout spoke with certainty. The Hall of Reincarnation would not randomly let them investigate the Lord of Rebirth. There must be a connection between the two, perhaps that cultivation technique belongs to him. Xing Wushuang nodded, his heart also thinking this way. Let's complete the temporary task first. The group did not delay any longer and rushed towards the palace of the Yan dynasty. Across the Central Plains in every direction, all reincarnators were trying to complete the temporary tasks issued by the Hall of Reincarnation in their own ways. After a moment, the scout found the recent historical records of the Yin dynasty. The members of Xing Wushuang's team gathered together, their expressions serious. The Lord of Rebirth, no one knows his true name, born in poverty, had a close friend in his youth who called him Ning Shirsan. At the age of 5, he showed astonishing talent, reading the 4 books and 5 classics of the Central Plains, and after initially touching martial arts, he reached the pinnacle of body refining in just 3 months, mastering 18 martial arts of the Central Plains. At 6, he observed the spirit turtle's breathing technique, and 3 days later invented the turtle breathing technique, which was discovered by the respected followers of the Lord of Rebirth, thus taken back to the sect for deep cultivation. 2 years later, the ancient relics of the Central Plains opened for a competition among talented youths, with participants including the eldest prince of the Yin dynasty, the child of the Golden Light Temple, the disciple of the Green Cloud View, the young master of the Qianyang Gate, and the saintess of the Rakshasa sect, a total of over 100 young talents. Ning Shirsan became famous in battle, and at just 8 years old, he was already a grandmaster, sweeping away all talents from the 3 teachings, 9 sects, and 16 kingdoms, creating a sensation both inside and outside the Central Plains. Afterward, he entered the ancient ruins to observe the stone monuments and continued writing 9 chapters of the Bodhi divine art of the current era. Due to their overly obscure nature, no one could comprehend them, leading to misunderstandings that he was just showing off his talents, causing laughter among the powers of the Central Plains. However, 4 years later, the top talent Wang Xianran exited his retreat and re-entered the ancient ruins, actually understanding half a chapter of the continuation, killing the formless demon emperor with one move, shaking the Central Plains, thus establishing his position as the leader of the righteous path. The scouts suddenly stopped speaking here. The entire library fell into silence, all team members seemed deeply shocked, exchanging glances, seeing the absurdity in each other's eyes. At 5, he invented the turtle breathing technique. At 8, he became a grandmaster, writing 9 chapters of divine skill, with no one understanding it? Only Wang Xianran understood half a chapter and used this to establish his status? Is this Ning Shirsan even human? Continue reading. Xing Wushuang took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within, trying to remain calm. Unbeknownst to him, his voice was already trembling uncontrollably. The scout found it hard to swallow. A few years later, the old leader of the Rebirth sect passed away, and Ning Shirsan was elected as the 4th leader of the Rebirth sect by the entire sect. Under his leadership, the Rebirth sect welcomed its greatest glory. The depth of the sect continued to grow, with strong individuals springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, the situation becoming increasingly unmanageable. Just as the great ancestor of the Yin dynasty was approaching his end, feeling deeply uneasy about the growth of the Rebirth sect, he secretly united all the dynasties of the Central Plains. In order to curb the power of the Rebirth sect, they aimed for Ning Shirsan's life. In the year 1365 of the new Central Plains calendar, on Ning Shirsan's 20th birthday, the 16 nations launched an invasion against the Rebirth sect, mobilizing an army of 1,000,000 troops and over 50 renowned experts of the celestial realm. On that day, thick clouds covered the sky above the Rebirth sect, and a sword extended to a distance of 10,000 zhang, shattering the endless sky, crossing over the 1,000,000 troops and 50 celestial realm experts, instantly claiming the life of the founding emperor. Upon hearing this, the rulers of the 16 nations were filled with terror. The 1,000,000-strong army and 50 celestial realm experts hadn't even arrived at the gates of the Rebirth sect before they scattered like locusts fleeing in panic. The world trembled. The common people criticized the founding emperor for stirring up trouble without cause, yet after this incident, not a single inch of land was seen fought over by the Rebirth sect. Wang Xianran learned of this inside, realizing that Ning Shirsan had already become the number 1 in the world, a truth that was undisputed in the Central Plains. The scout closed the history book, his face pale as a sheet. The record in the history book stopped here. In recent years, Ning Shirsan had not taken any further action, except for the master of the Withered Bone sect. Upload the data, said Xing Wushuang after a long silence. He glanced at the members of his team nearby, noticing their expressions had subtly changed. There was astonishment, there was reverence, and even some felt a sense of shame. What's wrong with you? Just a history book has scared you all? Xing Wushuang tried to lift their spirits. The scout spoke in a complicated tone. We have been to many reincarnation worlds, met many powerful people, be they evil or good, righteous or wicked, all exist. But this leader of the Rebirth sect, I cannot truly describe him with words, nor can I understand through text what kind of person he is. This caliber is beyond my comprehension. The group exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of their own thoughts. Regarding Ning Shirsan himself, he cared nothing. But he only killed 2 of his disciples, yet he wiped out everyone from the Withered Bone sect. A sword extending 10,000 zhang, taking the life of the founding emperor among 1,000,000 troops. What kind of scene is this? The young man who had previously carried the large sniper rifle struggled to imagine the scene described in the history book, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't envision it. Now that the mission is complete, there's no need to delve deeper into this. The urgent matter at hand is to head immediately to this place called the Ancient Ruins. It won't be long before other reincarnators rush over. Xing Wushuang's words shifted everyone's focus, from the history book, This ancient ruins was evidently the place with the greatest fortune on the Central Plains so far. Regardless of whether it was open to them, it must be explored. The group no longer lingered, immediately reviving their spirits, when suddenly a loud heavenly sound rang out from beyond the palace. By the command of the leader of the Rebirth sect, from this day forth, the path to cultivate beyond the celestial realm will be announced. Everyone in the Central Plains may cultivate, and the Yin dynasty will also have a share. The heavenly sound resonated, echoing inside and outside the palace. The royal uncle Yin Jinyan, who was healing in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 26, The younger generation Shinjiyu requests to see the leader of the Rebirth sect. On the other side, at the Golden Light Temple. What happened next? Did the withered bone old demon get found? Shinjiyu and Shen Yuning sat cross-legged on the futon, eagerly waiting for the head of the temple to answer. After the reincarnation hall gave out a temporary mission, they immediately pulled the head of the temple to recount the stories of his youthful acquaintance with the leader of the Rebirth sect. To say it was a perfect fit for them wouldn't be an exaggeration. This temporary mission suited them like it was made for them, providing an extraordinary advantage. I truly don't know what happened afterward, whether the withered bone old demon was found. There has been no news from the Central Plains. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. Shinjiyu and Shen Yuning were greatly disappointed. If they could know the result, perhaps they could gain more points on the temporary mission. In the past few days, permitted by the head of the temple, they had turned the scripture pavilion of the Golden Light Temple upside down. They had gained tremendously, collecting a total of 8 grade cultivation manuals. The manuals and breathing techniques totaled dozens. In addition, there were numerous herbal manuals that could quickly identify and find rare herb seeds, as well as many records of powerful weapons, and so on, only stopping once the temporary mission was announced. The old skeleton demon has died. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. A few people turned around, and it was Jiang Qingwu. He was personally killed by the master, crushed to dust. Jiang Qingwu's tone carried hatred, still unable to let go of the deaths of her 2 junior brothers years ago. What happened at that time? The head of the Golden Light Temple appeared very surprised. Shinjiyu and Shan Yunyang hurriedly took notes. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qingwu replied coldly, then threw a thick bamboo slip at him. What is this? The complete path of cultivation towards the Martial King realm. As soon as these words fell, Shinjiyu and Shan Yunyang froze in their actions. The head of the Golden Light Temple was even more shocked, incredulously saying, I thought you were just talking. The master really is willing to pass the cultivation path to the Golden Light Temple? Jiang Qingwu impatiently said, not just your Golden Light Temple, he has sent many experts from the church to spread the cultivation path to all forces across the Central Plains. Why? The head was extremely puzzled. Jiang Qingwu paused, then replied, I don't understand either, but the master has done so. She recalled what the master had once told her about the secrets of ancient relics. But in this situation, she did not elaborate. The head was silent, and soon his eyes became wet. The master has great righteousness, great righteousness. Saying this, he gently stroked the bamboo slip as if it were a precious treasure. Seeing this scene, Shinjiyu and Shen Yunyang showed eyes full of eagerness. Can we cultivate too? Jiang Qingwu frowned. Your cultivation system is completely different from the Central Plains. How can you cultivate? The two quickly replied, we can take it back and let willing people start cultivating from the beginning. After saying this, Jiang Qingwu hesitated for a moment. She had only received permission to pass the cultivation path to the Golden Light Temple and had not been allowed for outsiders. This matter I cannot decide. I hope you, bald donkey, do not act on your own. Shinjiyu and Shen Yunyang immediately showed expressions of regret, but then saw Jiang Qingwu change her tone. However, I can take you to the Rebirth sect. She looked at Shinjiyu, perhaps because he had comprehended the great wilderness candle dragon finger, thinking of lending a hand to a potential person from the demonic sect. Really? The two widened their eyes. This unexpected joy came too suddenly. The head of the Golden Light Temple smiled upon hearing this. Having experienced life and death together, he had long considered the two as friends. Let's set off. Jiang Qingwu turned and left the loft. By the way, I haven't asked for the Rebirth sect master's surname. How should I address him? Shinjiyu asked at this moment. You are outsiders, just call him Master Ning. Master Ning? What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, it's just that I know someone with the surname Ning. He is also a big shot. Shinjiyu's face beamed with a smile, and Jiang Qingwu looked back at him strangely. That smile was rather sweet. For several consecutive days, the figures of disciples from the Rebirth sect could be seen everywhere in the Central Plains. The path of cultivation towards the Martial King realm was like thunder on the ground, resounding among the forces in all directions. It was more like a bright lamp, guiding the strongest in the late stage of the heavenly human realm to continue their cultivation goals and directions. In an instant, the Central Plains was in an uproar, also bringing unprecedented impact to all reincarnators. Inside the Rebirth sect, by the banks of the Rebirth River courtyard, Ning Qingxian was listening to the report from the coachman. In 3 days, 800 disciples have already completed the instructions, covering more than 60% of the sect forces in the Central Plains. The remaining ones are farther away and should be completed in about 7 days. Currently, there have been no rejections, nor has anyone contradicted the authenticity of the Martial King realm. The coachman reported truthfully, naturally having doubts in his heart, but he knew what to ask and what not to. The master's actions must have their reasons. Have there been any new movements from those outsiders? Master, we have identified the strongest outsider, named Xing Wushuang. He has not been seen for many days, and the other outsiders have also ceased their attacks. However, according to various sources from the Central Plains, the outsiders seem to be investigating the master. Ning Qingxian was slightly surprised, not expecting this outcome. Could it be that I have been placed on the kill list of the Reincarnation Hall? There is one more thing. Sect leader Jiang is on her way back to the sect. She has brought several outsiders, one of whom has comprehended the master's great wilderness candle Dragonfinger. According to sect leader Zhang's intention, please see if this person is worth cultivating. Ning Qingxian nodded. Since it is Qingwu's idea, it won't hurt to have a look. The driver immediately accepted the order and left. The courtyard fell silent again. Ning Qingxian stood up and gazed at the vast plains beyond the mountains, his brows slightly furrowed in subtle worry. There are still 75 years left. He knew in his heart that the greatest problem in the Central Plains was not the reincarnators, but the ancient relics. Years ago, when he entered the ancient relics, he discovered a shocking secret from the stone tablets' Bodhi divine skill that no one knew. From that moment on, he vowed to transform the Central Plains into the upper realm. Time flew by, and initial results were starting to show. Zhang Qingwu shattered the shackles of the heavenly realm and successfully stepped into the Martial King realm through her own created path of cultivation. This meant that his path of cultivation was completely feasible. One day, I will make the Central Plains filled with powerful warriors, with martial kings everywhere. Ning Qingxian murmured to himself, gazing at the vast plains, nearly half of the Central Plains in his sight. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, swiftly rushing through the air. Ning Qingxian recognized the leader as his eldest disciple, Zhang Qingwu. But following closely behind, there was an incredibly familiar face. This. He stared in astonishment, his heart racing, breath becoming erratic. Before long, the figures had arrived at the foot of the Mount of the Rebirth Sect and stopped there. I am Chen Yuning, seeking an audience with the Master of the Rebirth Sect. I am Xin Jiayu, seeking an audience with the Master of the Rebirth Sect. Xin Jiayu looked up at the 3,000-meter-high peak, feeling anxious in her heart. Ning Qingxian never expected that among this batch of reincarnators, there would be Xin Jiayu. Wasn't she handling daily affairs in Jiangnan City? How could she enter the Central Plains with many S-level reincarnators? From the investigations by the 4 guardians, the driver, and the information currently at hand, most of the reincarnators who entered the Central Plains belonged to the S-level. This completely exceeded the capabilities of Jiangnan City and even the foundation of Kanglan Star. With only Xin Jiyu's A-level reincarnator strength, she couldn't reach the S-level ranks. He felt puzzled as he looked at the 4 reincarnators gathered at the foot of the mountain, facing the sincere yet anxious scene. After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied, "What brings you here?" The powerful true energy spread out as the echo resonated from the 3,000-meter-high peak, revealing a subtle, formless authority. Chen Yuning took a deep breath and pleaded, "I have heard the Master's name, spreading teachings in the Central Plains. Today, I have come to request the complete pathway for Martial King cultivation." Xin Jiayu, alongside, dared not speak again. Even with the connection to Jinguan Temple and the assistance of the noble Zhang Qingwu, she feared that any misstep could offend the Master, putting her life in danger. Moreover, since arriving at the foot of the Mount of the Rebirth Sect, she had felt numerous gazes upon her. Those were the top-tier experts of the Rebirth Sect, entities she could not comprehend. She did not doubt that if she said something disrespectful or made the wrong move, it could cost her head. This immense pressure made her forehead sweat. The 3,000-meter-high peak fell silent for a moment. Several people were very tense. Zhang Qingwu stepped forward at this moment, clasping her hands and speaking, "Master, these young ladies are all quite talented, and Sister Jiyu is especially fated with our Rebirth Church. She has already initially comprehended the great wilderness candelabrum finger. Moreover, they helped the head of the academy at the Golden Light Temple against outsiders. Thankfully, with their assistance, otherwise the head's life would have been in danger." Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning and Xin Jiayu all showed grateful looks. Ning Qingxian was suddenly surprised. His wife had actually learned his magical skills? Approved. The heavenly sound finally came from the towering peak, 3,000 zhan high. Hearing the voice, the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. Seemingly not expecting the process to be so smooth, the stone in Zhang Qingwu's heart also fell, as she looked at Xin Jiayu and Chen Yuning with a hint of a smile on her usually cold face. "Thank you, Master." The group bowed and shouted, including the two A-level reincarnators, "Sure you. Qinggu, take them to the Enlightenment Forest." Yes. Jiang Qinggu led the group to the secluded Peaks Enlightenment Forest within the church. She understood the master's intention. The Enlightenment Forest had always been a place for members of the Rebirth Church to retreat, being one of the areas with the richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since the master let Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning go to the Enlightenment Forest, it represented his tacit approval of them, or perhaps one day in the future, they would become part of the Rebirth Church. Ning Qingxian quietly observed this scene with a somewhat strange expression. The reincarnators came to study under him? In his mind, the so-called Xing Wushuang should have been the first to come to him, however, the approach was one of robbery. At this moment, in the Enlightenment Forest, Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning were copying the complete cultivation path while chatting. I thought the process of seeking the methods would be full of thorns and difficulties. I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. This Ning master is quite different from what I imagined. He didn't reject us outsiders. Shen Yuning spoke with emotion. After all, the Rebirth Church is the foremost sect in the Central Plains, and still a magic sect. Even with Jiang Qingwu's introduction, coming today was still a gamble. Lightly they could be driven away, heavily it was unpredictable. In my view, Ning Master must cherish talents. He surely has recognized your potential. After all, you have comprehended his magical skills in such a short time. Shen Zheyu, upon hearing this, shook her head. It is because the Rebirth Master cares about the people and possesses great righteousness. He does not mind that we are outsiders. Moreover, judging by his style of action, he is not a bloodthirsty devil but rather a founder passing on teachings. Shen Yuning was speechless, then laughed. You are right. The two exchanged glances, feeling very happy. Though they could not know what kind of evaluation the path of cultivation in the Martial King realm would receive from the Reincarnation Hall. But through their joint copying and uploading, they would become joint contributors to this cultivation path, thus bringing about enormous profits. The premise was that they needed to finish before the other reincarnators uploaded theirs. By the way, I hadn't asked before, how did you obtain the spot for Kanglan Star when you were only at A level? Shen Yuning voiced her long-held question. Kanglan Star only had one spot to step into the Central Plains, and that spot should have been given to an S-level reincarnator. Moreover, the S-level reincarnators from Kanglan Star are very few. How could it possibly fall to Shen Zheyu? Maybe it's because of my husband. Shen Zheyu understood well, whether it was the Zhao family's compensation, the old Hall Master's reception, or this extraordinary opportunity, they all emerged after her daughter participated in the trial assessment together. Of course, Shen Zheyu would not naively think that it was her luck that had turned. Ning Qingxian, quietly savoring tea in the Rebirth River Pavilion, paused his actions and perked up his ears. Your husband? Shen Yuning immediately showed a surprised expression, inwardly astonished. Being able to push aside all S-level reincarnators from Kanglan Star and obtain this spot without any dispute, without absolute authority and ability. It is absolutely impossible. This person almost belongs to the top ranks of Kanglan Star. Who is Shen Zheyu's husband? She instantly felt a deep respect, not daring to ask directly, but cautiously probing. He should be a very powerful S-class, right? Is he on the heavenly ranking? Shen Zheyu shook her head again. It is still unclear what level he is, and his name is not on the heavenly ranking, yet after so many years of marriage, I really know nothing about him. Shen Yuning was taken aback. Not knowing his level, not being on the heavenly ranking, could it be that the Reincarnation Hall had no record, or was Shen Zheyu's husband using the power of wealth to shake off this title? What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. Shen Zheyu sighed softly. You know I am from a federal government family, my salary is low, and my husband is a writer, usually writing articles to earn some money to support the family. Life is living okay. I have never looked down on him, but he seems to be obsessed, determined to stand out, determined to fulfill his dream of being a writer. Before I go to work, he writes, after I come back, he writes, even when our daughter is taking tests, he is still writing. After her words, Shen Yuning roughly understood what she meant. That's not bad, right? Is it because the high-ups of Kanglan Star recognized his talent, so they gave you the spot? Shen Zheyu sighed. It must be because my daughter brought back his bloodline, and the high-ups learned about it. Shen Yuning instinctively exclaimed, but quickly realized something was wrong. Her eyes widened in shock. Ah? Ning Kaiwei is your daughter? That S-class bloodline that caused a sensation on the Imperial Star is your husband's? Chapter 28, What novel? That's the record of all realms. Shen Zheyu was startled by this reaction. Ning Kaiwei is indeed my daughter. Shen Yuning was dumbfounded, her mind a bit messy. She initially thought Shen Zheyu was just an unknown A-class reincarnator from Kanglan Star, so she wanted to lend a hand. She never expected someone's identity and background to be this significant. She breathed heavily and said, you may not know, the latest S-class bloodline was ranked second on the bloodline list by the Reincarnation Hall, and it caused quite a stir on the Imperial Star. There has been no ranking change in nearly 100 years, nor has there been a new S-class bloodline, so you can imagine how many people pay attention to this matter. The name Ning Kaiwei now has considerable recognition on our Imperial Star. I thought she was just a newly emerged A-class reincarnator from Kanglan Star. But you tell me she is your daughter, and I unknowingly walked alongside her mother. Chen Yuning's chest continued to rise and fall, her emotions unable to calm down for a long time. That bloodline is from her father? You married an indigenous from the blood food realm? She asked again with a trembling voice. Apart from Ning Kaiwei's rising fame on the Imperial Star, the second-ranked bloodline was even more crucial. She remembered how the blood ancestor that was pushed off the ranking used a lot of connections and resources to try to trace the origin of this bloodline. Because the distance between the Imperial Star and Kanglan Star was far, it ended up discovering that it came from the blood food realm, from a king of the corpse clan known as the Lord of Eternal Night. The bloodline is indeed related to her father, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. It comes from a novel written by her father, The Redemption of the Corpse King. When I go back, I'm planning to ask him what exactly happened, but I saw in the Kanglan Star news that he is some ancient reincarnator in the reincarnation hall. The doubts in Shin Jiyu's heart had yet to dissipate. Ancient reincarnator? Then I understand. Chen Yuning murmured to herself, her mind buzzing. Turns out, this isn't just writing a novel, this is writing the record of all realms. Shin Jiyu was about to ask what an ancient reincarnator was when suddenly the words describing the reincarnation hall appeared before her eyes. Chen Yuning felt the same way. Temporary notification, reincarnators have discovered a hidden world, please all reincarnators go to the ancient ruins. The two exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily stunned. Is there still a hidden world in Central Plain? Quick, upload the cultivation paths. They stopped chatting and sped up the transcription of the cultivation paths. Half a day later, Jiang Qinggu arrived with two other A-level reincarnators. From Shiryu's excited face, it was clear that the two of them had received significant fortune as well. I heard you are leaving? Jiang Qinggu asked, hoping Shinjiu could stay longer to teach about the use of the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon. There's an urgent matter. It's very important to us. Jiang Qinggu nodded, did not try to persuade them to stay, and led the four of them away from the Enlightenment Forest. Outside the mountain gate, Shinjiu and Shen Yuning bowed to the 3,000-foot-high peak in unison. Thank you, Lord of Rebirth, for bestowing the inheritance. Ning Qingxian sat in the riverside pavilion, watching his wife leave, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. So all these years, Jiyu has never looked down upon me. He spoke to himself, recalling the moments of meeting Shinjiu, leading to their eventual success and having a daughter, Ning Kaiwei. Since becoming the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, Shinjiu had been continuously busy with family and work, never stopping him from pursuing his dream of being a writer. Even during a time when they were almost out of food at home, she never suggested that he give it up. Even during the time when he was under suspicion of stealing secrets from the reincarnation hall for his writing material. The disappointment reflected in her eyes proved that she had always been supporting him. The only regret was that he could never succeed. In Ning Qingxuan's sight, Shinjiyu's figure gradually disappeared. Days later, at the ancient ruins of Central Plain. As a sacred place of martial arts inheritance lasting for 1,000 years, the ancient ruins have always been the dreamland for countless prideful youths in Central Plain. However, every time it's opened, it is limited to a certain number of people, so the ancestors of the Central Plain forces established a rule. The rank of the prideful youths in the competition determines who can enter the ancient ruins to observe the stone-steel martial arts creations, normally accommodating only 10 people. But today, due to a large group of outsiders, this rule was broken. The ancient ruins are located at the Pride Peak, and outside the mountain, people are crowded, their eyes eagerly gazing at the center of the mountain, a huge stone cave. From within the stone cave, a torrent of spiritual energy burst forth continuously. Just bathing in this spiritual energy, everyone felt an unprecedented physical nourishment. Shinjiu and Shen Yuning arrived late, spotting the leading Xing Wushuang in the crowd. This guy, he actually had someone blast open the ancient ruins? From the shape of the damaged Pride Peak, it was obviously the power of a hunter version of Barrett, directly piercing through the center of Pride Peak, exposing the stone cave inheritance inside. Everyone received the notification from the reincarnation hall, right? All of this must be credited to our brother Xing. There is the highest inheritance of the entire Central Plain inside the cave. But due to the existing restrictions, we need stronger power to break it open. I see most people are already here, why not we work together? Xing Wushuang stood silently, closely watching the stone cave. For some reason, he could not find peace in his heart, a kind of indescribable unease overshadowed his mind, lingering and unshakable. But the reincarnation hall had already issued a temporary mission, the hundreds of reincarnators present had no choice but to act. You desecrate the ancient ruins, you will face retribution. Beside the stone cave, a group of bound guardians looked at the damaged Pride Peak, their faces filled with sorrow and anger. Attack! A shout rang out from the crowd, as someone first launched an attack on the stone cave's barrier. With one move, hundreds of reincarnators displayed their powers and struck together. In an instant, waves surged from the barrier, space twisted and sank, and spiritual energy leaked out wildly. Xing Wushuang did not shift his gaze, but suddenly felt something and quickly turned to look at the zombie king beside him. He saw the zombie king's crimson pupils filled with ferocity and intense fear, sending a chill down Xing Wushuang's spine. "Stop it now!" he shouted loudly, trying to stop the reincarnators. But it was too late, the barrier was shattered, and scenes of mirages were reflected out. This moment attracted the attention of Wang Xianran, who had already retreated from the world in a distant mountain forest. He looked up toward the ancient ruins and let out a soft sound of surprise. Even within the rebirth sect, Ning Qingxian, who was resting with his eyes closed, sensed the change in the heavens and earth, his brows slightly raised. Inside the ancient ruins, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Above the peak of Tenjiao, another world's illusion was reflected. There were cranes screeching in the clouds, palaces and towers standing tall, and dragon veins extending, depicting a scene of prosperity. Is this the hidden world of the Central Plains? Outside the crowd, Shinjiyu looked up at the mirage-like scene. The information leaking from within indicated that this world far surpassed the foundation of the Central Plains. A world that possesses two realms, could this be the upper realm? Oh no! Among the crowd, Xing Wushuang's pupils trembled, his whole body fell into bone-chilling cold. As a seasoned S-rank reincarnator on the heavenly ranking, he certainly understood what the illusion above Tenjiao Peak represented. Realizing he might have caused a catastrophe, which might bring unimaginable disaster to the people of the entire Central Plains, his mind fell into despair. His initial intention was never like this. Everyone looked up and stared, not noticing there was a figure cloaked in black at the corner, hiding his entire body. It was Yan Jia, who had long been in hiding out of fear of retaliation from the rebirth sect. Receiving a temporary notification from the reincarnation hall, he had also come to the ancient ruins. A presence beyond the celestial realm, this is not good. Yan Jia sensed that Xing Wushuang had opened some kind of forbidden door, and behind this door lived beings with power beyond the celestial realm. Boom! The illusion suddenly shattered. Dark clouds rolled ominously above Tianjiao Peak, and overwhelming pressure swept in. The expressions of the reincarnators changed, most of them had no idea what was happening. What was originally a certain great opportunity now seemed off. Until a tearing sound rang out, as a snowy white jade hand ripped through the stone cave space, stepping out from Tianjiao Peak. In an instant, the earth shook, causing a rumbling sound, as if the spiritual energy around Tianjiao Peak was being drained on the spot, and the space became stagnant. Isn't this the lower realm where the path of cultivation is cut off? The jade-faced man looked around with a strange gaze, a powerful divine sense sweeping across the Central Plains, instantly bringing joy to his face. Just as he had guessed in his heart, this was indeed the long-lost lower realm of the Central Plains. Ah, truly a gift from heaven. I never expected that I, only, would one day receive such a fortune. Another rough, loud laugh echoed from within Tianjiao Peak, followed by a figure stepping out into the air. Unmatched true chi whirled around, causing all the reincarnators' faces to change dramatically. You should immediately return to notify the disciples, so the entrance is not occupied by others. The jade-faced man glanced at the middle-aged man named Fengli, his tone displeased. What are you afraid of? Who else besides us would come to the forbidden area? Fengli said dismissively, then greedily looked at the terrified reincarnators. Let's capture these people and take them back to mine, wouldn't that be delightful? After speaking, he was about to take action. Run quickly! A sharp scream rang out from the ranks of the reincarnators. The crowd instantly collapsed, fleeing in all directions. The scout beside Xing Wushuang looked pale. Big brother, we should leave quickly, we've caused great trouble. As the words fell, Xing Wushuang remained motionless, with bloodshot eyes, fixedly staring at the jade-faced man and Fengli. This matter started because of me. If it weren't for me, these two might never have come here in their lifetime. You all can leave, but I cannot. After saying this, flames erupted from his entire body, and the zombie king beside him let out a deep roar. He killed the people of the Central Plains demonic sect because they deserved to die. His search for the traces of the ancient skeleton old demon was not merely for the task of the reincarnation palace. He defeated the royal uncle of the Yin dynasty but spared his life, also for the foundation of the Yin dynasty, so it would not be shaken and harm the citizens of the dynasty. His inner pride did not allow him to choose to evade after making a mistake, leaving a lasting infamy in the Central Plains, or bear the strange gazes of the Cosmos Alliance. Even if he dies in battle, he would not leave today. Because he is Xing Wushuang. Roar! The zombie king roared and charged at the jade-faced man. Xing Wushuang rushed towards Fengli, and the remaining team members, upon seeing this, revealed a complicated look, which soon turned to determination. The reason we are willing to follow him is just because of this moment. The scout clenched his fist and joined in, as a sound of breaking air rang in his ears, and a burst bomb flew away, while the hunting god version of the Barret also fired. The ancient ruins instantly fell into chaos, with many reincarnators fleeing from Shinjiayu and Chen Yuning. The two exchanged a glance and immediately unleashed their abilities without further ado. Ants, they just resist stubbornly. The jade-faced man responded easily and deftly to the attack of the zombie king. Fongli lifted his hand and suppressed the power of the explosive bomb with ease. However, his expression showed surprise and shock. Clearly, he did not understand what kind of divine weapon this was. When Xing Wuxuan killed his way to the front, the scorching flame waves directly burned away the protective aura around him, making his eyes rarely show seriousness. Boom! With a palm opening and closing, the two forces collided, causing waves to roll and a sonic boom echoed. Xing Wuxuan was forced back, his flames showing signs of dissipating, and his face turned a shade paler. While Fongli nearly lost some of the aura in his palm, remaining completely unharmed. Your strength is not weak, are you the strongest in the lower realm? Xing Wuxuan did not respond and unleashed a more ferocious attack. But Fongli's expression became impatient, and he struck again, completely shattering Xing Wuxuan's flames, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning bitter. The end of cultivation in the central plains only leads to the celestial beings, above which is called the transformation realm. Do you know the chasm between the two? Fongli's expression was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down. Various attacks from others merely fell apart with a flick of his sleeve. This scene left Shen Jiayu and Chan Yuning stunned. 4 or 5 S-rank individuals attacking together could not even harm him? Above celestial beings, isn't it the martial king? Xing Wuxuan steadied himself, and his eyes suddenly began to change, staring intently at Fongli in an attempt to find his weakness. Who told you that above celestial beings is the martial king? What a laughable title, I have never heard of it. The transformation realm is the transformation realm. Where does the martial king come from? Fongli scoffed and shook his head. Seeing this, Shen Jiayu and Chan Yuning's expressions turned dull. Above celestial beings, isn't it the martial king? Then the hard-earned path to martial king cultivation they copied from the rebirth sect is an unorthodox way, or false? The Fongli before them had a strength so strong that even Xing Wuxuan was not his opponent, easily suppressed. What he spoke of as the transformation realm seemed to be the real orthodoxy? Impossible. Senior Jiang is so strong, how could the martial king realm be fake? Shen Jiayu murmured to herself. In her daze, a large net suddenly extended from the sky, instantly covering an area of 10 miles. Where to escape? Today, none of those present can leave. The jade-faced man spoke coldly, the zombie king temporarily suppressed by a certain seal. The magic artifact he threw out formed a net of heaven and earth. Immediately, the jade-faced man furrowed his brow and looked into the distance. Faintly, his divine sense seemed to sweep over an indescribable demonic energy. No, it's thousands of them. Chapter 30, Ning Qingshuan's intervention. What an astonishing aura, where did it come from? Quick battle, no need for nonsense. The jade-faced man spoke in a low voice. The value of the lower realm is composed of many factors. Today, the hundreds of cultivators in the ancient ruins must be captured and tested for their root bones, including numerous important pieces of information that also need to undergo harsh interrogation. After all, the upper realm and the lower realm have been disconnected for nearly 1,000 years, and no one knows the specific situation of the lower realm. From the demonic energy emerging from the distance, he instinctively sensed that the lower realm had undergone an unforeseen change. Fongli had clearly also sensed the demonic energy from afar, and immediately stopped wasting words with Xing Wuxuan. He decided to use heads to intimidate everyone in the arena. Bone refining. He gathered a swirl of black energy in his palm, unleashing his true chi from the Huayuan realm, aiming for Xing Wuxuan's head. The space along the way twisted into a giant skull face, terrifying and hideous. Xing Wuxuan immediately felt a sense of separation between his consciousness and body. When the skull emitted an ear-piercing shriek, it felt as if his bones were about to melt. The hundreds of reincarnators on the scene all felt their heads splitting, their ears ringing as their consciousness scattered. Shen Jiayu and Chen Yuning's faces turned pale, their bodies swaying, everything before their eyes becoming blurry. But through his altered eyes, Xing Wuxuan saw clearly through Fongli's technique. He immediately shouted, summoning a magic artifact from the reincarnation space and thrusting it fiercely at Fongli. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, but the expected breakthrough did not happen. It only shaved off a corner of the skull face, and most of the power still descended, landing on him. Xing Wuxuan's body trembled violently, and the unprecedented life-or-death crisis enveloped his heart. In his grief and anger, blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices, and his appearance became miserable. This powerful combat strength was beyond what he alone could resist. Looking around the central plains, only those in the late Tianran realm could match his strength. This beyond Tianran realm Huayuan realm naturally exceeded what he could bear. Moreover, Fongli seemed to be standing at the pinnacle of the Huayuan realm. Thinking of the great mistake he had made, and the great catastrophe it had brought to the central plains, an endless sense of regret and pain surged in his heart. The reincarnation hall originally existed in the Cosmic Alliance to travel across the myriad worlds and steal techniques. It was meant to strengthen their foundational strength to resist the alien races in the Cosmic Alliance's star regions, to fight the invaders from the Abyssal Rift, and to protect the safety of every life planet's people, property, and lives. But his actions today, and everything that had happened, would be uncovered by the Reincarnation Hall, even if not a single person was left alive. At that time, Xing Wushuan would bear the disgrace, and his family would be shamed as well. Just as he was about to close his eyes, welcoming death and regret, a bolt of black lightning struck the skull face, dissipating part of the power. Yan Jia? He turned his head in astonishment. Yan Jia, dressed in a black robe, was surrounded by raging thunder. What are you all doing? Have you been scared dumb? Over 100 S-level cultivators combined, are you afraid of these two mere Huayuan realms? Yan Jia roared in anger, using his thunder domain to disrupt the techniques of the jade-faced man and Fengli. The two furrowed their brows, not expecting that there was yet another expert hiding here. These words caused all the reincarnators present to tremble, and then they all looked wild-eyed. In the face of this life-or-death crisis, Yan Jia's words ignited the blood of everyone present. Kill! They no longer scattered in panic, but instead turned around and charged towards the jade-faced man and Fengli. This rare moment of unity. It was something that Xing Wushuang did not expect. He cast a grateful glance at Yan Jia, and his whole body ignited once again with fierce flames. This is simply seeking death. Fengli was furious. He only wanted to take these people away, not to annihilate them entirely, but the current situation left him no room to hold back. A surge of true energy erupted from his Dantian position. In an instant, a giant hand, 1,000 zhang tall, condensed in the sky, reaching down towards everyone below. Pressure descended, the earth sank, and spiderweb-like cracks opened and closed, spreading in all directions. Yan Jia and Xing Wushuang were both suppressed to the ground in midair. All the reincarnators, even before they could reach Fengli, were struck by the force of the 1,000 zhang giant hand, wailing in agony on the spot. Xin Jiyu was struck hard, blood mist exploded before her eyes, and her consciousness began to fade. In her blurred vision, she saw Chen Yunyang anxiously shouting something, but she could no longer hear it. This disaster belonging to the reincarnators came too suddenly. She was completely unprepared, like a revolving lantern. Memories of the old palace master's favor towards her, Ning Saiwei's smile, and Ning Qingxuan's innocent expression surfaced in her mind. If nothing went wrong, she would surely advance to S-level upon returning and would inherit the position of the branch master. But could she still go back? Sister Jiyu, pull yourself together. Chen Yunyang shouted, as blood mist began to splatter in the arena, and some were crushed into pieces under the unbearable burden. Suddenly, the screams stopped. Xin Jiyu felt all pressure vanish, and her consciousness regained clarity. Looking up, she saw the 1,000 zhang giant hand disintegrating. The heavenly net transformed into countless stars, turning into ashes. The jade-faced man and Fengli's faces darkened, looking towards the approaching members of the demon sect in the distance. A black palanquin spanned the sky, the sound of wind chimes echoed, illuminating cold faces, a murderous aura enveloping the entire ancient ruins in an instant. People from the upper realm, you are not allowed to step into the lower realm. Have you forgotten the rules? The heavenly sound resonated, coming from within the black palanquin, crossing mountains and rivers, echoing throughout the universe. Everyone looked up, seeing flags waving, marked with a lotus pattern. Zhang Qingwu and the two honored ones stood beside the black palanquin, their aura unfathomable. The four great guardians stood in front, their white robes fluttering. The overwhelming members of the rebirth sect had icy gazes. This scene froze Xing Wushuang's gaze and made a tremor of fear rise within Yan Jia. The reincarnators present immediately recalled the name of the master of the rebirth sect, along with numerous stories from the past in the Central Plains. Is this the myth of the demon path in the Central Plains, the master of the rebirth sect? A murmuring voice emerged. Fengli curled his lips into a cold smile. He naturally sensed that the true energy fluctuations from Zhang Qingwu and the two honored ones exceeded the realm of divine beings. Rules? What rules? I come when I want and leave when I want. Earlier, I was puzzled about who was foolish enough to name the realm above divine beings as the Martial King realm. Turns out it's you, a mere faction of the demon path. What? Are you unwilling to be cut off from your path of cultivation, attempting to find a replacement in the transformation realm? Ridiculous to the extreme. As his words fell, Ning Qingxian fell silent for a moment. He had not foreseen today's situation. The secrets of the ancient ruins revealed to the Central Plains, the arrival of the people from the upper realm disrupted some of his plans, to say the least. Since this is the case. Very well, today, the upper realm changes ownership. Ning Qingxuan's heavenly sound rolled and resonated throughout the universe. The curtain of the black palanquin fluttered in the wind, and one finger stretched out, peering out. Sword light swept across, and the world instantly lost its color. Chapter 31, The Master's Righteousness, The Reincarnator's Return Journey. It was as if space was ripped apart, cold light cutting through the long sky. Fengli saw nothing clearly. The speed exceeded the eye's capture, the divine perception, and even his own sense of power in the transformation realm. In the next moment, his whole body felt a prickling sensation, and everything spun around him. Blood spewed out, staining his face. In confusion, looking again, he saw his own body fall to the ground, headless. Beside him, the jade-faced man witnessed this with his own eyes, an endless chill suddenly rising in his heart, as if struck by 5 thunders, his face filled with horror. Fengli, at the peak of the transformation realm, had just succeeded the position of the 6 generations of the sect leader, capable of traversing forbidden lands unscathed. No one knew better than him how strong he was. Yet at this moment, he was killed with a single gesture by the mysterious person in the black sedan chair? Impossible. Fengli is at the peak of the transformation realm. His face turned ashen in shock, and he had no idea what exactly had happened. Recalling Fengli's previous mention of the Martial King realm, this person from the demonic path not only created a new cultivation path but also surpassed the transformation realm by far? Looking around the ancient ruins, it instantly turned into a realm of silence. Fengli's corpse severed, his head dropped at his feet, staring with eyes wide open, lifeless and unblinking. Apart from the body twitching a couple of times, it was completely devoid of vitality. This scene made Xing Wuxuang's mind explode with noise, leaving him stunned in place, feeling how unreal everything was. He had nearly revealed all his strength, yet he could only shatter part of Fengli's protective aura, not even hurting a single hair. But that never-before-seen Lord of the Rebirth sect raised a hand and wiped him out. This process, even with his S++ level secret skill, the True Eye, activated, he couldn't see clearly at all. The Lord of the Rebirth sect was actually this strong? Looking at Yen Jie beside him, his whole body began to tremble inexplicably, like sifted chaff. As an S-level reincarnator in the top 100 on the heavenly list, when he first came to the land of the Central Plains, he had an attitude of indifference to everything. Until at Golden Light Temple, he was nearly scared out of his wits by Jiang Qinggu. His mindset changed drastically from then on. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he first became a rookie reincarnator, facing the strange and unpredictable world of reincarnation with a sense of despair. Now seeing the Lord of the Rebirth sect instantly kill Fengli, there was not a hint of surprise in his heart, knowing that the next person lying on the ground, unmoving, could be him. The Lord of the Rebirth sect, a legend of the demonic path. Xin Zhiyu looked up at that black sedan chair, filled with shock. All the reincarnators in the venue stiffened, not daring to move. How can someone like you exist in the lower realms? The jade-faced man couldn't comprehend, unable to believe it. A lower realm that had been severed from the path of cultivation for 1,000 years, surprisingly produced such a terrifying powerhouse? I have already said, from today on, this is the upper realm. Ning Qingxian rolled his palm again, lightly flicking his sleeves. A gentle wind swept by, carrying unfathomable true chi power, causing the jade-faced man's gaze to freeze, his whole body turning into a blood mist, dissipating into ashes. At the same time, a multitude of true chi rainbows began to appear in the distance. A dark mass, endless and perpetual. Those were the sect forces sensing the changes in the ancient ruins, rushing in from all directions of the Central Plains. Damn it, what have these outsiders done? Angry voices erupted. The many sect leaders saw the destruction of the Tianjiao Peak, the ruins turned to chaos, and the Guardian was captured, releasing a roar. The Guardian cried out, "They destroyed the Stone Tablet legacy. We don't know what sort of strong man they released. It was almost a catastrophe for the Central Plains. Thank goodness for the Lord of the Rebirth sect." Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they quickly saw the corpse of Fengli lying on the ground. Could it be that the rumors of our ancestors are true? An elder with white hair exclaimed in shock. Look at the good deeds these outsiders have done. Ever since they stepped into the Central Plains, there has not been a single day of peace. These people must die. Exactly, we must kill these people. In the air, numerous furious shouts echoed, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged. This commotion made all the reincarnators' faces turn pale, their hearts filled with fear. Xing Wuxuang's expression was grim as he lowered his head, and Xin Zhiyu and Shen Yunyang also felt anxious. A wave had not settled before another arose. The lives of all reincarnators were at stake. The world was once again swaying uncertainly. In the sky, a figure in white appeared swiftly. The powerful factions of Central Plains quickly made way. The stone tablet shattered, the barrier vanished, the walls between the two realms are no longer an obstacle. Soon, countless mighty beings from above may swarm in. You have caused such a catastrophic disaster. Do you know what trouble you've brought to the Central Plains? Wang Xianran sighed lightly, his expression complicated. Today, it was thanks to the timely arrival of the leader that we avoided a great calamity. Otherwise, the 7 cities around the ancient ruins and their million citizens might have turned to bones. His words made every reincarnator's heart tremble. Xing Wuxuang's eyes went blank as she stepped forward. This matter began with me. I am willing to trade my life for theirs. These people were only following my instigation. It is not their fault. I ask you all to show mercy and let them go. All the reincarnators stared at him in silence, bowing their heads, not speaking. What is your life worth? Today, all these outsiders must pay with their lives. A loud shout echoed in the air, reigniting the fire of anger as the crowd grew restless. Everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, Jiang Xingwu's clear voice rang out, her tone rolling across the sky. The powerful factions of Central Plains instantly fell silent, the atmosphere growing quiet. One by one, glances turned towards the black palanquin. They all understood that the power of life and death was in one person's hands. After a long while, Ning Qingxian finally spoke. You all may leave. As this sentence fell, no one dared to refute. Xing Wuxuang stared blankly, her voice raspy and trembling. The leader won't kill me? Ning Qingxian replied, taking your life holds no meaning for me. Leave this place, leave the Central Plains, and do not return. I mean everyone. The reincarnators exchanged glances, the huge burden in their hearts falling away. Some couldn't bear the pressure and started to cry. Xing Wuxuang's expression blanked, her nose tingling, a tumult of emotions surged within her, regret, guilt, and sorrow, as warm tears flowed down her cheeks. She collapsed to her knees with a thud. Thank you, leader, for your mercy. A proud man of 7 feet tall, ranked 49 on the S-class heavenly list, had after brushing the edge of life and death twice, developed immense respect for Ning Qingxian. Thank you, leader, for your mercy. The reincarnators all knelt down in unison. Xin Zhiyu looked up at Jiang Xingwu and found her looking back at him, her lips curving into a smile as she gently nodded at him. Thank you. Xin Zhiyu felt deeply grateful inside. This scene made Wang Xianran laugh heartily, cupping his hands toward the black palanquin. The leader's kindness is a blessing for our Central Plains. The forces of the Central Plains quickly responded, also cupping their hands, the leader's righteousness. Voices of reverence rose and fell, echoing through the sky. Chapter 32, The Emperor's Star Transforms. In the independent space opened by the Reincarnation Hall of the Universe Alliance, a virtual square. Lights flashed, and numerous reincarnators returned from the Central Plains. They gazed at the familiar scenery around them, crying tears of joy. I almost didn't come back, boo-hoo. Thanks to the leader of the Rebirth sect for his intervention, otherwise we would all be doomed. It's a pity that some people couldn't make it back, having died at the hands of someone named Fengli. The crowd slumped to the ground, reflecting on everything that had happened in the Central Plains, all feeling a lingering fear. Xing Wuxuang's figure also appeared, her expression complicated. The members beside her exchanged relieved looks. How has only 20 minutes passed? A voice of surprise rang out from the crowd. Xin Zhiyu had just returned when he heard this, checking the time with astonishment, as everyone felt bewildered. They had spent about 3 months in the Central Plains, yet only 20 minutes had passed in the Universe Alliance? The flow of time in the reincarnation world differs from that of the Universe Alliance, as you all know. However, the passage of time in the Central Plains is far greater than in other worlds. Xing Wuxuang explained. Then he looked up at the virtual space, that huge electronic screen. Goddess of Wisdom, please help me check the current situation of the Central Plain. Checking. The Central Plain is currently closed, specific opening time unknown. A wave of unease instantly surged in Xing Wuxuang's heart, a strong and bad premonition. What's going on? The crowd grew tense upon hearing the Goddess of Wisdom's words. 5 minutes have passed since your return. The Central Plain seems to have experienced severe spatial turbulence and sustained energy fluctuations. Xing Wuxuang felt like struck by lightning, his gaze rapidly dimmed. In just 5 minutes, the Central Plain might be experiencing an invasion from powerful beings of the upper realm. Everyone understood the meaning behind the Goddess of Wisdom's words, their expressions changed. Is there a battle between the upper and lower realms of the Central Plain? It must be, otherwise there's no reason for such severe spatial turbulence. It's all our fault, we don't even know how the Central Plain is doing right now. Will the Lord of Rebirth die in battle? He's clearly a good person. Absolutely impossible. The Lord of Rebirth is incredibly strong. He personally created the Martial King level cultivation system, and he instantly killed 2 great transformation experts. We all saw it with our own eyes. That's right. The Lord of Rebirth can sweep through the lower realm of the Central Plain as well as the upper realm. His comprehension of the magic power is at S+++ level. It's hard to say, after all, none of us know what level the upper realm of the Central Plain really is. I think the Lord of Rebirth must have discovered the upper realm long ago and was laying plans, but unfortunately, we destroyed the Tianjiao Peak. The crowd felt low, discussing among themselves, filled with sorrow. No one could predict what would happen in the Central Plain next. They witnessed the demeanor of a generation of demonic heroes, yet they could not see the latter half of his life. You have 5 more minutes of stay time. Hearing the reminder, everyone showed reluctance. They all came from different star domains of the Cosmic Alliance, different life planets, and it was because of the Central Plain, this cycle world, that they had the chance to gather together. In 5 minutes, they would each go back to their own homes. Chen Yuning smiled at Shinjeyue and said, "You must come to the Empire Star, I'll take you to play for 3 days and 3 nights." Shinjeyue nodded heavily. Along the journey in the central plain, the two had already forged a deep friendship, and they both felt reluctant at today's parting. Soon, beams of light flickered again, and figures on the virtual square disappeared one after another. I hope my score can be qualified. Shin Jiayue took a deep breath and also left. Kanglan Star, deep in the mountains of Jiangnan City. Ning Qingxian yawned, stretched, and gradually woke up from his slumber. A string of words that only he could see appeared before him. Material collection completed, generating automatically. 0.2%. Life development completed, restoring power. 0.5%. 100 years had passed in a flash, and all the cultivation from these 100 years would be completely preserved on Ning Qingxian. However, it needed some time to recover. Just getting out of bed, he picked up his phone and found many missed calls and messages. Most were from his daughter and wife, and among them were a few signed with very mysterious names, like the Federation's high-level officials and the Reincarnation Hall. As he opened one of them, it seemed a kind of conscious connection was formed, and a cold mechanical voice instantly rang in his ears. Confirming identity. Identity confirmed, Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxian. Binding in progress, binding successful. Dear Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxian, the Goddess of Wisdom 198, 665 is sincerely at your service. Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Did the Goddess of Wisdom come to him? In the context of the current Cosmic Alliance era, the Reincarnation Hall holds supreme authority, and the will of the three main gods maintains the operation and order of the Alliance. Almost every citizen can express their needs by communicating with the Goddess of Wisdom. In other words, whether it's the Goddess of Wisdom or the other two goddesses, they possess countless incarnations in the Cosmic Alliance. This is one of those with dozens of numbers attached. The earlier the number, the closer the avatar's will is to the original body, with higher permissions and status. Ning Qingxian originally bound an avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom, but since it required a monthly fee, she simply unbound it. Unexpectedly, it has now come back to her door. Please help me unbind it, thank you. Ning Qingxian did not need the Goddess of Wisdom. Unbinding in progress. Unbinding successful. Binding in progress. Binding successful, Goddess of Wisdom number 009 is at your service. Ning Qingxian? Wait, how did it automatically upgrade? Number 009 seems to be the main avatar of the Kanglan system. Ning Qingxian fell silent for a moment. He remembered that the current governor of Kanglan Star had an avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom, with 5 or 6 numbers attached. Even the governor of Kanglan Empire or the Star Lord level might not be able to bind to number 009. Respected ancient reincarnator Mr. Ning, I am Goddess of Wisdom number 009. For any needs you have in the future, you can express them, and I will serve you wholeheartedly. First, welcome back from the myriad heavens, thank you for your tremendous contributions to the Universe Alliance. Secondly, I'm sorry I could not guide you back in time, please forgive me. A humane voice rang in Ning Qingxuan's ears, completely different from the cold, mechanical one. I have detected that you have reincarnated in the blood food realm. May I ask if you have restored your strength and if you can accept a level assessment to receive special rewards from the Reincarnation Hall? Ning Qingxuan's mind stirred. Special rewards? Upon completing the level assessment, the special rewards include but are not limited to upgrading citizenship level, huge points, vast federal currency, and the opening of Reincarnation Hall permissions. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom fell again, and Ning Qingxian fell into thought. These rewards sounded quite tempting. After all, besides his strength, he was currently quite poor. Sure. Transmitting you to the Kanglan Star Assessment Office. The Goddess of Wisdom suddenly paused and then said regretfully, the Kanglan Star Assessment Office cannot assess you, transmitting you to the Empire Star Assessment Office. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Qingxian felt a towering, mysterious power enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an open virtual space. Countless stars hung overhead, and beneath his feet was the view of an enormous superstar far exceeding the sun of his previous life. In the forward position was an ancient table, where a young woman quietly sat in a chair. Upon seeing Ning Qingxian being transmitted, she adjusted her glasses and said, "Here for a level assessment? Come over." Ning Qingxian walked over, and after confirming his identity, she revealed an expression of surprise and confusion. Wait a minute, how come a reincarnator from Kanglan Star is here at our Empire Star? Ning Qingxian was about to say something, but the young woman glanced at the time and waved her hand. Let's hurry up and start, I still have to get off work. No words were exchanged. Ning Qingxian walked straight forward. The surrounding space twisted, and quickly changed to another world. Reincarnator, you will undergo an F-level assessment. The cold voice of the Goddess of Wisdom from the Empire Star Assessment Office echoed. After that, a virtual figure clad in armor appeared before Ning Qingxian and launched an attack at him. Next one. Ning Qingxian raised his hand, and an invisible pressure swept out, instantly shattering the armored figure. Reincarnator, you will undergo an E-level assessment. This time, a strange old man with hollow eyes and a withered face appeared, letting out a soul-piercing scream. Ning Qingxian shook his head and waved his sleeve to destroy him. Reincarnator, you will undergo a D-level assessment. Outside, the young woman sitting in the chair was bored, playing with her phone, but she saw that the indicator had only passed 1 minute. Even breaking through 3 levels. Her expression revealed shock as she took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, discovering that the sign had already jumped to B level. What's going on? Isn't this person a newbie reincarnator? She confirmed again that the evaluation station had no issues, and after 2 minutes passed, the sign reached a level. She looked as if she had seen a ghost, hurriedly dialing a phone number in a fluster. When she looked up again, the A-level letter slowly moved to S level. Oh no, the guy who just went in is a big shot. She muttered to herself, her gaze blank. In the Kanglan system, there are countless talented people, with many S-grade reincarnators, occupying 2/10 of the 3,000 spots on the heavenly ranking. Many reincarnators on the heavenly ranking often connect with the wisdom goddess to check if their rankings have changed. At this moment, in the independent space of the heavenly ranking, the crowd surged, chatting among themselves. Hanging above them was a giant heavenly ranking board, and suddenly a gasp was heard, attracting a large number of eyes. You guys, look at this guy named Eternal Night Lord Ning Qingxian. He just entered 2,965th place 2 minutes ago, and now he's within the top 1,000. In an instant, this change sparked even greater excitement, and more people came over, staring in astonishment at the continuously jumping, unstoppable name. Brother Zhao, I think I've heard you mention this Eternal Night Lord. Isn't he the reason you couldn't enter the Central Plains? In the crowd was Zhao Wanjun, just arrived from Kanglan Star. Gazing at the newly appeared name on the heavenly ranking and hearing his companion's voice, he revealed an incredulous expression. That's right, it's him. Zhao Wanjun's heart shook violently. As the rank continued to rise, his breath became heavier. There were many reincarnators in the area, as well as people from other places. In a corner, Xing Wushuang and Yan Jie were talking about something, able to meet freely through the spaces opened by the wisdom goddess. Hearing the commotion ahead, both frowned and looked over. This 95th place? Yan Jie exclaimed, as this had already bumped him out of rank. Ning Qingxian, from Kanglan Star? Xing Wushuang's gaze slightly froze. He remembered Kanglan Star from the recent bloodline ranking, which had also stirred quite a commotion because of a name. Now in 70th place. Where did this newcomer come from? Why hadn't I heard of him before? I remember now. Isn't this the Eternal Night Lord from the Blood Food Realm? It said he is an ancient reincarnator who just recently awakened his reincarnation memories. So he's just a returning ancient reincarnator? I see. This guy has made it into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. The square erupted in excitement, the crowd in chaos, as more people poured into the space, all drawn by the news. Unconsciously, Xing Wushuang noticed Chen Yuning had also arrived here. Chen Yuning knew very well who the Eternal Night Lord Ning Qingxian was. When she saw his name advance into the top 40, her eyes stared wide, her mind buzzing. So strong, what a pity, Sister Zhe, you can't come here. Only heavenly ranking reincarnators could enter the heavenly ranking space, and everyone present was no exception. Time passed slowly, and the exclamations gradually decreased, turning into a deep silence. All eyes were fixed on Ning Qingxuan's name, now resting at the 10th position in the heavenly ranking. Congratulations to Kanglan Star Reincarnator Ning Qingxian, Eternal Night Lord of the Blood Food Realm, ranked 10th in the S-grade heavenly ranking. The voice from the wisdom goddess resonated throughout the entire space. The place fell into deathly silence, a stark contrast to the earlier commotion. If someone made it into the top 100, they would merely marvel. If into the top 50, they could only look up in awe. But if into the top 10? With a gulp, Chen Yuning struggled to swallow. The S-grade heavenly ranking changes every year, but the top 100 rarely shifts. Almost every 2 or 3 years, new names appear. The first 50 is a huge dividing line. Su Wushuang stands at 49, and for many years no one could shake him, nicknamed Su 49. But when it comes to the top 10, changes can only happen in 2 ways. First, someone on the list dies. Second, someone on the list surpasses S rank. Either way, undoubtedly, it is extremely difficult. Thus, the top 10 of the celestial rankings has not seen a new name for many years. But today, Ning Qingxian stands on top. His arrival makes over 2,900 people look up and causes 9 people to turn around. Well, it seems I will soon meet my sister Jiyu. Chen Yuni murmured to herself. Chapter 34, Xin Jiyu, Empress Star's best friend. The change in the top 10 of the S-rank celestial rankings quickly spread from the celestial ranking space. In today's era of the Cosmic Alliance, almost everyone can bind to the incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom, making the speed of information spread exponentially faster. In an instant, every reincarnator in the S-rank circle and every federal family keeping an eye on the S-rank celestial rankings received the news. At this moment, in a city on the Kanglan Emperor Star, At the Blood Ancestor Mansion, a furious voice echoed throughout the estate. The ancestor is not dead, so why has the celestial ranking kicked him out of the 10th position? Faced with the Blood Ancestor's roaring question, a large group of family reincarnators broke out in a cold sweat. A woman quickly explained, "Blood Ancestor, please calm down. The celestial ranking changes according to normal procedures. The previous Blood Food Realm's Eternal Night Lord currently occupies the 10th position." As soon as she finished speaking, the Blood Ancestor's expression froze, his unvented rage extinguished like cold water poured on it. It's him again. Has this person been found by the Reincarnation Hall? He showed a grave look and slowly sat down again. The family ancestor is currently in seclusion. If he discovers his ranking has changed after a while, he will surely be dissatisfied. But if it is done through normal procedures, nothing can be done about it. For now, do not let this leak outside the mansion. The ancestor is in a crucial moment of seclusion, don't let him hear about it, and as for the follow-up, I will handle it. He tapped the table, and the family core reincarnators quickly took their leave. The Blood Ancestor thought for a long time and finally connected with the Goddess of Wisdom, requesting a virtual meeting with the high-ranking officials of the Emperor Star. First, his family's bloodline ranking was pushed down, causing family interests to suffer. Now, even the ancestor himself has been pushed down in prestige and status among the S ranks. If he doesn't take action now, the future development of the family may be severely affected. Of course, he was not targeting this person called Eternal Night Lord. Whoever it is, as long as it is detrimental to the family, he must take action immediately. Soon, the virtual meeting was successfully established. The Blood Ancestor saw the virtual figure emerge before him, and a smile appeared on his snow-white face. "Officer, I..." Before he could finish, the other party interrupted him. "The matter of the celestial ranking changes cannot be meddled with by anyone, not even by me." The Blood Ancestor's smile froze. The person in front of him holds tremendous authority on the Emperor Star, and has long supported his entire family. Currently serving as the governor of the Jingzhou region on the Emperor Star, overseeing hundreds of cities, almost acting as the second in command of the Jingzhou region, and maintaining a very close relationship with the Jingzhou Hallmaster. If he is unwilling to help, then there is basically no hope for the celestial ranking changes. "Officer, please let me finish. This person called Eternal Night Lord is an extremely rare talent." Hearing this, the Jingzhou governor immediately understood his intention. "You want me to recruit him?" The Blood Ancestor nodded quickly. "As long as he is willing to work for you and join the Taza Soldier Corps, due to confidentiality agreements, he will immediately be removed from the celestial rankings." The Blood Ancestor's plan was loud and clear. In order to stabilize the prestige and position of their ancestors, they had no choice but to find another way. "Wait for my news." The governor of Jingzhou fell silent for a moment, then cut off the connection. On the other side, in the Jingzhou official residence, Li Huiran looked at a young woman beside him. "You heard what was just said. This person called Ning Qingxian is indeed talented. Even if it's not for the sake of the bloodline family, I am quite interested in him. So, do you have confidence in bringing him under my command? I vaguely remember that you also came up from Kanglan Star." The young woman, named Xiao Jiro, naturally listened to every word of the conversation. "What a coincidence, I actually grew up in the same village as Ning Qingxuan's wife." As soon as Xiao Jiro spoke, Li Huiran's eyes sparkled, nodding in approval. "Indeed, keeping you by my side back then was the right choice." Xiao Jiro smiled respectfully and immediately tried to contact Shin Zheyu. Currently on Kanglan Star, not long after returning from the Central Plains, Shin Zheyu suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. "Emperor Star Xiao Jiro is requesting a virtual meeting with you. Would you like to accept?" Shin Zheyu stopped in her tracks, her heart suddenly trembling. Xiao Jiro. This name was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 10 years since they last met. Shinjiyu showed hesitation. They used to have a good relationship, but after a cycle in the world, subtle changes occurred. Xiao Jiro took her S-rank item, abandoned the promises she had once made, and headed alone to the Emperor Star, embracing a brighter and better future. As for Shinjiyu, aside from quietly watching with envious eyes and offering words of blessing, there was nothing she could do. In the past 10 years, she occasionally heard about Xiao Jiro thriving on the Emperor Star, achieving many great feats, and even gaining the favor of a regional governor. But all these years, Xiao Jiro had never contacted her. Why now? Shinjiyu sighed, not wanting to get involved in the past, so she chose to reject the call. Sorry, you cannot decline. Establishing virtual meeting. Shinjiyu pressed her lips together, laughing at herself. After all, why should she refuse a virtual meeting from the Emperor Star? Hi. A virtual figure appeared. It was Xiao Jiro. She greeted Shinjiyu, who returned a polite smile. Long time no see, what's up? What, can't I catch up with my good friend if there's nothing going on? Through the screen, Xiao Jiro could see Shinjiyu seemed to be doing well, dressed in the official attire of Jiangnan City. Come to Emperor Star to play sometime. I'll take you around. The construction on Emperor Star has improved a lot compared to the home planet in recent years. Shinjae smiled apologetically, no need, I'm quite busy these days and can hardly spare the time. What about your husband? Chiojiro asked casually. He is also quite busy. A hint of suspicion flashed in Shinjae's heart. Completely unaware of Chiojiro's intentions, her tone turned a bit hostile. I've heard about Ning Qingxian. I didn't expect him to be an ancient reincarnator. Are you interested in having him come to Emperor Star and work under the governor of Jingzhou? I could arrange for him to be the inspection officer of the prison guard corps. Upon hearing this, Shinjae's expression changed immediately. Well. After 10 years of no contact, the first thing Chiojiro does is make a play for her husband? Ning Qingxian probably can't take on that responsibility, and you should find him instead of coming to me. Chiojiro smiled and softly replied, with our relationship over the years, can't you whisper a word in his ear? Shinjae's face darkened, and she tightly clenched her fists. Chapter 35, What Kind of Power? The prison guard corps of Emperor Star was quite famous. This was a corps that swept through the stars, eliminating alien strongholds, and fighting against unknown forces. To exchange military achievements for points, or for federal currency, all tasks involved life and death situations. Shinjae wouldn't agree, even if she chose with her toes. I'm very sorry, but I think Ning Qingxian will not join the Abyss Soldier Corps. Chiojiro squinted her eyes, feeling surprised at Shinjae's outright refusal. After many years apart, Shinjae had clearly grown a lot, no longer the timid person who would just do whatever others said. Good sister, I'm giving you a once-in-a-lifetime chance, please don't misunderstand my good intentions. Have you thought it over seriously? He is currently ranked 10th on the S-rank leaderboard, I'm sure many will throw olive branches at him. But you have to believe me, I am definitely offering the best conditions. After hearing this, Shinjae was momentarily stunned. What does it mean? Since when was Ning Qingxian ranked 10th on the S-rank leaderboard? Good grief. She was caught completely off guard by this news. It was no wonder that Chiojiro could smell it from such a distance between Kanglan Star and the Imperial Star. Let me reiterate, I cannot decide for Ning Qingxian, nor will I persuade him. Shinjae shook her head, firmly holding her ground, she would never sell out her husband. Good sister, you seem to be quite stubborn. Chiojiro continued in a soft tone, but her voice had begun to turn discontented, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Governor Li Huiran of Jingzhou was watching nearby. If she couldn't win Shinjae over, her reputation in Shinjae's eyes would surely plummet. I have something to attend to. Shinjae directly disconnected her connection to the Wisdom Goddess avatar. Next time, she could just spend some money to bind a new one. Seeing the virtual meeting cut off, Chiojiro's face darkened like water. Li Huiran spoke with displeasure. A mere president of the Reincarnator Association refuses to give me face, what a grand show of power. He seemed not to care much about Chiojiro's failure. However, the fact that Shinjae clearly heard her name and still refused without hesitation deeply dissatisfied him. Chiojiro's face turned ugly as she said, sorry, officer, can you give me a little more time? I'll personally go to Kanglan Star. Li Huiran stood up, his attitude cold. No need, I think they are too comfortable on Kanglan Star and need a little test. He connected to the Wisdom Goddess and sent a message to Kanglan Star. Immediately send someone to find the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng, and instruct him to immediately revoke Shinjae's presidency and place her on the federal blacklist. Any relatives will not be allowed to participate in public service exams in the future. Seeing this, Chiojiro couldn't help but feel delighted. This was a way to regain her dignity. She had been quite unhappy after being repeatedly rejected by Shinjae. Sending message. Message sending failed, message was intercepted. Li Huiran frowned. As the governor of Jingzhou, he was personally served by the 1399 avatar of the Wisdom Goddess, with high authority. Which blind fool dared to intercept his message? Who is it? Who intercepted my message? Li Huiran questioned. Suddenly, the Wisdom Goddess had no response. Answer me! Li Huiran shouted in anger. This situation left Chiojiro a bit dazed as well. Until a towering consciousness locked onto the entire office hall, accompanied by a chilling and cold voice. I am the Wisdom Goddess 009. It has been found that Jingzhou Governor Li Huiran has abused his power and has separated from a 1399. Upon hearing this, Li Huiran felt like he was struck by lightning, and large beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. 009 Avatar, isn't that the main avatar of the Imperial Star? He turned pale with fright, completely unable to understand how sending just a message could have alarmed the main avatar of the Imperial Star. Wisdom Goddess, please. Is there some misunderstanding? I did not abuse my power. Li Huiran tried to argue, his eyes filled with panic. Governor Li Huiran of Jingzhou, you intend to suppress the family of Ning Qingxian by your position, severely disrupting their normal life. You are hereby stripped of your position as governor and must submit your resignation to the Jingzhou Palace within 30 minutes, in writing, explaining your misconduct and expressing remorse. If you fail to comply within the time limit, you will be brought before the federal court. The cold voice fell, carrying an unarguable stern tone. Li Huiren felt as if the sky had fallen, his eyes blank and devoid of light. This was actually for Ning Qingxian? Who was he, that even the Emperor's star had to come personally? Just because of one piece of unfavorable news for Shinjiu, a will descended upon his office? After a while, the towering will vanished. Li Huiren slumped in his chair, his mind blank. He knew he was finished, that his future was gone, everything was lost. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The old phone on his desk, long silent, began to ring. Terrified, Xiaojiro walked over shakily and answered it. Hello? This is the residence of the Blood Clan. Is this Jingzhou's inner palace? The Blood Patriarch on the other end asked nervously. He wanted to have another virtual meeting but found that Li Huiren's wise goddess could suddenly not be reached. Xiaojiro stared blankly at Li Huiren. Everything happened so suddenly that she couldn't react. Wise goddess number 009, the true incarnation of the Emperor's star. Those who could reach this level were few across the entire Emperor's star, let alone closely watching Shinjiu, personally descending due to one piece of news. What kind of power did her former close friend have behind her? She didn't understand, but in that fleeting moment, she knew she was finished too. Hello? Hello? Seeing no one respond, the Blood Patriarch shouted loudly. Get lost. Li Huiren yelled in anger and smashed the phone to pieces. If it weren't for the Blood Patriarch, how could he have feelings of heaven and hell in one thought? Do-do-dud. On the other side, the Blood Patriarch was petrified at Li Huiren's scream. What happened? Seeing this scene, Li Huiren must be in trouble, and a serious one at that. He only asked to recruit Ning Qingxian. How did it end up like this? Just then, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Blood Patriarch, something big has happened. The Jingzhou Inner Palace has been surrounded. Someone seems to have seen the Jingzhou Palace chief with a dark face walk inside. As the words fell, the Blood Patriarch's pupils shook violently. The palace chief coming to the Jingzhou Inner Palace meant that Li Huiren's political career was at an end. He instinctively sensed that Li Huiren had touched upon some terrifying taboo. Is it Ning Qingxian? What did this guy do? The Blood Patriarch thought deeply, his eyes gradually turning into panic. Chapter 36, the demonic aura shockingly appears outside the Kanglan star. What brings it here? At the Emperor's Star Assessment Center. Ning Qingxian rubbed his sore arms and walked slowly out of the evaluation room. This assessment took a total of 20 minutes, against over 100 virtual characters of varying levels, their combat power continuously increasing. Aside from feeling a bit tired, Ning Qingxian felt fine. The only regret was that he finally stopped before the 146th strong enemy, successfully identifying the strength level of the Corpse Clan King at a staggering 99%. This was already the strongest power he could reveal at present. After all, Ning Shisan's demonic cultivation was still slowly recovering. Outside the door, the staff had been waiting for a long time. She adjusted her wide-framed glasses, nervously smiling and saying, Mr. Ning, you must be exhausted. I've prepared a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution for you, please enjoy it. As she spoke, she handed over a bottle of potion from her hands. Ning Qingxian hesitated for a moment and asked, isn't this stuff pretty expensive? You remember that Shinjiu had used it before, right after completing a task. A bottle of high-grade nutrient solution requires at least 20,000 points, not federal currency. Shinjiu went through internal channels of the association, everyone had resources. This is provided to you for free by our identification director. If it's not enough, I will immediately get 2 more bottles. The staff was afraid that Ning Qingxian would refuse. After all, no one wanted to offend an S-class reincarnator, especially one who was in the top 10 of the celestial rankings. No need, thank you. Ning Qingxian received the high-grade nutrient solution, and after connecting with the wisdom goddess, his figure disappeared in an instant. The staff breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. On Kanglan Star, deep within the mountains of Jiangnan City, Ning Qingxian returned to his original position. The gentle voice of wisdom goddess 009 echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have completed the level assessment, please accept your reward. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Qingxian sensed that he had opened the reincarnation space and had his identity information marked. Upon opening it, words appeared on the panel. Reincarnation space account owner, Ning Qingxian. Points, initial 1 million. Currency, initial 20 million. Items, S-Class Celestial Ranking 10th Reincarnation Seal. Authority, S-Class. Citizen level, 3. Ning Qingxian looked at the panel, slightly surprised in his heart. This is too much to give. On Kanglan Star, even the well-known Kanglan Star governor doesn't have 1 million points. Moreover, his citizen level had actually been raised to level 3. In this universe alliance where one level can crush hundreds of billions of people, level 3 belongs to the advanced citizen category. His current citizen level was already the same as that of the Kanglan Star governor. Your reward has been issued. Please allow me to ask. Have you recently had any memories awakened again? Your reincarnation experience is very important, it will provide unimaginable growth resources for our universe alliance. Ning Qingxian fell silent for a moment. He had already learned about the specific situation from his daughter Ning Saiwei's experiences. The so-called ancient reincarnators were the vanguard team formed under the guidance of the Reincarnation Hall at the beginning of the Federation's establishment. Many years have passed since then. The number of vanguard teams was scarce, each was entrusted with the great hope of the Reincarnation Hall, so they were granted the 3 original powers of the main gods. They could descend with their souls, reincarnate in various worlds, retain all their personality memories of the Universe Alliance, and learn ways to grow stronger from all realms. Then, they would bring these ways to grow stronger back to the Universe Alliance by reincarnating again. Under the influence of the 3 original powers of the main gods, their strength would be fully retained. Due to individual differences, the reincarnation times of the vanguard teams varied. Currently, the strongest reincarnator recorded by the Federation had only reincarnated 4 times. One of those times was even caused by soul splitting. This means, when the main body reincarnated back to the Universe Alliance, part of the soul's power would still be in various worlds. Only upon death would it return to the main body. Ning Qingxian suddenly understood why Wisdom Goddess 009 personally bound herself to him. The novels he wrote had already reached 3, and the Wisdom Goddess must have read them. Not at the moment. Ning Qingxian replied. Alright, I wish you good health and happiness. After saying this, the Wisdom Goddess fell into a self-secluded state. Like countless avatars, during this time, she would not monitor Ning Qingxian until he called for her again. Even as a level 1 citizen, he had privacy rights. The Wisdom Goddess would never make such a mistake, which was also one of the reasons why countless citizens trusted her. It's time to go home. Ning Qingxian reorganized his mood, took a deep breath of fresh air, and began to descend the mountain with a smile. What he completely didn't know was that just a dozen minutes ago, in the Star of the Emperor, a big person fell from power, and the space of the celestial ranking became chaotic because of him. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Outside the Kanglan Star domain, countless stars dotted the sky, like a silver river hanging down, exceptionally dazzling and beautiful. Among them, one star was particularly bright, that was the Star of the Emperor. As the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng often gazed up at the form of the Star of the Emperor at night, feeling an infinite sense of emotion within. If he did not achieve anything greater in his lifetime, his career in the Federation would essentially come to a standstill. The possibility of serving on the Star of the Emperor was extremely slim. Has the old palace master not relayed any news yet? Fu Lingfeng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the Secretary General who was working. Not yet. According to reason, President Shin should have returned by now. The Secretary General operated the electronic screen when suddenly the entire screen flickered with red light, accompanied by urgent mechanical electronic sounds. Alert! Alert! A rift from the abyss has been detected 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star. The Secretary General paused slightly, and Fu Lingfeng frowned. Sir, how should we handle this? Fu Lingfeng pondered for a moment. The appearance of the rift from the abyss meant that plunderers from countless worlds were arriving, or it could be that methods employed by alien races in the desolate areas of the Cosmic Alliance aimed to cause chaos on living planets. Rifts like this occurred almost every moment throughout the entire Cosmic Alliance. Even within some cities on Kanglan Star, they appeared from time to time. Fu Lingfeng was naturally unbothered. He simply issued commands according to normal protocols. Notify the 2nd and 3rd Brigades to prepare for all measures. Understood. The Secretary General immediately relayed the order. But soon, the electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Alert! Abyss Rift detected suspicious dark demonic aura. Analyzing the source of the aura, analyzing power levels. Source of the aura cannot be locked down, levels cannot be assessed, requesting assistance from the Star of the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Fu Lingfeng's expression changed. Since the day he governed Kanglan Star, he had never encountered dark demonic beings from other realms. The disasters brought by rifts from the abyss usually amounted to minor disturbances caused by a few alien races. Even if some reckless terrifying game dungeons intruded into Kanglan Star to snatch people, they were quickly detected by the Wise Goddess and wiped out on the spot. Why had these demonic beings come here? Chapter 37, As a father, one must leave the best for their daughter. Wise Goddess, connect me with Marshal Gu Situ of the Star of the Emperor. Though he had long gotten used to the appearance of rifts from the abyss, he still did not dare to slack off. If something serious happened during his term that caused losses in lives and property for the citizens of Kanglan Star, the consequences could be imagined. Connecting now. Fu Lingfeng straightened his outfit, feeling somewhat anxious and nervous. The Kanglan system vast, as one of the star domains divided by the Federation, it contained a huge number of living planets. The star of Kanglan held supreme power, gathering the top outstanding powerful beings of the entire Kanglan star domain. Although he had never been there, he learned that the star of the Emperor had over 1,000 intercontinental regions, with each major area comprising hundreds of cities. Even a casual federal official position on the star of the Emperor might be backed by terrifying resources. Moreover, he was about to contact the Marshal of the 76th Legion, who held actual power. Connection successful. Fu Lingfeng's expression became serious, and he immediately saluted. What is the matter? He could not see the true appearance of Gu Situ, as the wise goddess obscured his features. The voice that came through was somewhat deep and powerful, inexplicably exuding a sense of high authority. I am Fu Lingfeng, the 149th governor of Kanglan Star. I greet the marshal. Fu Lingfeng first introduced himself, then got to the point. I have discovered that a rift from the abyss has appeared 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star. A suspicious aura of the demonic way. Kanglan Star cannot distinguish the origin, nor can it assess the threat level, requesting the marshal's assistance. As the words fell, the other side fell silent for a moment. It seemed someone was investigating, and Fu Lingfeng did not dare to urge, until 5 minutes passed. Originating from the world of the heavens, central plains. Gu Situ's calm voice came through, clearly checking information, and soon his tone became somewhat surprised. A team of reincarnators has already been to the Central Plains, and one of your Kanglan Star members returned with quite good results, bringing back an S+++ level martial arts technique, a path of martial arts cultivation with great potential. Governor Fu, congratulations. Fu Lingfeng was taken aback. Central Plains? As he listened to the words, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. He certainly knew who the person Gu Situ was referring to, S+++ level martial arts technique. This was already very remarkable. He responded in shock, oh no, Marshal, just call me Lingfeng, this is also the achievement of the Reincarnator. No matter what, after all, it came from Kanglan Star, and Fu Lingfeng still felt quite proud inside. Gu Situ pondered for a moment before continuing. The Central Plains is currently in a closed state, suspected to have experienced some unknown turmoil, which might be the reason for the abyssal rift. As for the demonic aura, it may be related to a figure in the Central Plains called the Lord of Rebirth. Fu Lingfeng heard a hint of solemnity in his tone. Unfortunately, he currently had no authority to check the information. How about this? Your report has been noted by this marshal. Proceed according to procedure. There are also some troubles to handle near certain life planets. Fu Lingfeng saluted again. Sanyue Star, the closest to Kanglan Star, was experiencing a very terrifying disaster, and it was said that a considerable number of legions and many S-level reincarnators had been sent to suppress it, including the third on the heaven ranking. They all belonged to Gu Situ's aid range, and in a short time, it was probably impossible to spare more manpower. But no matter what, he had reported the situation and did not fall short of his duty. As time passed, on the other side in Bishuijia Garden, Jiangnan City. Daddy is back. As Ning Qingxian just opened the door, Ning Kaiwei rushed over joyfully. He smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair, looking around but not seeing Shinjiyu's figure. How did you do on the assessment? I got first place. Thanks to your novel, so many people are discussing you online, even the Jiangnan City News published an article. Ning Kaiwei blinked her big eyes, recalling everything she experienced in the blood food realm, and even though she still felt a bit afraid in the face of life and death crises, it was rather nostalgic. Being still young, she did not understand many more details, only knew that her father had once been to the blood food realm and was once the Lord of Eternal Night. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle as he took out a prepared gift from his pocket. Well then, congratulations. Looking at the brand new phone, Ning Kaiwei was overjoyed, quickly hugging it tightly. Don't look too much, Mom is not at home. It seems she received a command from above and just left right after coming back from a business trip. Ning Qingxian fell into some deep thought after seeing this. Isn't the work of the president of the Reincarnator Association too busy? By the way, I think I saw you exercising just now? Ning Kaiwei carefully tucked away her phone and nodded. I have a lot of points in my account, and it refreshes quite a bit, so I spent 100,000 points to buy a set of body refining cultivation path. 100,000 points? Ning Qingxian gasped in shock. Has his daughter also become a little rich girl? He hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't help but speak up. Didn't Dad say, you should save points and money for emergencies? And the way you were just refining your body seemed too strenuous. What era of cultivation path did you buy? Were you deceived by someone? Ning Qingxian worriedly said. Having lived a life in the Central Plains, he could tell at a glance that this set of body refining cultivation path was thankless and laborious. To exhaust someone to death does not necessarily enhance their physical strength. The daughter is still young, with relatively weak discernment. Suddenly getting rich makes her easy to deceive. Having grown up himself, he never liked being lectured by his parents, but only after reaching this stage and having a daughter did he understand the hardships of being a parent. In this world, no one is more anxious about Ning Kaiwei than him. No, I bought it from the Reincarnation Hall. It's a legitimate channel, and this is from Master Ma, learned from a master in the reincarnation world. Its sales are very high, even though the time has been confirmed for quite a while. Ning Kaiwei squatted and practiced the horse stance to display her cultivation results, swinging her fists at the air with perfect form. Due to her innate Witch 9 bloodline, her fists not only made a whooshing sound but also carried the power of wind. Every move indeed belonged to the realm of body refinement. Combined with her bloodline, let alone killing a few cows, easily shattering stones with a punch is effortless. Dad, look. I've only trained for less than a day. Ning Kaiwei appeared quite happy. However, in Ning Qingshuan's eyes, her movements were too foolish, the efficiency was too low. Before long, Ning Kaiwei finished a set of boxing techniques and immediately started on the next set, her breath becoming increasingly disordered. Ning Qingshuan silently watched until he could no longer bear it, unable to stand by any longer. With a dark face, he could not accept that his daughter, just starting to touch the martial way, had her foundation ruined by such a flawed training method. Forget it, I'll teach you. Ning Qingshuan sighed softly. As a father, he naturally wanted to give the best to his daughter. An hour later, Ning Kaiwei looked curiously at the swirling energy gathered in her palm. Dad, is this the legendary true energy? It feels so warm. She lowered her head to feel the threads of true energy pulsating slowly in her dantian. Following the 8 extraordinary meridians, after forming a full circulation, all the discomfort from earlier boxing practice completely disappeared. This did not conflict with her Witch 9 bloodline, instead, it complemented it, almost as if belonging to the same lineage. At this moment, Ning Qingshuan gazed at his daughter as if she were a monster. In just one short hour, his daughter not only grasped the complex essence of the turtle breath technique, but she also condensed the dantian vortex that an ordinary genius would take a month to achieve. Even if it was just a thread, it was incredibly extraordinary. How did Shen Jiayu and Ning Kaiwei both possess such high martial talent? So cultivation can be this simple, I just need to breathe according to the steps. Dad is even better than Master Ma. Ning Kaiwei gazed at herself with stars in her eyes. Hearing her words, Ning Qingshuan finally asked in confusion, who is Master Ma? He is the person included in the 3rd grade textbook, the revered Mr. Ma from Imperial Star, whom everyone respectfully calls the martial savior. He once apprenticed under a reclusive master across the heavens and, after becoming a closed-door disciple and mastering his skills, he brought back this body refinement training method. Many reincarnators learned their inner strength from Master Ma. Ning Qingshuan thought for a moment. He had indeed seen reincarnators using inner strength before. Undeniably, this was a method of becoming stronger that had a very wide reach, but it started too low. Not wanting to delay further, he spent the remaining time helping Ning Kaiwei consolidate her dantian vortex. Meanwhile, in the Kanglan Star Branch Hall, Shen Jiayu anxiously awaited the old hall leader to finish the call. She had just returned home not long ago when she received news from the old hall leader and rushed to the branch to report. On the other end of the phone was clearly a very important big shot. From the old hall leader's face, one could see unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Yes, I understand. The old hall leader ended the call, raised his head to look at Shen Jiayu, his face showing a complexity that was hard to describe. Hall leader, did I pass the assessment? Shen Jiayu asked cautiously. Naturally, it was about inheriting the position of the hall master. Although she had not yet successfully advanced to S grade, she had basically achieved outstanding results in the reincarnation world. As long as the old hall master recognized her, she could naturally take over this position. I'm sorry, I can't give you this position, the old hall master shook his head. With those words, Shen Jiayu's mood instantly plummeted to the bottom. Her face turned pale, and after biting her lip, she managed to force a smile. It's fine, hall master, you don't have to apologize to me. If there are any difficulties, I completely understand. Shen Jiayu could almost guess who had just made that phone call. As expected, it came from the Imperial Star. Otherwise, the old hallmaster's attitude could not have changed so drastically. But she did not regret it. Even if she risked her entire future, she would not do anything against Ning Qingshuan. Also, you are no longer the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association. As the old hallmaster spoke, he stood up from his chair. Shen Jiyu's body trembled slightly, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, a brief ringing in her ears. Sure enough. She bitterly smiled, her heart was not surprised. From now on, you are the president of the Imperial Star Jingzhou District General Association. Shen Jiayu felt desolate and nodded gently, understood. Ha? She blankly looked up. What did you say? The old hall master showed a sigh, his eyes filled with deep awe. The order from the Imperial Star has come down, you are very lucky. Although I don't know the specific situation, the former Jingzhou administrator just resigned, leading to a major internal reshuffle, creating many vacancies. The Jingzhou Hallmaster must have seen your information while selecting from various life planets. That phone call was indeed from the Jingzhou Hallmaster. A figure far beyond his level in the Hall of Reincarnation directly named Shinjayu to take on the role of president of Jingzhou. This was simply something he had never heard of before. First, it was the administrator of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng, asking him to support Shinjayu, and now it was a hall master from the Imperial Star personally issuing the appointment. This leap in promotion was something one wouldn't even dare to dream of, right? He did not have the courage to ask about the details and reasons, he just needed to obey the order. You want me to be the president of Jingzhou? Shinjayu pointed at herself, her eyes wide with shock. 1 second her life had plunged into despair, and the next second she had soared? That's right. The old hall master nodded. Shinjayu felt it was utterly surreal. She had desperately wanted to achieve better results just to inherit the old hall master's position, to take a step further on her career path, and improve her current family situation. Yet now, the return she received far exceeded her original efforts. May I ask why the Jingzhou administrator resigned? She remembered the Jingzhou administrator was Chiu Jiro's superior, they had just had a virtual meeting earlier in the day. As for matters regarding the Imperial Star, how could we in Kanglan Star understand? There are over 1,000 districts there, and the situation changes in an instant, anything could happen. The old hall master truly knew nothing, this was clearly information beyond his level. With my qualifications, I shouldn't meet the requirements for the president's position, right? Did you recommend me? Shinjayu asked again. She saw the old hall master shake his head, unable to suppress a smile. I can't interfere with decisions from the Imperial Star. As his words fell, Shinjayu sank into deep thought. Could it be because Ning Qingxian ranks 10th on the S-grade leaderboard? The only reason she could think of for her taking the position of president of Jingzhou was tied to Ning Qingxian. But thinking further, even being 10th on the S-grade leaderboard did not hold such great power in the Federation and the Hall of Reincarnation, allowing one person to rise quickly. Either it was related to the Central Plane and the inheritance of the past life sect? Go back and rest, choose a day to take office. The Imperial Star is completely different from our Kanglan Star, it is the core of the entire Kanglan system. Be very careful. From now on, I can only call you Commander Shin. Shinjayu felt quite embarrassed and replied, I will always remember your great kindness. After leaving the branch palace, she looked up at the brightest star under the dark night sky, feeling deeply moved. I must hurry and tell Ning Qingxian the good news, he must have played a big role in this. Shinjayu did not delay any longer and set off back to Jiangnan City. Chapter 39, Unprecedented Global Alert. Shinjayu could not see it, but deep in the dark sky, there was a huge abyssal rift, continuously surging with powerful demonic forces. At this moment, after Fu Lingfeng reported the emergency situation, another sudden event occurred. The electronic screen flashed wildly with red light. Red alert! Red alert! Reiterating, red alert! Fu Lingfeng's expression changed in shock. Did the abyssal rift really expand in such a short time? Goddess of wisdom, help me scan the image of the abyssal rift. He spoke in a deep voice, and soon, the electronic screen displayed the dark, vast appearance of the abyss far from Kanglan Star. Due to the distortion of space, the scale of it grew larger and larger, the flow of the powerful aura was terrifying. In an instant, rumble. A silent shockwave swept out, slowly revealing ancient flying warships before Fu Lingfeng and all the high-ranking personnel of Kanglan Star. On each warship stood powerful figures in black robes, with cold faces, merciless eyes, and an aura of icy killing intent radiating from them. Besides the warships, there were also colossal divine weapons that Fu Lingfeng had never seen before, and in the background, numerous powerful demons appeared, carrying overwhelming demonic energy. The scene was magnificent, the fleet descended from the abyss, delivering an unprecedented visual shock to everyone. What? Who are these people? This is not Central Plains at all. The Secretary General was terrified. From the previously shown data of the Reincarnation Palace, it was clear that the fighting power level of Central Plains could not be this high. Governor, what should we do? He looked anxiously at Fu Lingfeng. This powerful force was clearly heading this way. No one knew what they intended to do. Once they truly approached Kanglan Star, it would probably be an unimaginable disaster. Issue the highest alert, notify all troops to put down everything they are doing, and immediately lay out defenses 50,000 kilometers outside Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng forced himself to calm down. In critical moments like this, it was even more important to stay composed. He had reported the situation truthfully to the Imperial Star and believed that it would respond in time to handle this rapidly occurring emergency. Hurry, hurry, what are you all standing there for? Execute the orders. The Secretary General turned around and shouted at the deeply shocked senior personnel. In an instant, the entire command room erupted like a boiling pot, with endless roars echoing. 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, 3rd Legion, hurry up and mobilize. Don't you understand? I mean everyone. Pull out all the defensive cannons of Kanglan Star. Anyone who exceeds the strength of a star must come to the capital's command room for a meeting immediately. Damn it, what do you mean insufficient authority? This is the order of the chief executive. Fu Lingfeng fixed his gaze on the electronic screen, beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead. This night would be one that Kanglan Star could never forget. The entire planet fell into the highest state of alert, with powerful troops rushing through the air, hastily moving towards the outer starry skies. Rusty, ancient defensive cannons were all pulled out. Ordinary citizens had no idea what was happening, they could only hear the continuous roaring sound above their heads. Suddenly, the sky battleships and star battleships were mobilized. Such a big commotion, could it be that the border tribes are attacking us? Someone looked up and voiced a suspicious thought. That shouldn't be possible, right? Our Kanglan Star is near the Sun US star, which is currently fighting against the alien tribes. Perhaps we are going to provide assistance. Someone expressed a different opinion, speculating the reason for Kanglan Star's actions based on the current situation. At the same time, Shinjayu, who was on her way home, also noticed the changes on Kanglan Star. What's going on? She sat in the car, looking out the window at the troop members rushing towards the sky. These people could hardly be seen on normal days, their existence was distinct from the Reincarnation Association, only moving out to execute missions to eliminate alien strongholds or when Kanglan Star faced a significant crisis. From the scene before her, nearly the entire branch of the troops had come out. This grand spectacle was the first time she had ever witnessed. Unfortunately, she had not yet taken on the position of the Grand President, so she could not find out exactly what was happening on Kanglan Star. After hesitating for a while, she still sent a message to the old palace leader. After a moment, she received a reply. Global highest level alert? Shinjiyu's mind roared, filled with disbelief. Throughout Kanglan Star's history, no such highest alert status had ever been issued. This meant that Kanglan Star was facing an extremely serious threat. And it was worse than ever before. What on earth is happening? She murmured to herself, her eyes lost in thought. Outside Kanglan Star, the sky battleships and star battleships stood ready. Hundreds of thousands of elite troop members, tense and on high alert, stared into the dark depths of the starry sky. In the unseen distance, a team had descended from the abyssal rift. In as few as a couple of hours, or as many as several days, they would approach Kanglan Star, depending on the speed of their journey. Meanwhile, in the command room of the capital, hundreds of high-ranking federal officials had gathered, including many secret personnel from the Reincarnation Hall, all staring at the electronic screens. The room was silent, not a single person spoke. The heavy atmosphere pressed down so much it was hard to breathe, until Fu Lingfeng suddenly broke the silence. Goddess of wisdom, I need to speak with the leader on the other side. Kanglan Star was facing the most severe test and threat in its history, and as the planet's governor, he had to ensure the safety and security of its citizens. The first step was to find out what the other side's intentions were. There was no doubt that effective communication and dialogue could prevent irreversible violent conflicts. I'm sorry, due to interference from the abyssal rift, my communication cannot reach the other side. How far away are they? Fu Lingfeng asked in a deep voice. If they were already close to Kanglan Star, it would be too late. 80,000 kilometers. After saying that, Fu Lingfeng's face darkened slightly. It was still a bit too close. Everyone, the time has come for us to be tested. No matter what happens next, we need to hold on until the Imperial Star supports us. They have fought for 3 months next door without losing a single inch of defense. I hope we, too, can do the same on Kanglan Star. Do you understand? Fu Lingfeng scanned the hundreds of people in the room, his gaze sharp and commanding. Understood, everyone responded in unison. He turned again to look at the electronic screen, and suddenly saw something in the dark depths that caused his pupils to contract and his scalp to tingle. What is this? Chapter 40, Inheritance of the Demon Path Grandmaster. At the same time, on the brightest life planet in the Kanglan system, within the Imperial Star, General Gussie too was squinting, looking at the confidential information in his hands, concerning the reports collected by the Reincarnators about the Central Plains, as well as the casualty and achievement reports. What came into view was the names Shinjayu and Chen Yunyang, both ranked first with equal evaluations. This report comes from the Reincarnation Hall and has not yet been made public. The reason for being tied for first is because the two of them jointly transcribed and uploaded the cultivation path of the Martial King realm. An Ultra S-level advancement potential. Gusitu let out a long sigh with a weathered voice, filled with deep reverence. His eyes, like vast stars, revealed strands of admiration. Since the establishment of the Federation, countless reincarnators have ventured into innumerable worlds, obtaining a vast number of methods to become stronger, known as advancement paths. Each advancement path is a treasure of the Federation, including but not limited to body refinement, inner strength, bloodlines, genetic methods, spiritual energy, and extraordinary attributes, etc. Advancement paths are varied and each has different levels of potential. For example, the inner strength cultivation path brought back by Master Ma was ultimately rated with a growth potential that could only reach a level by the Reincarnation Hall. This means that if a Reincarnator only practices this path, they will never be able to step into S level. What truly made Gusita feel genuine admiration is that in Central Plains, there is an extraordinary person who can break through the constraints of the Celestial Realm and independently create the Martial King Realm. Moreover, they have forcibly brought the S-level growth limit of the Celestial Realm into Ultra S level with their own hands. What a truly astonishing greatness this is. Initially thinking it was just an S-level achievement, until the recent assessment results from the Reincarnation Hall came out. Immediately summon Chen Yuning, Gusitu ordered. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuning arrived at the headquarters of the 76th Army Corps, trembling with fear. In her impression, this was the military base of the Jingzhou area, and the entire defense force of Jingzhou was based here. As the marshal of the 76th Army Corps, Gusitu was a figure of the same rank as the head of Jingzhou Hall. One manages the internal affairs, while the other manages the external. Marshal Gusitu himself is an exceptionally outstanding Ultra S-level Reincarnator. Rumor has it that in the traditional cultivation path of genetic methods, he has already unlocked the 6th level genetic lock. How could she, Chen Yuning, have the capability to be summoned by Marshal Gusitu? Arriving at the marshal's residence and following her assistant, she finally entered a solemn hall. Chen Yuning took a deep breath, daring not to look around, bowing and clasping her hands. S-level Reincarnator of Jingzhou District, Chen Yuning pays respect to the marshal. Gusita looked at her with approving eyes and nodded. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in this reincarnation world. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill today. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuning was momentarily stunned, then her heart filled with joy. She was secretly summoned, and it turned out Marshal Gusitu had learned about the results in advance. Replying to the marshal, being able to gain this great opportunity is already a kind of honor, I dare not ask for anything more. Gusitu did not continue to question but waved his hand. When you have decided, just let the deputy officer know. Also, the reason I called you today is to inquire about the inheritance of the Central Plains leader. According to the information you have provided, you opened the gate to the upper realm of Central Plains, which may lead to a war between the two realms. Can you estimate the future situation and accurately assess the combat power of the upper realm? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuning couldn't help but show a troubled expression. On that day, she witnessed the strength of Fengli, a powerful figure from the upper realm of Central Plains, easily overpowering the S-level list's 49th ranked Xing Wushuang. That was definitely beyond the celestial realm, but whether it surpassed S-level, she could not make an accurate judgment. After all, there is also a huge strength gap between S-level reincarnators. The top 50 in the list are almost 50 dividing lines, not to mention standing among the top 10 that represents the pinnacle of S-level. Just because Xing Wushuang was no match for Fengli does not mean that someone from the top 10 cannot defeat him. I cannot do it, but I can confirm that the Martial King realm is definitely stronger than the transformative matter realm. Chen Yuning could only provide another answer. This I already know, Gusitu responded. I can tell you in advance that the cultivation path of the Martial King realm is currently evaluated by the Rebirth Hall as having Ultra S level potential. Ultra S level? Chen Yuning's eyes widened on the spot, her head buzzing. Does this not mean that she has brought back a cultivation path that can ensure a worry-free life, and can immediately be written into textbooks? Making herself a legendary figure in the Federation, remembered for 100 years, even 1,000 years? Chen Yuning was dumbfounded. She never expected the Martial King realm's cultivation path actually belonged to Ultra S level progression potential. She changed her life because she met Xin Zheyu. The Marshal still has to say, whatever you want, as long as it is within the scope of my authority, can be fulfilled. After all, you are still young, and you have such great achievements. Your future is limitless, you are the pride of Jingzhou. No, you are the pride of the Empire. If you really can't think of what you want, I have a proposal. I can recommend you to the Star Master. Chen Yuning's breath quickened suddenly. Star Master? She, a small S-class, what luck to have access to such a big character. She worried she might not be worthy of such honor and was about to politely refuse, but she saw the aide beside her suddenly change color and interject. Marshal, something major has happened. Gusitu looked over, frowning. What matter cannot wait? The aide's expression was urgent. We just received an urgent report from the Tsang Star's governor. They detected the army of the Dusk King of the Greedy Wolf Clan appearing from outside the star. As soon as the words fell, Gusitu's pupils suddenly constricted. The Greedy Wolf Clan had always been a trouble for their Kanglan system, classified as star pirates in the universe, with a very strong foundation. They repeatedly invaded the Kanglan system, constantly establishing strongholds. This chaos at Tsang Star was indeed brought by the Greedy Wolf Clan, and he had dispatched a large number of reinforcements, which were still in combat. Tsang Star was an important strategic material planet. Once lost, the damage would be immeasurable. Dusk King. Gusitu's face shifted between dark and clear. This time, Tsang Star was likely facing a catastrophic disaster. Notify the nearby Kanglan Star and the governor of the Huyu Star to send conservative troops for assistance. I will personally take the lead. When his words fell, the aide's face turned extremely ugly. Marshal, Kanglan Star may not be able to provide assistance. Why? Gu Situ frowned. Kanglan Star has also sent an urgent report. A mysterious team has descended from the abyssal rift. The aide swallowed hard. Gu Situ's movements stiffened. Chen Yuning, who was beside them, felt a thud in her heart. What was going on with Kanglan Star? I know someone who might be able to help. Chen Yuning spoke carefully. Who? Gu Situ, having suffered 2 major pieces of bad news in succession, looked weary and asked casually. This person is on Kanglan Star. His name is Ning Qingshin. Oh no, that is the Dusk King of the Greedy Wolf Clan. Inside Kanglan Star, in the command room of the capital. Following Fu Lingfeng's gaze, the Secretary General also evidently saw another group on the screen. His expression turned panic-stricken, and images of the Dusk King's legendary exploits within the Greedy Wolf Clan quickly surfaced in his mind, having caused significant losses to the Kanglan system multiple times. The Greedy Wolf Clan is not coming for us. Fu Lingfeng was staring at the screen, fully aware in his heart. The Greedy Wolf Clan, as an alien tribe in the border wasteland, had occupied the depths of the desolate forbidden areas. Years ago, they gained the true teachings of a certain cosmic evil god. Digging in to develop, their strength grew very powerful, with a long-standing heritage and a high level of technological civilization and gene cultivation alongside, hosting many top-level experts. This Dusk King was one of the 3 kings of the Greedy Wolf Clan, having rendered great contributions to the entire Greedy Wolf Clan. Their attack on Sun US Star was to plunder the important strategic materials and abundant mineral resources of Sun US Star. In their eyes, Kanglan Star is nothing but an abandoned planet, long depleted of resources, with no significance for plunder. So, Fu Lingfeng is very certain that the army of the Twilight King must be just passing by, and their actual route is towards Sun US Star. However, Fu Lingfeng's heartbeat suddenly quickened. It seems they are about to encounter the mysterious team from the Abyssal Rift. In the vast and endless starry sky, the Twilight King leads his army toward Sun US Star. He is clad in ancient gray armor, rusty and stained, with faint traces of blood left by time. His weathered face carries a sternness, and his dark eyes seem to contain the mysteries of black holes, emanating a genetic law's intricate patterns, giving him an indescribable presence. Looking back at his followers, there are various gigantic sculptures stretching out. There are goddesses with human faces and serpent bodies, monsters covered in tentacles, and fierce ancient beasts glaring with wide eyes. Each sculpture is pulled forward by thousands of people chained together, creating a grand scene in the boundless starry sky, like an epic painting. My king, what kind of living planet is this? Why don't we try to conquer it? Beside the Twilight King, a young prodigy from the gluttonous Wolf Clan, on his first campaign with him, expressed his doubts upon seeing the distant Kanglan Star. Just a planet abandoned by the Federation, of no value. The Twilight King glanced coldly at Kanglan Star with his dark eyes before retracting his gaze. In fact, it was not only valueless to him, but also to the Federation. After 3 months of fighting over Sun US Star, not a single soldier emerged from the nearby Kanglan Star. Once the mother planet of the Kanglan system, it has now fallen into neglect, possibly forgotten by the Federation. He was even unwilling to pay the lives of the strong from his clan to forcibly occupy it. As for whether they might be strategically ambushed, 3 months of time has proven that Kanglan Star poses no threat at all. Moreover, under the starry sky, forming multi-directional attacks is not an easy task. My king, there is movement ahead. A scout reported, and the Twilight King immediately looked up. A fleet of warships flew in the air, a dark mass of demonic powerhouses exuding an atmosphere of battlefield slaughter, with many great demons following behind. The team stretched out, unfathomable. Following the convoy, he saw the Abyssal Rift. A thought flashed through his mind: Abyss. With the gluttonous Wolf Clan's historical knowledge of the Federation, he certainly knows that there exists a mysterious reincarnation hall within the Federation. The Federation's depth was rapidly enhanced, precisely due to the existence of the reincarnation hall. In these years, the alien races in the starry sky have suffered quite a bit because of it. But there are pros and cons. The power of the reincarnation hall has affected the spatial planes. This often leads to the emergence of abyssal rifts, bringing various strange plunderers from the abyss, which also causes trouble for the Federation. From the current scene, it is evident that the team ahead has descended from the abyssal rift. We are about to see a good show. The Twilight King let out a faint laugh. Based on the heritage strength of Kanglan Star, they could not resist the impact of the team ahead. This result would lead Kanglan Star to face an apocalyptic disaster. The front line is in urgent battle. Should we bypass? The young prodigy beside him asked. Foolish. Do you dare to allow this abyssal team behind us? The Twilight King spoke coldly. Having fought countless battles for the gluttonous Wolf Clan, he would not allow himself to make such a low-level mistake. Then, he issued another order to the scout: follow them closely, keep a close eye on all movements, and report back to me in a timely manner. As time passes, the army outside Kanglan Star stands ready, everyone's face showing unprecedented tension. Faintly, they can already see the shadow of the warships, and soon their gaze becomes fixed. They are coming, getting closer and closer. Hiss, such a strong wave of power, this must be coming from the S-class reincarnation world, right? Silence. Silence. There was some chaos in the ranks, but it was quickly stopped by the higher-ups. In the command room of the capital of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng shouted, "Wisdom Goddess. Establishing a communication channel." Fu Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone, "I am the chief executive of the Kanglan Star Federation. You are approaching the safe zone of Kanglan Star, please state your intentions." As the message was transmitted, among the bulky warships from the Abyssal Rift, a black-robed man sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes. The team immediately stopped. He looked at the vast, boundless starry sky and let out an ancient sigh. "Linger, have we arrived?" A young girl beside him respectfully clasped her hands, reporting, "Master, we should be here." According to the information provided by the headmaster of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the location where the ancestral master's soul departed is right here. As the words fell, the black-robed man's body trembled slightly. Tears seemed to well up in his murky eyes as he gazed at the bronze coffin beside him. Inside lies his master, who had followed the ancestral master for 100 years. He had gone through great lengths, at any cost, to finally find a rift space under the calculation results provided by the headmaster of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, tracing the location where the ancestral master's soul departed. His purpose was to fulfill his master's last wish and bury the body in the place of the ancestral master. He did not know where this was, it seemed to be beyond the central plains, another mysterious world, similar to the upper and lower realms. Hearing Fu Lingfeng's words, he felt the immense power of the communication from afar, deep and unfathomable. His aged face became solemn, and he finally spoke with great respect, "I am the 7th leader of the Pure Land sect. I come with no ill intentions but to seek news of my ancestral master." Within Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng heard the other party's words through the Wisdom Goddess. Hundreds of high-ranking personnel in the command room also heard this statement. Fu Lingfeng was bewildered, and everyone else exchanged confused glances, feeling the same. The King of Dusk, who had halted in the distance, also received intelligence from his scouts. His brow furrowed, pondering deeply. Ancestral master? What ancestral master? Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestral master? Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, then asked the Wisdom Goddess, "Can you find out what kind of force the Pure Land sect is?" Quickly, the Wisdom Goddess provided a reply. According to the information provided by the Reincarnation Palace, it has been found that there are over 400 sects known as the Pure Land sect across the vast realms. The recently discovered Pure Land sect comes from the Central Plains, being the first Devil sect in the Central Plains. Among them, the 4th leader of the Pure Land sect, Ning 13, gained fame at a young age, independently creating a cultivation method, leading the entire sect to its peak. Based on the information provided, the 7th leader of the Pure Land sect, referring to the ancestral master, has a 99% probability of being Ning 13. As these words fell, Fu Lingfeng's confusion deepened. Why would he trace the ancestral master's message all the way to Kanglan Star? Was there a mistake? He spoke again, "There is no ancestral master here as you mentioned. Please leave immediately, I will state it again, please leave immediately." The message was conveyed, and the black-robed man's murky eyes dimmed slightly. About the ancestral master, he had only heard of it from his master and seen it in the historical texts of the Central Plains, but had never witnessed it with his own eyes. That year, his parents had just been born. The Central Plains faced the invasion of powerful beings from the upper realm. A great war broke out, and it is said that the ancestral master single-handedly broke through the upper realm. Thus, the upper realm changed hands, and for many years, the Central Plains welcomed a great unified era. Unfortunately, the ancestral master did not witness the prosperity of the Central Plains. The battle between the two realms shattered the ancestral master's physical body, and in full view, the soul ascended to who knows where. The legacy he left behind became the greatest treasure of the Central Plains. Even to this day, some people still mourn him, and some still sing his praises. Originally, it was thought that the master would ascend his spirit and continue his life in another world, living a second life. But now could it be that the so-called ascension in the Central Plains is actually a fall? The man in the black robe was unwilling to accept this, his emotions surged with sorrow. "Our school's master, known as Ning Shirsan in his youth, he is Ning Shirsan, he is the legend of our Central Plains, he cannot be an unknown. I hope the elder can help us find him." Being addressed as elder by such a powerful figure was overwhelming for Fu Lingfeng. He felt immense pressure, his palms already sweating cold. The conversation was real and effective, but the key issue was, how would he know who this master of demonic path was? He had been polite so far, but if this continued, the other party might explode with rage. In his hesitation, he showed a look of throwing caution to the wind. Goddess of Wisdom, prepare to announce to the world immediately, tell every citizen of Kanglanstar what is happening here. With these words, the hall erupted into chaos, even the Secretary General's face changed. Governor, this might not be appropriate, it could cause panic and unrest. Fu Lingfeng replied helplessly, do you have a better solution? The quickest support from the Empire Star will take at least half a day. Everyone exchanged glances, and all fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of the Great Wolf tribe. Receiving the full report, the King of Dusk had an unpredictable expression, even feeling a bit rattled. Damn, I thought I could watch a good show, but it turns out they are here to find family. He coldly watched the distant celestial teams, his dark eyes gradually filling with totemic light, causing the many sculptures behind him to erupt in terrifying red flames. King of Dusk? The Great Wolf tribe's warriors were puzzled. All troops, obey orders. Attack the celestial teams up ahead, leave none alive. The face of the King of Dusk turned cold and ruthless, making a strategic decision in a brief moment. The front line of Kanglanstar was in a tight situation, he couldn't afford to think longer. Since this celestial team had some inseparable relationship with Kanglanstar, it meant that Kanglanstar might pose a serious threat to the army behind it. He absolutely could not allow this situation to occur and had to take the initiative. Understood. The Great Wolf Tribe army had no objections, and in an instant, figures rushed forward to attack. The King of Dusk slowly raised his hand, and it seemed as if the sounds of breaking genetic locks echoed within his body, also drawing forth the power of the evil god, causing many sculptures to transform into living creatures amidst the burning flames. With human faces and snake bodies, they emitted sharp screeches, shaking the very fabric of space. The ancient beast's furious eyes opened enormous wings, roaring to the heavens. This commotion attracted the attention of the followers of the Rebirth sect, and a little girl on the warship whispered, "Leader, it seems something is coming toward us." The man in the black robe glanced with his weary eyes. "In this realm, are there also beast riots?" He slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the massive revived creatures in the distance. Boom! The great wilderness candle dragon appeared, its towering phantom transforming, with demonic flames rising. Its dragon pupils shot forth a majestic dark light, its great body towering under the vast starry sky. Its ruthless claws swept across, instantly devastating the densely packed Great Wolf Tribe army. They looked up, their vicious faces gradually turning blank, until boundless fear showed in their pupils. What is that thing? Demonic flames consumed, dragon claws tore apart the universe, causing screams to erupt. The King of Dusk had just revived the sculptures and saw this scene, and his entire mind rang with a thunderous sound. His dark eyes were completely shrouded by the phantom of the great wilderness candle dragon, reflecting the majesty of the dragon pupils, sending chilling shivers down his spine. Boom! The surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror, and the sculptures collapsed. The King of Twilight faced an unprecedented mighty impact, his entire grey armor shattering piece by piece. His face changed drastically, and a wave of intense fear surged within him. What level of strong person is this? The shadow of death loomed closer, accompanied by a sight of many greedy wolf tribe warriors turned to ashes. He could no longer bear the burden and spouted blood from his 7 orifices. Ancestral Master. Did the Ancestral Master of Kanglanstar strike? No, it's the guy on the spaceship. The King of Twilight stared with terrified eyes, clearly sensing that this terrifying power burst forth from the leading battleship, instantly crossing endless distances. Retreat! Quick, retreat! He screamed in despair, turning to flee, his heart filled with panic. Ancestral Master. Where did the Ancestral Master of Kanglanstar come from? He could not understand why a life planet abandoned by the Federation could produce such a figure as the so-called Ancestral Master. Just the mysterious person's strike from the battleship had instantly suppressed his hundreds of thousands of troops. What level was that Ancestral Master? At this moment, the scene was clearly recorded by the Goddess of Wisdom, displayed in the command room of Kanglanstar. The room fell into a deadly silence, hundreds of high-ranking personnel gasping in shock, their eyes wide in astonishment. Fu Lingfeng stood rigid, his eyes trembling continuously, filled with horror. What is this? What the hell? In a single disagreement, has the mighty army of the King of Twilight been sacrificed? He turned around mechanically, looking at the hundreds of high-ranking personnel, almost roaring. What are you all frozen for? Quickly issue a global notice to find someone, can't you see he's furious? Chapter 43, Global Notice, Bewildered Ning Qingxian. Imperial Star, Marshal's Mansion of Jingzhou. The Federation hasn't seen a returning ancient reincarnator for many years. Old sit aside after hearing Chen Yunyang's description. He had learned about Ning Qingxuan's novel, which was actually the memory of his past reincarnation. Upon understanding that Ning Qingxian had been living unnoticed and impoverished on Kanglanstar for many years, he felt a deep sadness. After all, he was a hero of the Federation but had not welcomed Ning Qingxuan's return in time. Marshal, we can't contact this Ning Qingxian. Also, Kanglanstar has just uploaded a video. The aide said, as the electronic screen unfolded, revealing the scene outside of Kanglan Star. This is... Old Situ's pupils constricted, his heart churning instantly. In the video, the army of the King of Twilight was annihilated, and the great wilderness candle dragon stood beneath the starry river, the demonic flames roaring with an aura as if to devour everything, already reaching the Super S level. Even he felt a strong heart palpitation at the moment the black-robed man from the battleship struck. The King of Twilight has activated his 5th level gene lock. He is a troublesome powerhouse of the Kanglan system, and the armor on him is an evil divine artifact, yet it was so easily destroyed. Old Situ's face quickly turned ugly, seemingly never expecting that this team descending outside Kanglan Star would have such high-level experts. It is the great wilderness candle dragon's command. I have seen it with my own eyes. This is the demonic power from the Central Plains. Chen Yunyang murmured, her heart racing, recognizing at a glance that this move was passed down from the 4th-generation leader of the Rebirth sect, Ning Shisan. Has the Kanglan Star's sky-ranking powerhouse not been contacted yet? Old Situ asked the aide. In this situation, they could only try anything. Although Ning Qingxian had not reached the Super S level, as one of the top 10 on the sky ranking, he was already strong enough, they just needed to buy some time. Not yet. The aide shook his head. However, the governor of Kanglan Star has issued a global notice, stating that they are looking for a demonic path ancestral master named Ning Shisan, that might be the purpose of the Abyss Rift team's arrival. Demonic path ancestral master? Old Situ was taken aback. Inside Kanglan Star, a global notice began to be issued. Dear citizens of Kanglan Star, good evening. We are sorry to disturb you at such a late hour. I am the goddess of wisdom from the capital of Kanglan Star. I solemnly inform you all on behalf of CEO Zhang that our planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. Under the night sky, many cities on Kanglan Star are dotted with dazzling neon lights. No matter where they are, no matter what they are busy with, all citizens without exception suddenly received urgent notices from their bound wisdom goddesses. A large number of citizens looked up at the starry sky, and naturally recalled the earlier grand movements caused by the Federation. With the release of this notice, chaos erupted instantly. Could it be that the alien races are really attacking? It's over, there are no heavy troops guarding Kanglan Star. Fear spread among the people, and chaos quickly appeared. On her way home, Shinjiyu also received the message. What on earth is happening? First, a global highest level alert, and now a global notice. Her eyes filled with worry as intense unease engulfed her heart. Throughout Kanglan Star's history, there has never been a disaster of this level. Is she about to witness history? President, do we need to send someone to your house to check? The vice president, who was driving, asked nervously. Under the current situation, according to the Federation's normal procedures, a massive evacuation might be necessary. No need. Shinjiyu gently shook her head. In the vast Kanglan Star, there are very few S-level reincarnators, and Ning Qingxian is ranked 10th on the S-level heavily list by the Reincarnation Hall, who could provide more security than Ning Saiwei's father. Next, please let every citizen be informed. The Wisdom Goddess sent out another communication. At this moment, a demonic team from the Central Plains is outside Kanglan Star, posing a serious threat to us. Citizens, please pay attention. A suspected individual named Ning Shisan, a demonic master from the Central Plains, is currently within Kanglan Star. He may be experiencing unknown conditions such as amnesia, loss of cultivation, wandering in the streets, or being an illegal resident of the Federation. If you see someone matching this description, please report it immediately. After reading the message from the Wisdom Goddess, Shinjiyu's eyes gradually widened. The demonic forces from the Central Plains have descended? In an instant, the citizens of Kanglan Star looked at the people around them and then at the homeless on the streets. No, it's not me. The homeless, noticing the gazes around them, hurriedly shook their heads in fear. As the Wisdom Goddess issued a global notice, mobilizing all citizens, Ning Kaiwei, who was diligently cultivating it by Shuwei Garden, also received the news without exception. She looked shocked and asked Ning Qingxian, Dad, did you receive the news from the Wisdom Goddess? What news? Ning Qingxuan's Wisdom Goddess 009 did not respond at all. It seems like our Kanglan Star is in big trouble. There is a team from the demonic forces of the Central Plains outside, and the Wisdom Goddess sent a message looking for a demonic master named Ning Shisan. After this was said, Ning Qingxuan's puzzled eyes gradually became confused. What's going on? A team from the Central Plains demonic forces? He quickly called out to Wisdom Goddess 009. Such a serious matter, why haven't I received a notice? The will of the Wisdom Goddess 009 fully awakened. Respected Mr. Ning, you hold the highest authority in Kanglan Star. The governor of Kanglan Star has no right to send you any messages. Understanding the reason, Ning Qingxian sighed lightly. Next time, no matter who it is, please inform me first. The Wisdom Goddess responded gently, I am changing the settings, the change has been successful. Do you have any other commands? I will do my best to serve you. I need to talk to the demonic forces outside Kanglan Star immediately. You should be able to do that. After this was said, the tone of Wisdom Goddess 009 became somewhat solemn and serious. Respected Mr. Ning, the demonic forces outside Kanglan Star are beyond your capability to contend with or influence. To ensure your safety, I advise you not to take action and wait for the support of the 76th Legion of the Imperial Star. Ning Qingxuan's expression was complex. Even if today's visitors were not a Central Plains team but other powerful beings from the myriad worlds or so-called alien armies from the borderlands. As long as he has the ability, he would never be a turtle hiding its head. Even if his strength has not recovered, it remains the same. He has lived on Kanglan Star for so many years, naturally he feels attached, especially since his family is all here. No one can solve this trouble today except for me. The Wisdom Goddess 009 seemed to think of something upon hearing this line. Immediately, it sparked some huge emotional waves, stirring up some uncontrolled excitement. She cautiously asked with a trembling voice. Respected Mr. Ning, do you mean that the Demon Path Master is you? Chapter 44 Follow-up in the Central Plains, answers are all here. In the command room of Kanglan Star's capital, Fu Lingfeng and several high-ranking officials were extremely anxious. No one is responding, not even countless fake Demon Pathmasters showing up. Everyone looked at each other, all shivering slightly. Who would dare to impersonate such a thing? Connecting to communication. The sudden words from the Wisdom Goddess made Fu Lingfeng quickly raise his head. A long sigh echoed, drifting towards the demon team outside Kanglan Star. Perhaps Ning Qingxian sensed who was lying in that coffin. Are you a disciple of Qing Wu? The vast universe, silent and still, sent ripples through the air because of this question. The old man in the black robe sitting on the worship throne widened his ancient eyes. The little girl beside him showed a look of surprise and joy. Master, it's Master. The black-robed man trembled as he stood up, clasping his hands in a bow. The seventh-generation disciple of the Resurrection sect pays respect to Master. Everyone behind him, a massive crowd of followers, all bowed together. This scene caused all those in the command room of Kanglan Star to have their minds rocked in thunderous disbelief. Fu Lingfeng was in utter disbelief. There was indeed their Demon Path Master in Kanglan Star? Ning Qingxian paused for a moment and spoke complexly. As long as you stay here for a day, 100 years will pass for the Central Plains. If you linger even a moment longer, your family will grow old for half a year. So go back. The black-robed man was already in tears. Master, the disciple is here to fulfill the Master's last wish, hoping Master will grant it. There are all the letters from the Master over the years in the coffin. Ning Qingxuan's heart trembled as he recalled his life in the Central Plains. Jiang Qingguo had followed him since childhood. How could he not have thought about taking Jiang Qingguo away from the Central Plains like Xing Wushuan took the Zombie King from the Eerie World? Unfortunately, he never expected that Jiang Qingguo would still return to his side, but had already passed away. The bronze coffin floated in mid-air, slowly descending onto Kanglan Star. The black-robed man stood up and wiped away the murky tears at the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Master, for granting this. The team turned and headed towards the still open abyss crack, gradually moving away. On the way, the little girl was excited. Leader, what is this place of Master? The black-robed man shook his head. I'm not sure either. It must be a realm of ascendance. Master is doing this for our sake. Do not linger if your strength is not enough. The little girl murmured to herself, when we go back, I want to tell those little troublemakers that the legend of Master is real. He has lived in the realm of ascendance for a second life. The black-robed man smiled and ruffled her little head, suddenly sensing something as he looked towards the vast universe's starry sky, that unknown and inscrutable direction. Vaguely, it seemed as if a pair of indifferent, emotionless eyes, with willpower covering the endless space, was coldly watching Kanglan Star. But in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Such terrifying consciousness, is it just an illusion? He frowned, no longer paying attention, and led the team into the abyss crack. In the depths of the stars, a few low murmurs echoed. How could this person of the demon path discover us? His strength, you all have witnessed. What do you all think of the Master of Kanglan Star? If he is Master, then how can his strength be weak? I didn't expect that after all these years, a reincarnated one has returned to the Human Federation. This person is transmitting teachings across the heavens. It is to be feared that his talent is exceptionally monstrous. No one knows what else he has done in the myriad realms besides being the Grandmaster of Demonic Path. If he continues to recall his reincarnation experiences, it will surely bring great trouble. What does the Pope think? Please ask the Twilight Council. Kanglan Star, Jingzhou District, Marshal's Mansion. Just as Gu Situ was preparing to lead the army to Kanglan Star, a towering supreme will suddenly descended. I am the goddess of wisdom 009. Gu Situ's expression turned stiff upon hearing the voice. 009? The embodiment of the Empire Star? How could she personally descend into Jingzhou Military District? Gu Situ hurriedly adjusted his military uniform and lowered his head, as did everyone present. The crisis of Kanglan Star has been resolved. There is no need for the Jingzhou Military District to send troops. Gu Situ raised his head in shock and asked in confusion, who resolved it? The safety defense of Kanglan Star was his responsibility in the Jingzhou district. Without high-level orders, other districts could not deploy troops without authorization. There were not many who could cross this authority on the Empire Star. Was it a favored one of the Star Master, a member of the Tower of End, or one of the 12 Cave Lords? The ancient Reincarnator Ning Qingxian, the Grandmaster of Demonic Path himself. After the Goddess of Wisdom 009 conveyed this message, her will immediately departed, leaving Du Situ and a group of high-ranking officials in the military district, all with shocked expressions. Ning Qingxian, the Grandmaster of Demonic Path himself? The Goddess of Wisdom means that the Reincarnation Master Ning 13, whom my sister Zhiyu and I encountered in Central Plains, is actually Ning Qingxian? Chen Yuning felt her thoughts were somewhat disordered, her brain crashing momentarily without reaction. The one who created the turtle breath method, the S+++ grade Great Wasteland Candle Dragon Finger, including the Super S-grade cultivation potential of the Martial King Realm system, referred to as the Demonic Path myth in the Central Plains, is actually Shin Zhiyu's husband? Chen Yuning's mind recalled everything experienced in the Central Plains once more. Ascending to Jingguang Temple seeking the law, and being given the Great Wasteland Candle Dragon Finger by Shin Zhiyu. Then, when Yan Jie and others came to seize the law, being scared off by the eldest disciple Jiang Qingwu, including going to the Rebirth Sex Mountain Gate to seek inheritance, until the battle in the ancient ruins. The name of the strongest in the Central Plains, which was always lingering in her ears, unable to know the subsequent regrets in the Central Plains, now here in Kanglan Star, it turns out to be Ning Qingxian. So that's how it is. Why hadn't I thought of that? Gu Situ let out a long sigh, as if enlightened. Many years ago, there was an ancient reincarnator from the Reincarnation Hall who returned and told of 3 reincarnation experiences, but later discovered that he had actually reincarnated 4 times. The 4th reincarnation was due to the split of his soul upon returning. Part of his soul remained in the myriad realms reincarnating, only returning upon death. Ning Qingxuan's situation should be similar. The 4th patriarch of the rebirth sect you saw in the Central Plains is actually part of his soul. Once this was said, the hall fell silent. They certainly knew that ancient reincarnator who had returned. Due to the 4 reincarnation experiences, each one was enough to create an uproar inside and outside the Federation, and had long been given legendary status, with a standing that they could not touch. Never would they have thought that this ancient reincarnator named Ning Qingxian not only became the eternal night monarch in the blood food realm but also achieved such great feats in the Central Plains with just part of his soul. Truly a treasure of the Federation. I fear the Star Master will know of this matter soon. Gu Situ sighed again, gazing once more at the Reincarnation Hall's data, the early life experiences of the 4th patriarch of the rebirth sect, his heart filled with sincere admiration. I need to hurry and tell Xing Wushuang and the others about this. Chen Yuning's hands trembled. Everything that had happened later in Central Plains now had an answer. Chapter 45 Master of Long Ashes, 3 Great Main Gods. At the same time, far away in the depths of the endless cosmic starry sky, away from the Empire Star, a solitary figure stood with hands behind his back, crossing the void. His face was calm, and his expression carried an awe-inspiring authority. The aura emanating from him, both inside and out, made the hidden starry beasts tremble in fear. Respected Star Master, here is the recent brief from the Kanglan Imperial Star. A captivating voice connected to his mind, beginning the report on the matters of the Imperial Star as a routine task. Your followers successfully eradicated 32 strongholds of the greedy Wolf Clan and intercepted an important piece of intelligence from the Twilight Council. The latest endless battlefield event of the Imperial Star has concluded, yielding several outstanding reincarnators who successfully entered the Tower of Annihilation. Star Master Chang Jin listened to the report and nodded slightly. Suddenly, he asked, has the Hall of Reincarnation sent a master to the Imperial Star? Why does the Star Master ask this question? If I am not mistaken, the avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Imperial Star has bonded with an unknown person, even you have no authority to inquire. The 3 goddesses of the Hall of Reincarnation are the foundation of the Federation, the Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter. Each goddess has her duties. The Goddess of Wisdom oversees the livelihoods of the Federation's people and provides the source of power for reincarnators to descend into various realms. The Federation is highly reliant on her. The Goddess of Judgment presides over the laws of the Federation, ensuring fairness and impartiality without secrecy. Most bonders belong to the higher echelons of the Federation, serving a regulatory role. As for the Goddess of Slaughter, she is the one with the most killing power in the Hall of Reincarnation. She follows the fair judgments of the Goddess of Judgment to eliminate powerful reincarnators within the Federation who are guilty beyond redemption. At the same time, she guides the Federation to grow, analyzing the threat levels of foreign races, making the correct choices between retreating and launching attacks. The 3 goddesses' powers sometimes interconnect, but the proportions differ. They also have countless avatars, with their authority level determined by their rank in the sequence. The avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Kanglan Imperial Star has not had anyone bond with it for many years. The only thought that flashed through Star Master Chang Jin's mind was that a master from the Hall of Reincarnation had come down. I am not aware of this matter. The goddess of judgment was silent for a moment before replying. Very well, continue the report. Star Master Chang-Jin no longer paid attention to this matter. Since she said she didn't know, then she truly didn't know. A reincarnator from ancient times has appeared on Kanglan Star. Based on his experiences in various realms, he has currently regained the power of one reincarnation and is ranked 10th on the S-Class Heaven list. Star Master Chang-Jin paused slightly in his steps as he headed back to the Imperial Star. His expression held a hint of surprise. How many years had passed, yet an ancient reincarnator had not returned? Kanglan Star, ha! He fell into some thought. Vaguely, it seemed like a low-level life planet that the Federation had long abandoned, which once had a glorious moment as the mother planet. The appearance of an ancient reincarnator was not that surprising. Just now, he has once again experienced a memory revival, and his identity is that of a master from a martial arts world. The specific experiences are as follows, but only cover the first half of his life. Star Master Chang-Jin reviewed the data that the Goddess of Judgment had sent over, revealing a pleased smile quickly. Very good, very good. Ordinary reincarnators only strive to cultivate diligently and then bring back the power of reincarnation, but he has established a cultivation system in the martial arts world. A master, indeed worthy of that title. I am quite curious about the second half of his life. You should immediately contact the people of the Imperial Star and send him the bottle of star essence liquid from my palace. Upon hearing this, the Goddess of Judgment thought she had received an incorrect instruction. Are you sure? There is only this one bottle of star essence liquid in the palace. As the highest grade nutrient liquid produced only once every few hundred years by the Imperial Star, its value is beyond imagination. It has the effect of bringing someone back to life. Even for a Star Master of this level, a bottle is enough to restore them to their peak, and such a thing cannot even be purchased within the Hall of Reincarnation. Do you think I need it? It's been sitting for decades. Sending it to him is to help him regain his reincarnation power, which is also what he deserves. Star Master Chang-Jin was unconcerned. Additionally, I want to see just how much worth this Demon Path Grandmaster truly has. The Judgment Goddess fell silent, and her will swiftly vanished. Kanglan Star, Jiangnan City, Bihui Garden. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess 009 echoed again, her emotions still fluctuating. Respected Mr. Ning, why do you not wish to keep them as your dependents? What is a dependent? Ning Qingxian looked complexly at the bronze coffin in the reincarnation space, where Jiang Qingwu's body lay. Dependents are the forces that submit to reincarnators within the Federation. They can be Federation members, other reincarnators, powerful beings from various realms, or even alien races and starry beasts, etc. In general, only truly powerful reincarnators will have followers, who through binding become dependents, gaining a portion of the original owner's permissions, status, resources, and so on. And it is clear that Mr. Ning possesses this condition and far exceeds others. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian roughly understood the meaning. He shook his head. I will have dependents, but they should not be them. The passage of time in the Central Plains and the Cosmic Alliance is truly exaggerated. He does not wish for the 7 disciples of the Pure Land Church to never see their loved ones again. This would be somewhat cruel. After all, the people of the Pure Land Church and the Zombie King of Xing Wushuang are still different. Alright, Mr. Ning, I have detected that your wife, Xinjiu, is about to assume the position of the president of the Jizhou district in the Imperial Star, and I have arranged a level 3 citizen residence for you in the Jizhou district. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess 009 fell again, making Ning Qingxian somewhat surprised. Xinjiu is going to take office on the Imperial Star? President of the Jizhou district, how many levels is that? Your daughter, Ning Kaiwei, has passed the trial assessment with excellent results, and I have submitted the enrollment application to the Wuling Academy in the Jizhou district for you. Wuling Academy. Ning Qingxian gasped again. This seems to be the leading academy in the Jizhou district, gathering the top young geniuses from the entire region. The Wisdom Goddess is truly considerate. Mr. Ning, is my arrangement acceptable? He replied, yes. As the core of the Kanglan system, the resources and safety of the Imperial Star are incomparable to Kanglan Star. No matter what, the family is developing towards a better future, and this is something he genuinely feels happy about. Mr. Ning, if you have any questions, you can call for me again. The will of the Wisdom Goddess 009 completely fell silent, interrupting this conversation. Before Ning Qingxian could share the good news with his daughter, the door of the house was suddenly thrown open with a bang. Ning. Qing. Xuan. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around to see Xinjiu with red eyes, tightly biting her lip, staring at him with great grievance. In an instant, he understood that Xinjiu already knew about the Pure Land Church's matters. Chapter 46. He seems to have never said he was in the Martial King realm. Days later, a starry warship departed from Kanglan Star, traversing wormhole passages, continuously heading towards the Imperial Star. So, you later single-handedly broke through the upper realm, spreading the Martial King cultivation system between the two realms, leaving many techniques, and ascended before the world? In the warship's lounge, Shen Zhiyu listened anxiously to Ning Qingshuan's description. It unfolded before her like a grand and magnificent painting. She never would have thought that the person who bestowed the legacy at the gate of the Pure Land Church that day would actually be Ning Qingshuan's soul reincarnation. Dad is so amazing. Ning Kaiwei propped her chin, her eyes full of starlight. Since Shen Zhiyu's appointment letter had been delivered, the group was about to reach the Imperial Star. To say ascended, it's actually death. Ning Qingxian shook his head, not approving of the beautification of such a battle death. During this time, Shen Zhiyu had almost ground calluses in his ear, constantly asking about the follow-up matters. But you indeed accomplished what none of us reincarnators could. Shen Zhiyu murmured, gazing deeply at the man with whom she had been united in bond for many years. It's impossible to guess what other secrets he might be hiding. Looking back at the history of the Central Plains, a group of S-level reincarnators were full of ambition, determined to claim the greatest fortune. But in the end, can you tell me what powerful enemies you encountered in the upper realm, and how your body was eventually shattered? They were just a few who called themselves the Demon Emperors. From these understated words, Shen Zhiyu vaguely saw a tragic scene. It's unimaginable how Ning Qingxian fought against the strongest beings in the upper realm. Originally, he had a lot of time, but because of the reckless actions of many reincarnators, the situation eventually spiraled out of control. I admit, I shouldn't have doubted you before. Shen Zhiyu pouted and apologized for the words spoken outside the interrogation room. But how could she have known that what Ning Qingxian said was actually all true? Cough. Ning Qingxian suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. His wife actually admitted her mistake? At this moment, the voice of the goddess of wisdom echoed within the battleship. We have arrived at the Imperial Star. Everyone looked outside, beneath the vast cosmic starry sky. A stunning scene unfolded, a massive, indescribable high-level life planet emitting a majestic, ancient aura. 12 brilliant planets orbited it, like sleeping gods guarding the starry domain of the Imperial Star. We've arrived. The battleship traversed through the Cloud Sea and descended into the Jingzhou district of the Imperial Star. Ning Qingxian and the others stepped off the ship and saw that many people had already been waiting for a long time. Welcome, President, to your new position. An elder approached with a smile on his face. Shen Zhiyu immediately turned to Ning Qingxian. You go ahead. Ning Qingxian nodded. Shen Zhiyu, accompanied by Ning Kaiwei, proceeded to handle the transfer of duties. The remaining individuals had not left, and they all wore the military uniforms of the Jingzhou district of the Imperial Star. Excuse me, are you Ning Qingxian, Mr. Ning? The leader, a middle-aged man, respectfully inquired. I am Vice Adjutant Li from the Marshal of Jingzhou District's side, and here is a bottle of Star Essence liquid, please make sure to keep it safe. He said, handing Ning Qingxian a small box. Upon taking it, Ning Qingxian immediately sensed a tremendous aura of primal energy, and realized it was a high-level nutrient liquid he had never encountered before. Ning Qingshuan's expression changed. What is this? Vice Adjutant Li replied, please don't misunderstand. Our marshal could never afford such a precious gift. This was taken from the residence of the Longjin Star Lord. Longjin Star Lord? The highest ruler of the Kanglan system, the one who, according to legend, once punched through the forbidden mother planet of the insectoid race in the depths of the frontier? Vice Adjutant Li's words threw Ning Qingxian into deep silence. No reward without merit, this gift is too much. If it was truly from Longjin Star Lord, Ning Qingxian could imagine just how precious this nutrient liquid was. Mr. Ning, you're too polite. According to the Star Lord's words, this is something you truly deserve. After all, you are a hero of the Federation. Just by creating the Super S-level cultivation pathway, you are already worthy of this Star Essence liquid. Seeing that Ning Qingxian was about to refuse, Vice Adjutant Li quickly spoke. Goddess of Wisdom, help me analyze what this Star Essence liquid is. Ning Qingxian called out to the Goddess of Wisdom. Soon, a reply came. Star Essence liquid, the Federation's highest-level nutrient liquid. It has the effect of restoring power, enhancing body strength, soul origin, and more. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was actually the highest-level nutrient liquid. Could a single bottle restore all the power of the demon Dao ancestor within him? Thinking about how his strength had only been restored by 2% and wondering when it would return to its peak, Ning Qingxian no longer hesitated and placed the Star Essence liquid into the reincarnation space. Mr. Ning, there's another matter. Currently, the Martial King realm has been preliminarily rated as exceeding S-level by the Reincarnation Hall. Since the Central Plains is in a closed state, it might be a long time before it opens again. The Reincarnation Hall cannot peer into the power levels of the upper realm. I wonder if Mr. Ning could describe it in detail. In order to let the Reincarnation Hall make a world-level assessment of the Central Plains. Deputy Li spoke again, based on the investigations of Chen Yunyang and Yan Jie, the world danger level of the Central Plains in the lower realm should be at S-level 7 stars. However, the emerging Fengli and the jade-faced man from the upper realm are extraordinarily strong, representing that the upper realm completely exceeds 7 stars and may even touch 9 stars, or even surpass it. To see a leopard through a tube, one cannot jump to conclusions. Until now, the Reincarnation Hall still does not know what the world danger level of the central planes in the upper realm truly is. The upper realm of the central planes is no more, and now the central planes is united. This question is actually meaningless. After all, I am not from the Reincarnation Hall and cannot describe it accurately. Ning Qingxian shook his head. The Martial King realm was assessed to have preliminarily reached Super S level, and he was not surprised at all. After all, among the S level ranks, there are distinctions between ordinary S level, elite S level, and heavenly ranking S level. Although Super S level is not as complicated, there is still a significant gap. Moreover, he knew the reason why the Reincarnation Hall was eager to make this assessment, as it would affect the results of some reincarnators, such as Xing Wushuang. It was Xing Wushuang who discovered the upper realm of the Central Plains, and the Reincarnation Hall itself did not detect it. Xing Wushuang's actions undoubtedly contributed greatly. Then can Mr. Ning tell us about the aftermath of the war between the two realms of the Central Plains? Ning Qingxian did not hide it. There were more than 700 sects in the upper realm's Demon Gate, among which 3 sects were the strongest and were known as Demon Emperors. I killed the ancestors of their 3 generations, and my physical body was shattered. After these words, Deputy Li couldn't help but exclaim. Then according to this estimation, if the Martial King realm belongs to the Super S level range, and there is no one in the upper realm of the Central Plains who can match you, then their strongest should only have just touched Super S level. Ning Qingxian raised his eyebrows and did not refute. The investigation of the Reincarnation Hall still had some oversights. It seemed he had never said that he was from the Martial King realm. Chapter 47, Strength Recovery, Exceeding Potential Limits. After collecting the information, Deputy Li left with his men. Ning Qingxian followed the guidance of the Goddess of Wisdom and arrived at his residence. Located in the core area of the Jingzhou district, it was the most prosperous spot, a quiet place amidst the hustle and bustle, exuding a poetic atmosphere. Number 1 Ancient Street, the name is quite good. At the entrance, the butler who had received the news had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, his aged face immediately broke into a smile, and he hurriedly walked over. Mr. Ning, I am the butler of your residence, appointed just yesterday. You can call me Old Zhang. Butler Zhang guided Ning Qingxian into the residence. By sensing the aura, Ning Qingxian quickly noticed many very strong presences around the courtyard. Goddess of Wisdom. He silently called out. There are about a dozen S-level powerhouses around the residence. Who are they? The Goddess of Wisdom soon replied, these are the guards sent by the Jingzhou military district. Following the strict rules of Number 1 Ancient Street, it will not affect your life at all. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxian slightly nodded. This identity and treatment were completely different from his days on Kanglan Star. However, having S-level powerhouses as his guards, isn't that a bit too excessive? The hidden presences near the courtyard probably held important positions within the Jingzhou district and were not low in rank. This made him sigh, as the Emperor's Star was indeed a place filled with talents. The S-levels, which were scarce on Kanglan Star, were very common here. It was like being the only college student in a village who had finally advanced to S-level after enduring great hardships, only to find that he was just an ordinary person in a big, prosperous first-tier city. Wanting to rank among the top 3,000 in the heavenly rankings was as difficult as winning awards in international competitions. Mr. Ning, there are a total of 12 main rooms, 36 guest rooms, and 5 cultivation rooms here. You can give me any instructions you have. After Butler Zhang finished speaking, he respectfully retreated. Ning Qingxian walked straight into one of the training rooms and took out that bottle of star juice. He could not fathom the true value of this bottle of star juice. Based on his life experiences developed in the Central Plains and the level of power he cultivated, he might need over 1,000 bottles of high-grade nutrients. One bottle of high-grade nutrients is worth 20,000 points. To quickly restore his strength, his current resources are far from enough. Without hesitating further, he lay down in the energy capsule of the training room and slowly swallowed the star juice. In an instant, an overwhelming energy began to surge forth. Ning Qingxian could clearly see on his panel that the speed of recovery of his power as a demon pathmaster was skyrocketing. 2.1%, 2.2%, 2.5%. Ning Qingxian gently clenched his fist, his eyes bright and intense. It's coming back. He felt the strength he once had returning. A few hours later, in the virtual space of the Imperial Star S-level leaderboard. As usual, the square was filled with many leaderboard reincarnators when suddenly someone noticed that the leaderboard rankings had changed again. Hey, this person named Ning Qingxian was just ranked 10th, how come suddenly he is 9th? No, how is he now 8th? The exclamations caused a stir, and everyone looked up. Did this person obtain some amazing fortune in the reincarnation world? The top 10 on the leaderboard is so hard to shake, has he really broken it? Within all S-level ranks, the leaderboard undoubtedly possesses supreme authority, representing the status and identity of the reincarnators in the Imperial Star. However, since this person named Ning Qingxian appeared, the authority of the leaderboard seemed to decrease. Its difficulty to be on the list gave everyone a strange illusion, as if they could also achieve it. The newcomers probably don't know yet, Ning Qingxian is said to be an ancient reincarnator, and the Lord of Eternal Night was just one of his reincarnation experiences. Given the current situation, he is likely starting to restore his second reincarnation strength. I've heard about the incident on Kanglan Star. It seems Ning Qingxuan's kin came looking for him. This matter stirred quite a commotion, even alerting a marshal of the military district. Marshal? Our Imperial Star's weakest marshal is at least Super S level. What kind of strength does his kin have to alarm a marshal? Not sure about the strength, but he is definitely a practitioner of the demon path. This matter has become well known on Kanglan Star. Is it true that his kin is so strong? Then what about him? Before their eyes, they watched Ning Qingxuan's name continue to rise, surpassing 5th place, 4th place, and 3rd place. Until, suddenly, it disappeared. Gone? Everyone was bewildered, looking at each other. No, he has surpassed the S-level range, his strength has already reached Super S-level. Someone murmured, suddenly feeling a chill. Super S-level? It turns out this person was just passing through S-level, he is on a completely different level from us. Some let out a long sigh from the bottom of their hearts. No one saw Ning Qingxuan's name again, unable to glimpse the realms beyond. He seemed like a mere passerby on the leaderboard, glancing briefly at all the S-level reincarnators before leaving, brushing his sleeves aside. In another reincarnation hall virtual space in the Imperial Star. A massive black treasure tower stood in the space, towering like a peak of 100,000 feet, radiating a majestic and ancient aura. At this moment, on the top floor of this black treasure tower, the Lord of Everburn reviewed the list of new arrivals at the Tower of Termination with a look of approval in his eyes. The first son of the Bai family in the Yuzhou district, mastering the thunder technique before 100 years old, truly remarkable, he shall be awarded a yellow badge. The number 1 reincarnator in the Dongwang Star's last decade, ranking 4th in the endless battlefield, not bad, he shall be awarded a black badge. This person. The Lord of Everburn paused slightly, his eyes showing rare solemnity. He shall be awarded a heavenly badge. He closed the list, and the voice of the divine judge immediately resounded. Star Master, that Mr. Ning Qingxian has already consumed your star essence. Oh? How is it? The Star Master of Eternal Ash felt a stir in his heart, full of anticipation. He was quite curious about how much weight the title of Demon Dao Ancestor, given to Ning Qingxian by the Central Plains, truly held. After all, the Reincarnation Hall had been established for many years, and many reincarnators had encountered powerful members of the demon sect. Perhaps the only difference was that Ning Qingxuan's demon sect was about creating laws and spreading teachings, rather than burning, killing, and looting, redefining the demon sect entirely, which instantly piqued his interest. He has already surpassed the S-level celestial rankings. Upon hearing this, the Star Master of Eternal Ash nodded in satisfaction. Even if Ning Qingxian reached the top of the S-level, he would still feel a bit distressed about that bottle of star essence. Now that he had exceeded S-level, it was basically within his expectations. A reincarnator capable of creating an initial Super S-level cultivation system must be extraordinary in strength. In the future, a new Super S-level would join the Imperial Star, his efforts were not in vain. The Judgment Goddess remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking again. He has not only exceeded S-level but also surpassed the potential limits of the Martial King realm. As the words fell, even the experienced Star Master of Eternal Ash couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. What do you mean? Mr. Ning Qingxian may have not only pioneered the Martial King realm, but his strength should far exceed that realm. The Star Master of Eternal Ash fell into deep thought. This situation was completely unexpected for him. What this meant was that the investigation results from the Reincarnation Hall were incomplete. The Martial King realm of strength was initially considered to have reached Super S level. And Ning Qingxian exceeding the limits of the Martial King realm indicated that Ning Qingxian possibly created an unknown realm system, which was no ordinary Super S level. I underestimated him. The Star Master of Eternal Ash glanced at the newly added names in the Tower of the End and felt a pang of compassion in his heart. Should he add another quota? He hesitated. If he didn't include Ning Qingxian, it would be another 3 years before the next endless battlefield competition began. Such an outstanding talent wasting 3 years of growth time was truly regrettable. But if he added this quota, the Imperial Star and even some high-ranking life planets in the Kanglan system might have some opinions. After all, these few quotas were earned through the efforts of countless gifted individuals, gathering the strongest generation under 100 years old in the entire Kanglan system. You help me evaluate whether Ning Qingxian is qualified to enter the Tower of the End. In the end, the Star Master of Eternal Ash threw this difficult problem to the fair and just Judgment Goddess. This time, the Judgment Goddess did not hesitate and directly gave an answer. Mr. Ning Qingxian is strong, and being a reincarnator brings precious advancement paths to the Federation. His contributions are beyond estimation. In summary, Mr. Ning Qingxian is qualified to enter the Tower of the End. Hearing the answer he wanted, the Star Master of Eternal Ash revealed a smile. But soon, the Judgment Goddess's tone turned again. Mr. Ning Qingxian has not participated in the endless battlefield competition and does not meet the conditions for obtaining a quota for the Tower of the End. I don't want to hear this. Tell me other ways to obtain a quota. The Star Master of Eternal Ash seemed determined to add Ning Qingxuan's name to the list. The conditions for obtaining a quota for the Tower of the End are: participate in the endless battlefield competition and rank in the top 30. Eliminate the top of the Kanglan system bounty list, the greedy Wolf Star Master, and obtain federal special military merit. Recapture the high-ranking life planet Ancient Emperor Star in the Kanglan system and obtain federal special military merit. Investigate the list of key members of the other race alliance in the Kanglan system, the Twilight Council, proving it is real and valid, to obtain federal special military merit. Listening to these nearly impossible tasks, the Star Master of Eternal Ash sighed lightly. The way the Judgment Goddess found for him was really to use special military merit to. In exchange for the quota of the Tower of End, he could use his outstanding battle achievements. He couldn't possibly be unaware that such achievements could be traded for a quota. Is there any other way? The Goddess of Judgment seemed to be checking past records and quickly gave another reply. No. However, the Star Master can spend one level of battle achievement to obtain a nominal quota for the Tower of End. Nominal? The Star Master of Changjin finally found a way to bring Ning Qingxian the opportunity for the Tower of End. With a wave of his sleeve, he reopened the list and wrote down Ning Qingxuan's name. Spending a level of battle achievement is nothing, especially when destroying an alien life planet can easily yield that. At the same time, just as he wrote down Ning Qingxuan's name, the entire Tower of End flickered as if it were breathing. In the grand and solemn ancient residence in the Yuzhou district of the Imperial Star, a young man, quiet with his eyes closed, sensed something. He opened his bright eyes, which contained countless stars, and looked at the imprint in his palm. Strange, how did another person appear? Outside the house, the elder of the Bai family walked in slowly. The endless battlefield competition has long been over. Why has another person appeared out of nowhere? He narrowed his eyes, showing an unhappy expression, and immediately asked his embodiment of the Goddess of Wisdom. After a while, the embodiment of the Goddess of Wisdom replied. The extra quota belongs to a nominal listing, which complies with federal law. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Bai family was moved. What kind of place is the Tower of End? Even a nominal listing is not that easy. Elder, there is no need to worry. One more person or one less person makes no difference to me. The young man merely glanced and then turned back, closing his eyes once again to focus on his cultivation. Good, with your confidence, I need not concern myself with who he is. The elder of the Bai family stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Far from the Imperial Star, on the peak of a snow-capped mountain on the Eastern Emperor Star, Ji Yunzhou, who has maintained first place in reincarnation scores for nearly a decade, also sensed the change in his palm imprint. A new strong one? It's a pity I didn't witness their elegance in the endless battlefield, and I don't know what sect they practice. He murmured to himself, then looked down at the snow mountain, where a young alien beast was devouring the elemental ice between heaven and earth. His loyal ones played a significant role in helping him secure fourth place in the endless battlefield among countless talents of the Kanglan system. Grow quickly, I'm waiting for you to compete with that mysterious man's Ghost King of Laoshan. Ji Yunzhou recalled the mysterious person he encountered in the endless battlefield, and his heart sank deeper. As a fearsome Ghost King in a strange, great world, Ji Yunzhou couldn't understand what that person had done in the reincarnation world to bring them here to the Federation. It is said to be a relationship of loyalty, but it felt more like a master-disciple bond. In the endless battlefield that day, the Ghost King of Laoshan attracted many seniors from the Tower of End to observe, allowing him to see truly powerful reincarnators. My strength is still insufficient, I need to learn from the seniors. Ji Yunzhou stopped thinking too much and continued his cultivation. Beyond the Imperial Star, 12 high-level life planets are circling, guarding the vast starry territory of the Imperial Star in 12 directions. They are collectively known as the Guardian Stars. The rulers of the 12 Guardian Stars are commonly referred to as the 12 Cave Masters. At this moment, the 12 Cave Masters were holding an emergency virtual meeting, their faces blurred by the Goddess of Wisdom, making them impossible to see. They gazed at the newly added name in the Tower of End. Nominal, this isn't against the rules, is it? It complies with federal law, the cost is one level of battle achievement. If that's the case, there's no need to discuss it further, whether it's someone else's level of battle achievement, a new Guardian Star is about to arrive, and there's not much time left, one more person won't change anything. The virtual space echoed with calm, dignified, and ethereal voices, making it hard to distinguish the original tones of speech. The 12 Cave Masters had no objections to Ning Qingxuan's sudden emergence. After many years, the 13th guardian star of the Kanglan Emperor star is about to arrive. And the ruler of this guardian star, the 13th cave master, will be born inside the Tower of End. This is also the reason why it is extremely difficult to obtain a quota for the Tower of End. Once a name enters the Tower of End, it means having a chance to become the 13th cave master. Even if this chance is only 0.1%, it is something countless people dream of. Therefore, the urgent virtual meeting for Ning Qingshuan's appearance was called, but it was actually not too important. A newcomer in the Tower of End has no real connection with the impending 13th guardian star. What Ning Qingxian can gain is just other opportunities. The meeting is dismissed. The consciousness of the 12 cave masters all vanished. Chapter 49 New Life. In the ancient street of Jingzhou district, number 1 courtyard. Ning Qingxian lay in the energy capsule, feeling the surging power within him. That sense of having his destiny in his own hands returned once more. Still 60% left. He gently clenched his fist. This was the familiar peak of Martial King Realm. Above it, there was the stage known as the Great Yellow Court. It was the second realm system created independently, surpassing the Martial King. Unfortunately, he had not yet had time to pass it on to Jiang Qinggu before the upheaval in the Central Plains occurred. Originally, his plan was to wait until Jiang Qinggu completely mastered the Martial King realm before letting her try to make contact. In the Federation, the Martial King realm belongs to the preliminary Super S level. If it's the Great Yellow Court stage, it should be above the average Super S level and already quite good. According to his understanding of the Federation's Reincarnator levels, Super S level surpasses all levels listed by letters. This is a huge dividing line and a true symbol of power. Just taking office and already so many tasks? Ning Qingxian received the message from Xinzheyu, as well as several gifts from the Tower of End. Yellow level identity imprint. First layer end key. Mystical blessing from the Tower Master. Goddess of Wisdom. Ning Qingxian called. What is the Tower of End? This is the Emperor's Star Inheritance Tower, gathering the young strongest under 100 years old in the Kanglan system, allowing unconditional access to all cultivation paths within the Kanglan system and the ability to replicate the source of all system powers, without restriction from the Federation. Ning Qingshuan's heart moved slightly, without the constraint of the Federation. Doesn't that mean that any source of power needed for any cultivation path can be obtained without having to go to the reincarnation world, as the Tower of End possesses everything? Who gave this benefit? I'm sorry, the other party is of the same level as me, and I cannot know. Same level, cannot know. These two phrases together seem to not provide an answer, but in fact, they did give an answer. As the incarnation of the wisdom goddess of the Emperor Star, looking at the Kanglan system, there are really not many existences that can be at the same level. The only name that flashed through Ning Qingshuan's mind was the Lord of Chang'an. After all, this bottle of star marrow liquid was also given by him. You can leave now. Ning Qingxian did not continue to investigate. A dignified star master would not need to harm him. This is just a benefit casually given by a higher-up, like an angel investor. With his thoughts moving, the panel reappeared. Life development charge, 100%. I can develop my life again. Ning Qingxian reviewed his past experiences. The level of the world was gradually rising. From the gangs of the Middle Ages, to the warlords of the early Republican era, to the blood-eating world of the extraordinary apocalypse, to the true chi cultivation of the Central Plains. His pattern of life development steadily improved, and the abilities he gained became increasingly powerful. Of course, he looked forward to every different experience even more. Without delay, while his strength was recovering during this time, he began a new life. Tianjian Mountain. As a renowned holy place in the 9 domains, its heritage has existed for 1,000 years. Its foundation is profound and unfathomable, with over 100,000 disciples, among which there are as many as 5 great masters in the Nirvana realm. However, in the new history of 11,000 years, in the 9 realms, strange powers are rampant. In a dirty and chaotic world, hell is empty. In order to protect the people of the 6th realm, the Heavenly Sword Mountain, at the cost of losing 2 Nirvana masters, successfully slain the Demon King. Although this solidified their position as a sacred place and pacified the chaos of the 6th realm, it also marked the beginning of an inevitable decline. On this day, in the year 11,200 of the new era, the chaotic powers surged again in the 9 realms. In just a few years, multiple demon kings appeared frequently, suggesting the emergence of a terrifying ruler, causing unrest among people, and putting Heavenly Sword Mountain in jeopardy. One day, outside Heavenly Sword Mountain, there was a loud roar in the sky, mixed with many sounds of crying. A group was returning on swords, holding more than a dozen babies, their faces filled with sorrow. Brother Changmei, where did you bring these children from? An elder hurriedly stepped forward to greet them and check the condition of the children. The long-browed old man in a white robe sighed and said, the nearby Qingshan village was attacked by evil spirits. The adults are all dead, and I found this group of children in the cellar. As the words were conveyed, many elders around the square showed expressions of deep sorrow. The chaos in the sixth realm escalated, and the strength of Heavenly Sword Mountain was no longer what it used to be. Only 3 Nirvana Masters remained, 2 of whom were in seclusion, and 1 was nearing the end of his lifespan. Faced with numerous disasters in the sixth realm, they were already powerless. Little did they expect that even nearby Qingshan village would begin to face attacks from evil spirits. This cannot go on. They say that the Qianyang Palace in the first realm has already given birth to a new Nirvana Master. If Heavenly Sword Mountain relies only on 3 ancients, the situation will only worsen. Hearing this, Chiang Mei's eyes dimmed slightly. 200 years ago, the sixth realm was still very powerful until the emergence of the Demon King, which almost severed the future of the sixth realm. Human beings suffered greatly, countless lives were lost, many sects perished, and very few talented youths remained. Not to mention that Heavenly Sword Mountain struggles to give birth to a new Nirvana Master, even the entire sixth realm has little hope. There's one more thing, all the personal disciples of the peak leaders have lost to the young talents from other realms. They returned a while ago. Chiang Mei, with disbelief in his eyes, trembled as he said, "They all returned? Not a single one left behind?" The elders nodded shamefully, not daring to look him in the eye. Chiang Mei seemed a bit discouraged, then shook his head in resignation. "Well, I will personally attempt to break through to Nirvana." At this statement, many elders felt a tremor in their hearts. Breaking through to Nirvana is dangerous, a small mistake could lead to complete annihilation. Without absolute confidence and without the guidance of the 3 ancients, trying carelessly will only lead to death. One elder wanted to dissuade him, but Chiang Mei waved his sleeve. "Since these children can survive, they are fated to be with me and with Heavenly Sword Mountain. From today on, they will become my disciples." Chiang Mei turned and looked kindly at the more than a dozen children he brought back. Among them, there was a newborn who neither cried nor fussed. He simply opened his curious eyes and looked around at the people. Ning Qingxian, having heard the conversation of Chiang Mei and the others, understood what kind of world this was. A chaotic world filled with evil spirits, a strikingly unique and strange great world. Nirvana. I wonder how it compares to my great Huang Ting. Ning Qingxian opened his panel. Development time limit, 300 years. Your talent, max level insight. As he guessed, there truly were no extraordinary talents left in the sixth realm. This max level insight was bound to his soul, always following him, but Ning Qingxian felt no waves in his heart. Time passed, and soon 10 hurried years had passed. Chapter 50, Breakthrough, Today Nirvana. Heavenly Sword Sect, Qingyun Peak. 10-year-old Ning Qingxian sat cross-legged, listening to the teachings of Master Chiang Mei along with many senior brothers. Brother, what is opening the meridians?" Beside Ning Qingxian, the little junior sister poked his sleeve and asked quietly. Opening the meridians is a 9th-grade strong person's task. It requires opening one's own 8 extraordinary meridians to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ning Qingxian casually replied. Brother, what is gathering energy?" Gathering energy is for an 8th-grade strong person. It requires transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own power. Then what is nirvana? Ning Qingxian paused but did not lose patience. This is a 1st-grade strong person, the essence of the spirit. They can command 10,000 ghosts, enlighten all beings, and traverse the void. The little junior sister listened attentively while writing something on her hand. Until Master Chiang Mei's gaze swept over, scaring her to shrink her neck. Today's lesson ends here. Chang Wuwen, stay behind. The group of young disciples scattered, leaving only Ning Qingxian sitting there. Master, do you need something from me? Master Chiang Mei's expression was not very pleasant as he walked slowly over and threw a book on the ground. 10 years ago, I brought you back from Qingshan village. In just 2 short years, you entered the opening meridian's realm. I thought at that time, I had found a treasure. Later, you indeed lived up to my expectations. 2 more years passed, and you gained the recognition of the Soul Calming Bell, our treasure at Tianjian sect. I was greatly pleased. Now you are 10 years old, and your cultivation has inexplicably stagnated. Recently, I even asked the sect master for guidance on your behalf. The result is... Master Chiang Mei's eyes were complex, filled with deep sorrow. He pointed at the book on the ground, his aged hand slightly trembling. What are you doing? This is the nirvana cultivation method, passed down for 1,000 years in Tianjian sect, yet you dared to tamper with it? Your ideas are extremely dangerous. If you continue down this path, do you know you might go insane? Master Chiang Mei's chest heaved, his emotions extremely agitated. He could not accept that his most favored disciple had such dangerous thoughts. Nirvana, as a 1st-grade realm, was created with great effort by countless predecessors of Tianjian sect. To this day, it has become the only method of Tianjian sect. I just modified a few incorrect meridian circulation paths. Ning Qingxian was not affected by Master Chiang Mei's anger, knowing it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would not have placed this book in a noticeable position before attempting nirvana. Incorrect circulation paths? Nonsense. Master Changmei, feeling regretful, glared at Ning Qingxian, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. But the raised hand ultimately fell back down. His expression showed fatigue, his eyes concealed disappointment. How could this happen? Everything was going well. How could it be ruined in an instant? Could it be that the Grand Tianjin sect in the vast sixth domain could really not stand up again? In 10 years, the first domain has revealed many world-renowned prodigies, and at the same age of 10, they have already reached the 6th grade. What great talent that is. Under the pressure of external circumstances, the second domain also unleashed unprecedented potential, giving birth to several famous cultivation prodigies. Only the 6th domain was like a still pond. He saw hope in Chang Wuhan, only to have it abruptly stop 5 years ago. For 5 years, he could not understand what Chang Wuhan was doing. His cultivation stagnated without any progress. Tomorrow, I will attempt nirvana. If I fail, I may drop in cultivation level, or worse, I could be lost to the void, with my spirit extinguished. I just hope you can cultivate steadily. Even if you cannot compare with the others from different domains, at least you can reach the 3rd grade in the future. So, starting today, you need to stay in Tianjin Pool to cultivate diligently and cannot leave the mountain for 10 years. The anger in Master Changmei's eyes had unknowingly disappeared. Perhaps he realized there was a chance he might not survive this ordeal. Maybe today was the last time they would meet. His aged hand gently patted Ning Qingxuan's shoulder. Then he swirled his sleeves and stepped into thin air to leave. Ning Qingxian silently gazed at his back and got up to walk toward the Heaven Sword Pool. On the second day, tens of thousands gathered at the Heaven Sword sect. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and thunder rolled ominously. Many elders looked nervously at the figure sitting cross-legged under the vast sky. The aura around Master Changmei grew increasingly strong, as if it ignited the arrival of some heavenly calamity. This great spectacle caused many ancient sects in other regions to open their divine senses, noticing the change in the Heaven Sword sect. Is that Changmei? He actually dares to challenge the Nirvana realm. If I remember correctly, the 3 founders of the Heaven Sword sect are still in seclusion. He rashly challenges the Nirvana realm, and his chances are nearly non-existent. Alas, he is too impatient. He should have waited for the 3 Heaven Sword ancestors. There is no time to wait. The 6th domain is depleted, and many Ghost King armies are stirring. It seems they will first strike the 6th domain. Changmei fights for his life for the sake of the sentient beings in the 6 domains. Numerous ancient senses peered into the Heaven Sword sect, and they saw Changmei suddenly open his eyes, a beam of golden light bursting forth, soaring into the 9 skies, forcefully dispersing the first bolt of lightning. Break for me! Changmei roared lowly, using all his strength to strike at the shackles within his body. A muffled sound echoed in all directions, erupting from within him. The intense pain made Changmei's mouth bleed, but he still did not give up. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th he struck 9 times in a row, causing his body to sway precariously. As the lightning tribulation boomed down from above, his expression changed drastically. Senior brother. The numerous elders were filled with panic. The baptism of thunder made Changmei, already weak from his challenge, almost plummet from the air, his face showing signs of anguish. This scene was witnessed by the ancient consciousnesses of various regions, resulting in immediate sighs. Changmei has failed, he is already unable to challenge the realm. What a pity, he was the one with the most hope of stepping into nirvana in the Heaven Sword sect. He was risking his life to challenge the realm. Without the guidance of the 3 Heaven Sword ancestors, failure was inevitable. Hey, what's going on? The gazes of many ancient consciousnesses suddenly froze. At the peak of the Heaven Sword sect, Changmei gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating golden light. His mind raced as he recalled the altered Nirvana realm breakthrough method he had seen yesterday. Disciple, I entrust my life to you. He was filled with despair, pushing himself to exhaust all his strength to begin using the altered breakthrough method. Yesterday, he had realized why, after 5 years, Chang Wuhan's cultivation had stagnated. He also understood why, on the eve of his own breakthrough to Nirvana, he had seen that book. Chang Wuhan had used 5 years, only for his own successful breakthrough. Even if his bones turned to dust, even if he turned to ashes, he was willing to give it a try once. Boom! An unprecedented surge of life suddenly erupted from within him. What followed was a terrifying golden light sweeping through, overturning the clouds for 300 miles. This scene left Changmei completely stunned. The entire Heaven Sword sect instantly fell into deathly silence. In the distance, many ancient consciousnesses were struck by a wave of shock. Changmei, he actually succeeded. How can this be? He was clearly on the verge of failure. The last breakthrough seemed to have changed its trajectory? The 3 Heaven Sword ancestors are in seclusion. Which expert guided him? Many ancient consciousnesses continued to tremble, feeling utterly astonished by Changmei's sudden smooth breakthrough success. As for Changmei himself, he stood high in the sky at the peak of Heaven Sword Mountain, merely breathing drew the vital energy of heaven and earth to swirl back, the pressure of his aura rolling outwards. He looked at his hands in disbelief. After stepping into nirvana, it felt as if the universe was within his grasp. This unreal feeling made him feel like he was dreaming. He was prepared for his ashes to vanish, yet unexpectedly, he had succeeded. My pickup disciple. Changmei's heart raced violently, his breathing turned extremely rapid, and his face flushed as he laughed heartily towards the sky. Genius, genius. Ha ha ha. Our Tianjian mountain has hope now, my 6 realms have salvation. His laughter echoed through the sky and universe, releasing years of pent-up frustration, with hot tears and excitement. Looking at the Tianjian mountain realm, many elders and disciples, who did not understand, only knew that Changmei had successfully broken through. After a moment of silence, deafening cheers erupted. Congratulations, senior brother Changmei. Congratulations, master of Qingyun Peak. The voices lingered, swirling in all directions. Ning Qingxian, who was facing the wall and cultivating by Tianjian Pond, also heard the commotion outside. It seems it was successful. He sighed with relief in his heart. 5 years of research, sleepless nights, to repay a decade of nurturing, this was always his way of acting. Even though for the past 5 years, he had done nothing else. Dane and my great Huangting are of the same level, but they are 2 different sections. In this world, gods and demons are rampant, thus filled with righteous energy and golden brilliance. The former focuses on the primordial spirit, calming the soul, the latter emphasizes the physical body, a strength capable of moving mountains. If I can combine both, I will surely reach a new level. Ning Qingxian pondered, gradually entering a state of cultivation. It took him only about 20 years to reach Great Huangting, now he could rebuild it in just 3 to 5 years. However, this grand nirvana from the 9 realms would take some time. He closed his eyes, his mind quieting. As time flowed again, the storms of the outside world grew more intense. Soon, 2 years had passed. One day, the Grand Elder returned from outside the realm, arriving at Qingyun Peak. Senior brother, a brilliant talent has appeared in the 3rd realm. One day, he suddenly comprehended the full-level Great Sadness spell and, while training in the mountains, actually slew a Gue Shumi alone. Hearing this, Changmei was still sitting cross-legged, his eyes remaining shut, leisurely replying. A mere full-level Great Sadness spell is hardly noteworthy. A Gue Shumi is but a 5th-grade entity, nothing remarkable. The Grand Elder looked puzzled, feeling it very strange. Ever since Changmei entered the Nirvana stage, he had unexpectedly become relaxed. Aside from having to deal with disasters in the 6th realm, he had almost ceased to care about news from the other realms outside. A sudden genius who comprehended the full-level Great Sadness spell, and he seemed completely indifferent? Half a year later, the sky roared. The Grand Elder hurried over again, his face filled with shock. Senior brother. In the 5th realm next door, someone has mastered the sleeve-within-sleeve technique. That child is only 15 years old and has tamed several ghost leaders for himself. Changmei opened his eyes. Oh. This time, Changmei appeared quite surprised. After all, the sleeve-within-sleeve technique was an extremely profound divine skill within the 9 realms. It could open one's inner world, suppress demons, and bind the primordial spirit to fight for oneself. At just 15, possessing such remarkable abilities, it made Changmei sigh. The new era of geniuses in the 9 realms was likely coming. Indeed, quite remarkable. He nodded slightly. Remarkable? The Grand Elder stared wide-eyed, thinking he had misheard. When did even such a genius not impress him? Recalling a century ago, Changmei, as the most gifted person of Tianjian Mountain, had tried to practice the sleeve-within-sleeve technique, suffering for 3 years before eventually giving up, leaving the manual to gather dust in Tianjian Pond to this day. Now someone had mastered it at 15, and Changmei merely remarked it was remarkable? Had Changmei lost his mind during his breakthrough? Senior brother, you can't go on like this. You should be looking for younger talents for our 6 realms. We can't just hand over the 3 soul weapons to the other realms again, can we? The Grand Elder was anxious, trying to awaken Changmei. Hearing this, Changmei fell silent for a moment. The 3 soul weapons were the Heavenly Furnace, Earth Cauldron, and Divine Bone. They belonged to the sacred items born in the world over 1,200 years ago. Just one of them would be enough to suppress the domain caverns, stopping the demons from entering the world, ensuring at least 100 years, at most 300 years of peace. For 1,200 years, the 6 territories were in close proximity but missed their chances. The reason is that a soul weapon can only bind one person at a time, and if that person dies, it becomes useless immediately. The longer one's lifespan, the more valuable they are, obviously. Young prodigies are undoubtedly the first choice, and this has been a rule in the 9 territories for many years. But the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd territories have always had deep foundations, and talents continuously emerge, almost holding all the opportunities in their hands. Other territories, including the 6th, can only keep fighting against the spirits without soul weapons. The most serious incident caused Tianjian Mountain to lose 2 Nirvana-level masters. Changmei understands very well how important soul weapons are for the 6th territory. It's so noisy, I'll sleep for a while. His mind began to tighten, but after glancing at the direction of Tianjian Pool, he still fell asleep. Brother! The Grand Elder sighed helplessly and left. Time flew by, and years slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 5 more years had passed. The external situation became increasingly severe, and on this day, the Grand Elder came to Qingyun Peak as usual. He looked visibly older, his eyes losing their former shine, weakly sitting beside Changmei, silent for a long time. Don't you have anything to say? Changmei felt confused. What is there to say? A young prodigy from the 1st territory has killed the Ghost General? A 2nd-grade talent under 20 has emerged from the 2nd territory? Once these words were spoken, Changmei's heart stirred with great waves. What is going on? Killing the Ghost General, a 2nd-grade under 20? In the 9 territories from ancient times to now, where has there ever been such a terrifying talent? And they happen to be born in the same era? He became anxious, truly flustered this time. There are still 2 years left. When the promised time arrives, those prodigies from the great territories will come to our 6th territory to collect soul weapon tokens. In my opinion, this time our Tianjian Mountain will definitely fail to protect the tokens again. The Grand Elder shook his head self-deprecatingly. The so-called soul weapon token is a kind of proof. Currently, there are only 8 families in the 6th territory that possess them, and Tianjian Mountain is one of them. If they lose the soul weapon token, it means losing the qualification to own a soul weapon. If all 8 families lose it, the 6th territory will completely lose its chance and face the chaotic age of spirits for the coming centuries. Upon hearing this, Changmei's palms couldn't help but sweat. He looked again towards the direction of Tianjian Pool, eyes filled with worry. In 8 years of seclusion, he wasn't sure how much Chang Wuhan had truly grown. Killing the Ghost General, 2nd grade at 20, my disciple is clearly gifted, yet encounters these prodigies. He was born in the wrong era. If only it had been a few hundred years earlier or later. As long as he could avoid this era, Chang Wuhan would surely obtain a soul weapon and leave a mark on history. But unfortunately, Changmei's expression gradually turned pale, and his chest inexplicably felt a heart-wrenching pain. As time quickly passed, it was nearing the 10th year of seclusion. On this day, the 9 territories were taken by storm because of a mysterious person, like a thunderclap in the clear sky, stirring up a huge wave. Inside Tianjian Mountain, Changmei was continuously pacing outside the corridor of Qingyun Peak, waiting for something until the distant sound of the Grand Elder's voice reached him. Brother! There's news! The mysterious person who entered the 1st territory, defeated a 3rd-grade prodigy, and took a soul weapon token, turns out to be the new disciple of the True Martial Hall. True Martial Hall? Upon hearing this, Changmei's expression unconsciously showed joy. True Martial Hall belongs to the 6th territory. Since the soul weapon came into existence, there has never been anyone from the 6th territory who actively went to other territories to collect tokens, always in a passive position. Unexpectedly, today, in the era of emerging prodigies from the 9 territories, there is such a person from the 6th territory. No one would have thought that our 6th territory still has a world-class prodigy hidden within. The True Martial Hall has protected him for over 20 years, and today he finally shows his brilliance. The Grand Elder sighed, more excitement evident on his face. Stepping into the 1st territory to collect tokens. Such things they had never even dared to think of before, but today, someone actually did it. Good. With such a genius from the True Martial Hall, perhaps there is a chance to obtain a soul artifact in the 6 domains today. Changmei had never been so close to hope. Senior brother, who exactly is the disciple you have chosen? The Grand Elder voiced his doubt, asking after 10 years, still unwilling to say? Chapter 52 10 years, coming into the world. Half a month later, in the 6th domain, Gushan Temple. As a holy place not weaker than Tiandao Mountain, Gushan Temple also possesses an impressive heritage. Currently, within the realm of Nirvana, there are 2 eminent figures. Many years ago, a remarkable woman emerged from Gushan Temple, deeply favored by Gushan's divine creations, now holding the 4th rank. Today, a group of weary travelers stands outside the Gushan Temple. Leading them is an old man in gray robes, accompanied by a young man in his 20s with an indifferent expression. As they arrive, the main door of Gushan Temple is tightly shut, enveloped in silence. Lin Hanchuan from the 5th domain has come today to Gushan Temple to retrieve the soul artifact token. May I ask who will fight? The young man's voice carries, echoing around the mountain gate. There is no response from within Gushan Temple. Half a month ago, one family in the 6th domain already lost their token. The token was taken by the Lin Hanchuan outside. Seeing that Gushan Temple remained silent for a long time, Lin Hanchuan spoke again. If you avoid battle today, Gushan Temple will no longer have the qualification to reclaim the token. After saying this, the old man in gray robes prepared to leave with him. Wait! From within Gushan Temple, a clear voice finally called out. Then, a loud roar fills the air as a graceful figure steps out from the mountain gate. Gushin Temple accepts the challenge. The woman in blue has a firm gaze, showing no fear. After saying this, she takes her sword and steps forward. A powerful aura bursts forth from her body, seemingly accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. Indeed, she is at the 4th rank. Lin Hanchuan already had information about Gushin Temple, so he was not surprised by the strength displayed by the woman in blue. As he approached within 10 feet of her, he lightly stretched out his hand, breaking her sword aura with a snap of his fingers. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous gale arose, shaking the woman in blue violently, sending her flying 100 feet away, blood splattering along the way. The woman in blue fell to the ground, her vision obscured by blood mist, gazing at the young figure with an incredibly dejected expression. A genius from the 5th domain, I didn't even see his sleeve's mysterious powers before. The woman in blue spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart filled with sorrow. Lin Hanchuan was famous for his sleeve's mysterious powers throughout the 9 domains. No one knew how many powerful secrets he had hidden within that sleeve. She had thought there would be a thrilling battle, forcing out the other's ultimate move, but she never expected this. After a while, a sigh came from within Gushin Temple. Then, a golden light rushed out, landing in front of Lin Hanchuan. Take it. Lin Hanchuan's expression remained indifferent as he turned to leave. The group slowly faded into the distance until they disappeared beneath the vast sky. In the 6th domain, except for that new disciple of the true martial hall, there is hardly anyone who can match you, but we can't completely become enemies with the 6th domain. Let's walk past Tiandao Mountain and then return. The old man in grey robes stroked his beard, speaking with a smile. Master, how many soul artifact tokens did that new disciple of the true martial hall obtain? Lin Hanchuan asked. He obtained 1 token in the 1st domain, and another in the 2nd domain. The opponents he chose are not only from the great domains but also strong individuals. After so many years, a worthy genius has finally appeared in the 6th domain. Lin Hanchuan listened quietly, already considering that new disciple of the true martial hall as his #1 rival. After all, he was from the 5th domain, and competing with the previous domains was as difficult as climbing to the sky. He could only set his sights on the later domains. The group traveled swiftly through the air, passing by many citizens along the way. They're coming. That Lin Hanchuan from the 5th domain is finally going to make a move against Tiandao Mountain. He is coming from the direction of Gushin Temple. Could it be that Gushin Temple lost the token again? It's likely that they lost it. This person is truly a monster. Indeed, he knows how to choose the right time. Taking advantage of the absence of the true martial temple's successor in the 6th domain, he sneaks in. Don't worry, even if the Sky Sword Mountain lost its token, the true martial successor will surely get it back. The major events of the 9 domains are known to everyone. The people of the 6th domain are very clear that the reason for the worldly chaos and disaster is the absence of a soul weapon keeping watch. Recently, Lin Hanchuan came to the 6th domain to collect tokens, and it has been spreading like wildfire. The fact that the true martial temple's successor directly stepped into the 1st domain is even more well known. On the other side, Sky Sword Mountain. Disciple, it is time to come out. Outside the Sky Sword pool, the elder with long eyebrows softly calls. His aged eyelids droop, filled with worry, anxiety, and nervousness. Only he knows how extraordinary Chang Wuhan's talent is. But after hearing many tales of extraordinary talents from the outside world, the confidence he once had began to waver. Right now, Lin Hanchuan has already killed through 2 families and obtained 2 tokens, and he is about to visit, causing immense inner turmoil. Disciple? 1 call, 2 calls, with no response. During the anxious wait, outside the mountain gate, a voice sounded. In the 5th domain, Lin Hanchuan comes today to take the token of Sky Sword Mountain. Who will battle? Within the domain, tens of thousands of divine senses opened and closed, looking towards outside the mountain gate. The long-browed elder's heart began to race, filled with impatience. He dared not disturb the formation and break the meditation of Chang Wuhan. He could only shout again, Disciple! Disciple! I won't punish you anymore, it's time to come out. Deep within the Sky Sword pool, a figure finally slowly rose. Ning Qingshan looked up at the sky, gently exhaling a breath of stale air. 10 years have passed. He lazily stretched his muscles and bones, then turned to leave the Sky Sword pool. The mist dissipated, the formation vanished, and a vast, majestic energy began to radiate. Sky Sword Mountain stood like a giant sword, piercing the chasms of the earth, towering and majestic. Lin Hanchuan waited outside the mountain gate for a long time, but no one responded. The scene resembled that of the Gu God Temple. The strong members of the group could not help but chuckle and shook their heads. The ancient, timeless Sky Sword Mountain, has it also fallen so low that it can't even find anyone to fight? The old man in grey listened, but his expression was extremely serious. Don't underestimate Sky Sword Mountain, there are hidden masters here. Hidden masters? Lin Hanchuan immediately became interested and asked, what masters? The old man in gray spoke in a low voice. 10 years ago, Long Bra was on the verge of a losing battle in the Nirvana realm, but for some unknown reason, he changed his cultivation path and succeeded in breaking through on sight. The person who guided him was not one of the three ancestors of Sky Sword. He is probably still in Sky Sword Mountain. If that master personally cultivates a disciple, even a fool should achieve something, you must not take it lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. Heaven and earth surged, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Ning Qingxian walked step by step into the air, his whole body radiating an indistinct and obscure wave, as if merging with heaven and earth. Even with his second-rank strength, he could not catch even a glimpse. Who is this? With just one glance, Lin Hanchuan's gaze froze. Instinctively, his hair stood on end, and his body tensed up. Naturally, he sensed an unfathomable, powerful pressure from that figure in the sky. Ning Qingxian walked to the mountain gate and looked down at Lin Hanchuan. The challenger of Sky Sword Mountain is Chang Wuhan. His calm voice echoed out, carrying no power fluctuations. But in Lin Hanchuan's ears, it sounded like thunder, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 53, so it's him, it's really him. Chang Wuhan, is this not the child you brought back from Qingshan village, senior brother? Outside the Sky Sword Pool, the Grand Elder stared blankly. 10 years without seeing him, and now he couldn't even perceive the level of his realm. We can only rely on him to protect the token of Sky Sword Mountain. The long-browed elder's tone was complex, his spirit seemed a bit dazed. That once helpless infant has now become a young man. Within Sky Sword Mountain, countless divine senses swept towards them, pairs of eyes looking over. Everyone saw Ning Qingxuan's figure. The chosen one of Longmei Peak Master is my junior brother Wuhan? It's been 10 years, my junior brother has grown up. Such a strong wave of power, my junior brother's talent is extraordinary. Which level has he reached? I wonder if my junior brother can compete with Lin Hanchuan. I heard Lin Hanchuan is ranked 3rd among the geniuses in the 5th domain. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Hanchuan's pupils trembled, staring intently at the thin figure in the sky. For a moment, he even thought he had gone to the wrong place, arriving at the true martial temple. Just the indescribable invisible pressure surrounding Ning Qingxian made his whole body stiffen, his breath freezing. Looking around at all the attendants in the team, none were unaffected. Oh no, this is serious. The old man in gray felt a chill in his heart, an intense unease rising within him. He wanted to shout and withdraw from the competition for the token, but it was already too late. After Ning Qingxian finished speaking, his expression remained calm, and he pointed with his right hand, creating a tremor in space, forming a golden vortex that surged forth, casually slaying ghosts. Lin Hanchuan suddenly felt an increase in pressure, daring not to hold back, and immediately unleashed his special ultimate move. The fierce energy gathered, transforming into a pair of enormous hands of the heavens, suddenly clasping together in an attempt to shatter Ning Qingxuan's golden vortex. But at the moment of collision, it was crushed bit by bit, like a withered tree being uprooted, and surged back along the path. His realm is above mine? A thought flashed in Lin Hanchuan's mind. In a hurry, he summoned a treasure, painfully dispersing most of the golden vortex, and then formed seals with both hands to release the imprint from his sleeve. Roar! A terrifying aura of tyranny swept in, instantly bursting forth with a kind of dreadful killing intent, throwing the domain of Tiandao Mountain into chaos, with spirit energy in disarray. One after another, ghostly figures full of eerie energy stepped out from the imprint, and the numbers were shocking, reaching over 30. The reduced golden vortex was ultimately dispersed by the ghostly energy. This scene caused an uproar among the countless divine senses in Tiandao Mountain. This is the legendary divine skill, the art of Qianquan in the sleeve? Over 30 ghost leaders, each around the 4th level of power, did he subdue them all by himself? I never thought that one day, I could witness the profound meaning of the art of Qianquan in the sleeve. Within Tiandao Mountain, whether it was masters, elders, or disciples, their eyes revealed incredible expressions. This legendary divine skill, among the entire 9 domains, very few could master it. Some disappeared in the river of history, while others became ancestors of sections. But today, they witnessed the divine might in a young genius just over 20. Elder brother, this child has talent that surpasses you by countless times. The Grand Elder gazed below, secretly clicking his tongue. Longmei remained silent. In the next moment, boom! A terrifying aura of dark malevolence surged. The Grand Elder's gaze instantly froze. From the imprint in the sleeve, a black figure emerged once again. The disciples of Tiandao Mountain were shaken, eyes wide in disbelief. Ghost General. This is a Ghost General of the low 3rd level. Lin Hanchuan, having released all the divine figures, was already sweating profusely, clearly having expended a lot of mental energy. He looked up at Ning Qingxian again, his eyes burning with flames, fighting spirit soaring. You are indeed a cultivation genius. My realm and strength are not as good as yours, but that doesn't mean I will lose. Lin Hanchuan had the qualifications to be proud. 30 ghost leaders and a ghost general were enough to secure him a top position among the geniuses in the 9 domains. Ordinary geniuses could only fight one-on-one, but he could face multiple opponents, a huge advantage that could bridge some gaps in realm. Foolish child. The old man in grey felt deep sorrow inside. In the face of a crushing realm strength, any means could not compensate. And Ning Qingxian, upon seeing this, also revealed a look of wonder. This was also his first time seeing the divine figures of the 9 domains. The overwhelmingly fierce killing intent. He developed a certain interest. With a wave of his sleeve, there was a mark that opened and closed at the sleeve's cuff, forming a whirlpool of inner worlds. Suddenly, the spirit locks on many strange beings collapsed in an instant, and new marks were instantly branded. Their eyes, illuminated by fierce light, became a bit dazed as they watched their bodies twist into strands of blue smoke, sucked into Ning Qingxuan's sleeve. Not bad, well nurtured, is there more? Ning Qingxuan's voice conveyed approval, highly satisfied. The uproar within Tianjian Mountain disappeared, transforming into a dead silence. Chang Mei was frozen in place, and the Grand Elder along with many disciples gasped in shock, dumbfounded. Wait, didn't he just collect those strange beings? My junior brother actually knows the sleeve universe technique. I remember the master of Chang Mei Peak tossed the secret manual into Tianjin pool. When did my junior brother learn it? No, even if it's the sleeve universe technique, it shouldn't be able to collect strange beings that have already branded the spirit. Outside the mountain gate, Lin Hanchuan felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, staring in disbelief at the empty sleeve imprint. In the current 9 domains, is there another peer who masters the sleeve universe technique? This process was clearly observed by the gray-robed elder, who noticed certain different changes. Here it comes again, exactly like last time when Chang Mei broke through. This is the altered sleeve universe technique. He breathed rapidly, following Ning Qingxuan's figure deep into Tianjian Mountain, using secret arts, trying to find that mysterious master who had hidden in Tianjian Mountain 10 years ago. But apart from the 3 slumbering ancestors of Tianjian, there was nothing to be found. How did you do it? Even if you can use the sleeve imprint, how could you take them away? They clearly branded my spirit. Lin Hanchuan's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with bloodshot. His most proud asset had not played any role at all, and had been easily dispelled. This enormous sense of defeat made his face flush and his breath ragged. Ning Qingxian did not continue to make a move, calmly saying, I just tried to add the soul transferring spell to the technique, and it just happened to succeed. Lin Hanchuan stared blankly. What did just happen to succeed mean? This statement, when it reached the gray-robed elder's ears, was like a thunderclap. He stared fixedly at Ning Qingxian, seemingly recalling something, a storm rising in his heart. Could it be? Take the tokens. The gray-robed elder decisively waved his sleeve, throwing Ning Qingxian the 2 tokens snatched by Lin Hanchuan, including Lin Hanchuan's own token. Then, with a great sweep of his hand, he clasped Lin Hanchuan and took off running. Master, I'm not done fighting yet. Lin Hanchuan exclaimed anxiously. You are no match for him. Even if you were given another 100 years, you would still not be able to match him. This person is the most terrifying freak in the 6th domain. What does that mean? Lin Hanchuan was confused. The gray-robed elder left quickly, vanishing from the Tianjian Mountain domain in the blink of an eye. Looking back, his eyes were filled with deep shock. So it was him, it really was him. Chapter 54, Breaking Through the 3rd Domain. Aren't we fighting? Ning Qingxian silently watched them leave, clutching 3 soul artifact tokens. From them, he could feel threads of indescribable primordial power, like part of the world's rules, born from the creation of heaven and earth. It truly is something I've never seen before. Ning Qingxian fell into thought. Before closing himself off in Tianjian Pool, he had already gained a thorough understanding of the 9 domains. Later, while in Tianjian Pool, he found many historical texts, ancient books, and other resources, allowing him to grasp the situation quite well. The chaos caused by the strange beings in the 9 domains stems from the domain caves, existing in both large and small domains, endless in number, and impossible to eradicate. Over the past 1200 years, many extremely terrifying existences have emerged. For example, the Demon King, the 5 great ancestors of Tianjian Mountain joined forces and lost 2 of their own. Only soul artifacts can stabilize the gaps in the domain caves. In Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this is somewhat like the law of repair. In recent decades, the situation of mysterious calamities has become many times more severe than before, with not only the appearance of an unseen ghost king but also a hint of even stronger beings. The future of the 9 domains is subtly shrouded in a mist. Disciple. A call came from within the mountain, and Long Mei laughed heartily, opening his arms to give a big hug. Many elders and disciples also came out, their faces filled with excitement. This is the soul token of our heavenly sword mountain, be sure to keep it safe. A single token is of little use, but having more than 3 is extremely beneficial for primordial spirit cultivation. Saying this, he took out the soul token of Heavenly Sword Mountain from his pocket and handed it to Ning Qingxian. With the 3 just received, Ning Qingxian now possessed 4 tokens. Master, aren't you afraid I will lose them? Long Mei was taken aback and shook his head in silence. Lin Hanchuan, ranked among the top 3 prodigies of the 5 domains, is not your match. After this battle, few in the 9 domains will challenge you. You can continue to cultivate with these 4 tokens. Even if, hypothetically, you truly lost them, no one would blame you. Ning Qingxian fell silent. He could already sense that the gathering of 4 tokens had rapidly amplified the origin power contained within by several times. Master, I must go down the mountain. Hearing this, Long Mei's heart trembled slightly, and a look of comfort appeared in his eyes. I understand, the 9 domains are vast. The 3,000 texts in the Heavenly Sword Pool are just a drop in the ocean. You can walk a further path, and I won't stop you. But remember, be cautious along the way. Ning Qingxian performed a final bow, glanced at his former brothers and sisters, and turned to leave, stepping into the air. His back figure reflected in everyone's eyes, and the Grand Elder murmured, "No wonder you have been so carefree these past 10 years, our Heavenly Sword Mountain finally has someone to carry on." Long Mei said nothing, feeling a deep sense of loss as the figure in his eyes grew further away until it disappeared completely. Suddenly, a disciple received a jade slip message, glanced at it, and immediately cried out in shock. The air of the true martial hall has swept through the competition, breaking through the 3rd domain and taking all the tokens there. At these words, the hall was filled with astonishment. Long Mei couldn't help but change his expression. To break through the 3rd domain directly? This air of the true martial hall is unbelievably monstrous. The 1st domain. As the foremost of the 9 domains, the 1st domain far exceeds the other 8 in terms of historical depth, sect background, and the number of divine arts and scriptures. For many years, this has been an undisputed fact, an unchangeable great chasm. Since the outbreak of mysterious calamities in the 9 domains, only the 1st domain has never experienced suffering or pain. The vast range of the 1st domain has a strong number of sects, but there is only one supreme place, a holy land known as the Wasteland Court. Under the protection of the Wasteland Court, the people enjoy a peaceful and prosperous era, which the other 8 domains can only dream of, yet find it extremely hard to achieve. People here may go through their entire lives without ever seeing what the anomalies look like. The 3 supreme soul artifacts, the Heavenly Furnace, have never changed masters. At this moment, inside the 2nd pavilion of the Wasteland Court, an elderly man with white hair sat quietly at a tea table, carefully examining the information on the changes of tokens. 1st domain Lu Bai, 35 tokens. 1st domain Shi Gufeng, 29 tokens. 2nd domain Li Mu, 20 tokens. 6th domain Lu Yun, 16 tokens. He stroked his beard, his gaze lingering slightly on the name Lu Yun. The 3rd domain was actually overwhelmed by this one person. He fell into contemplation, clearly not expecting that in this era of emerging prodigies, such a monster would be born in the 6th domain. Looking over the entire 3rd domain, there wasn't a single opponent. Even the disciples of his Wasteland Court 7th Pavilion Elder met the same tragic fate, losing their tokens. Within the 9 domains, each domain possesses a different number of tokens. When someone collects 108 tokens, then just able to bind with the soul tool Heavenly Furnace. Next are 99 items, 74 items. Throughout the ages, the Heavenly Furnace has firmly held the 1st realm, while the Earth Cauldron has consistently held the 2nd realm. As for the Divine Bones, they are often found between the 3rd and 4th realms, frequently changing hands. Unexpectedly, this time, the 3rd realm was out early. The entire 9 realms were caught off guard by this true martial hall air. Elder. Outside, a young boy called softly. Speak. He calmly sipped his tea. That true martial hall heir named Lu Yun has now returned to the 2nd realm. As the words fell, the elder's tea-drinking action paused slightly, seeming somewhat surprised. This young man's strength is remarkable. If he goes to the 8th or 9th realm, his chances of obtaining the Divine Bone will clearly increase significantly. But he has chosen to return to the 2nd realm? According to the opponents he has challenged, Lu Yun is targeting top talents, and he may very well face the strongest in the 2nd realm. The elder narrowed his eyes. This young man has great ambition, having 16 items, yet he still dares to do this. Interesting, it seems his goal is the Heavenly Furnace. The elder gently set down his teacup, quickly piercing through Lu Yun's thoughts. But being first in the 9 realms is not so easily achieved. Elder, there's one more thing. A young powerhouse has emerged from the Sword Mountain in the 6th realm, defeating Lin Hanchuan, who was collecting items in the 6th realm. The boy spoke respectfully again. Lin Hanchuan, the genius of the 5th realm who mastered the sleeve seal? The elder couldn't help but frown, even he found this legendary skill quite troublesome when he was young. After half a year of trying and failing to comprehend it, he had to give up. Lin Hanchuan succeeded in mastering it at the age of 15, causing quite a stir in the 9 realms at that time. Recently, he was heard to have obtained the first item in the 6th realm. How could he lose so soon? The elder felt a bit regrettable. After all, this was too sudden. It seems the 6th realm is rising today. He pondered once more. Before was the true martial hall heir Lu Yun, sweeping through the 9 realms, breaking into the 3rd realm. Now there is the unknown powerhouse from the Sword Mountain defeating Lin Hanxuan, which is equivalent to safeguarding all the items in the 6th realm. Let Lu Bai withdraw from the 4th realm and make a trip to the 2nd realm, the elder suddenly said. The boy was shocked. So soon? The 7 pavilions of the Wilderness Court are divided into 7 branches, each with 7 disciples throughout the generations. The internal competition has never ceased, and the current chief is still in closed-door training. If the true martial hall has forgotten who was the master of the 9 realms, then this old man will remind them. The elder spoke calmly, rose, and waved his sleeves, stepping into the backyard. Chapter 55, Mysterious Nightmare, White-Clothed God of Killing. Time passed, and 2 months flashed by. Today, the 9 realms welcome an explosive era of talents. Whether in major or minor realms, there are renowned figures. Such a prosperous age is unprecedented and may never be seen again. The speed of item exchange is increasingly frequent, and the name Lu Yun, the heir of the true martial hall in the 6th realm, is gradually resounding throughout the 9 realms, causing the citizens of the 6th realm to worship fervently. On this day, in a border city of the 6th realm Jing dynasty, thousands of people gathered in the square, their eyes fervently gazing at the steps, as a young boy enthusiastically spoke. 3 days ago, the latest battle report. Our true martial hall heir has already obtained 22 soul tool items. He has defeated 6 top talents in the 2nd realm and is about to face the strongest there. The proud voice of the newsboy echoed through the square, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Every person's face radiated with unprecedented excitement and joy. For millennia, people in the 6th realm have lived in dire straits, always being overshadowed by talents from other major realms, seeing not a glimmer of hope. Now, the heir of the true martial hall has broken through the 3rd realm and is now rampaging in the 2nd realm, overturning ancient miracles. The fame spread so widely, it has become known to every household and everyone. The successor of Jinwu displays the might of our 6 domains. My son must join the Jinwu Hall to learn the arts in the future. I heard the Jinwu successor is only 23 years old this year, yet he has already stepped into the 2nd rank, his powers cultivated to the extreme, and challenging higher ranks is nothing for him. In my opinion, he will definitely be the fastest to achieve nirvana, within 10 years, no, within 5 years for sure. Ha, I bet he can do it in 2 years. The square was filled with the sounds of countless voices, everyone expressed their joy, laughter echoed back and forth, all singing praises of the Jinwu successor. However, just as everyone was basking in happiness, dark clouds suddenly loomed over the border city, like a tight net from the heavens, covering hundreds of miles. The temperature dropped abruptly, the cold wind brushed against their faces like a ghostly breath, causing someone to shiver unexpectedly. When they looked up in confusion, their expressions immediately turned to fear. The Ghost Bone General has come to kill. A sharp scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd looked around in panic, only to see countless ghostly bones rushing through the thick clouds above. The Ghost Bone Army, with bodies made of skeletons and no trace of flesh, quickly surged toward the border city, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly fire, filled with madness and greed. The Ghost Bones devour people, consuming souls and feeding on lives, led by the so-called Ghost Bone King, with 10 ghost generals under his command, who in recent years have invaded the borderlands of the 6th domain, causing widespread fear among the border cities. Run for your lives! The square erupted into screams as the crowd scattered like locusts, but they didn't even know where to escape. Only the message boy had a steady gaze, showing no signs of fear. Kill, kill. You can kill a generation, but you will never kill our 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. You will eventually be crushed by the Jinwu successor. He fixed his gaze on the ghostly army rushing from the heavens, as groups of red shadows opened their giant mouths, greedy for him. The aura of death enveloped him as the shadows of death approached. He instantly tensed up, the determination in his eyes suddenly wavering, turning into fear in an instant. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Boom! Golden light suddenly poured from the horizon, flooding the groups of red shadows. Countless ghost bones let out mournful screams, and in an instant, they were torn to pieces. The message boy was scared to the point of wetting himself, his face pale. At that moment, he looked up in a daze and saw a figure appearing in the air outside the border city. Ning Qingxuan's arrival caught the attention of the masses and also the Ghost Bone General. The white-clothed killing god? In the sea of red beneath the vast sky, the Ghost Bone General immediately recognized Ning Qingxian. His pupils, burning with ghostly fire, turned instantly into a sight of horror. Retreat! A shrill howl echoed over the skies. However, before the Red Sea could turn, countless golden arrows surged forth, shooting toward the Red Sea like a flood of light. Screams echoed as red skeletons fell from the air. The Ghost Bone General was terrified, yet he could not avoid the end that came with a heart pierced by countless arrows, his bones shattered bit by bit. In a short while, the sky fell silent once more. Ning Qingxian flicked his sleeve and walked away directly. Looking outside the city, red bones were piled on the plains, forming mountains. The fleeing citizens of the border city, having escaped death, gazed at the retreating figure in white in the sky. The Red Bone army has been crushed, and the Ghost Bone general is dead. That person seems to be the successor of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, who defeated Lin Hanchuan of the 5 domains a few months ago and regained the lost token. I remember now, this person is named Chang Wu-hen, after coming down. The crowd was restless, murmurs rising and falling. The earlier newsboy covered his wet pants, listening to the words around him, staring blankly in the direction where Ning Qingxian had left, as if there was something different in his eyes. In the distance, Ning Qingxian ran through the air. A weak divine thought came from his sleeve. Sir, the 6th Ghost Army is 800 miles away from here. They may launch a surprise attack on the Jing Dynasty Palace. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly. I understand. The thought paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, and then continued. Sir, these divine monsters can never be completely killed. New ones are born with each generation. Why not try collecting tokens? Then you can obtain soul artifacts. Ning Qingxian glanced at his sleeve. The divine monster inside was called Ghost Butterfly, a species with special abilities that could sense the movements of all powerful divine monsters in the 6th domain. After conquering it a month ago, it had been sending him information. It was only then that he realized there were good and evil divine monsters. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Some things must be done by someone. I may not control future generations, but I can eliminate this generation. He replied calmly, walking towards the Jing Dynasty Palace. The Ghost Butterfly was silent, then as if it had made a decision, spoke sincerely. Sir, I know of a race called the Undying. Their Undying Queen has been trapped in the depths of the Domain Cave by a terrifying person for many years. If you can help the Undying Queen escape from her suffering, I might be able to talk to the Undying. Ning Qingxian understood what the Ghost Butterfly meant, but did not reply immediately. He continued to run through the sky, leaving a trail of golden light behind him. Chapter 56 The Strongest of the 9 Domains, please follow up. The 2nd Domain, Southern Sky Academy. Cold winds howled, ancient palace buildings rose amid the peaks. For many forces in the 2nd Domain, today was a very special day, a day filled with tension and anxiety for countless people. Since the inheritor of the true martial hall, Lu Yun, broke through the 3rd Domain, he had never paused for a moment. Then he arrived at the 2nd Domain and defeated the 6 great prodigies, causing everyone to be on edge. Looking around Southern Sky Academy, one could see powerful figures from various forces, closely watching Lu Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the plaza outside. The young man had long black hair, a purple robe marked with the name of True Martial, and his eyes were closed, his face calm and emotionless. He had been sitting here for 3 days, and Southern Sky Academy had also closed its doors for 3 days. If Southern Sky Academy did not engage in battle soon, they would lose the qualification for tokens after today. Therefore, everyone present knew that the strongest prodigy of Southern Sky Academy would definitely come down before dark. As time passed, many strong figures from the True Martial Hall stood by, patiently waiting. What is the one at home doing now? Lu Yun suddenly asked, and a True Martial Elder stepped forward. It has been 3 months, and he hasn't left the 6th Domain. It is said he is still hunting ghosts, resting not a single day, and nearly all the divine monsters in the 6th Domain are about to be killed by him. Hearing this, Lu Yun could not help but open his eyes, his expression more animated. But soon, a trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes, along with indifference. His strength is good, but unfortunately, he is short-sighted. With such soft-heartedness, even if he kills all the divine monsters in the 6th Domain, what use is it if he cannot deal with the Ghost King? It would be better to collect more tokens for me. As long as we get the Heavenly Furnace, we can ensure 300 years of peace in the 6th Domain. Lu Yun shook his head, quite dissatisfied with Ning Qingxuan's actions. In his eyes, Ning Qingxian had 4 tokens and hadn't walked out of the 6th Domain for 3 months, while even the talented individuals at home did not dare to declare war. Wasn't this being timid like a mouse, cherishing one's treasure too heavily? The True Martial Elder did not refute this. Suddenly, there was a commotion around them. The inheritor of Southern Sky Academy has come down. Both the True Martial Elder and Lu Yun looked up. On the mountain corridor, a figure in a black robe slowly appeared, exuding an indescribable wave of pressure. Is this the 2nd Domain's strongest genius, Li Mu? The Elder Jinwu's pupils suddenly constricted, realizing there was a huge difference from the strongest he had seen in the 3rd Domain. Lu Yun also felt an unprecedented pressure, gradually rising to his feet with a serious expression. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Mu walked over slowly, the space seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere suddenly grew immensely solemn. Looking around the Nantian Academy, many powerful figures held their breath. The strongest of the 2nd Domain and the strongest of the 6th Domain finally met. What was evident was that the upcoming battle would surely be one for the history books. If Li Mu lost, the fate of the 2nd Domain would undoubtedly be the same as the 3rd Domain, leaving the remaining geniuses without a chance. If Lu Yun lost, he would lose all his tokens, and the entire 6th Domain would face defeat. You made me wait for 3 whole days. Lu Yun replied coldly, his tone laced with displeasure. Facing an opponent like you, I can only give my all. I hope I won't make you wait in vain for 3 days. Li Mu smiled faintly, appearing polite. Give you 3 more years, and the outcome would still be the same. Bang! Lu Yun's face was expressionless as he stepped forward. The gale of energy suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire square. The overwhelming pressure released caused the faces of many strong figures to change dramatically. With mid-tier strength plus tyrant scales, no wonder the strongest of the third domain lost without a trace. Exclamations arose, shaking everyone's hearts. Unnoticed, a few figures were also standing on the mountain peak east of Nantian Academy. The leader was handsome, with fine features, exuding an otherworldly presence. It was the strongest genius of the second pavilion, Lu Bai. The others were also the strongest from the third, fourth, and even fifth and sixth pavilions. They all looked at the two figures at the center of attention in the square. It's no surprise old Seven lost to Lu Yun. A soft voice sounded, coming from the strongest of the third pavilion. Strange, what level is this Li Mu? Even I can't see through him? The others frowned, glancing toward Lu Bai. Lu Bai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes calm as water, as if nothing could disturb him. Seeing Lu Bai silent, the others ceased talking and continued to watch closely. In the square, Li Mu stood still, unmoving. No matter how the tyrant's gale swept around him, shattering rocks and howling winds, he simply watched quietly. Are you not going to strike? Lu Yun's gaze was frosty, this feeling of being ignored ignited a hint of anger within him. He had defeated the strongest of the seventh pavilion, swept through the entire third domain, and was truly unstoppable. Now, standing before this Li Mu, he had been left hanging for 3 days, and now he was being ignored? Tyrant scales surged to their peak, and a gigantic illusory figure suddenly manifested, resembling a divine general, its eyes reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, exuding tremendous authority. Shatter for me! Lu Yun shouted, launching a punch toward the standing Li Mu. The towering illusory figure behind him also threw out a punch. The long sky was torn apart, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The protective mountain formation of Nantian Academy was instantly activated. All surrounding powerful figures turned pale, retreating together. That punch landed 100 feet in front of Li Mu but still failed to shatter his protective gales. I stayed in seclusion for 3 days, not to humiliate you. Li Mu finally spoke again, a wave of immense power beginning to flow out from within him. I already said, facing an opponent like you, I can only give my all, so during these 3 days, I was just breaking through. Breaking through? Lu Yun's expression froze. In the next moment, Li Mu raised his hand. An astonishing divine power erupted, and the world instantly dimmed. The towering divine figure was easily erased, and Lu Yun himself faced a devastating impact. All the bones in his body seemed to shatter. He spat out fresh blood with a cry, and his body flew backward, his expression dazed. Thud, he fell to the ground. The square fell into silence, countless eyes stunned on Li Mu. In this moment, all the strong from the Jinwu Hall felt a thunderous explosion in their minds, falling into blankness. First level. Nirvana? Lu Yun made a hoarse sound in his throat, blood foam flowing from the corners of his mouth, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the sky. In that instant, all his pride turned to fragments. Li Mu has stepped into Nirvana? The sound of shock erupted around the square in a thunderous roar. The struggle for the soul weapon had lasted nearly half a year, producing countless extraordinary talents shaking the 9 domains, all figures transcending the ages. And today, the first Nirvana realm has appeared. Li Mu's breakthrough made not a single sound. On the eastern peak, the strongest from the wild court also had eyes swirling with shock. Only Lu Bai looked calmly at this scene, seemingly already knowing the outcome. Lu Yun stops here, there's no need for me to act again. The struggle for the 9 domains soul weapon still has no place for the 6th domain. Disperse. Lu Bai waved his sleeve lightly, turning to leave. Chapter 57, The Grim News from the 6th domain, please Swords Air compete for the Divine Bone. The strongest from the wild court fell into silence. They exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. From beginning to end, Lu Bai had said nothing, showing not a single ripple of emotion at Li Mu stepping into Nirvana. This person was truly terrifying. In the first domain, the 7 halls of the wild court competed fiercely, with some changes in status over generations. But today, Lu Bai's strength seemed to far exceed the other halls. Rumors inside suggested that the strongest prodigy of the first hall was still in seclusion. Who was stronger when compared to Lu Bai? It was hard to gauge, they seemed disconnected, growing further from the title of strongest prodigy. Since Li Mu from the South Sky Academy stepped into Nirvana, the worth of the strongest prodigies of this era was already beyond estimation. In the 6th domain, at the Sword Mountain's Qingyun Peak, the long-browed elder was teaching his talented young disciples as usual. But suddenly the Grand Elder rushed over in a panic, his heart heavy, shouting, "Senior brother! Something big has happened in the 6th domain. The Jinwu Hall's heir fought Li Mu from South Sky Academy and lost all the tokens. All the disciples gasped and turned around, the long-browed elder's gesture of teaching frozen in place, as deep regret flashed in his eyes. The heir of the Jinwu Hall, Lu Yun, had been astonishing since he descended the mountain, charging forward with no one able to stop him. Upon entering the first domain, he challenged the strongest prodigy of the 7th hall, leaving casually with tokens. He single-handedly broke through the entire 3rd domain, forcing the 3rd domain to be eliminated early, causing a sensation throughout the 9 domains. This earned him fervent admiration from the people of the 6th domain, spreading his fame everywhere. He bore everyone's hope, believing victory was assured, but unexpectedly today, he won too easily, lacking mental fortitude. The long-browed elder sighed, feeling an indescribable suffocation. After all, they had all seen unprecedented hope in Lu Yun. In fact, that Li Mu from South Sky Academy has already stepped into nirvana. The Grand Elder's tone was complex, feeling deeply powerless. Nirvana? The long-brow's pupils trembled slightly. The 2nd domain's strongest prodigy had reached this level? Senior brother, should we let Wu Hen come back? Right now we can only let him try. As long as he can obtain 72 tokens, we can get the divine bone. The Grand Elder spoke again. With talented prodigies emerging in the 9 domains today, those bearing the title of strongest were all top-tier figures, enough to contend for the top 10 of the 9 domains. With Chang Wuhan's previous strength defeating Lin Hanchuan, even if he couldn't enter the strongest ranks, he still had a chance to secure the divine bone steadily. What worries me is that the other domains might not give him this chance. Long eyebrows filled with worry. Lu Yun's defeat meant the 6th domain had lost its standing and the intimidation was gone. Those supreme geniuses would no longer hold back, they would likely sweep through the entire 6th domain immediately. Long eyebrows were anxious, as expected. 3 days later, at the Xidagarba temple in the 6th domain, Li Mu's figure stood alone outside the mountain gate, without any strong supporters from the Southern Heavenly Academy accompanying him. From the 2nd domain, Li Mu arrives today to collect the soul weapon token. Who will fight? His voice echoed in the sky, calm and steady. The Xidagarba temple showed no hesitation at all, not even considering putting up a fight, as a golden light shot out and was held tightly in Li Mu's hand. Take it away. An ancient voice came from within the temple, filled with deep fatigue. The disciples remained silent. Even the Bodhisattva of Xidagarba temple said nothing, tightly clenching his fists as he gazed at the figure outside the mountain. In the face of absolute strength, all magical skills and techniques lost their meaning. The so-called challenges across ranks were merely the pretenses of false geniuses. A 3rd-grade cultivator trying to shake the 1st-grade nirvana was nothing but a dreamer. Li Mu faced no resistance or trouble. He smoothly obtained the token from Xidagarba temple and then began to walk towards the next place. Stop looking. Within today, the 6th domain will lose all its tokens. The voice from Xidagarba temple was filled with disappointment. Once a dream, it faded to nothing with Lu Yun's failure. Perhaps they shouldn't have held on to any hope, for the supreme geniuses of the Nirvana realm were truly despairing. The 2nd domain was like this, and what of the 1st domain's wild courtyards? Year after year, this was the case, generation after generation. In this unprecedented glorious age, among the strong were even stronger ones, everything was elevated, yet the situation remained the same. If the 6th domain wanted to join the table, to have a place, the difficulty never changed. Li Mu left, walking through the 6th domain as if in a deserted realm. The common folk of the 6th domain could only watch helplessly as token after token was taken away. His arrival was a harvest of geniuses for the 6th domain. In just 2 days, Li Mu visited all the sects with tokens. During this time, no one came forth to fight. Only one sect left, the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Li Mu paused in midair, knowing well that the inheritor named Shang Wuhan was not in the mountain but wandering around the 6th domain, whereabouts unknown. For 2 days, he had not seen any signs of mystical beings. The rumors about that person turned out to be true. Had all the mystical beings in this 6th domain been killed? Li Mu showed a hint of hesitation. His time was running out, and he must get all 99 tokens and bind the earth ding before the supreme genius of the wild courtyards emerged. Very well. After only a short hesitation, Li Mu looked toward the direction of Heavenly Sword Mountain and finally turned away and left. Heavenly Sword Mountain. Have we, the 6th domain, lost again? Many disciples felt a deep discomfort upon seeing Li Mu's figure. They all understood that his leaving did not mean he would spare the tokens of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Rather, he needed to engage in a true battle among supreme geniuses. On the grand stage of the 9 domains, the 6th domain had always been absent. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme being like Li Mu, to witness the might of other strong beings around them. Originally, Lu Yun should have had this qualification, but he misjudged Li Mu's strength. This was at least among the top 3 in the 9 domains. Long eyebrows also fell silent, his expression dejected. Just as he was about to turn away, a long rainbow appeared in the sky. Is it from Xidagarba temple? Long eyebrows were puzzled as more long rainbows arrived from different directions. The head of the Gu God temple, you all? Coming to Heavenly Sword Mountain were the many sect leaders of the 6th domain who had lost their tokens. Please, Brother Long Eyebrows, summon back the inheritor of Heavenly Sword and fight for the Divine Bones. Speak sincerely. Please, Brother Changmei, summon the inheritor of the Heavenly Sword to fight for the Divine Bone. The Lord of Gushin Temple, along with several other sect leaders and their favored disciples, all bowed and saluted, their voices booming across the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Changmei hesitated, naturally harboring his own selfish desires. Knowing that the supreme talents of the 9 domains were about to engage in a brutal battle, how could he be willing to let Chang Wuwen go compete? In such a case, the longer Chang Wuwen covered his token, the more beneficial it would be for his training. Brother, we cannot wait any longer, let the child have a try. The Grand Elder suddenly grabbed his hand, his eyes swollen with tears. Changmei's heart trembled, feeling somewhat swayed. Peak Master, let Junior Brother accept the challenge. Looking out at the plaza of Heavenly Sword Mountain, many disciples earnestly pleaded. You all. Changmei's sleeves trembled as he looked at the venerable Adizan Temple, Gushin Temple's master, and all the disciples of Heavenly Sword Mountain in the plaza. Their eyes burned with the last flickers of hope. In the end, a relieved smile appeared on his lips. All right, perhaps you are right. A jade slip was sent out in an instant. Chapter 58, Ning Qingxian finishes his work, the primordial spirit reaches 100,000 zhang. In the 6th domain, outside the domain cave. A 10,000-mile abyss stood at the border, the sky and earth dim, with a chilling ghostly aura. Countless ghostly skeletons clung to the cliffs on both sides, their howls capable of snatching away souls, enough to make one lose all sense. As the source of the mysterious chaos eruption, not even the greatest powers in the Nirvana realm dared to step here lightly throughout the ages. Yet at this very moment, a figure stood at the bottom of the abyss. Whether it was the resentful spirits on the cliffs or the vast army of ghosts beneath, all shivered uncontrollably, their ghostly fire flickering in their eyes filled with endless fear. That white-robed figure was beyond their power to resist, bringing forth nightmares in their hearts, like a catastrophe of the mysterious. With your strength alone, you cannot change anything. Ning Qingxian squinted, gazing at the last ghostly general lying on the ground. His forehead was deeply sunken, his limbs and bones completely shattered, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. You will die too, but we will return again. Ning Qingxian raised his foot, utterly crushing his skull, and then, with a sweep of his hand, drained his last trace of soul power. In his sleeve, the ghost butterfly's consciousness came. This is the last ghostly general, and currently, I do not sense the movement of the ghostly king. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly, asking again, what did he just say? He will be reborn, no matter how many years have passed, perhaps in the next generation, or the generation after. Reborn? Ning Qingxian pondered. Continuously growing nourishes the original spirit. Just now, he had drained the last ghost general, and he clearly sensed that his original spirit had reached a certain peak. This also meant that, at the level of Ghost General, he could no longer gain any help. Killing 100,000, a million, or 10 million strange beings was equally difficult to advance even a little. He could not even guess what level his current strength stood within the ranks of the federal reincarnators. Ning Qingxuan's jade slip at his waist suddenly received a transmission message. With a slight movement of his mind, the voice of Changmei slowly emerged, Disciple, there is bad news from the 6 domains. The successor of the true Martial Hall was defeated by Li Mu from the Southern Sky Academy, losing all tokens. 2 days ago, Li Mu entered the 6th domain and took away all the remaining tokens. Today, the 6th domain may be out of the game again. Disciple, I have an ungrateful request. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian understood Changmei's intention. At that time, Changmei entrusted him with the tokens of Heavenly Sword Mountain, without asking him to participate in the competition for the tokens, only to help his cultivation. Now, all the tokens of the 6th domain had been taken by a person named Li Mu. Even that successor of the true Martial Hall had also been defeated. He could sense Changmei's helpless tone and a hint of pleading. Master, you don't need to say that. Ning Qingxian replied with a message through the jade slip. He knew that his cultivation journey was coming to an end. As he turned around, he glanced into the depths of the domain cave, and following his gaze, many strange beings trembled and did not dare to raise their heads. The immortal queen that the ghost butterfly mentioned before was in the depths of this domain cave. From his standing position, he could also sense waves of unimaginable terrifying ghostly energy surrounding him in the dark. Without further delay, he stepped out, his figure transforming into a long rainbow, swiftly departing. In the border city of the Jing dynasty, the atmosphere was lifeless. The spirits of the people were downcast, and the once spiritful newsboy sat listlessly in a corner. The news of the defeat of the true Martial Hall's successor spread like a tempest, reaching every corner of the 6th domain in a short time. This news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, mercilessly shattering the beliefs of the common people. Big brother, quick look, is that the white-clothed killing god? Suddenly, a childish voice sounded, causing the newsboy to look up in a daze. He saw a figure in white soaring through the sky, leaving behind a trail of golden light. That vast and magnificent original spirit power bathed the entire border city in warmth, dispelling all evil in the world. It's him, no doubt, it's him. The newsboy leaped up, emotions stirred. If it weren't for that person in the sky, he would have been a corpse by now. The people in the border city all looked up in unison, seeing the sight. Is that the successor of Heavenly Sword Mountain? He seems to have 4 tokens with him. Looking at this direction, is the Heavenly Sword successor preparing to reclaim the lost tokens? No. He completely doesn't need to do this, we have already accepted the fact that we are out. Yes, we have gotten used to it, holding the tokens is much better than losing them immediately. Sai, the successor of Heavenly Sword, has protected us for 3 months. Even if he doesn't intervene, we wouldn't blame him. That's right. Who dares to slander his name? I'll be the first to tear their mouths apart. He was shocked and could not speak for a long time. What kind of person, with what kind of means, in just 3 months, has flattened the entire 6th domain's mysterious forces? Everyone in the world knows that these mysterious forces appear unexpectedly and are extremely difficult to trace. Once they retreat into their domain, even the Nirvana realm does not dare to intrude. Yet, this person has done it. I hope he does not repeat my mistakes, and fights for the 6th domain's divine bones. Lu Yun clenched his fist and muttered to himself. This child is not right. Suddenly, the true martial ancestor appeared from behind. He stared intently into the distance, his true martial eyes flickering with countless golden runes. Ancestor, what's wrong? Lu Yun asked, confused. The true martial ancestor had just gone into seclusion a few days ago and helped him recover from his injuries. Oh my, how could this happen? The true martial ancestor suddenly became short of breath and gasped in shock. Using the true martial eyes, he vaguely saw an enormous and majestic golden primordial spirit above Ning Qingxian. That primordial spirit was impressively 10,000 zhang tall. Chapter 59, The 3 Great Powers, Ning Qingxian makes his move. At the joint sacred ground of the 9 domains, the place where the supreme soul artifacts were born. Majestic peaks stretch endlessly, plains stretch for miles, with holy mountains towering beneath the vast sky, grand and magnificent. This place is the core of the 9 domains. The 3 great soul artifacts were born here and return here every generation. Whenever the supreme talents of the 9 domains gather sufficient tokens, they commonly have their final battle here. At this moment, Li Mu was walking alone beneath the sky. He held the investigative information of the Southern Sky Academy's Jade Tablet in his hand. The 7 sons of the wilderness have 1 expelled by Lu Yun. Among the remaining 6, only Lu Bai had collected the most tokens, and Su Yuan was the strongest. The others had not made any collecting actions. Before long, the full view of the holy mountain of soul artifacts emerged before him. Many strong powers from the 8 wildernesses of the 9 domains had been quietly waiting here. Li Mu's arrival immediately attracted numerous gazes. The chatter quieted down, and the sky and earth presented a hint of silence. At the end of Li Mu's line of sight, the holy mountain of soul artifacts was divided into 3 parts, representing the heavenly furnace, the earth cauldron, and the emergence of the divine bones. With the tokens, one could fight for whichever artifact they aimed for, and they would ascend that mountain. But if a choice was made, they could not leave until they won or lost. During the decisive battle period, most of the supreme talents had to come here, and the main purpose of the first 3 months was to weaken the overall talent foundation of other domains. Here, they fought domain against domain. If a talent did not come for a certain period, their token would automatically return to the soul artifact, considered a forfeit. Now, all 3 parts had the figures of supreme talents, clearly aware of their own strengths. Among them, the Earth Cauldron Mountain and the Divine Bones Mountain had already closed their barriers, indicating that their 99 and 72 tokens were all full. This left Li Mu in silence. He is coming. On the Heavenly Furnace Mountain, Lu Bai sat cross-legged, slowly opening and closing his eyes, calmly looking towards Li Mu outside the mountain. The power of the Nirvana realm. The supremely strong stone solitary wind from the 3rd pavilion glanced at Su Yuan and Lu Bai beside him, letting out a deeply meaningful sigh. Across the entire Heavenly Furnace Mountain, only the supreme talent of the 1st domain, the wilderness, was present. Besides that, there was no one else. It seemed that all the supreme talents of the 9 domains knew that the Heavenly Furnace was a soul artifact they could not covet. Li Mu attracted everyone's attention, standing outside for a long time without moving. At the Heavenly Furnace Mountain, he only saw 6 figures. At the Earth Cauldron Mountain, he saw the supremely powerful ones of the 4th domain, 5th domain, and 7th domain, along with many sect talents. At the Divine Bones Mountain, there were currently the 8th domain and the 9th domain. By relying on one's own strength, Lu Yun caused the 3rd domain to be expelled, inadvertently giving some smaller domains a rare opportunity. For now, both mountains were not engaged in battles and were cautious of each other. In the silence, he gazed deeply at the 6 sons of the wilderness, especially lingering on the silently closed eyes of Su Yuan for a while. To everyone's surprise, this person has emerged from seclusion. The first pavilion of the desolate court has always given birth to prodigies, and this generation is no exception. You're late. Li Mu gazed long at the six figures on Tianlu Mountain, then turned his eyes to the many powerful forces surrounding him in Nantian Institute. The head of the institute sighed softly and gave him a slight nod. After a while, the blood in Li Mu gradually stirred. So be it, he is a first-class nirvana. Why can't he compete for this Tianlu? How can he not compete? Taking a deep breath, Li Mu slowly began to ascend Tianlu Mountain under countless gazes. Shi Gufeng licked his lips and grew more excited, slowly rising as his power began to surge. Apart from Lu Bai and Su Yuan, the others also stood up, their gazes cold and sharp. The strong aura they unleashed brought an indescribable pressure. As Li Mu reached the mountaintop, the atmosphere became tense and charged. At that moment, another long rainbow appeared in the distant sky, drawing a lot of attention once again. Who is coming? He is wearing the robes of Tianjian Mountain, probably the successor of Tianjian from the 6th domain, named Chang Wohan. I have heard of his deeds. It seems he has quelled the strange beasts of the 6th domain. His strength is not bad, and his perseverance is amazing, but even the strongest of the 6th domain have fallen. What is he here for? Poor guy, if he had come earlier he could have competed for the divine bone, now he can only go to Tianlu Mountain. It should just be a formality, didn't you see that no team from the 6th domain has come? There were many sighs, and the powerful figures regarded Ning Qingxuan's arrival with pity. Who is on Tianlu Mountain? The 6 sons of the desolate court in Li Mu, they are the strongest in the 9 domains. I thought this person would give up, huh? Li Mu also saw Ning Qingxuan's arrival, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. As a top-tier powerhouse who has reached the first grade of nirvana, he felt an inexplicable suffocating pressure from Ning Qingxian. This pressure was invisible and difficult to grasp. As he got closer, it became stronger and stronger. What is up with this person? Lu Bai murmured to himself, frowning slightly, as ancient waves stirred within his calm heart. As Ning Qingxian slowly ascended the mountain, his expression grew more serious. Such a strong aura. Su Yuan, who had kept his eyes shut all along, finally opened them. His gaze fell on Ning Qingxian until Ning Qingxian reached the summit, where the barrier of Tianlu Mountain opened and closed. At this point, Tianlu Mountain was full. Who of you has come first? Ning Qingxian got straight to the point, slowly scanning all the people present. Li Mu didn't say a word. Lu Bai remained silent. Su Yuan said nothing. Boom! A powerful second-grade aura erupted instantly. Shi Gufeng, with a cold face, took a step toward Ning Qingxian, his fist stirred with strong fierce energy. Do you dare to stand here? Get lost. He took the lead in attacking, causing the entire Tianlu Mountain to ripple with energy. This commotion attracted countless gazes. All the proud strong men from Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain looked alarmed simultaneously. Tianlu Mountain is going to fight. As expected, they still targeted the weakest first. The fierce energy surged forward towards Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian remained unmoved, raising his hand to grasp Shi Gufeng's fist. Creak! Ah! Shi Gufeng's cold face suddenly changed, letting out a shrill scream. His protective aura shattered by Ning Qingxian, his right fist turned into a bloody mist. Before he could even think of using his miraculous techniques, a wild wind howled. Ning Qingxian lightly lifted his foot and kicked his chin. Instantly, his jaw shattered, and his entire face twisted, like a kite with a broken string, plummeting down. With a thud, he fell far away, losing consciousness. His token transformed into golden light and floated in front of Ning Qingxian. As everyone watched, murmurs, sighs, and mockery vanished without a trace. Li Mu's pupils slightly trembled, and Lu Bai's breath paused for a moment. Perhaps no one expected this scene. Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain fell silent for a brief moment, and the expressions of countless powerful figures from the outside world froze. Who is next? In fact, Ning Qingxian also wanted to know what kind of results he had achieved in 3 months of killing ghosts and absorbing soul power. How far was he from the 2 fallen demon king of ghosts he had faced alone at Tianjian Mountain back then? Forget it. Ning Qingxian suddenly shook his head and changed his mind. You all come at me together. A majestic spirit power surged wildly from within him. Chapter 60, The Brilliant Era of the 9 Domains. The strongest one is only this person. Tianlu Mountain fell into darkness suddenly. Endless pressure enveloped within the barrier, causing ripples and waves. The 4 strongest young talents of the 4 desolate courts changed their expressions drastically, unable to withstand such pressure. They all spat out blood, their knees dropped to the ground, unable to raise their heads. I admit defeat. I also admit defeat. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts as they let out terrified screams. The tokens in their arms instantly transformed into golden light and flew away, then were sent outside by the barrier. Li Mu's face turned pale, forced to unleash his nirvana power on the spot, trying to resist. Lu Bai and Su Yuan were the same. At that moment 4 auras of nirvana surged within the barrier of Tianlu Mountain, creating terrible winds that roared and shook the ground. This scene caused a stir of horror among all onlookers. Oh my god, 4 nirvanas. 2 of the strongest from the desolate courts, 1 from the second domain. Who would have thought Chang Wuwen would be 1 too? On Tianlu Mountain, the 3 stared at Ning Qingxian. This suddenly emerging top genius caught them all off guard. You really are deep hidden, so it turns out that Zhu Wuhal's Lu Yun was just a guise, while you, who kills ghosts, is the true strength of the 6th domain? Li Mu's heart was overturned. Lu Bai and Su Yuan, as the strongest among the desolate courts, had long stepped into nirvana, which he was not surprised about. But the 6th domain, which always lacked top talents, actually had someone step into nirvana. Let it be known, this was the most glorious era in the history of the 9 domains. Who could have guessed that there would be someone in the 6th domain standing shoulder to shoulder with them? Ning Qingxian did not respond and took a step towards Li Mu. Soul-devouring curse. Li Mu shouted, not daring to be careless. His right hand turned golden, covered with the 365 seals created by the ancestors of the Southern Sky Academy, and then instantly transformed into golden snakes, lunging at Ning Qingxian. Each seal contained ancient divine power. 1 curse could kill a ghost leader, 100 curses could kill a ghost general, and a full-level seal could even devour a ghost king's divine soul. If used on humans, all spirit powers below nirvana would collapse. But when the 365 golden snakes approached Ning Qingxian, it was as if they saw something terrifying, suddenly collapsing and fleeing in all directions. What is happening? Li Mu was stunned, an endless chill swirling through his body, his gaze shaking violently. He saw it. The spirit within Ning Qingxian was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Bang! Majestic divine power poured down, shattering Li Mu's protective aura layer by layer. Li Mu trembled with fear in his heart and finally turned his gaze toward Lu Bai and Su Yuan, who had yet to make a move. Lu Bai was already feeling numb, his mind racing through myriad thoughts. He no longer cared about whether it was unfair to attack the many against one, or whether it would tarnish the reputation of the 9 domains' top desolate court. He only knew that Ning Qingxuan's strength was clearly stronger than Li Mu's. If Li Mu was defeated, the situation would become even worse. Make a move! He shouted and finally charged at Ning Qingxian. Su Yuan remained silent, his pride seemingly not allowing him to join forces against Ning Qingxian, who stood alone in this public scene. At this moment, the 2 powers of nirvana unleashed, continually striking around Ning Qingxian, causing a tremendous impact on his protective aura. At that moment, 2 towering phantom figures appeared behind Li Mu and Lu Bai. These were their true spirit forms, raising their power fluctuations to an entirely new level. What? Li Mu and Lu Bai are actually joining forces? The 2 strongest from different realms are teaming up against Chang Wuhen. Is Chang Wuhen really that intimidating? Around the sacred mountain of soul weapons, there was an uproar, all eyes filled with shock. The prideful figures from Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain had long forgotten their previous disputes. All their gazes were fixed on Tianlu Mountain, as this kind of extraordinary battle was rare to witness. After a moment, a sigh echoed through the air. A 3rd figure stepped into the center of this confrontation, bringing with it another majestic true spirit. This completely stirred up a storm around the sacred mountain. No one had foreseen such an event at Tianlu Mountain. Su Yuan has also joined. He is the supreme one of Huangting. The 3 greatest are confronting Chang Wuhen. Does this mean they acknowledge that Chang Wuhen is the strongest, and they aim to defeat him first? Whispers of fear began to arise, and the crowd grew restless. What a brilliant era this was, showcasing 4 supreme talents of the Nirvana realm, yet now 3 of them were uniting against Chang Wuhen. He is already exhausted, do not hold back anymore. Li Mu shouted, feeling the overwhelming terrifying pressure from Ning Qingxian, nearly suffocating him. The 3 without hesitation unleashed their strongest abilities. Yet somehow, Ning Qingxuan's calm expression, as unchanging as water, caused both Li Mu and Lu Bai's hearts to tremble slightly. Boom! Golden light burst forth from Ning Qingxuan's body. A fierce wind swept his black hair, making it dance alongside his robe. An infinitely vast golden true spirit slowly revealed itself behind him. Tianlu Mountain could not contain it, and the barrier was directly burst apart, pushing aside the clouds 1,000 miles and instantly turning the sky clear. That dazzling golden light blinded everyone, making them unable to open their eyes. Li Mu stared blankly upwards, seeing only a blank void, but faintly he could see the magnificent true spirit above him. His dual pupils resembled furious golden deities, looking down upon the universe. 100,000 zhang true spirit? Lu Bai's voice trembled, Su Yuan's expression grew complex, and he sighed lightly, seeming regretful. Ning Qingxian showed no hesitation, extending a hand towards the 3, and his 100,000 zhang true spirit moved in unison. In an instant, Tianlu Mountain was completely submerged by golden light. In the distance, countless rainbows streaked forward. Chang Mei led many elders and disciples from Tianjian Mountain, his gaze resolute. The disciples from Dizong Temple, Gushan Temple, and Jinwu Hall, and many other forces from the 6th domain followed closely behind. Disciple, your master has come to lend you strength. Chang Mei murmured, knowing that even if the battle was difficult and hope was faint, they could not lose the aura of the 6th domain, nor let Chang Wuhen, who bore everything, face this alone. He led the group, continuing towards the sacred mountain of soul weapons. Suddenly, the white clouds above were pushed aside, and golden rays rolled in, accompanied by endless righteous energy. What terrifying true spirit fluctuations, whose power is this? The group came to a halt, stunned. The ancestor of Jinwu was also in the crowd, and upon seeing this familiar golden tide, his heart raced with excitement. I am not mistaken, that is real. He abandoned everyone and erupted with the speed of Qian Kuan shift, vanishing in an instant. Disciple. Chang Mei's heart raced, and with longing, he also left the group, rushing forward on his own. Chapter 61 Celebrating Tianjian Mountain, Celebrating the 6th Domain. At the sacred mountain of soul weapons, the golden light was brilliant and blinding. No one could witness how things would conclude atop Tianlu Mountain. 3 supreme talents joining forces against one man had never happened in history across the 9 realms. Rainbows streaked across the sky, as Jinwu's ancestor and Chang Mei both arrived. The chaos on the field gradually calmed, and the blinding golden light slowly dissipated, the terrible overwhelming pressure fading away. Countless worried eyes turned to Tianlu Mountain. Including the proud sons of the Earth Tripod Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain, they seemed to forget everything, only wanting to glimpse this top-level battle between the strongest, to see who would win and who would lose. Both the true martial ancestor and Long Brow felt the same, and when the dust settled, they finally saw 2 figures standing on the heavenly furnace mountain. Ning Qingshuan's long robe danced with the wind, the hem slightly tattered. Across from him, Su Yuan stood tall, but the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth revealed his injuries. On the ground, there lay 2 more figures. Li Mu was unconscious, his face pale and without blood, disheveled, his breath weak. Lu Bai struggled to open one eye, trembling with the remaining strength to look at Ning Qingxian, gasping heavily, completely drained of power. As Ning Qingxian prepared to walk toward Su Yuan, he saw Su Yuan making a gesture, speaking weakly, his expression regretful and complex. No need to fight anymore, you have won. After years of seclusion and over 20 years of hard practice. He had not entered the world, not engaged in a battle, and the proud sons of the 9 domains had already acknowledged him as the strongest. But when he emerged into the world, this single battle unexpectedly declared his failure. Perhaps it was just not his time, born in such a splendid era, encountering someone like Ning Qingxian, a rare powerhouse. And not just him, whether it was Li Mu, Lu Bai, or all the proud sons of the 9 domains today. They had all been born in the wrong era, facing the most terrifying brilliance of the 6th domain. Su Yuan was calm, he felt no hatred, no anger, only a willingness to bow down. He threw out his token, and another large amount of golden light surged from Li Mu and Lu Bai, landing in front of Ning Qingxian. At this point, all 108 tokens returned to Ning Qingxian. My disciple has obtained the heavenly furnace? Long Brow stood in the air, staring blankly at this scene, the shocking results of this victory striking his mind, as if in a dream, leaving him momentarily blank. Haha, our domain finally obtains the soul weapon, and it's the heavenly furnace. The true martial ancestors' laughter echoed, reverberating across the vast heavens. Looking around the sacred mountain, the strong from the 8 wild forces of the 9 domains were all stunned. Earth Tripod Mountain, Divine Bone Mountain, many proud sons' hearts faced unprecedented shock. Since ancient times, who has not heard that the first domain is the leader of the 9 domains, with the soul weapon heavenly furnace, who else could reach even a fraction of it besides the 7 sons of the waste court internally competing? But on this day, the 6th domain's Chang Wuwen not only stood with them but also defeated them all. In their sight, Ning Qingxian gathered 108 tokens and walked toward the depths of the heavenly furnace mountain. Soon, a 1,000-foot glow burst forth. Ning Qingxian bathed in it and soon saw the 3-inch lotus-shaped heavenly furnace slowly condensing under the call of the 108 tokens. He reached out, lightly touched the heavenly furnace, and his primordial spirit instantly responded. A mysterious rule began to bind with him in the void. 9 domain soul weapon, a treasure of heaven and earth, truly lives up to its name. I wonder if I can comprehend the source of the rules within. Ning Qingxian exclaimed in surprise, beginning to ponder. The practice method of absorbing soul power had reached a saturation point some time ago. Unless a ghost king appeared, it would be difficult to make any progress. Yet the source of the rules contained in this heavenly furnace seemed to offer a way for the primordial spirit to advance further. Breaking through on the foundation of 100,000 feet. Connecting this thought, he fully entered a state of integration. The heavenly furnace mountain closed its protective barrier again, and Li Mu and others were teleported out one after another. The head of the South Heaven Academy came alone to Long Brow, cupping his hands in congratulations to the Sword of Heaven's heir, and to the 6th domain. I hope Brother Long Brow will not take offense, Li Mu's collection of 6th domain tokens is indeed according to the rules. Long Brow was shocked, in terms of seniority, this head of the South Heaven Academy was far above him. Hearing these words at this moment, he quickly returned the courtesy. No, the academy head overstates it. Even if Li Mu did not act, others would have acted the same. On the other side, many rainbows stepped across the sky in succession. The masters of the 9 regions and 8 wastelands clasped their hands in respect. Congratulations, Brother Changmei. There will be no more strange disasters in the 6th region from now on. The world may enjoy peace for 300 years. I hope Brother Changmei will not forget the kindness of those years and lend us a helping hand. Brother Changmei, after today, could you come to my 5th region as a guest? I will certainly host a grand feast. How about we drink together? Brother Changmei. The crowd surged. These leaders of sects, who were usually hard to see and even had no ties, now all gathered around Changmei. An indescribable emotion surged from Changmei's heart. He looked at the Tianlu mountain where the barrier opened and closed, and his always bent back involuntarily straightened. Beside him, the true martial ancestor was similarly filled with emotion. The 1st region, 2nd region, and even the 3rd region, which historically held soul artifacts, were all absent today. The usually overlooked 6th region had actually seized the Tianlu. How unreal this was. Soon, the Diding Mountain and the Xingu Mountain erupted into chaos. They seemed to be ignited by Ning Qingxuan's unprecedented bloodlust, every single one of them putting forth their utmost effort. By the time the sun set, both mountains had reached a conclusion. Some rejoiced while others were sorrowful. The scene around the holy mountain was entirely different from past generations. The defeated left, while the victors waited. 2 months passed in a flash, and the strongest genius of the 8th region emerged from the Xingu mountain. He radiated immense divine power, successfully bringing the Xingu with him, leaving amidst the laughter of the entire 8th region sect team. Soon after, another year passed, and the strongest genius of the 4th region emerged from the Diding mountain. Changmei watched them leave, continuing to wait. Brother Changmei, I should head back now. Seeing that Chang Wu-hei had not come out for a long time, the true martial ancestor clasped his hands and returned with his team to handle matters at the true martial hall. As time passed, teams around the holy mountain left one after another until only Changmei was left. According to the merging time of the soul, Tianlu Mountain should have completed it within 2 years, but this time it took quite a long while. He waited for another 3 years, from spring to autumn. On this day, the barrier of Tianlu Mountain finally dissipated. Changmei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ning Qingxuan's aura was retracted, profound and unfathomable. He stretched and walked out slowly. Finally, I broke through. Ning Qingxian felt refreshed. Disciple. An excited voice called out. He showed surprise and took a step forward. Changmei's old tears streamed down, and he opened his arms to pat his shoulder heavily. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Qingxian apologetically spoke. He held deep feelings for Changmei. If he had known Changmei had been waiting outside all this time, he should have ended his insights earlier. You rascal, if you didn't come out soon, I might have turned to dust. Come on, let's have a drink together, master and disciple. Changmei laughed heartily, pulling him back to the Tianjian mountain. A few days later, at Tianjian mountain, Changmei took Ning Qingxian to the depths of the forbidden area. He gazed at the 3 places of closed-door meditation, sighing, ahead lies the resting place of the 3 ancient ancients of Tian. Inside, who knows how many evil spirits are lurking, even the king of evil spirits is just one of them, and whether there are stronger existences, we know nothing. You must remember, when you go to the abyss of domains this time, you must act within your capabilities. It's best to set a seal and come back quickly. I am looking forward to you starting a family and raising a few descendants. Longbrow was amazed by Ning Qingxuan's innate talent. If he could leave behind heirs to inherit this talent, that would be wonderful. If there were no heirs to inherit this talent, leaving a bloodline would still be understandable. Rest assured, I will come back. Ning Qingxian couldn't help but smile as he turned and left again. Longbrow watched his back with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. At the entrance of the abyss of the 6th domain, a vast chasm stretched endlessly. Ning Qingxian arrived once again, and the cries of countless wailing spirits suddenly ceased. The fog dissipated, and numerous supernatural beings scattered like locusts, fearing to avoid him. My lord, the entrance to the abyss is right ahead, and the Undying Queen is in the nearby ghost tower. From the imprint in his sleeve, the spirit of the ghost butterfly transmitted its thoughts. Ning Qingxian did not hesitate and continued forward. Along the way, 10,000 ghosts knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. Half an hour passed, and Ning Qingxian seemed to have stepped into a realm of rules. The world suddenly changed, boundless ghost energy filled the air, and his vision cleared, revealing a different universe. There were no sun, moon, or stars here, as if in the underworld. The underground world? A thought flashed through Ning Qingxuan's mind. At the dark end of his vision, he saw infinite ghostly flames, drifting with countless gray embers, and a black tower exuding a chilling aura. There were many piercing screams coming from the tower, as if enduring the torment of long years. Seeing this scene, the ghost butterfly quickly spoke. This is the ghost tower that imprisons the undying race. The undying queen is on the highest floor. Ning Qingxian fell silent. He had already learned about the legend of the undying queen from the ghost butterfly. She was an immortal, with strength surpassing the king of ghosts, a terrifying figure. According to the explanation from the ghost butterfly, she belonged to the evil race master of the underground world of the abyss, the queen of the entire undying race. Similar masters would be born from the rules over generations, and all supernatural beings would continuously live and die. But only the undying queen possessed the trait of immortality. She had lived for many years until one day, she was trapped by some supreme master with a trick, imprisoned in this ghost tower. Ning Qingxian was willing to come here because the undying queen met his conditions. Taking a step forward, a vast tide of ghost flames rolled, conjuring countless hideous ghostly faces that silently roared at Ning Qingxian. Piercing the soul and striking the origin spirit, any powerful being below the nirvana realm would likely bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. But Ning Qingxian didn't even pay such an attack any mind. When he took the second step, a violent whirlwind erupted beneath his feet, instantly extinguishing countless ghostly faces, along with the eternal ghost flames that had burned for 1,000 years. Inside the ghost tower, many powerful beings of the undying race revealed themselves, calling out to Ning Qingxian in pain. Save us! Help us! Please, save us! At the same time, the will of the undying queen awakened from the top of the ghost tower. She was weak, 1,000 years of suppression had left her only able to open a thread of her divine thoughts. From Ning Qingxian, a suffocating aura of a powerful being spread out. In the faintness, it seemed that the dead, countless supernatural presences were swirling around him. This couldn't help but make her feel a bit frightened. How far had the outside world developed to have such a powerful figure break into the abyss? Goddess, it's me. The tiny body of the ghost butterfly walked out from the imprint in his sleeve. She looked at the ghost tower with red-rimmed eyes, and red tears fell uncontrollably. Little butterfly? The will of the undying queen trembled. Who is this? She carefully inquired. The ghost butterfly wiped away the red tears at the corners of her eyes. He is my master, he can help you, my dear, escape from suffering and assist the immortal race in returning to the abyssal world, but the condition is that you and the entire immortal race must swear an oath for 3,000 years. As soon as those words were spoken, the will of the undead queen wavered slightly. How did this small butterfly know such a powerful human? She saw hope in Ning Qingxian. After all, that unsettling essence of primordial spirit was a strength she had never seen before. But it quickly vanished, and she darkly responded. It's useless, this ghost tower was forged by that despicable upper priestine lord, and without his unsealing spell, no one can shake it even a little. If your master can rescue my race from suffering, then not 3,000 years, but 10,000 years would be of no consequence. Ning Qingxian raised his eyebrows. 10,000 years? Some things should not be said lightly, once said, they must be fulfilled. He flicked his sleeves, and the mighty divine power bound to the celestial furnace and primordial spirit erupted in an instant. The colossal essence of primordial spirit reappeared, but his entire body was already clad in divine armor, with rule marks revealing diamond eyes. With a wave of his hand, his palms ruthlessly pressed down towards the ghost tower. Boom! The earth shook, and the raging ghost energy was overturned. As debris flew in all directions, the curse marks from the upper priestine lord crumbled into dust. The seals binding the undead queen and the entire immortal race then dissipated. This. The will of the undead queen fully revived. She revealed her true form, surrounded by ghost energy, her otherworldly face filled with shock and confusion. What kind of strength does this human possess? Ning Qingxian flicked his sleeves again, and the modified sleeve universe technique he wielded had the effect of imprinting the oath of primordial spirit. Will you offer your loyalty, or will you be sealed again by me? The undead queen gazed at the floating primordial spirit oath before her. 10,000 years, she had only mentioned it casually. Ning Qingxian noticed the undead queen hesitating and instantly narrowed his eyes. My lord above, the immortal race is willing to serve you. The undead queen's heart jolted, she hurried to imprint her spirit and bowed deeply. At the same time, she felt a bit of doubt. For her, time was merely a string of numbers. 10,000 years, can humans really live that long? You just mentioned the upper priestine lord, explain in detail. Ning Qingxian had learned some information about the abyssal world from the ghost butterfly before, but it was clearly not comprehensive. The undead queen, as a lord, had many strong undead under her command. As he scanned with his eyes, he at least saw 2 undead kings. Upper priestine lord? This guy is born from the blood pool abyss every 1,000 years, and then he starts waging wars everywhere. This time he quickly dominated more than half of the abyssal world. Since the immortal race cannot be exterminated, they have become a thorn in his side, so he devised a scheme to lure the immortal race into the ghost tower seal he set. As the undead queen spoke of the upper priestine lord, her eyes showed intense anger and hatred. What is the blood pool abyss? Ning Qingxian frowned. The ghost butterfly beside him quickly explained, "This is the source of all the supernatural rebirth in the abyssal world, containing mysterious power that can be taken without end. Every so often, whether it's 10 years, 30 years, or 300 years, the stronger the supernatural force, the longer it takes to rebirth." After listening, Ning Qingxian appeared thoughtful. It seems that this blood pool abyss really lives up to its name. The undead queen then spoke again, "The lifespan of the upper pristine lord is at most 1,000 years, it is almost exhausted now. When I was in the ghost tower, I sensed the turmoil in the abyssal world. If I'm not mistaken, he will definitely take action against the surface soon, devouring powerful souls to extend his lifespan. To kill the otherine lords that will soon be reborn. Continuing to solidify his dominion in the domain abyss world." Ning Qingxian roughly understood the meaning behind this. Combined with the many pieces of information he had gathered before, the structure of the entire domain abyss world started to take shape in his mind. This is another realm of the 9 domains, a pure and mysterious world. The supreme Yin ruler is, so far, the most powerful Yin ruler discovered by the Undying Queen. Besides this, there are still many Yin rulers that revive every 1,000 years. This means that in the entire domain abyss world, chaotic battles will erupt every 1,000 years, or even sooner, ushering in a new ruler. Connecting to this, Ning Qingxian suddenly asked, "Is there a Mara Yin ruler here?" The Undying Queen was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Ning Qingxian knew this title. The Mara Yin ruler and the entire Mara clan were revived about 200 years ago, and soon after, they fought a battle for dominance against the supreme Yin ruler. The Mara Yin ruler was defeated, and the Mara clan scattered in escape. Among them, one Mara ghost king seems to have fled outside. After finishing her words, Ning Qingxian nodded. This aligned well with what happened in the 6th domain. "I give you 100 years to heal your wounds." With a wave of his large sleeve, he used the imprint from his sleeve to collect the ghost butterfly, the Undying Queen, and all the powerful undying beings inside. Then, he gathered the soul tool celestial furnace in his palm, sealing the entrance and exit of the 6th domain abyss. "Master, are you planning to go to the blood pool abyss?" The ghost butterfly's breath quickened. This series of actions suggested that Ning Qingxian might be about to unleash a massacre. "Lead the way." Ning Qingxian stepped forward. In the distance, the ghostly aura filled the air. The dark underworld enveloped the surroundings, with numerous ghostly flames flickering, shining pairs of eyes. Upon sensing the approach of a powerful presence, they all turned to look, and when the figures came into view, they instantly felt chills down their spines. The white-clad killing god? He actually made it into the domain abyss? Screams resounded, causing panic to spread. There are still many mysterious beings who escaped from the 6th domain. At this moment, as Ning Qingxian's indifferent gaze swept over, they trembled in fear, holding their heads and kneeling down. Ning Qingxian had no interest in them and headed straight for the blood pool abyss. The territory of the Supreme Yin ruler is vast. There are 3 supreme ghost kings and countless tribes under his command. "Are you sure you don't need my assistance?" The thought of the Undying Queen came through the imprint in his sleeve. Although she had been suppressed for so many years, her strength had diminished, yet she could still easily hold back the 3 supreme ghost kings. Moreover, the Supreme Clan and her Undying Clan had already become mortal enemies. Ning Qingxian said nothing and crossed the ghostly mist in giant strides, soon arriving at the territory of the Supreme Yin ruler. Many sleeping armies were abruptly awakened. Moreover, a ghost king's will instantly raise the chilling ghostly aura. His eyes revealed frosty intentions, arrogant. "Throughout the generations, which of the strongest celestial furnaces dared to step into this place? You are truly bold." The sound of his voice exploded like thunder, with tremendous power opening and closing. In the battle for the 9-domain soul tool, the domain abyss world surely was not unaware. He certainly understood that those who could contend for the celestial furnace must be the absolute best from the 9 domains. But throughout history, how many number ones had the 9 domains produced? Whether in their youth or later years, who would ever come here? With a cold shout, he stepped into the air. Ning Qingxian remained calm, without a ripple of emotion. With a flick of his sleeve, he struck down, instantly shattering the Supreme Ghost King's defense. In the midst of the horrified and bewildered gaze of the other, he casually grabbed the neck, and with just a little force, shattered his spirit. As the ancient and mighty soul power surged into his primordial spirit, Ning Qingxian once again felt a boost in strength. Instantly killing a Ghost King level? The Undying Queen stared at this scene, a shiver ran down her spine. Even a Yin ruler would need to expend considerable effort and perhaps cast a spell to suppress one. Great Compassion Mantra. Ning Qingxian's cold voice resonated throughout the dark underworld. With the fall of the corpse of the King of Ghosts, a strand of golden light exploded. Here, the army of supernatural beasts let out a heartbreaking scream, gradually being overwhelmed by the golden light. He continued to move forward, stepping through the empty space of the realm cave world, as if entering a place with no one around, where golden light frequently appeared, instilling fear in the supernatural beings. That figure in white became an indelible nightmare in their hearts. How vast is the realm cave world? For Ning Qingxian, there actually was no concept. Perhaps it is as vast as the 9 realms, or perhaps far exceeds the 9 realms. He knew no fatigue, becoming braver with each kill, growing stronger with each fight. From the outer layers of the realm cave to the inner layers, from the inner layers to the core area, he traversed tens of thousands of miles in the underworld, making the supernatural beings too afraid to raise their heads, making the clans in the realm cave afraid to assemble their armies. Not knowing how much time had passed. In the distance, the blood pool abyss. Here stood ancient and magnificent palaces colored in blood, existing for thousands of years, symbolizing the rule of the entire realm cave. Whenever a Shadow Master was reborn, they would reside within. When Ning Qingxian shattered the ghost tower, the Shadow Master already knew, not to mention the movements of the entire realm cave world. Without any action, they merely hoped Ning Qingxian would understand that the supernatural beings could not be killed completely and would leave obediently. But, unexpectedly, he sat on the throne, slowly opened his silent eyes, revealing a cold and ruthless gaze, like a blood-colored ocean, swirling with endless terrifying soul power. As his will opened and closed, all the powerful beings of the ancestral clan in the palace bowed respectfully. How many years has it been? This king has never faced such tribulations. The aged sigh echoed through the universe, carrying supreme majesty. Following his gaze, outside the blood-colored palaces, a figure in white had already appeared. Chapter 64, Suppressing this world, 100 years pass. He knew that his tribulation had come. The ghost tower was forged with his own divine soul seal, even a shadow master of equal strength could not break it. The undying queen had been suppressed for many years, attacking many times, and not once was successful. But when this figure in white arrived, the ghost tower shattered easily, and even his divine soul was affected to some extent. He understood even more clearly that this person was here to kill him. This tribulation could not be avoided, could not be escaped. He finally stood up from the throne, stepping out of the blood-colored palace, one step at a time. The king's might surged, wrapping around countless ghostly energies, turning into waves that rippled for thousands of miles. For countless years, you are the first human to stand here. The Shadow Master said in a heavy voice, as terrifying power began to surge from him. Ning Qingxian calmly looked at him, and his divine soul opened its golden eyes. It cannot be denied that the Shadow Master before him was the most oppressive supernatural being he had ever encountered. He was also the strongest enemy Ning Qingxian had faced, through multiple lifetimes. As the current ruler of the realm cave world, the Shadow Master would undoubtedly bring unprecedented disaster to the entire 9 realms. But for Ning Qingxian, he would not allow such a thing to happen in his era. Slowly raising his hand, he unleashed an aura far beyond the Nirvana realm, encompassing the entire blood-colored palace, including the blood pool abyss. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure erupted, instantly distorting space, causing the blood-colored palace to shatter in an instant, and many strong beings of the ancestral clan, without even a muffled sound, turned to dust on the spot. Ning Qingxian stood in the sky, freely expressing all his power. That figure fell into the eyes of the Shadow Master as if a god of judgment. Ancestral ghost right. He let out a low roar, using the stance of the strongest in the realm cave world, launching the strongest curse seal of his life to combat this disaster belonging to the entire supernatural race. The ghostly hand that blocked out the sun instantly gathered, swirling with boundless eerie underworld aura, forming a seal and pressing down toward Ning Qingxian. This strike surpassed the realm of Nirvana. But this made the ancestor of the Yin sect pay an irreparable price. His entire body of Yin energy gradually collapsed, and endless original power rapidly consumed in his eyes. Thinking he could resist for a while, he unexpectedly only rose 100 feet, and the entire ghostly hand seal began to tremble. Until, bang! The seal shattered, and the unimaginable pressure came crashing down like the sky collapsing, as if stars were falling, enveloping him. His expression changed, his pupils showed fear of death, yet he was powerless to resist. His whole body started to twist, and with a reluctant howl, he was crushed into countless strands of blue smoke. The ancestor of the Yin sect was just slaughtered like this. In the seal within his sleeve, the undying queen watched this scene in terror. There was no imagined great battle of 300 rounds, no evenly matched stalemate, nor decades or centuries of deadlock. The ancestor of the Yin sect was as fragile as those slain gods in front of Ning Qingxian. At this moment, she could no longer fathom how perverse Ning Qingxian truly was. The blood-red palace was turned to rubble, and the ancestor clan re-entered reincarnation. Ning Qingxian walked forward slowly, raising his hand to absorb the ancestor of the Yin sect's soul power completely. The original power far exceeded that of the Ghost King, surging and nourishing his Yuan spirit. Is this the blood pool abyss? He stood before a corner of the rules of heaven and earth, gazing at the endless blood sea ahead. In this brief moment, he saw many strong and strange auras slowly being born. The ghostly general from years ago seems to be coming back to life again. The voice of the ghost butterfly echoed once more. Yeah. Ning Qingxian let out a long sigh. Then he sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. Is there anything more joyful than blocking the blood pool? If he could block a few lords, that would be a great gain. The ghost butterfly was puzzled, not understanding what Ning Qingxian was about to do. But the undying queen recalled some horrifying atrocities, instantly falling into deep silence. Time slowly passed, and the ghostly general who was suppressed by him 5 years ago outside the domain cave had reshaped his body and restored his original power in the blood pool. It's been 5 years, and I'm alive again. Ha ha ha. What white-clad killing god, just so. His laughter was wild. He had just awakened his will, but before he could step out of the blood pool abyss, he suddenly shivered and saw a figure at the end of his line of sight that filled him with terror. What are you doing here? A ray of cold light burst forth, piercing through his brow, and he died on the spot, his pupils wide in shock. Ning Qingxian remained unhurried, once again extracting his soul power. Not long after, another strange being appeared, meeting the same fate as that ghostly general. As time continued to pass, the ghost butterfly also understood, a wave of fear rising from her heart. This was too ruthless. In a blink, several months had gone by. Ning Qingxian couldn't remember who he had killed or who had yet to be killed, he simply repeated the same action day after day. In the eyes of those continuously dying and then reviving strange beings, the term killing god seemed to have been personified. Half a year, 3 years, 5 years. He waited once more for that ghostly general, erasing him for the third time. The quantitative change seemed to have triggered a qualitative change, as Ning Qingxuan's Yuan spirit once again reached the peak of a breakthrough. For someone who had experienced hundreds of years of life, time was merely a string of cold numbers. Until the end, he also forgot the rapid passage of time. The steady improvement of strength became his only pursuit. Gradually, he transitioned from youth to middle age. Ah! Why are you still here? Hell, this is hell. I don't want to live anymore, please don't revive me again. The sorrowful wails came from the mouths of the ghostly general who had died dozens of times. He once again saw that nightmarish figure, filled with despair. In the entire domain cave world, there were no spring, summer, autumn, or winter, no day or night. Ning Qingxian was stuck here, not leaving for a moment. The only thing that could witness the passage of time was the ancient palace ruins turning to dust. The weeds grew thick. Desolate, cold. On this day, Ning Qingxuan's temples began to show gray hair. He was finally a little tired, weary. How long has it been? His voice carried a hint of desolation and aging. The immortal queen responded numbly, almost 200 years. Ning Qingxian fell silent, gazing at the blood pool abyss he had killed into extinction, and ultimately stood up to leave. Tens of thousands of miles away at the entrance of the 6th domain, it took only 10 steps to arrive. Wherever he walked, even the energy of heaven and earth could not recover. Despite being in his twilight years, the power he emitted caused the entire realm to tremble inexplicably. It should come to an end. Ning Qingxian returned to the outside, heading towards Tianjian Mountain. His life began its countdown. He felt no regret, but some promises still needed to be fulfilled. Along the way, he saw the serenity of the 6th domain. In 200 years without calamities, the people lived somewhat well, and seemed to have produced some exceptional talents. Other domains had also undergone significant changes. Aside from the original ones that left the realm, almost no new entities were seen. Before long, he appeared in mid-air above Tianjian Mountain. Master, I have returned. Silently, Ning Qingxian stood by Chang Mei's bedside. Chang Mei trembled as he opened his cloudy eyes. He was already frail, his lifespan almost at its limit. Upon seeing Ning Qingxian, a gentle light appeared in his eyes. Life rushed by in 300 years, which was the limit of his lifespan. He grasped Ning Qingxuan's hand, wanting to rise but found he had no strength left. Master, just listen to me. Ning Qingxian wore a complex expression. Chang Mei was too old to speak, his soul power scattered, difficult to gather. 200 years had passed, and he had no further pursuits in this life. Staying beside Chang Mei was how he chose to give his life a perfect conclusion. Chapter 65, The Grief of the 9 Domains, Life Comes to an End. 3 years later, Ning Qingxian bid farewell to Chang Mei. Tianjian Mountain held a grand funeral, white fluff filling the sky. He sat for a long time on Qingshan Peak, the very place where Chang Mei had first scolded him. Time had passed, now many of his fellow disciples were no longer present. The entire Tianjian Mountain welcomed a new era. Ning Qingxian gazed at the plaza, the new generation of disciples practicing, feeling nostalgic. I don't have much lifespan left, it's time for you to fulfill your vow. Within the seal in his sleeve, the immortal queen opened and closed her will again. In 200 years, she and the entire immortal clan had already regained their strength. You want me to guard the 6th domain? The immortal queen guessed Ning Qingxuan's thoughts. A 10,000-year vow, during which countless things could happen, the 6th domain might no longer be the same. No one knows what the future holds, but since the immortal queen had signed the vow, she would not go back on it. Moreover, she could also feel that Ning Qingxuan's soul had already undergone some transcendence. Even if Ning Qingxian ultimately aged and died, his soul would still be bound to her, and the vow would remain valid. Precisely. Ning Qingxian responded. A life panel appeared before him. Remaining time, 2 years. In these remaining 2 years, he still did nothing, he simply kept watch over Tianjian Mountain, guarding Chiang Mei's tomb. Until this day, he finally stood up. After taking a reluctant last glance at the entire Tianjian Mountain, he stepped out again, his figure blinking away to the outside of the realm. As his lifespan dwindled, the deadline of his life was approaching, and the seal of the Tian furnace began to shake. The immortal queen emerged from the seal in his sleeve, thousands of immortal clan warriors gathered outside the realm. And the ghost butterfly, having exhausted her lifespan, had long entered the cycle of reincarnation. Looking at this now gray-haired strongest in the 9 domains, the immortal queen felt quite complex in her heart, but mostly respect. In the long years, she had never held such high respect and admiration for a human. 10,000 years. I will never break my promise. The Undying Queen solemnly spoke, deeply bowing to Ning Qingxian. All the strong ones of the Undying clan behind her did the same. If it weren't for Ning Qingxian, they would have been forever trapped in the ghost tower, never seeing a glimmer of freedom, enduring endless pain. Even if the Yin Lord had entered reincarnation, it would be the same. This great kindness, repaid over 10,000 years, simply by guarding the 6th domain, how could they have any complaints, possessing undying bodies? This is very good. Ning Qingxian glanced at the life panel, the countdown had reached the end. He slowly closed his eyes, his aura disappearing at this moment. In an instant, the seal at the entrance of the domain cave also vanished. The celestial furnace shattered inch by inch, transforming into a vast array of golden flashes, streaking across the sky, flying towards the major thriving sects of the 9 domains. The Undying Queen looked at this scene, her expression filled with sorrow. Farewell, my lord, she murmured. Within the 6th domain, 8 beams of golden light sped towards them. That light illuminated the sky for miles, attracting everyone's attention. Has our domain's strongest been lost? In the blink of an eye, the hearts of the millions trembled, followed by earth-shattering cries of grief. The 6th domain was filled with sorrow, countless people knelt towards the domain cave. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Young children looked puzzled at their parents, looking at everyone on the busy streets, their innocent hearts severely impacted. The golden flashes crossing the heavens seemed to represent some kind of message, triggering a quake throughout the entire 6th domain in an extremely short time. Child, kneel quickly, bid farewell to our domain's strongest. Foolish child, this is the return of the token, our domain's strongest has just passed away. You must remember, he is the greatest person in our 6th domain, without him, we wouldn't exist. Heaven and earth mourned, and the people wept. Inside the true martial hall, the golden flashes swiftly arrived. An old figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes and gently held the token in his hands. Lu Yun looked at the familiar token, his murky eyes filled with memories of the past. He has left, I should also go. Lu Yun trembled as he rose, deeply bowing in the direction of the domain cave. In the 2nd domain, Southern Sky Courtyard. Li Mu, with a withered aura, also saw the arrival of the golden flashes. How could it be? How could he go before me? Li Mu was anxious, seemingly unwilling to accept this fact. He dragged his already dwindling power body outside. Ancestor! An elder hurriedly supported him. Is this the token? Is this the token? Li Mu shouted urgently. Yes, the celestial furnace has just returned to the holy mountain. The elder quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Li Mu staggered back, the breath in his heart seemed to disperse. His eyes glistened with sorrow. It's over, an era has ended. How I hate for not daring to step into the domain cave for 200 years, not having had the chance to compete with him again. Li Mu looked up towards the sky and finally slowly fell down. The elder gasped in alarm, Ancestor. In the 1st domain, abandoned courtyard. The former strongest, Su Yuan, sat quietly in the depths of the back mountain. A figure hurriedly rushed over, cupping hands and speaking, Elder, disturbing news from the 9 domains, that old predecessor from the 6th domain passed away half an hour ago. Now the celestial furnace has returned to the holy mountain, and some sects have received the previous tokens. When the words fell, Su Yuan's still body trembled slightly, as if a long sigh escaped. Does Elder Lu know? Someone has already been sent to inform him. Su Yuan fell silent, lost in recollections of that ancient battle at the Soul Artifact Holy Mountain. In his life, he had only seen Chang Wuhan once, but it left an indelible impression in his heart. That figure dressed in white, radiating invincibility, which he had struggled to cultivate for over 200 years, he feared he would never catch up. Recalling the past years in the 9 domains, which had hardly seen serious divine disasters, he guessed what Chang Wuhan had been doing deep within the domain cave. What kind of a grim realm, a terrifying world, he could not tell. Li Mu, Lu Bai, or Lu Yun from the true martial hall. All had once sought themselves, wanting to take a journey deep into the domain cave, but in the end, all stopped outside the abyss. The unknown is not to be peered into, the mysterious is not to be touched. Only Chang Wuhan remained alone for 200 years. Transmit my decree, starting from today, the 7 pavilions of the wild courtyard, all palaces must hang white cloth at their doors to mourn Grand Ancestor Chang. Su Yuan issued the command, and that person left in response. Not just the first domain, not just the wild courtyard. Within the 9 domains, all major righteous sects hung white cloth at their doors. The death of Ning Qingxian marked the end of an era. This in the history of the entire 9 domains, the most brilliant and prosperous golden age, could not withstand the raging tide of time, ultimately resting in the long river of history. Chapter 66, Return. Ning Qingxian enters the Tower of Finality. When Ning Qingxian woke up, the energy capsule had already run out. He slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar scene came into view. Just like before, it was as if he had experienced a 300-year dream. Returning to the Cosmic Alliance, he felt a bit disoriented. After a while, he awakened the Goddess of Wisdom. How long have I been asleep? Respectful Mr. Ning, you have slept for 9 hours. Goddess of Wisdom 009 quickly connected with him. Ning Qingxian fell into contemplation. It seemed that the passage of time was different between the 9 domains and the central planes. Clenching his fist slightly, he noticed that the bottle of star essence had been completely absorbed, and the peak of Huangting cultivation in the central planes had fully recovered. Is there any other way to obtain similar star essence? Ning Qingxian asked. His cultivation results in the mystical world of the 9 domains had already surpassed the journey of the demonic ancestor of the central planes. Due to the different hierarchies of the 2 worlds, the cultivation systems also varied. If he wanted to restore to a perfect state of 100,000 Zhang spirit, he would need to buy tons of ordinary high-grade nutrient liquids. Goddess of Wisdom 009 quickly responded, Star essence is produced by high-level life planets, and its quantity is rare. It needs Federation Level 1 military merit for exchange. Level 1 military merit? Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment. He remembered that the lowest valued Level 1 military merit in the Federation's history required at least exterminating an alien life planet. Currently achieving that was still rather difficult. He rubbed his temples. Is there anything else with the same effect as star essence? The Goddess of Wisdom quickly replied, the Tower of Finality gathers the original powers of all heavens, it requires no points or military merit, and the effect is the same as star essence, but certain prerequisites are necessary. Ning Qingxian left the energy capsule. He had learned about the Tower of Finality from the Goddess of Wisdom long before the development of his life. Although the specific prerequisites were not described, Ning Qingxian could guess they must be quite challenging. The opportunities and fortunes within the Tower of Finality still required one's strength to compete for. He decided to give it a try, otherwise, relying solely on the self-recovery speed of life development, he truly didn't know when he would have to wait until. Stepping out of the cultivation room, he happened to see Ning Kaiwei organizing her belongings. How is the Wuling Academy? Ning Kaiwei turned around, grinning broadly, and nodded happily. The new school has so many high-tech things, everyone has their own cultivation room and lounge. The conditions are great. But the training intensity seems to be quite high. It is said there are monthly tests, returning to the familiar reincarnation world to complete tasks according to specific rules, and those at the end will be eliminated. After that, it seems there won't be much fun left. Ning Kaiwei had already passed the trial assessment and officially became a Reincarnator, starting at sea level due to her Witch 9 bloodline. This meant that even if Ning Kaiwei arrived at the Imperial Star, in the most prestigious academy in the Jinzhou district, he is also one of the best. Ning Qingxian was not actually worried that his daughter would be eliminated in the end. As a father, he would not interfere with his daughter's future growth, but this is the Imperial Star, when she needs him, he certainly cannot do nothing. How much ability he has determines how much he can help. If you have any questions, you can ask the housekeeper. I need to go out, wait at home for your mom to come back. Ning Qingxian instructed, as the matter that Shinjeyu sent him was about to be concluded. Got it, Dad. Ning Qingxian rubbed her little head and walked out of the ancient street courtyard number 1. He connected again with the Goddess of Wisdom and immediately stepped into the reincarnation space of the Imperial Star, the Tower of End. What came into view was a brilliant cosmic landscape, with a black treasure tower standing at the end of sight, radiating an imposing and ancient solemn aura. In addition to this, there were 4 large end treasure halls nearby. There were plaques hanging, labeled Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. At this moment, many people were talking to each other. Ning Qingxian glanced at the end mark in his palm, which had the yellow character on it. Goddess of Wisdom, what does this yellow character represent? The authority levels of the Tower of End are strict, divided into 4 levels, Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each level corresponds to a different end identity, strength tier, and resources that can be obtained. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly replied, pausing before continuing to elaborate. Mr. Ning is currently at the yellow level, initially enjoying the qualification to enter the yellow treasure hall, has the right to observe all cultivation systems and secret techniques within the yellow treasure hall, as well as access to all resources on the first level of the Tower of End. If Mr. Ning wishes to elevate his end identity and obtain higher resources, he will need to complete corresponding assessments, tasks, and bounties of the Tower of End. As her words fell, Ning Qingxian roughly understood the function of the mark in his palm. It is a symbol of identity, a condition for residing in the Yellow Treasure Hall, a qualification certificate to step into the Tower of End, and it can also be improved. At present, he could only enter the first level of the Tower of End initially. Looking around, the Tower of End seemed infinitely high, but in reality, it only had 33 levels. What is the initial authority level of the Heaven level? Ning Qingxian suddenly asked. You can reside in the Heaven Treasure Hall, initially entering the 16th level of the Tower of End. The Goddess of Wisdom replied. Is the difference really that big? Ning Qingxian pondered, but it made sense. The Tower of End encompasses the entire Kanglan system. There are many top reincarnators under 100 years old, not just the Imperial Star. The base is enormous. Those who can obtain the Heaven level end identity here have to have exceptional talent and qualifications. They are all from a group of Super S-level individuals. Starting at a high level is to be expected. Just as Ning Qingxian was gradually understanding the Tower of End, a commotion suddenly broke out around him, with gazes all turning towards a figure walking out from the Heaven Treasure Hall. That person is Chu Yutong? No doubt about it, he is the first place winner of this issue's endless battlefield, the only one who has obtained the Heaven level identity. I heard he has a very terrifying companion, known as the King of Ghosts from Laoshan? Many seniors were alarmed during the endless battlefield. Yes, this person's future is limitless. Even Li Qingson, known as the most hopeful to become the 13th Cave Master, has taken note of him. Senior Li? Who did you hear that from? There are many people on the 33rd level of the Tower of End, and it's still unknown who this new guard of the Imperial Star will be. Regardless, Chu Yutong will definitely rise to fame in the future. Establishing a good relationship with him now can be considered adding a strong backing for the future. The whispers all fell into Ning Qingxuan's ears. He glanced at the calm-faced figure. The man walked calmly into the Tower of End. Carrying the mark of heaven, his aura was indeed different. Hello, may I ask if you are Ning Qingxian, Mr. Ning? A careful, nervous voice sounded from behind. Chapter 67, Laosheng Ghost King. This person is not right. Ning Qingxian looked over, and the woman was unexpectedly Chen Yuning, who had come to the Wangsheng Sect's gate with Xin Zheyu before. My name is Chen Yuning, and Sister Zheyu should have mentioned me, right? Chen Yuning felt a little anxious, but at the same time very delighted. Thanks to Ning Qingxian, under the recommendation of General Jingzhou, she was now a staff member of the Yellow Hall. Although she didn't have the identity of the End, it was still a rare opportunity. Here, she could meet the entire Kanglan system, the most vast and complex network of connections. She never expected to encounter the devilish master of law creation here. After all, Ning Qingxuan's name was not on the list of the endless battlefield. She mentioned you. Ning Qingxian nodded. Chen Yuning immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again, saying, I'm now a staff member of the Yellow Hall. Mr. Ning can find me for any questions. Can you show me your identity mark so I can register? Ning Qingxian opened his right palm, and Chen Yuning took the device to imprint it, soon showing a puzzled expression. Why is it a name registration? Ning Qingxian raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? Chen Yuning showed a difficult expression. Name registration has some time limits, and if you fail to achieve the qualifying results of the Tower of End, you will automatically exit after 3 months. She had checked the information beforehand and had a thorough understanding of her job. A special case like Ning Qingxian definitely had a heavyweight figure behind him who used first-class military achievements to obtain this. What conditions are needed to officially settle in the Tower of End? Ning Qingxian paused for a moment, then asked again. This name registration quota, without a doubt, was granted by the Longjin Star Master. Although first-class military achievements are just a small matter for such big figures. But if he automatically exits the Tower of End after 3 months, Ning Qingxian still felt a bit uneasy. After all, it would cause waste. Chen Yuning's expression tightened, replying immediately, you need to participate in the Tower Master's reincarnation. After each session of the endless battlefield, the Tower Master will capture anchor points of the reincarnation world from various realms. According to the scores from the reincarnation hall, the identity marks will be reshuffled. As long as Mr. Ning can obtain an excellent evaluation, you can become a permanent resident. After she finished speaking, she also looked at the majestic Tower of End, especially pausing for a moment in the direction of the 33rd layer. This round of Tower Master reincarnation will start in 10 days, and everyone who moves in during this new session can choose to participate. But I estimate that this time will be the most intense one ever. After all, the new Guardian Emperor Star is about to arrive, and the new Cave Master will be born from within the Tower of End. Based on the comprehensive scores of these years, there will definitely be strong elder participants, competing one last time. Ning Qingxian listened and seemed thoughtful. He also looked at the Tower of End, the 33rd layer. The tower was so high, like the 33rd heaven from myths. Each step symbolized supreme status, and those who climbed to the peak had the opportunity to compete for the immense fortune of a guardian emperor star. No wonder the wise goddess told him earlier that the Tower of End was the sacred place desired by countless reincarnators of the entire Kanglan system. How many people are currently on the 33rd layer? Ning Qingxian asked. Chen Yuning quickly displayed longing and respect. There are currently only 4 people, among them Li Qingsong has the highest score. He has received 6 flawless evaluations and 47 perfect evaluations in the 30 rounds of Tower Master reincarnations he has gone through. 198 excellent evaluations. The master of the Tower's reincarnation world is extremely dangerous, yet he has not a single ordinary evaluation, and each time he leaves unscathed. He is undoubtedly the best in the End of Days Tower. Ning Qingxian felt quite emotional upon hearing this. There are countless reincarnators in the Federation, and equally outstanding talent in the Kanglan system. Of course, those who can reach the 33rd level of the End of Days Tower are extremely powerful. No matter what astonishing deeds are heard, they all seem reasonable. Sister Yuning. Just then, a clear voice called out. Shen Yuning turned her head to look. At the entrance of the Yellow Castle, a girl in a short skirt was waving at her. Mr. Ning, I have something to attend to. If you have any questions, you can find me again. Shen Yuning hurriedly registered her identity mark and rushed over to the girl in the short skirt. Did you know that person before? The girl in the short skirt glanced at Ning Qingxian and curiously asked. Shen Yuning nodded. We have quite a history. The girl in the short skirt, seeing this, whispered to her, it seems he came in through the back door. He didn't even participate in the endless battlefield. She was indeed one of the new members joining this time. Although ranked at the bottom, she still held a yellow End of Days identity, having fought her way out of the endless battlefield. Suddenly having an extra spot raised some doubts in her heart. Chen Yuning responded seriously, don't say that. I got my work identity relying on him, and first-class military merits in the Federation are highly recognized. Getting a nominal spot complies with all rules and regulations. Also, Chen Yuning looked at her, showing some strange expression. You just spent 300,000 huge points to buy the Martial King Realm cultivation method, which was personally created by him. Upon hearing this, the girl in the short skirt's gaze froze, looking back at Ning Qingxian again. So he's the reincarnator rumored from the outside world? Outside the End of Days Tower. Ning Qingxian stood still for a long time before finally stepping inside. The first layer also formed a reincarnation space of its own, with a pure white stairway reaching to the sky, leading to the second layer of the End of Days Tower. At this place, dozens of people were cultivating, all unbothered by him, yet everyone's gaze would occasionally sneak towards Chu Yutong, filled with intense fear and caution. Standing next to Chu Yutong was a tall figure entirely cloaked in black. A strong ghostly aura surrounded him, emanating a chilling wave from a millennium-old presence. The entire first layer of the reincarnation space fell into a deathly silence. His power seemed to cause some sort of yin-yang chaos in the space, creating an extremely oppressive and gloomy atmosphere. The dozens of yellow-coated End of Days members, under this terrifying ghost domain's pressure, began to breathe in a disordered manner, some even turning pale. As Ning Qingxian arrived, the Laoshang Ghost King suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. He furrowed his brow, and his strange pupils turned to look at Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxuan's expression remained calm, indifferent as he met his gaze. In that instant, the Laoshang Ghost King felt as if encountering a natural enemy, goosebumps rising all over his body, instinctively standing on end. What is wrong with this person? He stepped back, his unusual pupils contracting sharply. Ning Qingxian in his sight gave him a bone-chilling feeling, yet he couldn't figure out where this feeling was coming from. That gaze, looking at him seemed as if it was looking at food? Chapter 68 Falling Star. What's wrong with you? Chu Yutong noticed that the Laoshang Ghost King's state was off, with a tendency to go berserk. It's nothing. The Laoshang Ghost King withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards the second layer of the End of Days with Chu Yutong. His heart raced uncontrollably, the strong intuition and instinct told him that the shadow behind him must have issues. Yet Chu Yutong merely cast a light glance at Ning Qingxian and no longer paid him attention. The new spot information relayed through the mark in his palm. He certainly knows. However, he really cannot raise any interest. Right now, the most important thing for him is to get a flawless evaluation and 3 perfect evaluations in this Tower Master reincarnation, so he can advance to the 17th layer of the End. Huff, they finally left. I was almost suffocating. Dozens of yellow-tagged reincarnators, holding their breath collectively, looked in the direction where Chu Yutong and the Laoshang Ghost King had left, their eyes full of fear. Where did this Laoshang Ghost King come from, and why don't I have such opportunities? The strange big world is not as simple as you think. Chu Yutong also has true power, it cannot be achieved just by a little luck. Amid the noise, Ning Qingxian had already arrived at a stone tablet. Imprinting his identity mark, the electronic synthetic voice from the will of the N Tower soon rang in his ears. Please choose the origin of the heavens you wish to cultivate. 1. Low Martial. 2. Bloodline. 3. Gene. 4. Strange. 5. Superpower. 6. Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian directly chose Strange. Strictly speaking, the cultivation method of the 9 domains is also related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But his soul cultivation is closely related to the Strange, which can greatly increase the recovery speed. In an instant, Ning Qingxian felt a narrow space envelop him, and boundless strange origin erupted from the stone tablet, crazily surging into his body. This feels good. Ning Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. The N Tower has boundless creation. This is only the first layer, yet it far exceeds the effect of high-level nutrient solutions. Time passed, and 5 days flashed by. On this day, the N Tower gradually became lively, with more and more people pouring in. Chen Yuni, as a yellow-tagged palace staff member, was even busier, constantly recording the N members participating in the tower owner reincarnation. She occasionally looked towards the sky-tagged palace, growing more shocked each time. Many heavyweight sky-tagged seniors, who are rarely seen on usual days, appeared one by one. There was nothing wrong with her guess. This is probably the most intense reincarnation of the Tower Master in nearly 100 years, gathering more than half of the sky-tagged N members. Oh no, at this rate, the Tower Master will select a reincarnation world that may be unimaginably high. Chen Yuni showed a worried expression, fully aware that the higher the level of the reincarnation world, the greater the difficulty, making it more challenging for Ning Qingxian to become formal. She couldn't help but look at the large red characters at the tip of the N Tower. Current Tower Master Reincarnation, 101 people have joined. Current difficulty of the Tower Master Reincarnation, Ultra S level, 3 stars. The N Tower was created by the Reincarnation Palace, and the will of the Tower Master is the tower itself, not a single person. It can be compared to the 3 main gods, but its rank is lower than that of the 3 main gods. It selects the corresponding reincarnation world according to the number of N members who join and their strength levels. If the world level is too low to accommodate so many people, it will likely result in a collapse of world rules, leading to the formation of an abyssal rift or other unimaginable disasters. Half a day later, the red text changed again. Current Tower Master Reincarnation, 145 people have joined. Current difficulty of the Tower Master Reincarnation, Ultra S level, 4 stars. Chen Yuni was busy while keeping an eye on the red text. Seeing the difficulty rise to Ultra S level 4 stars, she couldn't help but sweat for Ning Qingxian. Yet the staff of the 4 major palaces showed no signs of stopping, with more and more people continually joining. The entire N Tower currently gathered over 600 N members from the Kanglan system, including more than 50 sky-tagged ones. So far, 15 sky-tagged seniors have appeared, not even counting those few who can connect directly with the N Tower. Soon, 2 days passed. Outside the 4 great treasure halls, crowds surged, and when the red text at the top of the tower changed for the 3rd time, it instantly drew everyone's attention. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation, 209 people have joined. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation difficulty, Super S Class 8 stars. A stir erupted in the venue, and Shen Yuning thought of something. Super S Class 8 stars. None of US combined can reach this level. There must be a formidable master participating. Is it Li Qingsong or Su Bangxia? Maybe it's the other two. After all, the combined scores of the 4 are quite similar, and their strengths are similar too. The agitation continued, and Shen Yuning couldn't help but glance towards the Tower of the End, at the entrance of the 1st floor. Ning Qingxian hadn't come out for many days. Would he give up? After hesitating for a moment, she attempted to send a message to Ning Qingxian in the name of a staff member. Just at that moment, a sudden uproar erupted in the venue. It's Super S Class 9 stars now. Chen Yuning quickly looked up. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation, 212 people have joined. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation difficulty, Super S Class 9 stars. All 4 masters have joined. Chen Yuning muttered to herself, what does Super S Class 9 stars mean? In the Reincarnation Hall, the evaluation of world levels and the evaluation of the Reincarnator's own strength are always different. Under normal circumstances, they will be higher than the Reincarnator themselves. Even the 4 masters of the Tower of the End would find it hard to get a flawless evaluation in a reincarnation world of this level. Lost in thought, Chen Yuning received a reply. She stared at the confirmed reply from Ning Qingxian, falling into silence. Well, who is Ning Qingxian? The legendary ancient reincarnator, a master of the demonic path, invincible in both the lower and upper realms, has created methods and taught doctrines on the vast central plains. With this kind of strength, getting a good evaluation is still possible. She no longer hesitated and registered Ning Qingshuan's identity mark on the list for this Tower Lord reincarnation. However, something unexpected happened. The red light overhead suddenly burst forth, transforming into an extreme scarlet color. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation, 213 people have joined. This time, the Tower Lord Reincarnation difficulty, meteor level. Outside the four great treasure halls, the noise instantly vanished, turning into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the number of new additions above, and the incredibly terrifying meteor level difficulty. Chapter 69, 6,000 Years, Ning Qingxuan's Followers. While the situation at the Tower of the End was unfolding, far in the depths of the vast starry sky, leagues away from the Imperial Star, the Long Gene Star Master sat cross-legged in the universe, tightly closing his eyes, radiating boundless majestic divine power. Around him floated a dark cloud of corpses from top forces of the greedy wolf clan, and even some unfamiliar starry giant beast remains. The Pope's aura has vanished. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment echoed in his mind. The Long Gene Star Master opened his eyes, bursting forth with a majestic and powerful divine light, then disappeared from sight. One of the main members of the Twilight Council, does this Pope also exist? The Goddess of Judgment responded, at the moment, even if he is not a main member, his status is still very high. He left quickly after noticing your presence here. The Long Gene Star Master gazed into the distance, into a dark starry sky forbidden zone. How many years have passed, and no significant figures from the Twilight Council have appeared? What has caused such a stir today? The Long Gene Star Master wore a serious expression, pondering when the Goddess of Judgment suddenly spoke again. There is new news from the Tower of the End. The Mr. Ning you were optimistic about has chosen to join the Tower Lord Reincarnation. Oh? Upon hearing this, the Long Gene Star Master's serious expression turned into a smile. Good, I did not misjudge him. Do you need to go back and check the situation? No need, the Twilight Council's actions are becoming more frequent. I must let them know who holds sway in the Kanglan system. The Long Gene Star Master was in a great mood and stepped directly into the dark forbidden zone, ready to shatter a few dark planets to celebrate. On the other side, the Imperial Star's reincarnation space, the Tower of End. The room was silent, countless gazes focused on the top. Who has joined, causing the difficulty to spike? Everyone in the Tower of End looked at each other, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, 12 towering wolves suddenly descended in the whole space. It was the 12 guardians of the Imperial Star. They exchanged no words, only staring at the tower's peak, at the crimson characters, falling into a long silence. It had been a long, long time since such a level of difficulty appeared in the Tower of End. In the records of the Imperial Star, it was many years ago, during an event that the Long Ash Star Master experienced. To this day, those strong ones who emerged from that session in the Tower of End. One had become a Star Master of the Kanglan system, one became a Star Master of the neighboring Ziwei system, one headed towards the Federal Star Domain, and one directly settled in the Reincarnation Palace. Unexpectedly, today they saw the difficulty reach the meteor level again. This was entirely due to the strength of the members of the Tower of End, which raised the difficulty. They could not know whether it was the 4 veteran sky-level experts like Li Qingsong that caused this scene, or if it was that recent newcomer whose arrival ultimately led to the meteor level appearing. The authority within the Tower of End was strict, and besides their wills descending here, they could do nothing else. Soon, the 12 wills vanished. After a period of dead silence, the scene erupted into uproar and chaos again. Only Chen Yuni stared blankly at the name of Ning Qingxian in the record book in her hands. Is it a coincidence? No, that's not right. No one knew better than her that almost at the moment she wrote it down, the difficulty of the Tower Master's reincarnation changed. What's happening? She gazed dazedly at the Tower of End, the entrance to the first floor. The uproar continued, and at this moment, on the 33rd floor of the Tower of End, a figure in a purple robe quietly stood, overlooking all the movements below. It seems this time's reincarnation world will be quite interesting. Li Qingsong fiddled with the ring on his finger, choosing to join forces with the other 3 top sky-level experts, without any surprise. The guardians of the Imperial Star were about to emerge, and new cave masters would undoubtedly be birthed from the Tower of End. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? The only thing that surprised him was that this time, the difficulty was actually raised to the meteor level. Had these 4 touched the meteor level, being coincidentally pushed by that person, or... Li Qingsong slowly narrowed his eyes, scanning every person in the space below, finding no powerful reincarnator that could stand beside him. After pondering with no answer, he brushed his sleeve and turned, preparing to gather his trusted aides in the Tower of End, along with those stationed in the Imperial Star. Not just him, many others were also moving, seeking to form teams. At the entrance of the first floor, members with yellow ranks gathered in 2s and 3s. Only Ning Qingxian was alone, still recovering her spiritual power. Senior Su has something to say. Who among you is willing to join her team, will certainly help earn an excellent rating. At the entrance, suddenly a powerful figure with a land rank shouted loudly. Upon hearing, everyone's expressions immediately showed joy. Is it that Senior Su Banksia? I'll join. I'll join too. Many followed the powerful figure with land rank and left. The same scene occurred at various ranks and floors of the Tower of End. No one came to find Ning Qingxian to team up. She sat in the corner, her presence very low. Until 2 days later, a solemn voice began to resonate throughout the entire Tower of End. Attention participants of the Tower Master's reincarnation, you are about to enter the reincarnation world, please confirm your identity imprint. Finally, Ning Qingxian opened her eyes, looking at the mark in her hand, which was now flashing with a faint yellow glow. For more than 10 days, his soul had already recovered more than half. No matter what kind of dangerous world it was, he believed he could handle everything. Nevertheless, he could never truly be kicked out of the Tower of End. Reincarnation transmission begins now. A solemn voice rang out again, and around Ning Qingxian, bright lights flashed one after another, and figures disappeared one by one. Looking around the Tower of End, it was the same everywhere. Until this power also enveloped Ning Qingxian, he vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, half of the people in the Tower of End were gone. Chen Yuning stood outside, always looking at the entrance. I need to gather with Sister Jiu. She turned and left this place. Reincarnation world. Boom. Ning Qingxian heard the thunder in his ears. The heavy rain poured down, splashing on his face and dripping into his mouth. Bitter and slightly sour. He slowly opened his eyes. There was thunder flashing in the sky, illuminating the ground with dazzling neon lights of high-rise buildings. This was an extremely prosperous city. It was nighttime. Long lines of cars were stuck on the elevated bridge overhead, continuously honking. He stood by the crosswalk as the red light started the countdown ahead. In the large intersection, soon there were dense crowds of pedestrians, hurrying with umbrellas held low. Just as he wondered why the star-level difficulty reincarnation world would have an urban background. A harsh ringtone blared into his ears. The Great Xia Divine Kingdom has received the latest battle report. Our 8 players in the Mysterious Bureau lost all tokens in the final battle in the mysterious space during the early hours yesterday. The Great Xia Divine Kingdom will once again be unable to obtain the 3 ancient soul artifacts. A reporter asked where the Great Xia Divine Kingdom is headed in the future, facing increasingly frequent strange disasters, whether there is a clear strategy, but the official has yet to respond. Ning Qingxian listened to the report and fell silent for a moment. He opened his divine sense, sweeping the entire large city, and indeed found some familiar things. 9 domains. Ning Qingxian let out a complex long sigh. Originally thinking of finding an opportunity in the future to take his beloved, the Undying Queen, away from the 9 domains. Unexpectedly, this was actually chosen by the will of the Tower of End as the reincarnation world. Looking at the prosperous city scene around, Ning Qingxian felt as if he was in a different world. Has it been 6,000 years? Chapter 70 My Charming Ancestor. Night fell, and the heavy rain continued. Pedestrians at the intersection constantly looked at the time, their faces tense, walking more hurriedly. Suddenly, there was a girl holding a red umbrella, standing in the middle of the street frozen in place, catching Ning Qingxian's attention. With a thud, the umbrella fell to the ground, rain splashed on her face, and in the next moment, she became extremely hideous, letting out a soul-chilling scream. This sudden change caused panic among everyone. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Ning Qingxian was about to make a move when several figures dashed into his sensing range. Get out here! A clear shout echoed as a graceful figure leaped down from the elevated bridge, one hand pressing on the hideous girl's forehead. With a swift motion, it opened a magical seal and drew out the raging vengeful spirit from the hideous girl, storing it in her sleeve space. This action was so fluid that Ning Qingxian glanced over a couple more times. Sister Mengyao, let's chase the other weird ones, leave this one to you. Voices of companions rang out, and then they swiftly slipped into various streets. In just a moment, the earlier girl with the red umbrella gradually regained her senses, revealing a dazed expression. Hurry home, don't linger on the road. The young girl named Gu Mengyao once again cast a spell, gently tapping the girl's forehead. The girl took off running, and Gu Mengyao then turned her gaze toward Ning Qingxian, who stood by the crosswalk. Sir, are you okay? Gu Mengyao walked over, wearing a tight black combat outfit, outlining her exquisite figure. Her long black hair fell to her shoulders, reflecting her pair of vigilant beautiful eyes. Thank you for your concern, I am fine. Ning Qingxian smiled politely. As these words fell, Gu Mengyao's right hand reached towards her lower back. Please show me your identification. Ning Qingxian made no move, seemingly waiting for the transmission of the Tower of End's will, whether there were conditions for not revealing his identity in front of the indigenous people of this other world. After all, he did not have any identification. Not talking? I noticed you long ago, sneaking around, let's go with me. Without saying a word, Gu Mengyao aimed to take Ning Qingxian back to the Night City Bureau of Control. Officer, isn't it a bit against the rules to take me away without any reason? Ning Qingxian spoke calmly, not resisting at all. If you haven't done anything wrong, what's the problem with going with me to the bureau? By the way, where is your ID? Where do you live? Gu Mengyao looked up and down at Ning Qingxian, her instinct telling her there was something off about this person. Standing at the crosswalk without moving for a long time, showing no panic in front of a strange apparition, he indeed could not even provide identification. In today's complex situation, she could not let go of anyone that might pose a threat to Night City. Being cautious was never wrong. Ning Qingxian continued in silence, following Gu Mengyao away. 6,000 years had passed. He needed to understand the background of the current era, and the official channel was obviously the most suitable. An hour later, the two arrived at the headquarters of the Night City Bureau of Control. The noisy sounds in the office area contained a lot of information. Here, there were not only the captured strange entities but also many criminals closely related to them. The once revered magical art seemed to have been simplified countless times in this era, allowing even those with decent comprehension abilities to grasp a little of it. Sister Mengyao, who is this person? While walking, a staff member asked in surprise. A black household without identification. Check his identity background, see if he's related to any evil containment organizations. Gu Mengyao said while glancing at the television broadcast, which was showing news about the Great Xia Divine Kingdom again failing to acquire the 3 ancient soul artifacts. Nearby, several criminals squatting at corridor doorways shook their heads repeatedly. Don't they feel embarrassed? How many times has it been? It's better not to participate. Our Great Xia has everything good, but the Bureau of Control is useless. With a population of billions, we can't find 8 young powerful controllers? Sigh, back in the day, our charming ancestor was so impressive, he alone devoured all the geniuses of the 8 divine nations, and his sleeves were barely dirty. Yeah, he even arranged for the undead to guard us. When the undead queen emerges, who needs soul artifacts? Haha, heroes think alike. Where are you mixing? I'm at the Black Rose Underground Shelter. Want to come here? A group of criminals chatted about history, feeling camaraderie, and starting to call each other brothers. Hey, this is the Bureau of Control. Do you want to be louder while plotting? A senior staff member shouted, interrupting their conversation. Ning Qingxian pondered. It seemed the rules of the 3 soul artifacts had also changed somewhat. He then asked Gu Mengyao, when will the undead queen emerge? Ning Qingxian wasn't clear on what exactly had happened, asking this was the safest way. Gu Mengyao turned her head back, responding flatly. That is a top secret of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. If you ask me, what answer can I give you? It's better to honestly declare which underground containment organization you belong to. In recent years, due to the increasingly frequent strange disasters, the Great Xia Divine Kingdom has been focusing on competing for the tokens. Unable to succeed for a long time. The Immortal Queen, along with the entire Immortal clan, had crushed one serious disaster after another. Though she was immortal, she would still feel tired. In the end, after repelling 2 Shadow Lords, she fell into seclusion for 20 years. The underground shelters had also emerged continuously in the past 20 years. Originally a civilian organization, it was turned into a tool for personal gain by ill-intentioned groups, known as the Evil Containment Organization. The Spirit Control Bureau had to suppress the strange phenomena while cleaning them up, which truly exhausted them. I told you before I came here, I am innocent, Ning Qingxian stated calmly. Every person who comes here says the same thing. Gu Mengyao stared at him with beautiful eyes, increasingly feeling that this person was a bit unfathomable. He was too calm to be an ordinary person. The aura he exuded naturally had a kind of sage's demeanor. This could not be faked, it was the result of experiencing many complex and grand events, even being in a position of power, that brought such a presence. Gu Mengyao felt somewhat nervous. Did she end up catching a big figure? In the Daxia Divine Kingdom, there were indeed some more secretive organizations and departments, completely blank backgrounds, which fit the characteristics. However, the question Ning Qingxian just asked did not seem typical of high-ranking personnel. If he were some major player behind a containment organization, he had no reason to come here voluntarily. Sister Mengyao, there is no fingerprint information for this person. A staff member leaned close to Gu Mengyao's ear and carefully said a sentence. Upon hearing this, she fell into silence, deeply staring at Ning Qingxian. Who on earth is this person? What is his background? At the same time, information about the Tower of Ending finally appeared before Ning Qingxuan's eyes. Chapter 71. Why is everyone in fear of the same person? The same text information was revealed in front of every member of the Tower of Ending. This cycle of the Tower Master has no rules. Any influence you have on the reincarnation world will become the criteria for scoring. More than 200 reincarnators, scattered throughout the 9 divine nations, quietly gazed at these simple 2 pieces of news. The fewer the rules, the more freedom. It meant there would be more content to be evaluated. But no one acted recklessly. After all, this was a meteor-level difficulty reincarnation world. The only special thing was that at this moment, in a central city of the Daxia Divine Kingdom, was Chu Yutong. He looked at the descriptive text before him, with no ripple in his heart. Beside him, the Laoshang Ghost King was wrapped in a large black robe, hiding all strange features, and at this moment, had a cold expression, as if he controlled everything. Before entering the reincarnation world, no one knew what kind of world background this truly had. After coming in, Chu Yutong's confidence swelled infinitely. After all, he had experienced other strange worlds as a powerful reincarnator, possessing many soul-binding treasures and supernatural abilities to subdue demons. Moreover, he had a king from a strange world beside him. It was not an exaggeration to say that this Tower Master reincarnation felt custom-made for him. Not to mention an immaculate evaluation, even standing shoulder to shoulder with those four heavenly seniors, what difficulty was there? With the timing, location, and people all in my favor, it's time for me to create a world-shocking name for the Tower of Ending. Chu Yutong stood at the subway entrance, slowly scanning the crowd, his eyes revealing numerous golden spells, capable of seeing through all the falsehoods of the strange. Soon, he discovered a hunchbacked old man with a grudge spirit hidden within him. With a light flick of his finger, he cast a sealing technique, and without anyone knowing, he stripped the grudge spirit away, twisting it and causing it to fly back, instantly locking it in his palm. The grudge spirit howled, its pupils revealed madness. Chu Yutong did not hesitate and once again performed the soul-searching technique. This supernatural ability learned from a master of Mao Shan. In order to understand the peculiar world's background, it was extremely convenient for him, and he had tried many times with success. Before long, he gradually saw a series of memory images from this resentful spirit's soul. Chu Yutong's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the memories of this lowest-level vengeful spirit were so vast that they spanned thousands of years. This level of ancient memory was simply beyond his capacity to bear. Gritting his teeth, he quickly searched through it, then hurriedly ended the soul-searching technique. What's wrong? The Ghost King of Laoshan squinted and asked. This world is not as simple as imagined. Chu Yutong put away his contempt and soon calmed down. The reincarnation world captured by the Tower of Terminus was indeed at the difficulty level of a falling star, and was vastly different from the peculiar worlds he had encountered before. The rules of the world and the power of its natives were truly astonishing. When he had just performed the soul search technique, he could only see a few of the most impressive images from the vengeful spirit's memories. Among these images was that of a man in white. That person had become the deepest fear within this vengeful spirit. The white-clothed god of death. Chu Yutong fell into thought. In order to seek more information, he continued to wait at the subway entrance without alarming the official forces of this world. Time quickly passed, and a second bizarre entity entered his sight. This time it was a more advanced malevolent ghost than the resentful spirit. He repeated his previous method, using forbidden techniques to imprison it in his grasp, continuing to search its soul. Again, it was an enormous and chaotic sea of memories, with thousands of years of information flashing before him, causing his brain to swell until he reached his limit and had to give up. Is it this white-clothed god of death again? Sweat was dripping from his forehead. The pressure brought by 2 consecutive soul searches was enormous. Yet the results were also remarkable. He saw even more different images and gained a rough understanding of the classification of the bizarre entities in this world. Vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, evil spirits, fierce ghosts, ghost leaders, ghost generals. Among them, ghost generals were already on par with S-level reincarnators. Vaguely, there seemed to be roles that surpassed ghost generals. There should also be ghost kings. However, in this malevolent ghost's memory, it did not have the qualification to come into contact with such entities. In fact, Chu Yutong could also find details about the levels of bizarre entities in the network of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, therefore, he was not in a hurry about it. What truly made his expression grow even more serious was the deepest fear within this malevolent ghost's memory, which was that figure in white. Let's go. Chu Yutong no longer waited idly, he began to wander through the city. With his golden eyes, he found over a dozen bizarre entities within just half an hour. His soul-searching became more frequent, and the images he witnessed grew in number, each different, collecting a great deal of important information. Yet that figure in white kept appearing in the memories of the bizarre entities. What shocked and astonished him was that every single bizarre entity shared this. It seemed to be deeply branded into their souls. Chu Yutong could not understand what that figure in white had done to cause so many bizarre entities to harbor such immense fear inside. Based on the memories traced back, it had already been thousands of years, and yet they had not forgotten it. This person must still be documented in the present era. Finally, Chu Yutong stopped. A strong sense of interest and curiosity surged within him. He decided to start his investigation from the official records of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Looking across the 9 great divine kingdoms, all the reincarnators from the Tower of Terminus were now not making any significant moves, each gradually understanding the world background in their own ways and manners. At the head of the 9 great divine kingdoms, the Divine Kingdom of the Wasteland. A large group of reincarnators disguised in local costumes quietly sat in a cafe waiting. Among them was a young woman with an icy and compelling demeanor. She was the top-tier well-established heaven-level reincarnator, Su Bangxia. The group watched the giant screen television. There is a live broadcast. After a while, a member of the lower class hurried over. He leaned close to Su Bancha's ear and whispered, "Understand this, this is the divine nation of the ruins, the foremost among the 9 divine nations, the place with the richest foundation. The 3 ancient soul artifacts have basically been clarified, they should belong to the embodiment of the world's rules, possessing the power to suppress all anomalies. Since ancient times, the 9 divine nations have operated under the rules, competing with each other for tokens to obtain the right to use the 3 soul artifacts. This divine nation of the ruins is truly impressive, it has almost monopolized the heavenly furnace and has only lost once in history." As the words fell, Su Bancha nodded slightly. She continued to stare at the giant screen in the cafe, where a live broadcast of the bizarre spatial battle was happening, with several divine nations having already exited early. "Some of the anomaly tamers here are overly powerful." Her expression grew serious, her gaze deeply fixated on the representative of the first main city of the divine nation of the ruins. "This person's strength is unmatched, and not something others can contend with, he is simply not in the same league." Su Bancha saw through something and was increasingly amazed inside. "What is this? Compared to the old ancestor Su of the past, this is far from enough, the ruins are really going downhill." The cafe manager came over, serving up desserts. Looking at the giant screen's live broadcast, he couldn't help but sigh. "Which ancestor Su are you talking about?" Su Bancha raised an eyebrow, and all the reincarnators turned to look. "Our strongest figure in the divine nation of the ruins for the past 6,000 years, who stepped into the first rank of Nirvana at just 23, is the legendary ancestor Su. Where did you come from to not even know his name?" The cafe manager appeared surprised but did not think much of it. After all, the divine nation of the ruins has always had soul artifacts guarding their domains. Occasionally, some anomalies from other divine nations come, but they are quickly eradicated. He did not believe these people would be disguised anomalies. Moreover, it is normal for ordinary people who do not pay attention to the soul artifact struggle to be unaware of this history. "Is Ancestor Su stronger than this person?" Su Bancha continued to ask. The representative of the divine nation of the ruins on the live broadcast was already at the level of an Ultra S-class reincarnator. The manager smiled and said, "Of course." His expression showed longing, as if he held supreme admiration for that historical period. About 6,000 years ago, the 9 divine nations welcomed a golden era, a true age of prodigies. Countless extraordinary individuals appeared in the same era. The manager sighed and then looked back at the live broadcast. "This young man probably only has the strength of the 2nd rank. In the golden era back then, he wouldn't have been qualified to touch the heavenly furnace at all." As the words fell, Su Bancha fell into deep thought. Based on the information currently collected, 6,000 years ago, this place was not called the 9 divine nations, it was known as the 9 domains. The lower class member beside her revealed a suspicious expression. "But your ancestor Su lost the token back then." During his investigation, he discovered that the only time the entire divine nation of the ruins was without soul artifacts guarding was indeed during the so-called golden era, 6,000 years ago. The manager's face flushed red as he helplessly said, "There was no choice. During that time, the great summer divine nation had a prodigy like no other before or after. If it weren't for that person, Ancestor Su could have easily crushed the others. Not only that, but Ancestor Lu could also easily defeat everyone else. It's a pity both old ancestors ran into him." The manager felt a deep sense of helplessness. How many proud sons of heaven were born in the divine nation of the ruins, and how many times were they invincible in the token struggles? They only lost that one time, and it happened to be during the most glorious golden era of the 9 divine nations. Su Bancha listened for a long time, realizing that the store manager unexpectedly mentioned a new character. It seemed this person was even more twisted? The subordinate of the Earth class beside her suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Su Bancha, yes, I forgot to mention, there is indeed such a person, called Chang Wuan. It is said that he is regarded as the unbeatable supreme being by the 9 divine nations. During the soul weapon battle years ago, 3 supreme beings from different divine nations joined forces to confront him, but none could defeat him. So, that ancestor Su from the wilderness garden is one of them. After saying this, Su Banxia's eyes slightly froze. Based on her estimation of the strength of the current strongest representative of the wilderness garden, it had already reached the Super S level. Then Ancestor Su, along with the other 2 divine nations' ancestors, must at least be mid-tier Super S level, even higher. 3 people joining forces still failed. Is this ancestor of the great summer divine nation so strong? He's not wrong, it wasn't just the wilderness garden that faced defeat once. 2 other flourishing divine nations also did not have a soul weapon to rely on back then. The store manager nodded, feeling no sense of shame since everyone was in the same situation. The great summer divine nation. The many reincarnators of the Tower of Endings began to discuss among themselves. It was obvious that the contest for the ancient soul weapons token was the most important event among the 9 divine nations throughout history. Each representative was the strongest young person of their time, destined to become a national-level figure in the future. When they asked themselves, even if they were allowed to take the stage, perhaps only the Heaven class and Earth class would be able to arm wrestle with that strongest representative from the Wilderness Garden. Unable to fathom, they wondered what the so-called Golden Age the store manager spoke of, the ancestor Su, and the one who obtained the heavenly furnace from the great summer divine nation had reached in strength. Please enjoy your meal. New customers entered the cafe, and the store manager immediately left. Subanksia felt heavy-hearted and turned to all the reincarnators, whispering, in the reincarnation worlds of meteor class difficulty, we have only glimpsed a corner and still need to tackle the anomalies. If we want to achieve a good score, tackling the anomalies is equally essential. Let's tidy up and prepare to leave here. Staying in the wilderness garden, it would be hard to achieve a score, this place had been peaceful for too long. To gain the Tower Lord's approval, a shocking feat must be accomplished. On the other side, the great summer divine nation. Chu Yutong jumped between various tall buildings and had found some information about the white-clothed killing god from the official sources. This sphere, hidden deep within all anomalies, was once a disciple of the heavenly sword mountain from the demon-slaying sect 6,000 years ago in ancient times. In just 3 months, he had wiped out all the anomalies within the territory of the great summer divine nation. However, these anomalies possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely, clearly indicating that they had not been killed by that person just once, but many, many times. In addition, there were new answers regarding the levels of anomalies. The Ghost King level does indeed exist, and above that, there are beings called Shadow Lords. Vaguely, even the Ghost King level had once perished at the hands of the white-clothed killing god. Yet, similar records were not found in the official documentation. While deep in thought, his psychic eye captured a powerful evil spirit. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and suppressed it, sealing it within his grasp. At the same time, descriptions of the Tower Lords will appear before him. You did not shy away from the anomalies and spared no effort to eliminate harm for the people. You have suppressed 40 vengeful spirits, 15 fierce ghosts, and 2 evil spirits, and you have received an ordinary evaluation. Getting an evaluation should make any reincarnator feel happy, but Chu Yutong felt extremely awful. An ordinary evaluation held no substantial significance and was of no help to his advancement within the Tower of Endings. As the latest member and the only one with the title of Heaven class, he saw this as a shame. Heaven and earth, the true Lord above, with eyes that see the law, open. Chu Yutong stopped his movement, and with a low shout, he activated the ancient incantation, brushing it across his eyes, and in an instant, golden light burst forth. In a moment, his vision expanded to a radius of 100 miles, wherever his gaze fell, no strange sight could hide away. Soon, he found his expected target. This is at least a good evaluation, right? Chu Yutong felt delighted inside, discovering several strange beings at the level of ghost generals, as well as a whole team of fierce ghost soldiers. As the insightful law eye swept across, he also saw many reincarnators from the Tower of End, all heading in that direction. Among them was the first of the Eastern Emperor Star, Ji Yunzhou, who had a bond with foreign giant beasts. Without hesitation, he immediately took a step forward, with the Ghost King of Laoshans following closely behind. Chapter 73 Ghost Butterfly, Has My Master Resurrected? Night City, the headquarters of the Bureau of Ghost Control. Gu Mengyao stared intently at Ning Qingxian sitting beside her, her mind racing with countless guesses about his identity. With no recorded fingerprint information, unable to find any background, he clearly seemed to be no ordinary person. Either he was a high-level confidential personnel from the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, or he was a spy from another divine nation. After all, even the behind-the-scenes big shots of underground containment organizations could find some traces. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters is coming back soon, what should we do with this person? A staff member asked with a troubled expression. Detaining him is not an option, nor is releasing him. Ning Qingxian had been quite cooperative, but remained silent about his true identity and could not provide any other documents. Just as Gu Mengyao hesitated, suddenly there was a commotion outside the Bureau of Ghost Control. Many companions came in with unfamiliar faces and shouted, Sister Mengyao, we caught a few illegal residents, please help check what their origins are. Gu Mengyao was startled, more illegal residents? Ning Qingxian also looked over upon hearing this. 3 girls and 1 boy, clearly members of the Tower of End with yellow insignias. One of the girls in a short skirt seemed familiar, she was the one who led away Chen Yuning outside the treasure hall. Oh, this person is here too. The girl in the short skirt spotted Ning Qingxian and immediately showed joy. She had learned from Chen Yuning that Ning Qingxian was the legendary ancient reincarnator, possessing extraordinary power. In the face of this strange world, and with the difficulty level of meteor class, she and her few companions dared not act rashly. Without leaning on a strong tree and lacking sufficient strength, they could only choose to report themselves, seeking temporary shelter. Seeing Ning Qingxian now, she could not help but feel a strange sense of peace. Good, still saying you don't belong to any organization? Gu Mengyao laughed in anger, her previous guesses about Ning Qingxuan's identity vanishing in an instant. It could basically be confirmed that they all must belong to a recently established underground containment organization. You all go stand over there with him. Gu Mengyao waved her hand, already pondering how to pry open Ning Qingxuan's mouth. The girl in the short skirt approached Ning Qingxian, looked around cautiously, and carefully spoke. Senior, my name is Chen Hui, I am from the Langistar, which is not far from the Kanglan Star, please take care of me from now on. Chen Hui whispered, and Ning Qingxian remained silent, merely nodding. The nearby companions immediately showed suspicious expressions. One girl pulled her sleeve. This person is the same yellow insignia as us, why do you call him senior? Chen Hui rolled her eyes, initially reluctant to explain too much, but afraid of offending Ning Qingxian. She could only whisper to them, he is not an ordinary person. The only boy in the team chuckled and shook his head, muttering to himself, he's not the same as us, just reporting himself to hide in the Bureau of Ghost Control. Chen Hui shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. Everyone, be honest. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters is back. As these words fell, the entire Bureau of Supernatural Control instantly fell silent, no one made a sound, including the criminals who were whispering. Their expressions all became incredibly respectful, as if they held a great admiration for this headquarters. The change in atmosphere made Chen Hui and several reincarnators feel tense inside. Before reporting themselves, they had already understood the entire defensive power of Night City. This was the headquarters of the Bureau of Supernatural Control, gathering the most powerful supernatural controllers, and the one leading these controllers was, surprisingly, a supernatural being. Investigative information revealed that this headquarters had extraordinary abilities. Within a certain radius, they could clearly sense the movements of every supernatural being. This powerful special ability made it so that not even half of Night City's domain could hide any supernatural beings. Many supernatural controllers, under her guidance, often managed to resolve dangers before they even emerged. Because of this, Night City often ranked among the safest cities in the Great Xia Kingdom. So, even the criminals of Night City held this headquarters in high esteem. It's still not too late to talk, you should also know how formidable the headquarters is, right? Gu Mengyao walked in front of Ning Qingxian, gazing at him with a scrutinizing look. Even if you were hiding a supernatural being, the headquarters would notice it immediately. Ning Qingxian remained silent, knowing he should leave. He had already learned about the current era's background, the changed rules of the three great soul artifacts, and that the Undying Queen was still fulfilling her oath. This important information had basically all been uncovered, and staying here held no meaning. If he clashed with the higher-ups of the Bureau of Supernatural Control, handling it would be even more troublesome. Moreover, he wanted to see the tomb of Shangmei. Just as he prepared to slip away, within his perception range, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, along with a fluctuation of the soul contract connection. Ning Qingshuan's heart stirred as he looked towards the entrance of the Bureau of Supernatural Control. Greetings to the headquarters. Everyone stood in solemn respect. The newcomer wore a black robe, her skin snow-white and clean, without a flaw. She was followed by several powerful supernatural controllers, their strength quite impressive. Ghost Butterfly had a weary expression, the continuous busy work had left her quite exhausted. As she stepped into the Bureau of Supernatural Control, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her steps halted immediately. Deep within her soul, the soul contract that had lain silent for 6,000 years was suddenly awakened with vitality. Following this sensation, she searched among the crowd in disbelief and finally fixed her gaze on Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian revealed a complex yet somewhat comforting look, smiling at Ghost Butterfly. This. Ghost Butterfly was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, frozen in place. Although Ning Qingshuan's appearance had changed and his aura was different, the soul contract that was imprinted deep within her soul, one she had lived with day and night, was unmistakable. It's a miracle, my master has come back to life? Ghost Butterfly murmured to herself, looking at the smile on Ning Qingshuan's face, she was even more certain that this was her master. Her eyes instantly moistened, her small body trembled uncontrollably, and her chest surged with overwhelming excitement. At the same time, at the moment the soul contract was reactivated. Ning Qingshuan's eyes suddenly revealed the descriptive text of the Tower Master's will. Shocking. You, with the identity of the Yellow Rank's End, have remarkably harnessed a magical race from the supernatural world with your unique charisma and extraordinary means. Her status is incredibly high, and her great achievements have won the heartfelt support of millions in a city. She is completely captivated by you, willingly signing a bond of allegiance with you, her value is unimaginable. Congratulations, you have received a perfect evaluation. Ning Qingxian fell silent. He hasn't done anything yet, but he received a perfect evaluation? Chapter 74, In this world, there are traces of his reincarnation. My lord. The Ghost Butterfly made a trembling sound. She was completely out of control, never expecting that after 6,000 years, she would see her former master again. This sudden scene left all the strong individuals present in the Bureau of Ghost Control, including many criminals, as well as Gu Mengyao, momentarily stunned. Who is the headquarters speaking to? Following the Ghost Butterfly's panicking gaze, Gu Mengyao mechanically turned around to look at Ning Qingxian. Chen Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. while several yellow-ranked members of the Tower of Doom beside her were utterly confused. The Ghost Butterfly, a figure of high status revered by all in the Night City's defense force, actually knows Ning Qingxian? From her expression, it was clear they had a profound connection. The only man present felt his heart racing wildly. Could it be true, as Chen Hui said, that this guy is not an ordinary person? In that moment, Gu Mengyao's mind went blank. Although she had previously guessed Ning Qingxuan's identity, thinking it couldn't be that simple, she also considered he might be a high-ranking figure from the Daxia Divine Kingdom. But with the arrival of Chen Hui and others, that guess faded away, until the headquarters returned to personally verify it. Everyone leave, take the suspect next door. The Ghost Butterfly composed herself and issued a commanding order. Everyone hurried out, their faces showing panic. Soon, the entire grand hall was cleared, and the Ghost Butterfly approached Ning Qingxian, ready to bow, but was stopped. No need for formalities. Ning Qingxian felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't anticipated that the Ghost Butterfly had also joined the Undying clan and become part of the Guardians of the Sixth Domain. After all, for the Ghost Butterfly, the soul contract did not bind her to this content. My lord, what exactly happened? The Ghost Butterfly questioned. Hadn't Ning Qingxian passed away? Was this borrowing a corpse for resurrection, or reincarnation, or had he been hidden away for 6,000 years? Some things I can't discuss now, but I have indeed returned. Ning Qingxian pondered for a moment and chose not to explain further. Since the Ghost Butterfly was here, some questions could now be resolved. He asked, has there been a change in the rules of heaven and earth in the 9 domains? Do the 3 soul artifacts no longer require designated sect heirs? The Ghost Butterfly nodded. After you left back then, the rules of heaven and earth changed once. It seems the primal source of the blood pool abyss was consumed too much, causing the strange resurrection to slow down. Ning Qingxian suppressed an era by guarding the blood pool abyss for 200 years, consuming a lot of the later generation's strange resurrection opportunities. Under such conditions, the rules of heaven and earth became skewed. About 1,000 years passed before the second change occurred in the rules of heaven and earth. Unknown races and strange entities have faintly resurrected, restoring the primal source of the blood pool abyss. But due to this change, the ownership of the 3 soul artifacts has been altered, and the tokens are no longer continued by designated sections. Hearing this, Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. Unknown races and strange entities? Could this be the key to the blood pool abyss continually possessing resurrection ability? When will these strange entities resurrect again? The Ghost Butterfly responded bitterly. They resurrected again 20 years ago, and the immense source of rules they brought has greatly shortened the time for the originally long resurrecting Shadow Lords. Currently, the situation in the domain is extremely complex. In just 20 years, I have sensed at least 5 or more Shadow Lords, including the Upper Tempest and the Morrow Shadow Lords. They are still fighting endlessly for the territory of the domain, and 2 of the Shadow Lords once led their forces to the 6th domain, thanks to the Undying Queen. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian slightly nodded. It seems that a thorough solution to the 9 domains issue was. It has been found. I don't know if those strange beings he had killed 6,000 years ago still remember him. I have some matters to take care of, so I'll leave this to you. The others without identification don't need to be made difficult. With that, Ning Qingxian disappeared on the spot. Gu Dai could not pursue his trace, and after a long time, she finally stabilized her fluctuating emotions and turned to walk next door. Gu Mengyao had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Gu Dai, she immediately stood up straight. Main Bureau, that person is? She carefully asked, glancing behind her but not seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Gu Dai replied, sweeping her gaze over Chen Hui and the others, according to Ning Qingxuan's suggestion, naturally not making things difficult for them, but letting them be. This attitude was captured by Chen Hui and the others, and their hearts immediately surged with great ripples. The man who had previously pulled Chen Hui spoke nervously. You just said he is not an ordinary person. What exactly does that mean? As the leader of the Night City's defense forces, how could Gu Dai have the chance to interact with an ordinary member of the Yin Tower? Not to mention the way she acted when facing Ning Qingxian, as if she had known him for many years, and the gap in status was immediately highlighted. The key issue was that Ning Qingxian, as a yellow member of the Yin Tower, entered at the same time as them. How was that possible? Only Chen Hui's mind raced quickly, her heart pounding and her breathing chaotic, and she soon thought of a huge possibility. Before participating in the Tower Master's reincarnation, I heard about Ning Qingxuan's background from the staff of the Yellow Hall. He is a reincarnator from the myriad realms. He has reincarnated in many worlds and achieved remarkable feats. If I'm not mistaken, this meteor-level difficulty Tower Master reincarnation world is one he has previously reincarnated in. As her whispers fell, the 2 women and the man beside her were visibly shaken. The title of Reincarnator had disappeared in recent years, but that didn't mean it was absent from the Federation, nor did it mean they had never heard of it. So that's how it is. Looking at each other, they felt a shock. This news was too explosive. Who would have thought that the person they had just encountered was a hidden big shot among all the members of the Yin Tower? This meant that no one would understand this world better than Ning Qingxin anymore. As long as they held tightly to this hidden big shot, they might also gain some good scores. The Night City main bureau calls him Sir, proving his high status here in the past, but we still don't know who he really is. Chen Hui really wanted to understand Gue Dai's past to deduce Ning Qingxuan's identity, to see what kind of existence he was in history. She pondered, and the sound of the live broadcast from the TV above her head caught her attention. Let's congratulate the Kingdom of the Ashen Court for once again winning the Soul Artifact Furnace, with the new representative ranking 7th on the Furnace leaderboard. However, the honor that historically belonged to the Disya God Kingdom has yet to be broken. Chen Hui gazed blankly, a bizarre thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Chapter 75, The Terror of Meteor Level, finally torn open a corner. Dragon City. In a dim alleyway, Shu Yutong looked calmly at the group of reincarnators who were completely intimidated by the Liao Shangwei. Ji Yunzhou was among them, with his childhood monstrous beast being tightly suppressed by the Liao Shangwei, its neck locked by ghostly hands, struggling against the wall. As a former defeated foe, Shu Yutong actually did not regard these people highly. Deep in the alley, numerous vengeful spirits howled, yet no sound escaped. There were also 3 ghost generals, expressionless as they watched the internal conflict among this group. Golden light sealed the surrounding space. There is no way to escape anymore. An unimaginable powerful manipulator, nearly exceeding the defensive strength of Dragon City, even has a ghost king by his side. What kind of strength is this, they cannot fathom. Where he comes from, they also cannot know. However, for the 3 ghost generals, they simply do not care at all. Shu, do not bully us too much. These strange beings were clearly sealed by us first. What do you mean by interrupting our spell? A senior expert with the Earth character sighed heavily. He knew that the Laojun Mountain Ghost King was very powerful, enough to let Shu Yutong walk confidently in all of Dragon City. Even if all of them combined might not be a match. But Shu Yutong's arrogant behavior is truly hard to accept. This time the Tower Master's reincarnation seems to have no strict rules, right? Shu Yutong responded slowly. He had finally discovered a strong strange team in Dragon City, which could at least get an excellent evaluation from the Tower Master's will. How could he let go easily? Even if it alarmed the defensive forces of Dragon City, he would not stop. There are indeed no rules for Tower Master reincarnation, but you have touched everyone's anger and set a bad precedent, which will only make everyone's situation worse. Can you still go far? If everyone were like you, they would be exhausted in infighting before even discovering the true threat of this world. Ji Yunzhou sighed softly, still wanting to advise. The several Earth character seniors around him had a substantial identity in the Tower of End, with quite a wide network. If this matter got out, the lone Shu Yutong, even with the Laojun Mountain Ghost King, could not resist the public's wrath. Is that so? You should say this to elderly. Shu Yutong showed no fear in his eyes, merely calmness. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Ji Yunzhou's heart sank rapidly, as if he had thought of something. Elderly is the pillar of our Tower of End. How could he protect someone like you? Someone angrily rebuked. It is likely true what he said. Li Qingxong should have accepted him as a disciple. Ji Yunzhou stared at Shu Yutong, causing everyone's faces to change again. If there is a mighty Li Qingxong as protection, who would dare to compete with him? You seem to know quite a bit. Shu Yutong sneered. As someone standing at the peak of the Tower of End, his word could decide the fate of a member, let alone a disciple's status. By the time this Tower Master's reincarnation ended, it was highly likely Li Qingxong would become the new master of the Guard Star Cave, and his own future would be bright. Everyone fell silent, fear reflected in their eyes. Ji Yunzhou snapped his fingers. The suppressed young alien beast, visibly in pain, was instantly drawn into the reincarnation space. I remember this grudge, and I will repay it all in the future. Ji Yunzhou's eyes were icy cold, staring coldly at the Laojun Mountain Ghost King. The Laojun Mountain Ghost King was taken aback, then burst into a wild laugh, raucous and unrestrained. Ghostly energy rolled all over him, the ghost fire flickered in his eyes, showing a frightening ferocity. Little thing, do you know who you are speaking to? He had lived for thousands of years, an absolute king in the Maoshan strange world, who had once brought about a world-ending disaster, with countless strong ones perishing in his hands. To this day, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Forget it, let him go, give that little beast another 100 years, and it will still be just a little beast. Shu Yutong spoke calmly. The alien beast was far less than the starry sky beast, way too distant. After all, Ji Yunzhou was from the Eastern Emperor Star, the top young generation in reincarnation scores for decades, yet his surrounding subordinates. His heart felt extremely suffocated. Ji Yunzhou remained silent, preparing to leave this place. But suddenly, a burst of dark energy erupted overhead, swiftly descending and directly landing on the golden seal. Boom! Shu Yutong's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped back. The dark energy shattered the golden seal, and the 3 ghost generals remained expressionless, just a hint of mockery in their eyes. Little friend, in my opinion, why wait until tomorrow? Why not just have me kill him today? A ghostly voice sounded, and the world suddenly turned dim. Streams of dark energy slowly gathered, standing in various directions at the alley entrance, forming a surrounding circle. Many powerful Shura clan members looked down at Chu Yutong, their eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. At the moment that ghostly voice echoed, the Lao Jun Ghost King felt an extremely terrifying wave engulfing the entire alley, slowly approaching from behind. Just as he was about to turn around, a pale ghostly hand had already lightly rested on his shoulder. His pupils contracted violently, breath halted, staring in horror at the ghostly hand on his shoulder. Unable to move, afraid to move. Chills flowed down his neck, making his whole body stiffen, cold piercing to the bone. All the reincarnators present were stunned, their faces pale from the sudden change. Chu Yutong's mind grew heavy, slowly glancing at the many shadows standing on the edge of the roof above. Hey, little friend, speak up, what do you think? Ji Yunzhou's heart raced wildly, he had never felt such terrifying ghostly energy, his lips quickly losing their color. The Shura Ghost King's hand traveled down the Lao Jun Ghost King's shoulder, lightly gripping his skull. Who are you? This action sent chills down Lao Jun Ghost King's spine. I've never seen you before, are you an outsider? The Shura Ghost King's tone carried doubt but also boredom. Originally thinking that the three ghost generals had passed on information about a newfound powerful Ghost King and that other races were attacking the Shura clan, he rushed over without stopping. But instead, it was an unfamiliar outsider with barely 1,000 years of cultivation. What kind of dog dared to lay hands on the Shura clan? I am the king of 10,000 ghosts from the Lao Jun sect. You. His voice trembled, trying to unleash 1,000 years of cultivation power, but before he could finish speaking, the force of destruction descended from above and shattered his skull with a single blow. At this point, the expression of the Shura Ghost King became extremely cold, the ghost fire flickering in his eyes carrying an ultimate ruthlessness. This scene left Ji Yunzhou in a daze, while Chu Yutong's heart turned to sheer terror. The many reincarnators felt their scalps turn numb, the shadow of death suddenly loomed over them. Had the terror of a star-level difficulty finally torn open a corner? Run! The Lao Jun Ghost King transformed into a mass of black energy, rapidly fleeing from the Shura Ghost King. His shattered skull quickly restored under the power of origin. His face, wrapped in a large black robe, was filled with deep terror. The powerful aura from the Shura Ghost King was enough to impose absolute suppression on him. Even as a former king of a world, facing such terrifying power, he felt his heart tremble. His intuition told him that he was no match for the Shura Ghost King. Kill them all for me. The Shura Ghost King's cold voice echoed, issuing a kill order. In an instant, chaos erupted. The reincarnators from the Tower of the End looked panicked, not daring to hold back, each showing their own abilities. Ji Yunzhou summoned monstrous alien beasts once again, using hand signs to cast the ice domain. Chu Yutong stepped back hurriedly, quickly sending a message to Li Qingsong, while his whole body erupted with brilliant golden light. The Lao Jun Ghost King was forced to engage the Shura Ghost King once more, his pupils filled with fear, and his complexion extremely pale. An out-of-place voice suddenly emerged from the sky at this moment. Everyone, do you need help? Ning Qingxian stood in the air, overlooking the chaotic battle below. His voice rang in the ears of everyone present, instantly drawing numerous gazes. That nominal guy? Chu Yutong frowned, feeling that a mere yellow rank member, who could only enter the Tower of Annihilation through first-level military achievements, was simply seeking death by appearing now. Please find Senior Su, or other old seniors of the heaven rank, I'm begging you. Ji Yunzhou shouted while fighting. He certainly recognized Ning Qingxian, who was just a nominal member from the same time as them. Given this situation, without the help of the four great heaven rank old seniors, there was no hope of escape at all. The power displayed by the Shura Ghost King was among the top ranks in the Tower of Annihilation, and even the Laosh Mountain Ghost King and the newly appointed heaven rank Chu Yutong were definitely no match. Hurry up and go, don't be brave. Other reincarnators shouted anxiously, as they were entangled by the Ghost General and found it extremely difficult to break free. This person again. The Laosh Mountain Ghost King was being beaten back, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ning Qingxian. Feelings of unease and shivers surged within him once more. Every time he saw this person, he felt an uncontrollable fear. Suddenly, he felt the killing assault of the Shura Ghost King had disappeared. In his line of sight, the Shura Ghost King was staring intently at the figure in the sky. Ancient memories resurfaced in his mind, and Ning Qingxian's standing posture gradually overlapped with that person from 6,000 years ago, who was part of the great disaster that affected the entire mysterious realm. It's you are still alive? The Shura Ghost King was incredulous, though he had not experienced that calamity. How could he not have heard of this terrifying figure known as the white-clothed killing god among the entire mysterious clan after so many years? A plague god who blocked the blood pit abyss for 200 years, nearly exhausting its very source. When he was reborn, Ning Qingxian had already passed away. But other ghost kings of the Shura clan, including most of their kin, were not so lucky. From their mouths, he had learned what had happened in the entire domain abyss world. The battle on the field quickly calmed down, and all the powerful members of the Shura ghost clan looked at Ning Qingxian with horror in their eyes. Ning Qingxian watched the scene, unable to recall whether he had ever killed this ghost king. So many, Moro, Shura, supreme sacrifice, Yugu, divine sacrifice. In these 200 years, he had been reborn into too many different clans, and the number of ghost kings was considerable. He was not surprised to be recognized. This trip to Long City was actually to pay tribute to Chiang Mai. The central city of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom was the dominion of Tianjian Mountain within thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a fierce battle along the way. According to the judgment of the Tower Master, a ghost king should be able to earn an above-average rating, which is why he had called out to inquire, rather than intervening directly. No need for the 4 old seniors, my strength alone is enough. Ning Qingxian spoke calmly. Given the current situation, they indeed needed help, but it was clear they would not receive an above-average rating. What a big mouth! The Shura Ghost King coldly snorted. The entire world of mystery fears your white-clothed killing god, but this king does not fear. His words echoed, causing many powerful members of the Shura clan to have their fears dissipate by half, gradually spreading a layer of arrogant confidence. If even the king said so, what was there to be afraid of? White-clothed killing god. Chu Yutong gasped for air. He had gained a moment of rest, but upon hearing these words, his pupils suddenly contracted, filled with disbelief. He looked back at Ning Qingxian, his mind exploding with a loud bang. Throughout the journey, he had searched many strange memories, and the greatest fear deeply rooted in those strange hearts was always the ancient powerhouse known as the White-Clothed Killing God. Yet now, based on the information revealed from the Shura Ghost King's mouth, the White-Clothed Killing God is right beside me? Impossible. How can this be? How can this person be the same? His pupils trembled, and his gaze fixated on Ning Qingxian, standing in midair. The fixed impression of a yellow member, various labels of entering the Tower of In through the back door, inexplicably began to shatter. The Liashanzui Ghost King shuddered violently, finally understanding why a chilling aura always emanated from Ning Qingxian, making his scalp tingle. Looking at Ji Yunzhou and many other reincarnators, they felt confused. Well, I admire your spirit. Ning Qingxian looked down at the Azura Ghost King, his eyes filled with appreciation, this pride and resilience, bursting with energy. He felt a flicker of compassion. From the strength around him, this Azura Ghost King was far more powerful than other Ghost Kings, probably even stronger than the former High Priest Ghost King or the Molo Ghost King. Even the Liashanzui Ghost King had no choice but to be thoroughly defeated in front of him. If he could be thoroughly tamed, he might even become a good follower. To be honest, Ning Qingxian found him quite pleasing to the eye. Leave these people to me, you go kill him. The Azura Ghost King shouted, the order was conveyed again, and all the powerful Azura Ghost Clan members began to charge toward Ning Qingxian. Chu Yutong and Ji Yunzhou and others couldn't help but feel their spirits tighten again. Just as they were preparing to defend against the Azura Ghost King's offensive, unexpectedly after the order was issued, the Azura Ghost King transformed into a wisp of black smoke and turned to flee. Everyone looked at each other in shock, their expressions frozen. It's over, why isn't that disaster dead? The Azura Ghost King trembled like a sieve, completely shedding his previous arrogance, nearly scared to the point of losing his soul. He burst out at the fastest speed of his life, wanting to escape back to the domain cave immediately. On the other side, Li Qingsong's face was stern, rushing through the air quickly. Behind him followed a large number of members of the Tower of End, all of whom were above the earth rank. I want to see who dares to rob my disciples' resources. Coldness swirled in Li Qingsong's eyes, and his towering strength radiated in all directions. Chapter 77, Li Qingsong's Hostility, the Undying Queen descends. Under the night sky, dark currents surged in Dragon City. Dragon City is different from other central cities. This is the Tianjian Mountain from 6,000 years ago, home to the entire Undying clan. At this moment, with the arrival of Ning Qingxian, they were deep within the majestic Tianjian Mountain, in a forbidden area. The Undying Queen, in seclusion, felt a slight tremor in her eyes. The primordial spirit oath within her showed signs of being activated again. The breath of my master, he is still alive? Looking at Tianjian Mountain in all directions, many powerful members of the Undying clan opened their eyes at the same time. After 6,000 years, this place had long become the holy mountain of the Great Xia Divine Nation, with citizens coming every day to worship their ancestors. This commotion quickly caught the attention of the citizens. Is the Undying Queen about to leave seclusion? The crowd became excited, their gazes turned toward the depths of the forbidden area, all bowing in worship. In their sight, a massive wave of Undying clan experts surged out from the depths of the forbidden area. This grand display was immediately noticed by the headquarters of Dragon City. What happened? Is another Ring Lord leading a large-scale invasion? Many powerful ghost tamers showed fearful expressions. The Undying Queen, as the national deity of the Great Xia, possessed a deterrent force no less than the 3 great soul weapons. Under her command were 2 powerful Ghost Kings, who were at the top Ghost King level. Even if the legendary Molo Ghost King invaded again, it would still not be enough to fear. Only when a Yin Lord level appeared would the Undying Queen show herself. But they had not detected any signs of a Een Lord invasion. Why such momentum? In this situation, nearly all Undying clan experts mobilized, and even the Undying Queen directly exited her seclusion. On the other side, at the alley entrance. Why did he run away? Ning Qingxian looked at the Azura Ghost King, who had turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in an instant, feeling speechless. Finally, he found a strong Ghost King with an iron will and fearless spirit. He was already prepared to take them in as his own. But they ran away? He looked down at the many trembling Shura beings wrapped in golden chains beside him and let out a gentle sigh. Then, he sensed something and couldn't help but lift his gaze towards the distance. At the alley entrance, Chu Yutong stood frozen, while the Lao Jun Ghost King was paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. In the instant Ning Qingxian made his move, the aura of slaughter, which had killed countless strange beings, had already spread completely. Ji Yunju and numerous members of the Tower of Finale had their heads buzzing. The amount of information was overwhelming, and they couldn't react in time to what was happening. Was the Shura Ghost King, who could crush the Lao Jun Ghost King, really fleeing once his shocking power vanished? What did the so-called white-clad god of killing mean? Elder Li has arrived. A surprised voice rang out as a rainbow-like figure swept across the sky, revealing Li Qingsong's silhouette. The 4 heavenly rank figures and dozens of earth rank figures following him created immense pressure on Ji Yunju and the others, causing their faces to quickly turn pale. Disciple, tell me who is competing with you for resources. Li Qingsong's authoritative voice echoed, immediately unleashing a massive force that enveloped a 100-mile radius, forming a barrier domain. Ji Yunju bowed his head in silence, his clenched fists trembling slightly. The Huang rank figures beside him were no different, their eyes filled with fear. Who was Li Qingsong? The pillar of the Tower of Finale, very likely to become the #1 heavenly rank master of the Emperor Star Cave. They couldn't afford to offend him, but it seemed there was no escaping this situation either. It's nothing, I misunderstood. Chu Yutong's awkward laughter filled the air, his face even more unpleasant than Ji Yunju's. This change in attitude surprised Ji Yunju greatly. Li Qingsong frowned, sensing something off in Chu Yutong's unusual words, as if he was afraid of something. He slowly scanned everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Ning Qingxian. The golden chains entwining the strange beings were undeniable evidence. He coldly huffed in his heart, easily discerning that Ning Qingxian was definitely not an ordinary person. The invisible power he exuded was far beyond what a Huang rank should possess. Surely, he was the one bearing the title. Did Chu Yutong fear this person because there was an Emperor Star figure backing him? Return the resources in your hands to my disciple, immediately, right away. Li Qingsong coldly gazed at Ning Qingxian, his tone leaving no room for discussion, a direct command. The 4 established heavenly rank figures and dozens of earth rank figures stepped forward, their gazes chilling. This terrifying pressure caused ripples of shock in the air, landing squarely on Ning Qingxian. Chu Yutong felt as if the sky had collapsed, it seemed his heart had stopped beating. Ning Qingxian remained silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting the situation to develop this way. Was this so-called #1 heavenly rank always acting like this? Did he not even ask what had happened? Then, Ning Qingxian smiled. Well, why should he explain? You may ask these strange beings, I have no objections. Ning Qingxuan's tone was quite calm, and the Shura clan members shook their heads frantically upon hearing this. It seemed they knew very well that they couldn't offend this god of killing. The coldness in Li Qingsong's eyes intensified, gradually revealing a hint of murderous intent. No one in the Tower of Finale had ever dared to disregard him. If he allowed Ning Qingxian to take these strange beings away today, how would those heavenly and earth rank figures who followed him view this? I will count to 3. Li Qingsong slowly raised his hand, a terrifying and powerful aura began to emanate as a swirling vortex appeared overhead, blocking the sun. It was immense. Darkness, eerie. Everyone present witnessed this scene and gasped in fear. Is Tianchi #1 going to attack Huangziha? Inside the Tower of End, there is a strict rule that forbids members from killing each other during the Tower Master's reincarnation, leading to member deaths. After all, every member is a treasure for the future of the Kanglan system, but that doesn't mean they can't make a move, as long as the opponent doesn't die. If it is a subordinate making the move, then there are even fewer problems. And Li Qingsong was about to release his renowned subordinate, a demon king from the great demon world, at a super S-class high level. In this situation, Li Qingsong was truly angry. 1. Thunderous sound, a swirling space revealed boundless evil energy. This movement was grand, causing panic among the people within 100 miles. Many task-executing Yugui masters looked up, their faces changing drastically. Ning Qingxuan's gaze remained calm, with not a ripple in his heart. No, master. He is the heir of the heavenly sword from 6,000 years ago, the strongest in all 9 divine nations back then. Chu Yutong shouted in terror, only he knew what kind of person Ning Qingxian was and how terrifying his strength was. His words were drowned out by Li Qingsong's cold countdown that rolled through the heavens and earth. 2. Boom. A gigantic evil hand reached out from the swirling space, radiating dark and sinister waves of destruction. Following it was a fierce head spewing rotten black rain, with skeletal wings unfurling, and blood-red eyes like they wanted to devour all living beings. The king of Laojun Mountain stared blankly, seemingly never imagining that such a terrifying creature existed among the heavens. Is this the power of Tianchi number 1? 3. Roar. The evil king descended, thunder rolling through the heavens like doomsday. It recklessly unleashed terrifying evil thoughts, its roar shaking the earth, but at this moment, the entire 100-mile sealed space inexplicably shattered. A jade hand gently rested on its head, and with a loud bang, an unimaginable force erupted, flipping the clouds and pushing hundreds of miles away. It let out a chilling screech, its flesh and blood fracturing from top to bottom. Master. The undying queen arrived, her figure reflected in everyone's eyes, accompanied by a shower of blood rain. The sudden change made Li Qingson look up sharply, his eyes showing disbelief. Chapter 78 The Ancestor of Daxia, Ning Qingxian. With the flickering of the thunder in the sky, an overwhelming number of Undying Clan experts appeared. They came from all directions, surrounding their master, descending behind Ning Qingxian, dense and countless. Those cold gazes all stared at Li Qingsong's team, turning this scene into an indescribable intimidation. The sky continued to pour blood rain, the Undying Queen raising her hand to smash the evil king, sending a chilling feeling to everyone present. The 4 leading Tianchi and dozens of Dizzy were left in shock. What is this strange phenomenon? One palm slaughtering the king of demons this. To know that Li Qingsong's subordinate was a genuine super S-class high level, the king of demons from a demon world. The figure of the woman in sight, could her strength have reached that of a meteor? Yes, this is a reincarnation world of meteor-level difficulty. That woman must be a top-tier boss. Everyone's minds raced with this thought, their hearts pounding. Looking at Ji Yunzhao and others, their minds became blank, losing the ability to think. Reflected in their eyes were Ning Qingxuan's indifferent face and the densely packed Undying Clan experts beside him. This intense visual shock deeply shook their spirits. Can you command the Lord of Shadows? Li Qingsong slowly turned his head, looking at Ning Qingxian, his voice raspy. From the Undying Queen emanated an unimaginable, strange oppressive force. Beyond the Ghost King level, in his understanding of this world's hierarchy, he belongs to the Shadow Master. A strange being of the great Shadow Master level, and the entire Shadow race is actually crowding around this person? As you can see. Ning Qingxian did not hide anything. His words accompanied the roar of thunder, falling into everyone's ears. The intimidation brought by this scene left Li Qingsong instantly silent. He glanced at his just accepted good disciple, Chu Yutong, only to see his face as pale as death. Vaguely, it seemed he had heard him shout something before, but he couldn't catch it clearly. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the shock in Li Qingsong's heart was beyond words. The Ning Qingxian before him was not just an ordinary person, he had completely surpassed his imagination. The yellow-collar identity obtained through first-level military achievements did not match Ning Qingxuan's strength, aura, and so on. At this point, it seemed that Ning Qingxian had missed the events of the endless battlefield and could only enter the Tower of End by name. What was even more incredible was that Ning Qingxian must have some astonishing connection to this reincarnation world. Just a misunderstanding, everyone, why make things so tense? Go on, disperse. Beside Li Qingsong, an old veteran who resembled a military strategist suddenly let out a dry laugh. He pulled Li Qingsong and prepared to turn away, but saw the Undying Queen descend from the sky, her expression emotionless. Everyone's bodies stiffened, eyes revealing fear. It all started because of me, it's all my fault. Chu Yutong hurriedly spoke from below. If it hadn't been for the conflict with Ji Yunzhou and others, such a misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. Senior Ning must be a reincarnator, right? 6,000 years ago, in the Great Xiaxin Kingdom, the one who seized the heavenly furnace, the sword ancestor, must be you. It is my poor eyesight, I didn't see it before. Chu Yutong deeply bowed and paid his respects. He had already found some information in the official background material of the Great Xiaxin Kingdom. From the moment the title of the white-clothed killing god was revealed, he had realized Ning Qingxuan's identity, and now the arrival of the Undying Queen confirmed everything. What did you say? Li Qingsong's silent expression suddenly froze. No words can be shocking enough. Many Tians and Daizis exchanged glances, their minds surging with overwhelming waves. Having walked this far, how could they not have heard this name? Ning Qingxian glanced at Chu Yutong and did not respond. Then he flicked his sleeve, no longer staying here, and stepped into the air towards Sword Mountain, leaving the remaining matters to the Undying Queen. So that's it, the Great Xia Great Ancestor. This person can actually achieve such astounding feats. I've made a huge mistake. The shock rising within Li Qingsong intensified. He muttered to himself, deeply gazing at Ning Qingxuan's back. In his mind, the towering silhouette of the strongest in the 9 regions gradually emerged, that presence which had been lingering in his ears recently. On the other side, the news quickly spread like a storm. Outside Long City, in the endless direction of the plains, Su Bangxia was leading her followers and team, constantly rushing towards Long City. Someone brought news that Li Qingxong was currently fighting with a yellow-collar person in Long City, even alarming the Shadow Master-level bizarre being. Senior Su, there's new information. That yellow-collar member is named Ning Qingxian. He is a nominal figure, but his strength seems extremely formidable. Moreover, he once had the identity of a Reincarnator and has established great achievements in multiple heavenly worlds. Hearing this, Su Bangxia turned back in surprise. She was no stranger to Reincarnators. One of her ancestors was one, but had passed away many years ago. No wonder he holds a yellow-collar status but can fight with Li Qingxong, she secretly gasped. Immediately after, there were cries of disbelief from behind. Senior Su, we have major news. Everyone turned to look at him upon hearing this. This Ning Qingxian was once reincarnated in the 9 divine kingdoms 6,000 years ago, that person who fought the 3 proudest and strongest. The one who ultimately seized the heavenly furnace is actually him. He is also known as the white-clothed killing god, said to have suppressed the domain cave world for a full 200 years alone. And there is the immortal queen of the Undying, whose entire Undying clan are his followers. She has just killed Li Qingxong's follower, the evil king. Su Bangxia's figure suddenly halted. A large number of members from the Tower of Twilight gasped in shock, dumbfounded. White-clothed killing god, the strongest of the great Xia? Su Bangxia breathed rapidly, having come here from the wilderness divine kingdom, and did not take much time. While on the road, she constantly investigated various materials, and had basically gained a very clear understanding of the historical background of the 9 divine nations. Chang Wuwen, a person written into the history books, belonged to the ancestors of the great Xia divine country, born during the glorious era of the 9 domains, an age of prodigies. After 10 years in seclusion, he emerged to quell the oddities of the great Xia divine country, bearing the hopes of all its people, facing the 3 greatest prodigies alone, and successfully seized the heavenly furnace, becoming renowned within and beyond the 9 domains. He then vanished from the domain cave world for 200 years, and few knew what had happened. But in some unofficial histories, there are rumors that he single-handedly blocked the point of bizarre births, causing a situation where bizarre occurrences were rarely seen throughout the 9 domains. Such a legendary figure, the unanimously acknowledged strongest in the 9 domains. Su Bangxia could only admire and respect him, marveling that there were such outstanding figures among the natives of another world. Never did she think that this would actually be a reincarnator of the Hall of Rebirth. Ning Qingxian. Su Bangxia deeply remembered this name, once again quickening her pace towards Dragon City, eager to see him in person. Chapter 79, The Tower Masters will connect, merging historical achievements. Tianjian Mountain, Tianjian Pool. Ning Qingxian returned here once more, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. The scenes of the past are gone, and the changes are immense. This place had been maintained to some extent by the high-ranking personnel of the great Xia divine country. So some stone tablets still vaguely had the outlines of text. The tomb of Longmei was buried just behind. My lord, that Ashura demon king has been brought back. According to the information he obtained, this infiltration into Dragon City was to gather news about me. The immortal queen walked over from behind, speaking softly. The 5 shadow lords of the domain cave world have vaguely reached some consensus, but the Ashura demon king does not know the specific details. Ning Qingxian nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had the opportunity to return this time, and was prepared to thoroughly resolve the issue of the bizarre disasters in the 9 domains. I know you have many doubts, but now is not the time to explain. I will talk to you in detail later. The immortal queen fell silent, recalling the confusion in her heart when she had just sworn the oath of the primordial spirit. Can a human live for 10,000 years? Now, Ning Qingxian had returned. Along with him appeared many unknown mysterious experts. The immortal queen didn't ask anything, she only needed to confirm that Ning Qingxian was real, and that was enough. Bowing slightly, she retreated. In front of Ning Qingxian, the words describing the Tower Masters will soon reappeared. You have once again taken actions that will redefine history. With your powerful strength, you conquered an immortal and undying strange race, making even their king submit. Truly breathtaking, you received 2 flawless evaluations. Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred. 2 flawless evaluations? According to the Tower of Twilight, the current evaluation level of flawless is already the highest, and the rewards are the most generous. Moreover, he had not heard of any level surpassing the flawless evaluation. Tower Master, I want to exchange for a flawless evaluation. Opening the Twilight Mall for you flawless level. Ning Qingxian quickly browsed. Unlike the Mall of Rebirth, the Twilight Mall contained many rare items, and the flawless level was even more precious. Generally speaking, members of the Tower of Twilight who could achieve a flawless evaluation, one wouldn't easily choose to redeem, as this was also an important condition for both advancement in identity and floors. But Ning Qingxian didn't care. He had already received an excellent evaluation and didn't waste the good intentions of the long-burning Star Master, which was enough. Right now, the most important thing was to fully restore his peak battle power. With a rough glance, he found something called small star essence liquid. Obviously, this was a smaller version of star essence liquid. Although there was quite a gap in effectiveness compared to the real star essence liquid, as long as there was enough, it could make up for it. Moreover, he was just a little short of fully restoring his peak state. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged for 2 bottles. The rule power of the Tower of the End slowly materialized in his palm, and 2 bottles of small star essence liquid appeared. Ning Qingxian consumed them one after another, and a vast, endless source of power quickly spread within him. Detected member Ning Qingxian of the Huang rank, suspected to have reincarnated in the 9-domain reincarnation world, currently connecting to the main will of the Tower Master, integrating historical achievements. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesizer voice followed closely. Time passed, in the Abyss world. 2 days after the Dragon City incident. At the Blood Pool Abyss direction from that year, a magnificent and towering ancient palace was once again established. Stretching for hundreds of miles, it exuded a majestic, solemn, yet rather eerie aura. Inside one of the palaces, 5 lords sat around a table. Ghostly flames flickered, the underworld reflecting, the atmosphere was very somber. After a while, the upper sacrificing lord slowly spoke. Recently, many powerful summoners have appeared in the 9 divine nations, their identities and origins are unknown and cannot be traced. They are not official figures, yet they have sealed off our clan everywhere, destroying many strongholds. Messages from outside have been cut off for a whole day. Are several of you still planning to proceed as scheduled? For some unknown reason, the upper sacrificing lord had recently felt a strange unease, his right eyelid twitching nonstop, vaguely indicating that a disaster was approaching. At first, he didn't pay it any mind, until many of his ghost generals suddenly disappeared without a trace. After some investigation, he discovered that many mysterious powerful beings had emerged in the 9 divine nations. Of course we must proceed as planned. The ancestor will soon enter reincarnation again. When he is reborn, it will probably be after 10,000 years. The Morrowing Lord said indifferently, looking at the upper sacrificing lord with an undercurrent of discontent. But due to the current situation and pressure from the ancestor, they could only set aside past grievances. You only need to reseal that undying race. This uncontrollable group indeed poses a big problem. Opposite, the Bone Ghosteen Lord replied in a deep voice. Yet the upper sacrificing lord sneered, do you think it's that easy? If I hadn't been there that day, you would have been scattered to the winds by the undying queen. The Bone Ghosteen Lord showed no displeasure. 20 years ago when he led an attack on the Dasha nation, indeed had the upper sacrificing lord's help to safely retreat from the undying queen. This time is different. The 5 of us together, should we still fear her? The Morrowing Lord said casually, no matter how strong. In those years, why bring it up again? That person has long been dead. The upper priest of shadows spoke with great dissatisfaction, staring at the shadow priest. This old man really should die. What are you shouting about? Suddenly, an unparalleled will descended. Above their heads, a pair of ancient and evil eyes slowly formed. Ancestral Master. The 5 great shadow lords immediately stood up. Facing the ancestor, who granted them endless life force and chances to revive, no matter how great the conflict, they dared not erupt. Gather all the clans and prepare to seal the undying queen. The ancestor's voice resonated, old and laced with weariness. He didn't have much time left. The issues that needed solving had to be resolved immediately. As you command. The 5 great shadow lords looked respectful, all bowing in unison, their hearts swelling with emotion. An era completely belonging to the strange clan was about to arrive. Chapter 80, Upper Priest of Shadows, is my calamity back? We interrupt this broadcast for an important message. Not long ago, a shocking attack occurred in Long City of the Great Xia God Nation, and the Undying Queen arrived just in time to avert disaster. Additionally, according to informed sources, the ancestor Chang, from 6,000 years ago in the Great Xia God Nation, seems to have reappeared. The source of this news is unclear. The officials have stated they are currently verifying the information. We urge the general public to discern information carefully and avoid being fooled. In the central square of Long City, the most bustling area, a massive screen displayed the news as crowds surged and heads turned in shock and disbelief. Is it true? The ancestor has come back from the dead? Since the officials have come out to refute, it's probably true, and they must have some real information already. 6,000 years. Did Ancestor Chang really lie in the tomb all this time, cultivating some kind of immortality? Voices buzzed from all directions, with many members of the Tower of the End mixed in. They all gazed at the television news. The events of the past days had already spread completely within their ranks. Beside Subanxia stood Tian No. 3, a man with bright red hair, who sighed and spoke at that moment. I heard that Li Qingshan's evil king's followers were all killed? I wonder what the scene was like that day. Many members of the Tower of the End had witnessed the scene that day, not lacking those scattered near Long City. Unfortunately, he was in the 7th God Nation at the time and didn't get to see it. Subanksia remained silent for a moment and replied, I arrived late as well. By the time I got there, only the remains of the evil king were left, and the battle was already over. She didn't tell the red-haired man that she had received precise intelligence. Someone had encountered Li Qingsong, discovering that the sharp edge that had haunted him for years had been unbearably dulled. Many who followed Li Qingsong, the Tian and D ranks, were now dirty-faced, their once fierce air vanished, and they had become rather obedient. This first-ranked member of the Tower of the End had seemingly hit a wall. In the past years, when facing Li Qingsong, he and the other two old top-ranked members had to retreat from his brilliance. Never would he have thought that their invincible leader would ultimately encounter great setbacks in this meteor-class difficult world, paying a heavy price. After this, he would probably no longer hold on to the title of first-ranked Tian. But then again, Li Qingsong never deserved that position. He was still somewhat distant from the first-ranked Tian of other star systems. Forget about him. Have you received the flawless evaluation during this time? The red-haired man abruptly changed the subject. He led his team through the 7th God Nation, slaughtering his way, and had already killed 2 Ghost King-level beings, destroying many strange strongholds, earning him a flawless evaluation from the Tower Master. If you have it, I will too, Subanksia said defiantly. Then I wish you good luck. The red-haired man smiled slightly, ready to turn and leave. But at that moment, before he could move, he suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked up at the sky above Dragon City. Booming noises echoed. Suddenly, an ancient and vast evil power opened and closed, descending in an instant from an incredibly distant place. The sky was torn open by a massive dark rift, slowly gathering 5 pillars of dark light. This sudden change caught the attention of everyone in Dragon City. Many members of the Tower of the End also looked up in unison. Kill! A deafening roar, filled with greed, resounded from the 5 dark light pillars, followed by a bizarre army surging out like a swarm of locusts. This was indeed an ancient teleportation formation. Dragon City quickly fell into chaos, the balance of yin and yang disrupted, the sky darkened as day turned to night in an instant. Not only in Dragon City, but across all major cities of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, teleportation formations appeared out of nowhere. The scattered members of the Tower of the End, who had been sealing strange forces for consecutive days without rest, were shaken upon seeing this change. The bizarre army from the Domain Cave world has come. Subanchia's pupils constricted, feeling an overwhelming oppressive force. In just a moment, countless bizarre entities poured out from the 5 light pillars, rushing in all directions of Dragon City. Screams erupted, and crowds on the streets panicked and fled. Without any hesitation, Subanchia ordered all her team members, report to me if you encounter a Ghost King, everyone else, kill. She took a step forward, racing toward the sky. In every corner of Dragon City, there were shadows of the Tower of the End members in action. A grand confrontation unfolded in an instant. Good, it's time for me to brush up my reputation. The red-haired man laughed heartily, feeling incredibly uplifted. He strode forward, waving his sleeve to unleash an astonishing force, instantly slaying a large number of malevolent spirits. Be careful, there might be a Shadow Lord arriving. Subanchia hurriedly reminded. The red-haired man charged towards the sky, directly confronting several Ghost Kings, his eyes gleaming with greed as he summoned an ancient bell artifact from the reincarnation space. As he struck the bell, countless bizarre beings let out a piercing scream, turning to ashes. Several Ghost Kings were also struck hard. The red-haired man spared no effort, the terrifying power from his body gushed forth wildly, and as he laughed, the ancient bell artifact suddenly enlarged, enveloping several Ghost Kings. This fierce combat power was a reflection of being the 3rd highest rank of the Tower of the End. But suddenly, his expression changed, and he violently retreated. From where he had just stood, a pale ghostly hand appeared, striking down and directly causing a vortex to form in space, turning a 100-meter radius into nothingness. What strange entity was this? The red-haired man's heart raced. Your reaction is quite fast. The figure of the Shadow Lord emerged from the void, an unimaginable ghostly domain spreading out. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until it enveloped the entire Dragon City. Shadow Lord. The red-haired man's heart sank, and Subanchia felt a chill all over her body. The emergence of the Shadow Lord was not a simple bizarre invasion, it was already a terrifying catastrophe. Then, a scene that sent shivers down their spines appeared. From the 5 dark light pillars, for more Shadow Lord level auras erupted, other terrifying ghostly powers opening and closing, surrounding Dragon City layer by layer. No outsiders could enter, and within, not even a fly could escape. It is you, you scoundrel, who has recklessly slain my kin. The cold voice of the ghostly bone Shadow Lord resonated, triggering dark thunder to roar. Before the red-haired man could react, countless blood-colored skeletons coalesced, transforming into a face that blocked the sky and sun, swallowing toward the red-haired man. Suppress! He retreated while throwing out the ancient bell artifact in his hand, instantly enlarging to a range of 10,000 meters, but with the collision of the skull face, it shattered into pieces. The red-haired man suffered backlash, letting out a muffled groan, his face turning red. With just one move, he realized he was not a match for the Een Lord. Subanxia's face turned ugly as she sped over, but even with the two of them together, they could only wield power equal to one Een Lord. Don't get attached to the fight, quickly find the Undying Queen. The low voice of the divine ritual Een Lord rang out as the 5 Een Lords prepared to rush towards the Heavenly Sword Mountain, only to see a sinister aura erupt above them. The Undying Queen has arrived. Ah, you really have some guts. The 5 Een Lords looked overjoyed. The Undying Queen clearly knew that their target was her, and yet she dared to appear. When guests arrive, of course, I must go out to greet them. The Undying Queen spoke calmly, her boundless and bizarre powers spilling out, and she likewise opened her ghost domain to confront the 5 Een Lords. Capture her. The divine ritual Een Lord whispered sharply. Ancient spells gathered, and 5 great spell seals were sent against the Undying Queen. In an instant, the sky fell into chaos. Subanxia and the red-haired man could not even intervene, being pushed back by the backlash of the clash of 6 terrifying ghost domains. Is this the Undying Queen who slaughtered Li Qingsong's kin? She can actually withstand 5 Een Lords at the same time? The red-haired man's pupils trembled, unable to believe it. Such a freakish attribute of immortality is one thing, but she is also so strong? At this moment, across Long City, members of the Tower of Twilight fought fiercely, quickly accumulating a lot of points. Figures like Chu Yutong and the Ghost King of Laojun Mountain, Ji Yunzhou, and the giant beast of the alien race, etc., were all visible. The terrifying battle erupting in the sky had also caught their attention. Ancestral. The Supreme Een Lord roared. The 5 cooperated in battle, which was already the limit against the Undying Queen's power. Just as the voice fell, a gap in space was torn open in the sky, finally exuding an ancient and long-lasting breath of time. A figure slowly stepped out, and the deep waves of power twisted the 6 ghost domains. Even the Undying Queen showed an unprecedented seriousness on her face. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire Long City had collapsed. With the arrival of the bizarre ancestor, the world was shrouded in a haunting gloom, and the sky burned with endless ghostly flames. Countless bizarre armies roared in a frenzy, their excitement rising. The citizens of Long City were filled with terror, and many members of the Tower of Twilight felt the looming shadow of death approaching. Subanxia and the red-haired man's faces turned even whiter. This was clearly an old fellow wielding some kind of ancient spell power. Seal. The ancestor spoke with an ancient voice, gently extending a finger towards the Undying Queen. The spell seal condensed, and space crumpled. A massive dark ghost tower appeared above the Undying Queen's head. The sealing power of the ghost tower far exceeded that of the Supreme Een Lord's trap set back then. You're finished. The Supreme Een Lord laughed wildly. The next instant, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. A beam of golden light erupted from the direction of Heavenly Sword Mountain, annihilating all ghost domains in its path, cutting through all darkness and bizarre powers. As it struck the ghost tower, it shattered it to pieces. The Undying Queen sighed with relief. The sudden change caused the ancestor to momentarily hesitate. The 5 Een Lords suddenly looked towards Heavenly Sword Mountain. As a lazy voice echoed across the sky, it boomed in their ears like thunder. I've finally been waiting for you. Ning Qingshan walked down from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Behind him a magnificent light shattered the darkness and completely obliterated the ghost domains of the 5 Een Lords. He looked at the ancestor and the 5 Een Lords, a smile appearing on his lips. This scene reflected in the eyes of the Supreme Een Lord, mirroring Ning Qingshuan's figure and flooding his heart with immense terror. White. White-clothed killing god? It's him. How is he still alive? Across all directions of Long City, countless bizarre beings were present. Seeing that figure at the pinnacle of the sky, their deep-seated fear erupted instantly. 6,000 years ago, the shadow of death was blocked in the blood pool abyss for 200 years, killing again and again. The hellish scene once again emerged in his mind, instantly triggering a scream. The high priest of the shadow was filled with terror as he looked at Ning Qingshan. He never expected. After so many years, he would see his doom again. This person is? Ning Qingshan? Subanxia stared blankly, her gaze fixed on Ning Qingshan, who was recklessly unleashing boundless divine power. Unfathomable, unimaginable, how strong could that be? His appearance, in just an instant, caused the collapse of the ghost realm. Across Long City, countless strange beings were trembling. The fear etched deep into their souls was ignited on the spot. Members of the Tower of Finality looked at each other in disbelief, feeling incredible. How terrifying was Ning Qingshan? What indelible psychological trauma did he inflict on these strange beings? Seeing him again after 6,000 years, still frightened to this extent? Ancestor, run! The high priest of the shadow turned around and shouted in panic. If the ancestor died, the realm cave world would never regain its power. This calamity that belonged to the entire divine strange tribe was even more unbearable than back then. The other 4 Shadow Masters suddenly awakened from their shock and rushed towards Ning Qingshan recklessly, with the High Priest of the Shadow gritting his teeth, also shouting to attack. Since Ning Qingshan had waited for the ancestor, how could he easily let the ancestor escape? If this issue could not be resolved today, there would never be a chance again. He raised his hand, and 100,000 zhang of primordial spirits suddenly gathered. A giant, boundless golden palm fell upon the 5 Shadow Masters. Divine power burst forth, and the 5 Shadow Masters let out desperate screams as their ghostly energy collapsed. Having restored his peak condition, Ning Qingxian easily subdued the Shadow Master level without breaking a sweat. Under the fearful gazes of all strange beings, the 5 Shadow Masters were engulfed in the golden giant palm, their breath entirely extinguished. The red-haired man stared at this scene, his scalp tingling, his heart filled with deep horror. He knew everything Ning Qingxian had done back then, and was fully aware that Ning Qingxian had suppressed the anomalies of the 9 regions for an entire era. But he never expected that Ning Qingxian would be strong enough to this extent. It was likely based entirely at the meteor level. The ancestor witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with shock. Without any hesitation, in a panic, he turned and attempted to step back into the dark space crack, returning to the realm cave world. "Where do you think you're going?" The heavenly sound resonated, deafening and piercing. Ning Qingxian took a step, crossing the distance, and stood directly in front of the ancestor. "Ancient curse." The ancestor turned and struck out with a palm. The deathly aura swirled around his palm, a killing move that was the exact opposite of the power to grant rebirth. Boom! The curse stamp exploded, yet it couldn't even shatter Ning Qingxian's golden aura. A deep fear flowed from the ancestor's eyes as he let out a mournful growl. "Why, oh heavens, is it so unjust to give birth to such a natural enemy?" Ning Qingxian's right palm opened and closed, spreading countless golden spells, without hesitation, landing on his forehead. Power erupted, and the ancestor trembled all over, collapsing continuously. Streams of the power of the 9 regions' heavenly rules violently poured from his body, flowing in all directions. The ancestor was born in the midst of heaven and earth rules. The birth of the 3 soul artifacts was to repair the damaged rules. It was rehatched, and this was something Ning Qingxian saw back then. However, the 3 soul artifacts clearly could not achieve this completely, because most of the loss and mutation of the rules were absorbed by the ancestor. At this moment, as the ancestor perished, the rules power that belonged to the 9 regions past, which underwent mutation, reverted to normal. Ning Qingxian watched them float away, and could clearly sense that the realm cave world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. From today onward, the oddities have lost their ability to regenerate infinitely. He has killed the ancestors? Su Bangxia mumbled to herself, her mind momentarily losing the ability to think. In her view, Ning Qingxian's figure had already grown to an unimaginable height. The red-haired man's gaze trembled, his heart receiving a strong shock. He had not witnessed the majesty of Ning Qingxian, who had suppressed the world 6,000 years ago, but today it was clear to him. Soon, all the members of the Tower of End, regardless of where they were, had the words describing the will of the Tower Master appear before them. "Among you, someone has solved the fundamental problem of the reincarnation world. This reincarnation is about to end. Please prepare all members. Countdown, 3 days." Su Bangxia stared at the words before her, gasping in shock. Solving the fundamental problem of the reincarnation world, how many flawless evaluations is that worth in the eyes of the Tower Master? Don't be dazed, there are still many oddities in Long City. Ning Qingxian's voice suddenly came, as he looked at Su Bangxia and the red-haired man. These two were incredibly strong, both belonging to the Super S level or above, clearly members of the top 4. Su Bangxia shivered all over, her face showing gratitude. "Thank you." She and the red-haired man quickly cleared the oddities in Long City, while many members of the Tower of End gradually wrapped things up. The Undying Queen approached at this moment, fully aware that the 9 domains were about to enter a brand new era. An era without the threats of oddity disasters, an era where technological civilization and cultivation could advance side by side, a brilliant era. And this era was unlocked by Ning Qingxian himself. Some answers to questions should be told to you now. Ning Qingxian did not turn around, gazing in all directions of Long City. The cheers from the descendants of the people from back then surged towards him. "Milord does not belong to this world?" The Undying Queen asked softly, as if she had already guessed something. Ning Qingxian nodded. "The place I am in is a universe even grander and more magnificent than here, with countless dangers. Do you wish to return with me?" Ning Qingxian was still quite concerned about the Undying Queen's attitude. After all, she had truly guarded the 6th domain for 6,000 years according to her oath. For this alone, the Undying Queen deserved his respect, and it was not merely a simple subordinate relationship. The Undying Queen smiled and said, "Of course I am willing, there are still 4,000 years left in the oath. Moreover, the ancestor is dead, the threat of oddities is nearly gone, and the Great Xia Divine Kingdom no longer needs me. As an oddity, it seems there is no longer any meaning in staying. Okay, bring the ghost butterfly. The Undying clan has all departed, how can the ghost butterfly be left behind?" As Ning Qingxian's words fell, the Undying Queen then went to prepare the follow-up affairs, arranging a bit of foundation for the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Connecting to the Tower Master's will. In front of him, words describing his own history appeared. Huang rank member Ning Qingxian, your historical achievements have been integrated, your evaluation has been completed. Would you like to check it now? Ning Qingxian was surprised. The integration of the Tower Master's main bodies has taken several days, and it had only just been completed? View it. Ning Qingxian replied. You have continuously swept away all oddities within the Great Xia Divine Kingdom for 3 months, saving an uncountable number of people. You have benefited the people, and you have received 1 flawless evaluation. You participated in the 9 Great Divine Kingdoms token competition, shouldering the difficult mission of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, and ultimately turned the tide, successfully obtaining the Soul Tool Heavenly Furnace, breaking the historical situation of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom lacking soul tools. You have achieved supreme strength, and you have received 1 Tower of End evaluation. You entered the Domain Abyss world alone, delivering a catastrophic blow to the oddity race, suppressing the Domain Abyss for 200 years, allowing the 9 Great Divine Kingdoms to share a peaceful era together. You have immeasurable merits, and you have received 1 Tower of End evaluation. You personally defeated the 5 main Dark Lords of the time, shattering the Ancestors' ambition to occupy the 9 Great Divine Kingdoms, and you saved an unprecedented catastrophe for the human race. You repaired the rules of the reincarnation world and ended a strange era, earning an end-rated evaluation. In front of Ning Qingxian, the written description of the Tower Masters will keeps appearing. Everything done 6,000 years ago was fully recorded by the Tower Masters and merged into the evaluation. Multiple times of flawlessness, 3 times of endings. A relatively unfamiliar evaluation level appeared, which greatly surprised Ning Qingxian. He tried to open the N-level shop, but found it completely empty. I'll ask the Wisdom Goddess when I go back. Ning Qingxian no longer focused on the evaluation and got up to return to Tianjian Mountain. He once again came to the grave of Chiang Mai, quietly accompanying it with his last moments as he did years ago. The outside world had already stirred up a huge storm after the deaths of the 5 great Shadow Lords and the disappearance of the Ancestors. The high-level members of the 9 divine countries, including the Great Xia Divine Country, were all shaken, with formally dressed individuals arriving outside Tianjian Mountain, wanting to see the Ancestors, but were stopped by the Undying Queen. Ning Qingxian had no intention of dealing with trivial matters, and meanwhile, the strange army in Long City was quickly cleared out completely. Members of the Tower of End were all experts. Without the threat of Shadow Lords, relying on Su Bancha's strength, any Ghost King level could only become a tool for scoring. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. On this day, the Undying Queen led all the strong members of the Undying clan, including Ghost Butterfly, and they were ready to leave. It's time to go again. In the Tianjian pool, Ning Qingxian looked at Chiang Mai's gravestone and let out a soft sigh. In the future, he didn't know if there would be another opportunity to return, and what the 9 domains would become as the tide of time rolled forward. Attention all End members, you are about to return to the Tower of End. The text appeared again, a great power quickly enveloped Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian waved his sleeve and directly pulled the Undying Clan and Ghost Butterfly into the reincarnation space. The same light appeared in various places in the 9 domains. In the next moment, Ning Qingxian disappeared from the spot. Imperial Star, Independent Space, the Tower of End. Outside the 4 great palaces, there were few people. A mechanical electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the entire space. This round of Tower Lord reincarnation has ended. The members of the Tower of End who did not participate looked up in surprise. They didn't expect this Tower Lord reincarnation to end so quickly. As soon as the voice fell, a huge electronic screen appeared at the top of the Tower of End. When a large amount of light flickered, and members began to return, the electronic screen also displayed their scores. Before long, Xu Yutong, Ji Yunzhou, Su Bansha, and Li Qingsong all appeared together. The electronic screen rapidly printed a large amount of text, causing an uproar. It was clear that compared to before, the overall results had risen significantly. Senior Su received 2 flawless evaluations. Red Old Demon also had 2, this is simply a collective outburst. What's up with Li Qingsong? He didn't get a single flawless evaluation? Outside the Tower of End, the crowd gathered more and more. Until Ning Qingxian returned to the first floor, a heavy bell suddenly rang throughout the entire space. Ding! The bell rang melodiously, solemnly, and solemnly. It felt as if it hadn't sounded for thousands of years, creating ripples around the Tower of End, penetrating the hearts of every member, like a spring breeze that refreshed the spirit. Where did the bell sound come from? No one knew what this bell represented. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds fell. On the huge electronic screen, Ning Qingxuan's name appeared, followed by 3 golden shining evaluations, and this moment attracted everyone's attention. Su Bansha, Chu Yutong, and Ji Yunzhou all had blank expressions. End evaluation? A new evaluation level? This. The dim-faced Li Qingsong raised his head and stared intently at the electronic screen. A wave of confusion and turmoil surged through his mind. Others might not understand the end of all evaluation, but as the number one of the end of all tower for many years, no one knew it better than him, the history of the end of all tower. This evaluation, highly recognized by the will of the Tower Master, could only appear when someone achieved truly earth-shattering feats. Only actions that had an unprecedented and unparalleled influence on the entire cycle world could potentially lead to such an evaluation. The conditions were so harsh, the difficulty so high, that the end of all tower often went through thousands of years without seeing one. Over time, everyone believed that the flawless evaluation was the highest level. But in reality, the highest evaluation of the end of all tower is end of all. Ning Qingxian had gotten 1, that would be fine, but this was actually 3 times. End of all, what is the end of all evaluation? Isn't Ning Qingxian from the yellow label? How did he get multiple flawless evaluations? The noise in the arena rose, almost as soon as the 3 chimes had fallen. On the 12 guarding stars outside the Imperial Star, the wills of the 12 cave lords once again opened and closed, all descending onto the end of all space. They stared at the electronic screen, momentarily stunned. Who arranged for this Ning Qingxian to come in? Only one end of all can overwhelm all flawless evaluations, and this person has gotten 3? I remember that the Star Master of Longjin got 3, or was it 4, in his batch back then? Hurry and notify the Star Master, the number 1 spot has changed. Far away from the Imperial Star, in the forbidden zone of the dark starry sky, the Star Master of Longjin stood with his hands behind his back, walking on foot through the alien territories. The aura he released made the powerful alien races hidden deep in the darkness tremble with fear, not daring to show themselves. Suddenly, the voice of the Goddess of Judgment rang in the Star Master of Longjin's mind. Star Master, Mr. Ning has already returned from the cycle world. So soon? The Star Master of Longjin was very surprised, his heart filled with unease and nervousness. He asked again, how did he do? Can he maintain his yellow label status in the end of all tower? The Goddess of Judgment remained silent for a moment before replying. The 12 cave lords sent word that Mr. Ning received multiple flawless evaluations and 3 end of all evaluations. The Star Master of Longjin's footsteps suddenly paused, his face full of shock and confusion. What did you say? 3 end of all evaluations? Yes, that's right. The Goddess of Judgment confirmed once again. In an instant, the forbidden zone trembled. An incredibly terrifying aura uncontrollably poured out from the Star Master of Longjin. How many years has it been? Finally, the end of all evaluation has appeared in the Kanglan system again. The end of all tower was in an uproar. On the first floor, the description text from the Tower Masters will clearly appeared in front of Ning Qingxian. Yellow label member Ning Qingxian, you have received an excellent evaluation. Would you like to immediately be promoted? Ning Qingxian did not hesitate and chose yes. Yellow label member Ning Qingxian, you have 5 remaining flawless evaluations and 3 end of all evaluations. Would you like to proceed with your identity advancement? According to the current rules of the end of all tower, 1 perfect evaluation could cross 3 floors, and 1 flawless evaluation could at least cross 7 floors. Most people, when they get a flawless evaluation, would not choose to redeem it easily. But Ning Qingxian was still indifferent, simply choosing to redeem them all. You have successfully redeemed 4 flawless evaluations, you now have the keys to all 33 floors of the end of all tower, and your identity has advanced to the top level. Ning Qingxian took a deep breath and walked up to the highest floor of the end of all tower. Here, a world of its own was formed, currently containing 4 private spaces. As Ning Qingxian arrived, a 5th private space immediately opened. Ning Qingxian could feel the entire space was filled with the original will of the end of all tower, which could communicate at any time and change the entire scene of the space. What was even more exaggerated was that the Tower Masters will seemed able to simulate different cycle worlds based on his needs. Release the magnificent primal power. This is far beyond the effect brought by a mere stone tablet on the first level, exceeding it countless times. What is the use of the end evaluation? Ning Qingxian suddenly asked. The will of the tower immediately responded with a mechanical electronic synthetic voice. The end evaluation belongs to the highest evaluation level of the end tower. 1 end evaluation can be exchanged for 100 flawless evaluations, but cannot be exchanged in reverse. The end evaluation can also be exchanged for end items. Currently available items include the Guardian Star, the Scythe of Judgment, and the Binding Right of the Goddess of Wisdom of the Star. End items will be updated after a certain period, and if not exchanged within that time, they will automatically disappear. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Long before entering the Inn Tower, he had learned from Chun Yuning about a new Guardian Star that was about to arrive. And the Cave Master of the Guardian Star, who holds the highest control over the entire Guardian Star, would be born from within the Inn Tower. He never expected that this could also be directly exchanged with the end evaluation. Ning Qingxian undoubtedly ranks as the highest scorer in the entire Inn Tower. Even without the end evaluation exchange, the Guardian Star would still fall into his hands. As for the binding right of the goddess of wisdom of the star, he had already bound that previously, and this end item probably hadn't been updated in years. He then asked, "What is the Scythe of Judgment?" The Tower Masters will quickly responded, "A power that exempts you from federal laws, aimed at violating major federal laws, including but not limited to killing high-ranking federal officials, causing significant losses to federal interests, and more." Ning Qingshuan's heart stirred, and he quickly understood the specific meaning. The Scythe of Judgment is like a combination of an official sword and a death exemption gold medal from ancient dynasties. It can vanquish tyrants and exempt one from judgment. If Ning Qingxian were to exchange it, he could act according to his own will anywhere within the Federation, doing as he pleases once. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Qingxian still chose to exchange it. The value of the Scythe of Judgment is almost akin to a special rank merit. However, while the special rank merit can exempt you from all judgments, it cannot slay tyrants. In comparison, the Scythe of Judgment seems to be scarcer. If end items are updated, a missed opportunity would be lost forever. You have successfully exchanged for the Scythe of Judgment. Ning Qingxian currently still has 2 end evaluations left and is somewhat looking forward to the next item update. Immediately afterward, the Tower Masters will spoke again. Respected TRI member Ning Qingxian, based on your current score, you have ranked number 1 in the End Tower. The new Guardian Star will arrive on time in 47 days. Do you wish to become the Cave Master of the Kanglan System's 13th Guardian Star? If you agree, the End Tower will grant you permanent control over the planet. Upon hearing these words, Ning Qingshuan's heart stirred with great waves. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of complexity, mixed with profound reverence. In this vast universe, the structure of planes is unimaginable. To possess a life planet that belonged entirely to oneself is incredibly desirable. This is different from planetary governors, like Fu Lingfeng and others, who merely hold jurisdiction. In essence, the life planet still belongs to the assets of the Federation. But the identity of the Cave Master of the Guardian Star grants complete control over a life planet. It is private property. The only duty to fulfill is to defend the Guardian Star from foreign invasions and other disasters. Ning Qingxian could cultivate his own loyal forces on the Guardian Star, develop his own citizens, military economy, and everything else that other life planets possess. And all of this? All belongs to Ning Qingxian personally. This is much more enjoyable than developing a family power. 47 days later, the Undying Queen and the entire Undying clan can move into their new home. But the well-being of the people and military economy, etc., still needs careful planning. Let's sign. Ning Qingxian replied. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the space before him. The scene changed, and he found himself in the vast, endless universe. A vibrant, azure life planet came into view. It was extraordinarily beautiful, showing no signs of development, looking like a primeval forest. I am currently signing you the permanent authority. The will of the Tower Master seemed to take form, as a hand of life gently reached out and touched Ning Qingshuan's forehead. A mysterious life mark appeared, and Ning Qingxian felt an incredibly distant place that belonged to him, the Guardian Star, traveling through the void, continuously approaching. An indelible connection formed between the two. Has my reincarnation space been opened? Ning Qingxian sensed again that it seemed to require only his thought. He could let the Undying Queen freely shuttle between the Guardian Star and his reincarnation space. Wonderful, too wonderful. The signing is complete. You have become the 13th Cave Master of the Guardian Star. Do you need to give the new Guardian Star a name? Ning Qingxian thought for a moment and replied, let's call it Luotian. Embracing all, the myriad worlds. The free infrastructure team has assembled, and you can spend evaluations to support the future development of the Guardian Star. May you have a pleasant life. The Tower Masters will dissipated, and the scene restored to normal. Ning Qingxian did not idle, he continued to explore the 33rd layer of the Tower of End. Chapter 84, The 3-Star Masters Gather, Mysterious Assassination Task. In the dark starry sky forbidden zone. Numerous ancient will slowly opened and closed, deeply gazing at a departing figure. He has left. The Star Master of the Human Alliance is too terrifying. The judgment of the Vice Pavilion Lord is not wrong. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we probably couldn't even shake a hair of him. As the Long Gene Star Master left the Forbidden Zone, 3 figures finally stepped out from the void. One of them wore a red robe and a bronze coronet. His abyss-like eyes were shrouded in deep currents, and the power around him fluctuated to an unbelievable degree. He was the Pope mentioned by the Long Gene Star Master, a mysterious powerhouse belonging to the Dusk Council. The other 2 were the same. Anyone who gets close to the edges of the Tsonglan system will be sensed by the Long Gene Star Master, so it is almost impossible to seduce that ancient Reincarnator returned from the myriad worlds. The Pope spoke in a deep voice, his face showing worry. This task is simply too difficult to complete. I also don't understand why a mere ancient Reincarnator would be taken so seriously by the Vice Pavilion Lord. What threat could he possibly pose? Beside the Pope, an old man in a star robe squinted his eyes in confusion. The Dusk Council holds a supreme authority and status among the 10,000 races. The neighboring San Lan system, Z-Way system, Beidou system, and several other human Federation star systems have yet to uncover the main member list of the Dusk Council. The only information available is about their greedy Wolf Star Master, currently holding a Vice Pavilion title in the Dusk Council. Not long ago, the King of Dusk under the greedy Wolf clan was attacked by powerful beings from the myriad worlds, the army was annihilated, and only the King of Dusk escaped. Because of this, the greedy Wolf Star Master ordered a thorough investigation of that ancient Reincarnator and to take decisive action if necessary. In his eyes, it felt like a massive financial consortium facing a suddenly emerging small shop on the street, and wanting to either recruit or snuff it out immediately. Is this reasonable? The Pope shook his head. Don't underestimate the Reincarnators of the Hall of Reincarnation. The potential and energy of this person are unimaginable. According to external news, this person is steadily recovering their reincarnation memories, including strength, and has already reached the level of a falling star, becoming a cave master of the Star Guardian. As the words fell, the two people beside him immediately showed surprise. Falling star level? The overall strength division of the Human Cosmic Alliance is consistent with that of the majority of the Holy Race, measuring everything by combat power, it's just that some cultivation systems are different. Reaching the falling star level is enough to single-handedly cause a catastrophic disaster for a low-level life planet. This is the first real step into the vast cosmic sky. If it doesn't work, let's use the beauty trap directly and have the Saintess of the Charm Clan visit the Guardian Star. Hearing this, the Pope fell into thought. Heroes are as numerous as the grass, and there are countless tyrants among them. Most of them would not easily submit to a different race even if they died. But when faced with beauty, it's hard not to bow. In the end, he shook his head again. Still, don't underestimate this person. Having reincarnated in the various heavens multiple times, how could they not have tasted the beauty of the worlds? I'm afraid the offspring left behind are countless. The beauty trap may not work on him. The two fell silent, powerless to refute. Let's discuss this again when we return. The Pope waved his sleeve and stepped into the void. On the other side, the Star Master of Longjing was rushing back to the Guardian Star as fast as possible. He could not wait to see Ning Qingxian in person. The voice of the Judgment Goddess sounded again. The Star Master of Z-Way invites you to join the virtual space meeting. May I ask if you would like to join? He paused for a moment, his eyes revealing bright gleams, and his spirit was quite pleased. That old fellow Z-Way hadn't contacted him for nearly 10 years, suddenly inviting him to join a virtual meeting surely meant he had learned that the Evaluator of the End was appearing again in the Kanglan system. Let's join. The Star Master of Longjing spoke gently. In an instant, he appeared in a vast world of pale color. Fog swirled around, and only an open pavilion stood in view. The Star Master of Z-Way, dressed in a light purple star robe, was quietly tasting tea in the open pavilion. Beside him was a white-clothed Reincarnator. Also under 100 years old, he was clearly the number one in the Z-Way Empire. The Star Master of Longjing immediately squinted, lingering on the white-clothed Reincarnator for a moment longer. He remembered this person, who had broken various records of the Z-Way Empire in the Tower of End a dozen years ago, obtaining the Evaluator of the End twice. At present, he ranks as the 16th Cave Master of the Guardian Star in the Z-Way Empire. With an unlimited future ahead, he had envied him for a long time back then. What was his name again? Chen Xiaobai? You've arrived. The Star Master of Z-Way turned his head, a smile appearing on his lips. Congratulations, under your jurisdiction, the Kanglan system has once again produced an Evaluator of the End. This achievement has been recorded by the Federation, and it's said that even the Ancestral Master praised this matter without end. As expected, the Star Master of Z-Way indeed had learned of this. The Star Master of Longjing displayed a nonchalant demeanor, sitting down with a wave of his sleeve. The foundation of the Kanglan system is not weaker than that of the Z-Way system. The emergence of an Evaluator of the End is only natural. As for the Ancestral Master, it doesn't matter. He took a sip of green tea, looking again at this old friend, who was also in the top tier of the Tower of End in the Kanglan system, feeling quite emotional in his heart. Thousands of years have passed, and that round of Tower Masters reincarnated could be said to be the most difficult falling star level in the history of the Federation. Yet even so, 4 people still achieved the Evaluator of the End. He was one of them. Back then, a big shot from the ancient Jia star domain happened to come for inspection, and the 4 were all accepted as disciples. In a blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. 3 of them held strong positions in various star systems, while 1 was recommended by the Ancestral Master. Enter the Hall of Rebirth. The Lord of Longjing Star did not mean to say that his master did not favor him, but after so many years, it had been difficult for him to even meet his master once. Although his master had many disciples, it should not be this way. Unexpectedly, because of Ning Qingxian, his master mentioned him again. Ha ha ha, it's good to see you both. In the virtual space, a rough laughter echoed. The Lord of Long Jin Star was quite surprised. The two star systems under Kanglan, named Ziwei and Beidou, were present. The visitor was the Lord of Beidou, accompanied by a young woman. Everyone is here, it's time to discuss serious matters. The Lord of Ziwei put down the teacup in his hand, suddenly stood up, his face becoming somewhat grave, and he deeply bowed toward the pale end of the virtual space. We respectfully welcome the avatar of the goddess of slaughter. As his words fell, a killing intent slowly descended throughout the space. The Lord of Long Jin Star's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately stood up. The avatar of the goddess of slaughter? What important killing mission has appeared? Chapter 85. Welcome Lord of the Sky, arriving at the Hall of Freedom. Time passed, and 47 days flew by. The Guardian Star arrived on schedule in the territory of Kanglan Emperor Star. Ning Qingxian, who was deeply engaged in his cultivation in the Tower of End, slowly opened his eyes and began to check the emails stored by the Goddess of Wisdom one by one. One email, surprisingly, was from the Lord of Long Jin Star. The Lord wants to see me? Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. This heavyweight figure of Kanglan could be considered the most powerful top-tier reincarnator, capable of destroying a high-level life planet. In these days, he had found a wealth of information about the legendary experiences of this person in the Tower of End. Although they had never met, Ning Qingxian had already received much grace from the Lord of Long Jin Star. First came the extremely precious star essence liquid, a gift without hesitation. Next, a prestigious title in the Tower of End was granted through the expenditure of warfare merits. Ning Qingxian had obtained a Guardian Star as his foundation, and the Lord of Long Jin Star had greatly assisted him. Dear Mr. Ning, you may also choose to refuse, or you can go to the Lord's residence a month later. The voice of Goddess of Wisdom 009 echoed. Help me analyze what this meeting with the Lord of Long Jin Star is about. Ning Qingxian asked. Mr. Ning, you are a great ancient reincarnator of the Hall of Rebirth, and your achievements are sufficient for an audience with a Lord-level figure. Furthermore, you have already become the number one in the Tower of End, and also the 13th Guardian Star Lord, who will select a good day to hold an inauguration ceremony for you. Additionally, considering the current alien situation around Kanglan, there may also be important judgment tasks that need to be entrusted to you. When the words fell, Ning Qingxian nodded. With such great grace from the Lord of Long Jin Star, it would be unreasonable to refuse the meeting. He continued to process other emails, most of which were trade information from imperial families and star system groups, closely related to the development of his Guardian Star. Among them, there were even emails from very distant star systems. How did they receive this news? Besides this, there were emails from Shinjiyu and his daughter Ning Kaiwei. The Wuling Academy from the Jingzhou region of the Imperial Star wanted to invite him to give a lecture, explaining the specific methods for cultivating the Martial King realm. Only then did Ning Qingxian realize that his reincarnation space account had inexplicably increased dramatically, adding up to 20 million points. Tracing the source, it turned out to be from large-scale purchases by the Wuling Academy. Are they preparing to establish a new martial arts class? This is quite profitable. If I have time, I might as well continue with the Great Yellow Court cultivation method. Ning Qingxian marveled secretly and checked the last email, which was an invitation from the Goddess of Freedom to a virtual space called the Hall of Freedom. Although the Goddess of Freedom was not as well known as the Goddess of Wisdom and was ranked below the three goddesses, Ning Qingxian still knew quite a bit about her. This Star Hall. He raised a question, and the Goddess of Wisdom immediately answered. The Free Star Hall is a virtual world created by the Goddess of Freedom, and there is one in every major region. The Zhanglan system borders the ancient Jiastar region. You can currently only enter the Free Star Hall of the ancient Jiastar region to engage in free trade with reincarnators from various star systems. Based on the current development status of your Guardian Star, you can find suitable talents, resources, and more within the Free Star Hall. After saying this, Ning Qingxian understood. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take a look. Goddess of Wisdom, connect me to the Free Star Hall. Ning Qingxian's physical body instantly experienced mighty wave of teleportation. In the virtual world, Free Star Hall. In the large plaza made of blue stone and jade, reincarnators from various star systems gathered. The crowd surged, and the number of vendors was countless. As the outskirts of the Star Hall, this place did not require any points to purchase a stall. The content of free trade was dazzlingly varied, yet it was hard to find anything particularly valuable. Inside the Star Hall, there were hundreds of sub-halls for trading. Among them was a sub-hall called the Talent Market. Many well-established families, groups, and army organizations often visited here to scout for the talents they needed. Those who were recruited would sign a contract of allegiance and become dependents. Most of these individuals excelled in certain areas, lacking only resources. Choosing to become dependents was a way to secure shelter under a big tree. However, for a long time, there was a young woman who seemed out of place. Mei Qiuying had quietly sat in a corner of the sub-hall for 10 years without change. As the most prominent talent in the entire sub-hall, her identity information was already well known to many. Mei Qiuying came from the ancient Jia star region, a flourishing star system. With her unique talent and tireless effort, she successfully promoted to a meteor-level reincarnator 10 years ago. Not long after arriving at the sub-hall, she created a sensation in the entire Free Star Hall. After all, she was a bona fide meteor level. She was not there to recruit dependents, she was the one being sought after. What does this mean? Her arrival had directly shattered the ceiling of the dependents market. Countless families, groups, army organizations, and other forces extended an olive branch to her, but she refused them all. Today, as usual, there were still people coming to try to recruit her. It's been 10 years, and you still have time to regret. In front of Mei Qiuying, a woman in a green robe approached, accompanied by many reincarnators. If you had agreed to the Lord of Lingxiao back then, you wouldn't have wasted these 10 years in vain. The woman in green looked at Mei Qiuying. As a dependent of the Lord of Lingxiao, she came to recruit Mei Qiuying following the orders of the Lord. After clearly stating her background, Mei Qiuying surprisingly refused. She did not realize whether Mei Qiuying was overreaching or simply did not understand the power of a cave lord, including the value of her own background. I'm giving you one last chance. After today, I probably won't come again. The woman in green spoke again, staring intently at Mei Qiuying. Yet, Mei Qiuying did not even lift her head, calmly responding, "No need, he is not the person I wish to follow." Hearing this, the woman furrowed her brows again. What kind of person does Mei Qiuying want to follow, after all? In truth, only Mei Qiuying herself knew that 10 years ago, she stepped into a mysterious world and inherited the secrets of divination. Thus, she had read her fortune and calculated her future. She needed to become a dependent, following someone from the ancient Jia star region to have infinite brightness. For 10 years, she had been waiting, although it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as she found it, it would be worth it. You must know, the Lord of Lingxiao is the youngest cave lord in the history of the ancient Jia star region. Following him will never mean hardship. In the future, prospects are boundless. The girl in the green shirt took a deep breath, suppressing her inner restlessness. Just as her voice fell, the electronic synthesized voice of the Statue of Liberty suddenly resonated in the entire sub-hall. Welcome, the master of Luotian Cave from the Kanglan system, to this hall. The noisy voices in the venue instantly disappeared. Astonished gazes turned in unison to the entrance of the sub-hall. Ning Qingshuan's figure was teleported in, everyone in the sub-hall clearly witnessed him. Oh my god, a master-level figure actually descended in person? Is this really a master? He looks so young. Greetings, master. The crowd in the sub-hall quickly bowed and saluted, while the girl in the green shirt turned to gaze. Mei Qiuying's heart suddenly trembled as the divination mark in her eyes suddenly emitted dazzling starlight. It seems the youngest master in history is no longer the Lingxiao master, she breathed rapidly, murmuring to herself. Chapter 86, Can I become your follower? Who is this master of Luotian? The girl in the green shirt's mind raced. Indeed, Ning Qingshuan's appearance caused a certain shock to her long-held beliefs. It is well known that master-level figures are, without exception, the top candidates selected from within the Tower of the End in their respective star systems. Their identity and status are very high within the entire star system. Ning Qingxian, being so young and already a master, must have just been promoted. At this moment, a staff member hurriedly approached Ning Qingxian. She wore a bright smile, her demeanor respectful, and bowed as she spoke. Master of Luotian, welcome to the follower market. Here is the list of followers, you can find the ones you need on it. Ning Qingxian nodded and took the list. After a quick glance, he did find several candidates that met the criteria. Most of them had acquired some special inheritance in the reincarnation world and possessed unique talents. This would be beneficial for the development of the Luotian star. Soon, Ning Qingxian was ready to select a few suitable candidates from the list. Everyone in the venue felt tense. If they could be chosen by a master-level figure, it would mean a huge leap forward. Sir! Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked over, astonished to see Mei Qiuying standing before Ning Qingxian. This action left the staff members, including the girl in the green shirt, momentarily stunned. Mei Qiuying took a deep breath, her heart full of anxiety. Sir, my name is Mei Qiuying, can I become your follower? Her words were shocking and immediately silenced the entire venue. Everyone looked at Mei Qiuying in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. For 10 years, many big names had tried to recruit Mei Qiuying, she had even rejected the Lingxiao master. Although Ning Qingxian also held a master-level identity, he truly had no loud reputation. How could she suddenly want to follow him upon his arrival? What are you doing? You won't choose the Lingxiao master, you want to choose him. The girl in the green shirt gritted her teeth, glaring at Mei Qiuying and whispering furiously, but she dared not act out in front of a master. She only knew that Mei Qiuying's actions today had caused Lingxiao master a huge loss of face. In the past decade, in the entire Free Star Hall, who did not know Mei Qiuying, and who did not know that Lingxiao master had wanted to recruit her multiple times? This is my decision, it has nothing to do with you. Mei Qiuying whispered in response, then looked at Ning Qingxian again, her palms sweating with nervousness. The starlight of divination in her eyes shone even brighter when it fell on Ning Qingxian. She could fully confirm that he was the one who could change her fate. No matter what, she had to seize this opportunity tightly. Ning Qingxian observed the scene and pondered for a moment. Soon, he found Mei Qiuying's name on the list that the staff had handed him. A meteor-level Reincarnator. Once entered the martial arts world, the apocalypse world, the mysterious world, the fantasy grand world, and so on, with outstanding ratings every time. Once, she was the second-ranked identity in a certain galaxy within the ancient Jia star region. For some reasons, she voluntarily withdrew from the Tower of End, and from then on, came to the Free Star Palace. This surprised Ning Qingxian because the information showed that the current Mei Qiuying was the absolute top in the entire dependent market. Thinking of how the Luo Tianqing currently lacked manpower, he nodded after a brief contemplation. Okay. As soon as the words fell, the hall erupted into an uproar. The heavy stone in Mei Qiuying's heart fell instantly, and her excited chest continued to rise and fall. This cave master, may I borrow a moment to speak? The girl in the blue shirt looked pale. Who are you? Ning Qingxian squinted his eyes. I am Zhao Cuizui, the seventh dependent under the cave master of Lingxiao in the Panglai system. This person has been courted by our cave master for 10 years, spending a great deal of time. Won't you reconsider? Zhao Cuizui gritted her teeth and spoke, hoping that Ning Qingxian would give up recruiting Mei Qiuying because of the cave master of Lingxiao's influence. Consider what? Ning Qingxian looked at Zhao Cuizui indifferently. This left Zhao Cuizui stunned. She was sure she had expressed her meaning clearly. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and everyone in the room dared not breathe. It was unclear whether Ning Qingxian was completely unaware of the cave master of Lingxiao's reputation or if he simply did not take the cave master seriously. Of course, to consider giving up on Mei Qiuying. Zhao Cuizui blurted out. Ha? Ning Qingxian frowned, and an overwhelming pressure was released from him. Zhao Cuizui's face turned pale on the spot, both shocked and scared. Can I take this as you threatening me? If the cave master of Lingxiao has any objections, feel free to come find me in the Kanglan system, rather than you coming to persuade me to give up. Ning Qingxuan's tone remained calm, but it carried a hint of authority. Beside him, Mei Qiuying's breathing quickened, and her face turned red. Indeed, she had followed the right person. You. Zhao Cuizui realized that if she continued to defy him, she would definitely suffer for angering this cave master. Fine, I will report this truthfully. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Cuizui felt utterly ashamed, tightly clenching her fists as she turned to leave. Behind her, numerous reincarnators hurried to follow. This person is really crazy. She actually dared to speak to the cave master like that? Don't mention it, you might not know, but Zhao Cuizui is deeply favored by the cave master of Lingxiao. Even some planetary governors supposedly have to give Zhao Cuizui some face. No wonder, she is indeed confident. Whispers began to spread throughout the venue. On the other side, Zhao Cuizui left the Free Star Palace and returned to the Panglai system, the Emperor Guard Star number 19. Fuming with anger, she entered the cave master's residence of Lingxiao, took a deep breath, and knocked on the main hall's door. Come in. A young, lazy voice replied. Zhao Cuizui pushed the door open and saw a black-haired man in a simple nightgown. In the Great Hall, many dependents immediately stopped reporting their tasks and stood aside in unison. Cave Master. Zhao Cuizui's eyes were red and swollen, with enormous grievances appearing on her face as two streams of tears flowed down. Shui'er, what's wrong with you? The cave master of Lingxiao stood up, walking over in surprise and gently wiping her cheeks. Cave Master, you must stand up for me. Zhao Cuizui wept, recounting everything that had happened in the Free Star Palace. The crowd of dependents displayed immense shock and even anger. This Mei Qiuying simply doesn't know what's good for her. Cave Master, you must teach them a lesson. The dependents quickly echoed, everyone knowing how much the cave master favored Zhao Cuizui. Unconditional support was always their choice. What you mean is that you clashed with the cave master of Luo Tian in the Kanglan system? Zhao Cuizui nodded pitifully. I told him, Mei Qiuying will eventually be yours, yet he didn't give me any face at all. A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the great hall. Zhao Cuizui's lips bled, and the enormous impact made her stagger back. Who gave you the audacity to confront a cave master? Moreover, that person, do you wish for my early demise? Chapter 87, Ancient Jiastar Region, Young Cave Masters. Zhao Cuizui's face quickly became swollen and red. Drops of bright red blood slid down from the corner of her mouth. She looked in disbelief, a wave of confusion washing over her. What just happened? Was she slapped by the Lingxiao cave master? The many followers in the hall fell silent, the earlier cheers in support of her had instantly disappeared. Everyone looked at the Lingxiao cave master with fear and panic in their hearts. This was the youngest cave master in the history of the Panglai star system, his expression revealing fury and authority. Cave Master, why? Zhao Cuixue was stunned, usually flattered by being called Shuier, never imagining the Lingxiao Cave Master would suddenly treat her this way. It should be known, even the governor of the Panglai Empire would backtalk for her. You idiot, don't you know you've made a mistake? The Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze was chilling and terrifying. Another slap struck Zhao Cuixue, leaving her dazed and spinning. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. She was shrouded in overwhelming fear, her hair disheveled as she knelt down. From the Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze, she vaguely saw murderous intent, a genuine anger that could beat her to death. Do you know the trouble your actions today will bring me? The Lingxiao Cave Master stared at Zhao Cuixue, feeling an odd sensation, wondering if she was a mole planted by someone behind the scenes in the Panglai star system. Otherwise, how could there be such a foolish person? Let alone that cave masters cannot be opposed, the matter regarding Ning Qingxian in the Kanglan system had already reached the ears of an ancient great scholar, who praised him greatly. He had put in great effort to worship that ancient scholar as his master, but never even got to see the person. It should be known, several among that scholar's disciples had already settled in their respective star systems, becoming star masters. The cave master of the Guardian Emperor star praised by the ancient scholar, could they be an ordinary cave master? Upon investigation, it truly shocked him to the core. I didn't know. Zhao Cuixue felt desolate inside. The Lingxiao Cave Master's anger did not dissipate. He waved his sleeve and shouted, "Tie up your hair and come with me to apologize." Before that person had left, they had to quickly clarify this misunderstanding. In the Free Star Hall, Ning Qingxian was constantly flipping through the list of followers. Many job seekers below waited with nervous hearts. According to the needs of Luotian Star, Ning Qingxian had already selected 7, though their strength was far inferior to Mei Qiuying's. They excelled in various fields. For example, construction, technology, livelihood, military, economic management, and so on. Having them lead the people and construct Luotian Star in a short time was no problem at all. That's enough. Ning Qingxian selected the 7 most outstanding talents. Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from outside, causing Mei Qiuying to look up, her brow furrowing. The plaza of the Free Star Hall was vast. Naturally, news of what had happened in the branch hall spread quickly. With the Lingxiao Cave Master arriving, countless gazes were soon drawn to them. Zhao Cuixue is back so soon? And Lingxiao Cave Master. Could a fierce battle break out? Hey, look at Zhao Cuixue, why is her face swollen? The crowd buzzed, their gazes all fell upon Zhao Cuixue's face. No one expected the aftermath, yet a flood of information rushed out in an instant. Several young cave masters from the ancient Jia Star region soon received the news. After all, the reputation of the Lingxiao Cave Master spread widely. If a fight really broke out at the Free Star Hall, it would probably make the headlines of the Federation tomorrow. Many young cave masters actually looked forward to this event. Ning Qingxian also closed the list and looked up. Cave Master, you take your people first, leave this place to me. At this moment, Mei Qiuying spoke, as she was quite clear about Lingxiao Cave Master's character. Located in the Panglai star system, besides having a whole planet with good development background, there were also some hidden influences on the Imperial Star. Since he chose to bring people here in person, he probably wouldn't let it go easily. No need, it's good to move my muscles and bones. Ning Qingxuan's gaze was calm, watching the arrival of Lingxiao Cave Master. Upon seeing Zhao Cuixue's appearance, a hint of doubt crossed his mind. It truly is a case of a flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple. My family is a bit confused about their own weight. I hope Cave Master Luotian won't mind. Lingxiao Cave Master laughed, looking down at Zhao Cuixue. Zhao Cuixue wore a face full of sorrow. This matter was my fault, please forgive me, Cave Master Luotian. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the branch hall exchanged glances, and the many reincarnators outside watching the excitement felt a wave of confusion. What was going on? Who exactly was this Luotian Cave Master of the Kanglan system? First, Mei Qiuying, who had stayed for 10 years, refused countless big names, but as soon as Ning Qingxian arrived, she immediately pledged her loyalty. Then, Lingxiao Cave Master personally brought Zhao Cuixue over to apologize. This. Everyone couldn't fathom Ning Qingxuan's mysterious background, only feeling increasingly frightening. Ning Qingxian was silent for a while, indeed not expecting things to turn out this way. He had even prepared to fight Lingxiao Cave Master. To show sincerity, I have prepared a feast. I wonder if Cave Master Luotian would honor us with your presence? Lingxiao Cave Master spoke again with a smile. No need. Ning Qingxian had already found 7 talents. It was time to return and handle affairs. The main star of Changjin was also waiting for him. As for exploring other areas of the Free Star Hall, that could wait for later. He connected with the Wisdom Goddess and took Mei Qiuying and the other 7 out of the Free Star Hall. Seeing this, Lingxiao Cave Master let out a sigh of relief. Is the fight over? Just after Ning Qingxian left, another young cave master from the family branch appeared. Welcome, Xiaobai Cave Master from the ZY star system. All eyes froze, the atmosphere, which had finally relaxed, became tense again. Chen Xiaobai stepped out slowly, sweeping his gaze across the crowd, and then focused on Lingxiao Cave Master. He received news from the family, saying that a fierce battle was about to break out at the Free Star Hall. There were powerful cave masters from deep within the ancient Jia Star region, coming to deal with the new cave master of the Kanglan system, so he rushed over to help. After all, the ZY Star Master had previously told him that their three systems were interconnected, all wearing the same pants in the entire ancient Jia Star region. But here, he didn't see the figure of that Luo Tian cave master. Did I arrive late? Another cave master appeared, speaking sweetly and softly. Welcome, Yuru cave master from the Beidou star system. Xiao Yuru's expression was calm. Upon exchanging a glance with Chen Xiaobai, they both understood that they were here to help. This scene caused everyone present to gasp in surprise. Lingxiao cave master's expression changed even more, as these two had once been renowned new cave masters just a few years ago. With the main person gone, what's the point of making a fuss? The three of them looked towards another part of space, and with a cold, indifferent voice, yet another young cave master stepped out. Welcome, Taihua cave master from the Eternal Star System. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver, and the reincarnators outside quickly lowered their heads. They never expected that today's events would even attract this myth-like young cave master. It truly isn't much of a fuss, just a misunderstanding. Thank you for troubling the Lord of Taihua Cave. The Lord of Lingxiao Cave, rarely, cupped his hands in a bow, and the pressure from Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua dissipated significantly. If that's the case, let's disperse. The Lord of Taihua Cave spoke faintly. He had originally not wanted to appear. After all, Ning Qingxian had already left, and the Lord of Lingxiao Cave was just here to apologize. But with the sudden appearance of the young leaders of the Ziwei and Beidou star systems, he had no choice but to step in to ease the situation, to prevent it from spiraling out of control. I will leave now. The Lord of Lingxiao Cave glanced deeply at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua, his eyes filled with strong wariness. Over the years, the three systems of Kanglan have been increasingly showing the potential for glory once again, and now, three end-stage evaluators have emerged. Chapter 88, Alien Star Battlefield, the name of the sequence. The two of you, we should meet again. The Lord of Taihua Cave from the Eternal Star System once again looked at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yurua. If he was not mistaken, regarding this mysterious mission, the three newly appointed leaders of Kanglan's three systems would all be going. Including the young leaders of various star systems within the ancient Jia star domain, they would all be attending. At that time, it would be an unimaginable feast. It's just a pity that he came a step too late and couldn't see the Lord of Luotian Cave, a powerful figure with three end-stage evaluations. Farewell. Chen Xiaobai, facing the Lord of Taihua Cave, had no hint of fear. Calmly and with dignity, he spoke and then left the Free Star Hall. If a battle truly erupted among the cave lords today, even if the Lord of Taihua Cave personally stepped in, if he even furrowed a brow, he wouldn't be called Chen Xiaobai. Xiao Yurua thought for a moment, very clear in her mind that the attitude of the Lord of Taihua Cave said everything. The events of today had already shown early signs. And looking at the situation, certain unresolved issues from some star systems would inevitably play out in their generation. The three systems of Kanglan, sharing glory and shame, she had to meet the Lord of Luotian Cave as soon as possible. Within the subtemple, many strong and powerful auras gradually faded away. A few days later, the 13th guardian star of the Kanglan system. Ning Qingxian stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the entire life planet. His heart couldn't help but exclaim in awe. From the message sent by the Wisdom Goddess, many Federation citizens had already applied to settle on Luotian Star, becoming permanent citizens of Luotian Star. Although most were first-class citizens, it was still a good start. He waved his sleeve, releasing the dependents he had just collected, including Mei Chouying and others. Let's begin. He issued the command, and the group immediately set off in all directions to guide the free construction teams in development and construction on Luotian Star. My lord, is there anything you need me to do? Mei Chouying respectfully inquired. Ning Qingxian thought for a moment. With the current foundation of Luotian Star, the Immortal Queen with asteroid-level strength, and the entire Immortal Clan, there was naturally no concern for security. And Mei Chouying, who was also asteroid-level and had entered many different reincarnation worlds, was currently serving as Ning Caiwei's teacher and part-time bodyguard, quite suitable. My daughter, Ning Caiwei, is at the Wuling Academy. Your next task is to follow her orders. Upon hearing this, Mei Chouying was slightly stunned. Ning Qingxian, this young, already had a daughter? She dared not delay and immediately cupped her hands. I will go at once. In a moment, she left Luotian Star, disappearing into the vast darkness of the starry sky. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess echoed in his ear at that moment. Esteemed Mr. Ning, are you ready to meet Lord Changjin of Changjin Star? Without hesitation, Ning Qingxian replied, take me there. The transmission power descended once again, his consciousness tearing briefly for a moment, and then he found himself in a vast, pale world. An open-air pavilion appeared before him, and many figures seemed to have been waiting for some time. The wisdom goddess kindly provided his identity information for a few individuals, and this sight made Ning Qingxian quite astonished. Ziwei, Beidou, and the other two star system leaders. Surprisingly, it is here. Beside him, Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru smiled gently and nodded. Finally, Ning Qingxian set his gaze upon a middle-aged man dressed in a Kanglan star robe. I've met the Star Master. He slightly clasped his hands together to show respect. No need for too much courtesy. The Longjin Star Master waved his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Today, I have invited you to introduce Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, as well as a killing mission issued by the Goddess of Slaughter. This mission also contains elements from the Goddess of Judgment. If it is successfully completed, it may yield several first-level military achievements. Of course, the main intention still depends on you. The Longjin Star Master got straight to the point, skipping small talk and revealing the main purpose. Let me explain in detail. The Ziwei Star Master waved his large sleeve, and suddenly, a magnificent scene appeared in the pale space. The ancient Emperor Star, a royal star lost by the Federation for over 10,000 years, has long since fallen into the hands of alien races, and its situation is extremely chaotic and complicated. A few months ago, the Goddess of Slaughter detected a life wave from an evil god's kin on the ancient Emperor Star, which had escaped from the alien battlefield and is on the verge of death. But he took away a piece of the Federation's magical artifact and is burdened with many treasures of the evil god. If we step into the fringes, it will trigger the collapse of the ancient Emperor Star. This killing mission is imbued with sequence attributes, and the main goal is to retrieve the Federation's magical artifact, while optional secondary tasks involve eliminating Federation traitors. I estimate that many sequence cave masters will go to execute it, but I have also intercepted intelligence from the Twilight Council. Top talents from alien races are already searching for that evil god's kin, attempting to take the Federation's magical artifact and the evil god's treasures. The situation is very complex, and there are many hidden dangers. The pressure you will face is unprecedented. As these words fell, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter are the three major goddesses of the Federation. The Free Goddess who previously established the Free Star Hall is a derived goddess with a lower status than the first three, similar to the will of the Tower Lord of the Tower of Extinction. The killing tasks issued by the Goddess of Slaughter have always been accompanied by elusive military achievements. From the level of military achievements, one can infer the difficulty of the tasks. First-level military achievements are already very challenging, let alone multiple ones. If you feel it's too difficult to face, the Kanglan system can give up this killing mission. The Longjin Star Master noticed Ning Qingxian's hesitation and spoke again. Currently, the other cave masters of the Kanglan system have all failed in the sequence competition, their future already locked at the cave master level. Line. This task I have also accepted. Chapter 89, Twilight Council, Devil's Corruption Tower, Talented Individuals of All Races. The Lord of Longjin Star revealed a look of satisfaction. He had been stationed in the Kanglan system for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, one master after another had emerged in the Kanglan system, but it was rare for someone to earn the title of sequence. The main reason is that the ancient Jia Star domain is too vast, occupying the majority compared to the richly endowed Kanglan system. He believes that with Ning Qingxian's potential and strength, even without taking on this killing mission, he would definitely earn the title of sequence in the future. But in the end, Ning Qingxian accepted it. To the ancient Emperor Star. Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, under the guidance of the two Star Masters, left this space. The Lord of Longjin Star then extended his right hand, and 2 vials of Star Essence liquid appeared. You keep these Star Essence liquids. If you ever regain your reincarnation memories, you will be able to quickly restore your strength. Ning Qingxian's heart was suddenly stirred. He was already very clear about how valuable the Star Essence liquid is. The last vial, according to the Wisdom Goddess, was something the Lord of Longjin Star had treasured many years ago. The 2 newly appeared vials were probably exchanged at a high price from the 2 Star Masters, Ziwei and Beidou. Ning Qingxian was silent for a moment. He didn't hold back but accepted them all, saying seriously, "Thank you, Star Master." The Lord of Longjin Star shook his head. "No need to be polite. You are already the most talented young generation in the entire Kanglan system and were once an ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall. These resources are yours to claim. Additionally, are you familiar with the Twilight Council? My subordinates have also intercepted some intelligence regarding you." Ning Qingxian did not seem unfamiliar with this name. He remembered that not long ago, while he was still on the Kanglan system Mother Star, a demonic army from the Central Plains had exterminated a foreign army affiliated with the Twilight Council. The leader, what was his name? The King of Twilight? I have heard of it but don't know much. The Lord of Longjin Star hesitated for a moment and then began to elaborate. This time you head to the ancient Emperor Star, be extra cautious of the Twilight Council. This foreign race alliance has a terrifying foundation, rumored to have gathered over 10,000 foreign races, and has long occupied many dark forbidden zones. Recently, many top talents under 100 years old have emerged from the myriad races, calling themselves the Devil's Corruption Tower. Those who can settle in the Devil's Corruption Tower are comparable to our Kanglan System's Tower of Doom, with even the weakest ranked at the Celestial tier, not to mention outstanding ones that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Sequence Masters. These people might be searching for the favor of the evil gods on the ancient Emperor Star, and what I worry about is that they will discover your identity and execute the orders of the Twilight Council. You should be careful and try to avoid the spotlight. As the Lord of Longjing Star spoke, Ning Qingxian gradually outlined the framework of the Twilight Council in his mind. The Devil's Corruption Tower, top talents emerging from the myriad races, outstanding individuals standing alongside Sequence Masters. It sounded like the ancient Emperor Star was about to ignite a trend of grand competition? I will be. Ning Qingxian replied. Moments later, he returned to his guardian star. The voice of the wisdom goddess now echoed, "Respected Mr. Ning, I have detected that you have accepted the task of the goddess of slaughter. This time, there will be 2 teammates by your side. I am opening a temporary chat room for you." Temporary chat room opened successfully. Chen Xiaobai has joined, Xiao Yuru has joined. The goddess of slaughter will hold a collective teleportation for task receivers from the ancient star domain in 3 hours. The teleportation may take up to several days, and Mr. Ning can prepare everything in the remaining 3 hours. After hearing this, Ning Qingxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Once again, the words from the Lord of Longjing Star came to mind. It could be imagined that the task on the ancient Emperor Star was a journey filled with crises and challenges. He was excited for the opportunity to further develop his life. Just decided to take a shot. Last time in the 9 Domains life, he gained a golden primordial spirit of 100,000 feet, unafraid of any strange attacks, and his strength skyrocketed from mid-Super S rank to the initial stage of Starfall rank. He wondered how much stronger he could become with this brand new life development. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought. Based on his current understanding of the strengths of the Reincarnators in the Federation, Super S rank was the strongest on the surface of ordinary life planets. And Starfall rank truly marked the first step into the cosmic starry sky. Above that was the Disaster rank, generally suitable for older generation cave masters, such as the other 12 Guardian Emperor stars in the Kanglan system, whose cave masters were all of Disaster rank. Their ages ranged from hundreds to thousands of years old, with many having died in battle over the generations. Due to a lack of serial qualifications, they could only sit in place as guardians of the Emperor stars for their whole lives. As for the Lord of Eternal Embers, Ning Qingxian couldn't fathom. The identity of someone who controls an entire star system must be far above the Disaster rank. Without a situation that posed a threat to the entire star system, no one could force out the true strength of the Star Lord. Ning Qingxian, are you there? Suddenly, a pop-up appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Yuro from the Big Dipper Galaxy. This will be our small group from now on. When we reach the ancient royal star, everyone remember not to act alone, and let's meet first. Chen Xiaobai's text description also appeared. Okay. Ning Qingxian simply replied with one word. Before long, he felt another strange force slowly enveloping him. The cold voice of the goddess of slaughter followed. This killing mission covers the ancient Jia star domain and has now opened a chat room for you. A new pop-up quickly appeared, and the goddess of slaughter pulled everyone into a main group. Ning Qingxian glanced roughly and found that there were 82 young cave masters in the entire ancient Jia star domain who had accepted this task. No one spoke in the main group for a while. Clearly all were checking the list. Until a username, Sunweek Cave Master, first broke the silence. Ah, the serial big shots aren't saying anything. Are you guys peeking? This task is dangerous. I'd be satisfied with just a tier 3 military achievement. I hope the serial big shots can give me more guidance. At Sunweek Cave Master, pretending to be a newbie again, huh? At Sunweek Cave Master, big shot, the ancient Grand Academician praised someone recently. Was it you? Nope, that person seems to be from the Kanglan system. Check if he's in the chat room too. Kanglan system? I know that star system. I didn't expect Li Qingsong not only became a cave master but also received an ending evaluation, which reached the ears of the ancient Grand Academician. You've got it wrong. It wasn't Li Qingsong. It was someone named Luo Tian Cave Master, Ning Qingxian, and he received the ending evaluation 3 times. 3 times? This guy is too abnormal. Even the strongest disciples of the ancient Grand Academician in those years only had 3 or 4 times. At Taihua Cave Master, TSK, caught a serial big shot. At everyone, please be quiet. The mission at Ancient Royal Star is extraordinary, the internal situation is extremely complex, and it's possible that there could be geniuses from the Twilight Council's Demon Erosion Tower appearing. If there's any situation, please share information timely here. Eternal Star System Taihua Cave Master. Demon Erosion Tower? Young strong ones emerging from the myriad races? Don't worry, you are all top-notch chosen from the ending tower. If we really encounter them, who is strong and who is weak isn't certain yet. Ning Qingxian silently watched the messages in the main group. Among the 82 young cave masters executing the task in the ancient Jiastar domain, only 4 or 5 were talking, while the others remained silent. Including Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro, they were the same. Ning Qingxian noticed that among these 82 people, many bore serial ranks. As time slowly flowed by, the transmission fluctuations of the goddess of slaughter began to appear gradually. Because the transmission to the ancient royal star required a lengthy process, he no longer hesitated, his mind sank into the life development system, activating a new identity in the myriad worlds. Chapter 90, Demon Clan, Soul Banner. In the Yuan Yang realm. Demon Prison Abyss, Demon Suppression City. The north wind howled, and the chill was biting. Outside the city, 100 miles away, stood a town demon tower reaching a height of 100,000 zhang, within which countless demon clans from the Yuan Yang realm were imprisoned. It was said that even several celestial sovereigns were among them. All of this owed thanks to a pair of demon clan couple. Years ago, the Candlelight Demon Sovereign married the human race's saintess. The two great celestial sovereign experts could not bear to see the people of the Yuan Yang realm suffer from the chaos and attacks of numerous demon clans. Thus, they conducted a purge against the majority of the demon clans in the Yuan Yang realm, ultimately suppressing 3 demon sovereigns. Feeling exhausted afterward, they followed the words of the righteous giant, the first ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, and built the Demon Suppression Tower, using the saintess's innate talent to suppress them one by one. The Candlelight Demon Sovereign set out on a journey again, but soon news came back of his tragic end at the hands of several demon sovereigns. After that, the entire Candlelight Demon clan turned into a pile of scattered sand. Many experts within the clan went missing. Rumors spread outside that someone saw the figure of the first ancestor of the Divine Wind sect that day. Not long after, the bad news reached the ears of the human race's saintess. She bore a child while enduring her grief, naming him Yin Tinghan. At his birth, there was an unusual phenomenon in the heavens, but it seemed like the legendary living dead infant, lacking a soul at birth, possibly never to awaken, causing the saintess even greater sorrow. However, misfortune did not come alone. The demon suppression city suddenly faced a calamity. Hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city were slaughtered almost entirely, and the area turned into a hell on earth, engulfed in flames for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Ruashi, do you know your sins? On that day, the first ancestor of Divine Wind sect led 36 heavenly gangs and 72 earthly fiends to the Demon Suppression Tower. What sin do I have? Lan Ruashi asked in confusion. Your son carries the bloodline of the Candlelight Demon clan. His birth caused disturbances in heaven and earth, forming a demonically charged body that led to the innocent deaths of hundreds of thousands in the Demon Suppression City. Do you acknowledge this sin? Impossible. My son has always been by my side, he has never even opened his eyes since birth. How could he form a demonically charged body and kill unjustly? There are witnesses here, do you dare to argue? Right now, you have 2 choices, either go to the demon cave to atone or hand your son over to me. Old man of Divine Wind, you slander me. My husband has just died not long ago, and the truth is still unclear. You want to harm us mother and child? You dare. My name cannot be tarnished. If you dare to be reckless again, I will immediately refine your son. Lan Ruashi despaired as she discovered the first ancestor of Divine Wind's sect had already stepped into a half-step great celestial sovereign. Fine. I will go. 20 years later, inside the Demon Suppression Tower. On a cross, chains coiled, binding a long-haired figure. As his eyes slightly trembled, they instantly attracted a multitude of gazes, all focusing on him, stirring confusion. It's been 20 years, wasn't he a living dead infant? Why is there a sign of awakening? 3 demon sovereigns also opened their wills, staring intently at that long-haired figure. Yin Tinghan carried the bloodline of the human race's saintess, and was bound by the divine wind seal cast by the first ancestor of Divine Wind sect, suppressing many demon clans. At the same time, he also possessed the bloodline of the Candlelight Demon clan and thrived for 20 years without eating or drinking. Even if he awakens, it is useless, he has the divine wind seal inside and the heavenly gangs and earthly fiends outside. How could he escape this purgatorial demon tower? One of the demon sovereigns shook his head. Yin Tinghan's situation was different from Lan Ruashi's. The former actively suppressed this tower, while the latter was sealed with the divine wind seal since childhood. Moreover, 36 heavenly gangs and 72 earthly fiends were guarding outside the tower. Yin Tinghan had no means but to die here, with no other choices. The 3 wolves continued to fall silent, no longer paying attention. Moments later, Ning Qingxian finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of confusion flashed in his eyes, quickly followed by a flood of mixed memories surging into his mind. These memories were imprinted in other souls. Divine Wind, Candlelit Night, Demon Clan. Ning Qingxuan's confusion in his eyes turned into cold clarity. He clearly understood his current situation, never expecting that he, once the head of the demon sect, would one day be imprisoned in this demon suppression tower. After taking a deep breath, Ning Qingxian discovered that the tower still contained spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Although the start was not favorable, it did not hinder him from recovering to his former peak. With a slight movement in his heart, a life panel suddenly appeared. Life development, in progress. Innate talent, max level intellect. Innate talent, indestructible soul banner. Innate talent, soul split. Two brand new innate talents surprised Ning Qingxian. He carefully examined the indestructible soul banner and quickly found a 3-inch small soul banner within his body. It radiated a chilling demonic aura and was bound to his soul, possessing indestructible attributes. Currently, there was no true soul residing within. Ning Qingxian only needed to raise his thoughts, and it would immediately appear, bursting with power. This place is the Yuanyang realm, with no cultivators present, yet martial arts has already reached the level of immortal martial arts. Since I have the innate talent of the indestructible soul banner, why not unleash the power of demon cultivation for a lifetime? Ning Qingxian pondered for a moment and then looked at Soul Split again. As he explored with his consciousness, he discovered that this talent of Soul Split vaguely allowed his thoughts to travel back and forth between the Yuanyang realm and the Cosmic Alliance. So that's how it is. Ning Qingxian understood. This was also quite good. The process of life development would not affect his ability to awaken promptly after arriving at the ancient Emperor Star. He just didn't know how many times the time flow between the Yuanyang realm and the Cosmic Alliance differed. Ning Qingxian moved slightly and then began to restore his strength. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged in, slowly entering his body, then speeding up, continually increasing. Ning Qingxian's awakening also caught the attention of the Tian Gang and Di Sha outside the tower. They all opened their previously closed eyes, looking through the demon suppression tower to the lowest level. This boy has awakened. Has he already revived his bloodline memories so quickly? He should remember the events of that year. We need to report this to the first ancestor immediately. Ridiculous, and so what if he remembers? How can he turn the tides? Moreover, the first ancestor is still closed off. There is no need to disturb him over such trivial matters. But, this boy carries 2 major bloodlines and triggered heavenly phenomena back then. News of his awakening may soon reach the Candlelit Night Demon Clan. Are you afraid of the Candlelit Night Demon Clan returning? That is unnecessary. With 3 generations of ancestors stationed here, we need not be concerned. The leading Tian Gang expert glanced lightly at the bottom of the demon suppression tower, then withdrew his gaze and turned to the figure sitting quietly in the tower's peak, showing respect. Fengshe Tian, the 3rd ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, whose strength also resided at the Heavenly Sovereign level. Over the years, the Candlelit Night Demon Clan had attempted to rescue their young master. But as long as Fengshe Tian occupied this place, their desire to see the young master of Candlelit Night was merely a fantasy. In fact, just as he had expected. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and the demon suppression tower remained peaceful. Chapter 91, All Demons Bow Low, welcoming the young master into the world. As night fell, a fierce wind howled. Ning Qingxian breathed steadily, still hanging, with his long black hair reaching his shoulders, preventing many demon experts from seeing his face. In his half-open, half-closed eyes, threads of light swirled. One of gold and one of black intertwined continuously, gradually merging into a black-gold color. It has been 10 years. Ning Qingxian exhaled a breath of turbid air. During these 10 years, his physical body reached the perfect Great Yellow Hall, and his primordial spirit was reshaped to 100,000 zhang. His strength was fully restored to its peak. He only needed to exert a little effort to break free from all the shackles, including the Divine Wind seal cast on him by the first ancestor of the Divine Wind sect. Yet, for Ning Qingxian, this was still not enough. The Yuanyang realm was at the level of immortal martial arts. The strong ones at the Celestial Sovereign realm stand alone, possessing the immense mystical ability to control the life and death of all beings. With his current peak combat power, he has already reached the level of late Celestial Sovereign. But above the Celestial Sovereign, there are the great Celestial Sovereigns. He wants to try to see if he can approach this threshold. Boom, boom, boom. From within Ning Qingxian, there came a silent, muffled rumble. The 3 demon lords of the demon race opened their eyes again, looking at him with grave expressions. Has the Zutian bloodline grown this strong in 10 years? It feels like he is almost reaching Celestial Sovereign. No, perhaps he has already entered the Celestial Sovereign. It is not the bloodline that is strong, but him personally. I do not know why, but recently I feel increasingly alarmed. The demonic energy on this guy is just too heavy. The 3 demon lords stared closely at Ning Qingxian, and as time passed, the feeling grew stronger. 5 years later, countless powerful demons within the demon suppressing tower gradually began to feel uneasy deep inside their hearts. This unease came from the very bottom, as if an incredibly terrifying demon was about to be born. They all unconsciously recalled the one who had been forcibly suppressed to the deepest level by the founding ancestor of the Divine Wind sect many years ago. No, wait, his demonic energy has surpassed ours? The 3 demon lords' eyes narrowed sharply, as the unsettling aura that made all the powerful demons in the demon suppressing tower feel anxious began to envelop their hearts. Chilling, cold, the bottom level surged with unimaginable heavy demonic energy, almost solidifying the very space. At the same time, outside the demon-suppressing tower. Under the pitch-black night, a dark mass appeared, filled with demon figures that had cold faces and intense hatred. At the forefront stood a woman in black, her enchanting eyes radiating a candlelight glow. The demon-suppressing tower was right ahead, and their Zutian young master was at the very bottom. Separated by a tower, it was as if separated by a world. Young master. The woman in black lightly bit her lip. She knew that attacking the demon-suppressing tower was nearly the same as seeking death. With that third-generation ancestor sitting in place, plus the celestial gangs and earth fiends, trying to rescue the young master was nothing less than a fantasy. But she had no choice. The Zutian demon race had not had a ruler for many years, and since she learned that the young master had awakened, she had to exhaust all means to rescue him. I've waited for you for a long time. Suddenly, an ancient divine thought opened and closed, instantly covering thousands of miles. The stealth of the woman in black and her companions was immediately exposed. At the peak of the demon-suppressing tower, the third-generation ancestor Feng Shirtian slowly opened his weathered eyes, calmly watching the group of Zutian demon experts. Why are there so few of you? Well, since you are here, let us go to the bottom of the tower and catch up with your young master. As Feng Shirtian spoke, he slowly stood up, an immense, towering force poured out like dark clouds, covering the heavens and earth. His pressure made many Zutian demon experts feel heavy-hearted. But no one feared. The woman in black showed a determined look. Everyone, the Zutian demon race has fallen to this day, not because of your past clan leader's fault, nor is it the fault of the clan matriarch. All of this was caused by those old divine wind bastards. Even if we cannot rescue the young master today, we can still accompany each other with no regrets in the depths of the nine-nether yellow spring. As her words fell, the demons erupted with an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. The celestial gangs and earth fiends outside the demon-suppressing tower had already stood up, smirking coldly. At that moment, crack. From the bottom layer of the demon-suppressing tower, a sound that made Feng Shirtian's heart tremble vaguely could be heard. He sensed the shattering of the divine wind seal and suddenly looked down. Through the layers of ceiling barriers, he saw layers upon layers of demonic experts who, he did not know when, had fallen into unprecedented fear. Throughout the 99 layers of the demon-suppressing tower, all the demon experts were bowing their heads, kneeling, trembling endlessly. What is going on? Feng Shirtian was shocked and pale. At the very bottom, the three demon lords had ashen faces, lowering their heads and daring not to look at Ning Qingshuan's figure. The crackling sound continued, the chains collapsed, and the seal of the demon was shattered. As Ning Qingshuan kept moving, he stepped down from the rack, his face obscured by long black hair, reflecting a pair of indifferent eyes. Faintly, behind him, there seemed to be a kind of illusion, with the terrifying body of a demonic god towering 10,000 feet, swaying unsteadily. So one must truly fall into darkness to break through. Ning Qingshuan whispered, slowly raising his head to look towards the top of the demon suppression tower. Through the 99 layers, he made eye contact with Feng Shirtian. In that instant, Feng Shirtian felt chills down his spine, his entire being resonating with a thunderous roar, hesitating under the gaze of the demonic god. What kind of monster did that couple give birth to? The thought had barely settled when Ning Qingshuan raised his hand. Boom! A beam of black light erupted, unstoppable, shattering the seal of the 99 layers of the demon suppression tower. It obliterated everything, terrifying countless demon clans to the core. Soaring into the sky, it pushed the clouds away for thousands of miles. As the entire demon suppression tower exploded, an indescribable intent of destruction burst forth from Ning Qingshuan. Heaven and earth trembled, causing a balance of yin and yang to collapse. Spiritual energy rolled back, transforming into chilling demonic energy. The black-clad woman and many strong members of the Candle Knight Demon Clan were all dumbfounded by this spectacle, their minds engulfed in shock. Form the formation, hurry, and form the formation. The 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends rushed to summon their artifacts. Ancient formations quickly coalesced on the spot, attempting to repair the demon suppression tower and suppress Ning Qingshuan once more. However, Ning Qingshuan had already approached, his figure clearly seen by all the members of the Godwind sect, turning into a wave of fear. Bang! Ning Qingshuan's palm extinguished the artifact, shattering the formation, causing the celestial generals and earthly fiends to spit blood and fly backwards, their faces filled with terror. Is this the young master? No mistake, such pure Candle Knight bloodline. Young master. The demon kite pays respects to the young master. The black-clad woman cried tears of joy, kneeling with her head bowed. Looking back, all the strong members of the Candle Knight Demon Clan were teary-eyed, kneeling down together. We pay our respects to the young master, welcoming the young master's emergence. The heavenly sound resounded, sweeping through the vast universe. Reflecting Ning Qingshuan's figure with dancing black hair, this terrifying scene, in Feng Shirtian's eyes, was pure horror. Half a step. Great Celestial? Chapter 92, I want the Northern Territory, blood flowing like rivers. The history of the Yuanyang realm is incredibly ancient, but how many Celestials can be counted among its heroes?
This chasm has severed the advancement paths of countless powerful beings.
Anyone in the celestial rank can be said to belong to the top tier of humanity. Feng Shitian himself occupied this level, staying in the top tier for nearly 50 years. But to climb to the great celestial rank, even if just half a step, would nearly exhaust his entire life, still far from reach. Such power, with just a half-step difference, creates a huge gap that even 10 celestials cannot bridge. Right now, the overwhelming demonic energy that Ning Qingxian unleashed belonged to half a step into the great celestial. He envisioned his own death, and in just a few breaths, he simulated hundreds of responses in his mind. But whether it was self-destructing artifacts, fleeing with remnants of his soul, or fighting with all his might, there was only one ending: death. Ning Qingxian raised his hand, striking fiercely. He instantly shattered Feng Shitian's protective energy, and his celestial body was crushed like an illusion, turning into fragments. Along with splattering blood, he let out a piercing scream, his body coming apart.
The third-generation ancestor has been killed.
Among the celestial generals and earthly fiends, all who witnessed the scene screamed in terror. The demonic energy that spread between heaven and earth seeped into their bones, drilling into their souls, as if falling into a hellish abyss. But it was not yet over. Ning Qingxuan's expression was cold and merciless, his sleeve waving as he summoned his indestructible soul banner. The soul banner was only 3 inches, yet it fluttered in the wind, emanating an even more chilling and terrifying wave of demonic energy. Ning Qingxian thought without hesitation, striking down all the celestial beings with his power, including Feng Shitian's soul, capturing them all into the soul banner.
Thus, the refining began.
Eerie screams echoed endlessly, the sounds of painful wails falling into the ears of many demons, making them shiver with fear, their faces filled with terror. Even the 3 demon lords were the same. The strength to instantly kill Feng Shitian was heart-wrenching to behold. The demon suppression tower had restrained him for over 30 years, and it surprisingly produced a half-step great celestial. No one knew how long had passed when the screams in the soul banner disappeared. After the refining, over 100 celestial beings, including Feng Shitian's true soul, vanished completely, replaced by 5 undying souls. Ning Qingxian noticed that each of the 5 undying souls bore a magic rune. This magic rune vaguely represented the level of the soul. The more runes, the stronger the soul's power. In addition, Ning Qingxian felt that his strength had advanced once more, clearly due to the refining of the undying soul banner. This meant that the higher the level of the undying soul banner, the greater the power, and the stronger he would become. At this point, he shifted his gaze to the numerous demons and the 3 demon lords.
As Ning Qingxuan's eyes swept over, the 3 demon lords' spirits plummeted, overshadowed by a powerful sense of death.
That treasure was evidently something extremely terrifying. If they did not want to become one of the victims, they had to make a decision immediately.
Wait.
I am willing to lead the Qiyang clan to submit to the great demon lord. A roar sounded, and many strong members of the Qiyang demon clan quickly responded, shouting together, I am willing to submit to the great demon lord. May the great demon lord share longevity with heaven and be eternal with the earth. The other 2 demon lords dared not harbor any ill thoughts. In an instant, countless sounds of worship echoed under the vast sky. We are willing to submit to the great demon lord. May the great demon lord share longevity with heaven and be eternal with the earth. Ning Qingxian looked down at the masses of demons. He remembered that the founding ancestor of the Shinfeng sect had stepped into half-step great celestial 35 years ago. Clearly capable of annihilating all the demon clan's powers in the demon suppression tower, yet the founding ancestor had not done so. He still sent the 3rd-generation ancestors, along with the celestial beings, to continue guarding. In Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this was akin to showing the people of the Yuanyang realm the contributions made by the Shinfeng sect, allowing it to gain both fame and fortune. Perhaps this was the very meaning of the demon suppression tower, existing for 35 years.
Ning Qingxian turned and approached the demon Yanzizi.
The bloodline memory of the Candle Knight demon clan surged again. This woman was indeed one of the 6 great experts of the current Candle Knight demon clan, currently at the mid-level of the celestial realm. Young master, Demon Yanzizi kneels and pleads, I hope you will take charge of the Candle Knight demon clan and continue our clan's past glory. Demon Yanzizi pleaded, for Ning Qingxian was the only one among the entire Candle Knight demon clan who bore pure demon blood. Apart from him, no one else could reunite the Candle Knight demon clan. Ning Qingxian was also basically aware of the general situation regarding the past events.
Where are the remaining members of the clan? Since he had come to the Yuanyang realm and become the young master of the Candle Knight demon clan, he would not leave it unattended. Whether in the past or in the future, the fate of the Candle Knight demon clan would be rewritten by his own hands. After the clan leader passed away, under threat from other demon clan leaders, most of them went into hiding, concealing themselves in various places throughout the Yuanyang realm. But as long as you say a word, no matter where they are, they will definitely come to pay their respects. Demon Yanzizi hurriedly replied, placing all her hopes on Ning Qingxian. Is my mother still in the demon abyss? Ning Qingxian asked again.
The founding ancestor of the Shinfeng sect did not eliminate Lan Ruoshi, also because she possessed value.
In the bloodline memory of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, the Demon Abyss was vaguely the supreme holy ground of countless demon clans. Extremely mysterious. Still here. The demon kite showed a complex and sorrowful expression. The Abyss of the Heavenly Demons opens once every 100 years, and the clan leader also carries the Divine Wind Seal. The first ancestor transformed the source of demonic energy and cultivated himself with it. If I am not mistaken, after 35 years, the first ancestor may have already joined the ranks of the great heavenly lords. Ning Qingxian fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Looking at it this way, wanting to rescue Lan Ruoshi could only wait until 65 years later. Young master, in my opinion, we need to find a hiding place immediately to avoid being discovered by the first ancestor of the Divine Wind sect. The few demon lords from the north will definitely take action. The demon lords mentioned by the demon kite are undoubtedly the supreme beings who once teamed up with the first ancestor to slay his father. Gather everyone and head to the north. Ning Qingshuan's tone was cold and emotionless. The demon kite was taken aback and cautiously spoke, "Young master, you have just broken the seal. Are you not going to rest for a while?" Rest? Ning Qingxian gazed into the distance. In one lifetime, he was a virus carrier who created the Eternal Night bloodline, slaying the 3 great corpse kings, bringing peace to the world for decades. In another life, he commanded 100,000 demon cult followers, ruthless in settling scores, never showing mercy. Looking back on his numerous life experiences, whether as a hero or a villain, the path taken was nothing more than following one's heart. Moreover, his strength had not only returned to its peak but had also advanced significantly. How could there be any reason to hide? Why rest? How can one rest? I want the north, rivers of blood. A few days later, in the southwest of the Yuanyang realm, black snow filled the sky. The demonic energy of heaven and earth rolled and lingered throughout the year. As a forbidden land, many demons gathered here. Among them, there were several hidden masters of the Candle Knight demon tribe. A huge storm, alongside Ning Qingshuan's arrival and the death of the third ancestor of the Divine Wind sect, quickly spread throughout the entire southwest. At this moment, inside a cave on a cliff, loud and hearty laughter echoed. Good, good, good. Our clan's young master has finally broken the seal. As expected of the Candle Knight divine blood, coming into the world is already a half step into the great heavenly lord. Come on, everyone from the 7 veins and 12 gates, follow me to meet the young master immediately. The cold wind howled, as the number 1 master of the Candle Knight demon tribe, Six-Fingered Demon Lord, soared into the sky, shattering the endless black snow, waving his sleeve and rushing into the distance. Behind him followed a mass of thousands of Candle Knight tribe members, all of whom had unprecedented enthusiasm and excitement on their faces. The blood of the Candle Knight demon tribe had grown cold for far too long. Ning Qingshuan's emergence had reignited the blood of the entire clan. The same scene played out in various places across the southwest, as many hidden members of the Candle Knight tribe awakened from their slumber, raising an immense momentum, following the clan's masters to meet him. This commotion shook the entire southwest, the forbidden area of the demon tribe. Numerous hidden strong beings opened their consciousness, looking in shock at the sea of black shadows in the sky. The Candle Knight demon tribe, haven't they been silent for many years? Why are they suddenly emerging today? The Great Lord does not know that the Candle Knight young master has come out of the demon-suppressing tower and has also slain Feng Shirtian of the Divine Wind sect. It seems he has already entered the half-step Great Heavenly Lord realm. Not only are the Candle Knight members appearing, but I have also heard that many demon tribes have submitted to him. The momentum grew stronger, as multiple demon lords' wills revived within the southwest's forbidden area. All had heard of this news from their tribes, looking at the countless Candle Knight experts with astonishment. In the East Sea, on the boundless surface of the sea, stood a giant stone tablet reaching the sky. Several figures sat quietly in meditation beneath the stone tablet. As if sensing something, they opened their eyes one after another, looking deep into the sea, where countless demonic wills were in constant agitation. The world is about to change. One of the elders revealed a hint of fear. The entire underwater demon tribe continued to emit fierce waves of energy. Faintly wanting to break free from the constraints, leaving this seal that suppressed them for many years, to go worship the new king of the Candle Knight demon clan. This will is truly unfathomable. After all, the countless demon clans beneath the sea do not belong to the same lineage as the Candle Knight demon clan. Yet, with the birth of this new king, they all unexpectedly arose with a heart of worship. In the vast and ancient history of the Yuanyang realm, such a situation has never happened before. The old fool Yuan Shinfeng should never have kept that monster. I observed the celestial phenomena day and night and felt that the Candle Knight demon clan not only had no trend of decline but instead had signs of growing stronger. As expected, today he broke the seal of the demon-suppressing tower, confirming my words. Even Feng Shirtian was killed on the spot. Just a few days since the news spread, the demon clans of the sea have already sensed his presence. If this situation continues, will he not become the overlord of all demon clans? Hearing this, the remaining elders fell silent, their faces very grim. 35 years ago, Yuan Shinfeng, the first ancestor, coveted the unique bloodline power within the human race's holy maiden, Lan Ruoshi. He proposed to the kind-hearted Lord of Candle Knight at that time to build the demon-suppressing tower to refine countless demons into divine weapons, which could immediately solve the plight of the beings in the Yuanyang realm. The Lord of Candle Knight and the human race's holy maiden both believed him, and soon, his scheme unfolded gradually. First, he deceived the three families of the northern region, pretending to ally with the Lord of Candle Knight. In the end, he teamed up with 3 demon masters to kill him. After that, he slandered the holy maiden of the human race, forcing her to the heavenly demon abyss. Thus, today's situation was created. At this moment, the new king was heading toward the northern region. If the 3 prosperous families in the northern region could not stop the new king, the ensuing situation would only get worse. After a long time, the earlier elder let out a long sigh, filled with deep fear and timidity. Will there really be such a person, the overlord of all demon clans? He could hardly imagine, if countless demons in the Yuanyang realm all called one person their leader, how terrifying and unprecedented that scene would be. Northern Region, Demon King Mountain. As the most infamous demon-forbidden area in the entire Yuanyang realm, only 3 major demon clans are entrenched here. They have a very long history and were once among the ancient 10 demons alongside the Candle Knight Demon Clan and other powerful clans. Over the years, the people of the Yuanyang realm have suffered from their rampant chaos, with the number of kingdoms they buried themselves amounting to several dozens. Countless bones, washed by the passage of time, buried in various places of the Yuanyang realm, silently tell the story of their brutal acts. Today, the 3 clan experts, who usually wander in all directions, gathered rarely outside the stronghold of the 7 Solar Demon Clan at Demon King Mountain. Looking out, the figures of the demons filled the sky, forming a massive formation around Demon King Mountain. Every demon expert wore an unprecedented face of tension and unease. Because they knew, a great demon lord who had been suppressed for 35 years, the new king from the Candle Knight Demon Clan, was coming. He was about to arrive in the northern region, about to step onto this Demon King Mountain. Deep within, at the mountain's peak. In a palace building, 3 figures had dry lips. The long and oppressive weight made them feel like sitting on needles and pins. Damn it, what is Yuan Shinfeng doing? We believed his slanders back then and surrounded the Lord of Candle Knight, yet now he is indifferent to us? Don't panic, Yuan Shinfeng may still be in seclusion. When he emerges, he will surely be a true great heavenly venerable, and then he can eliminate the Candle Knight Demon Clan completely. But can we wait until that time? The 2 demon masters looked at the 7 Solar Demon Master, but the 7 Solar Demon Master remained silent. News from afar indicated that this new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan was based on a half-step great heavenly venerable's power. And the 3 of them, after 35 years of cultivation. From the late heavenly sovereign stage, I barely touched the threshold of the great heavenly sovereign. Faced with the new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, we could only unite to have a 40% chance of winning, which was clearly not enough. What are you shouting about? Outside the Demon King Mountain, there are 188,000 Demon Clan warriors. Even if he leads the troops of the demon-suppressing tower here, how can he contend with the foundations of our 3 clans? The 7 Sons Demon Lord finally spoke in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with cold light. No matter how strong a person is, as long as they have not truly become invincible, their strength will eventually run out. With the 3 clan foundations plus the 3 of us, even if it turns into a battle of attrition, we could tire him out until he falls. Lord Demon King! A sudden scream came from outside the mountain. The 3 demon lords immediately turned to look. Coming from Ning Qingxian, that chilling demonic intention spread out, transforming into a howling wind that swept across the entire Demon King Mountain. In the distance, dark clouds pressed in like they wanted to crush the Demon King Mountain. Outside the mountain, the 188,000 demon clan powerhouses suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Faintly, they saw an infinitely tall shadow of a demon god above the dark clouds. That kind of dominating aura seemed to overlook the world, ready to devour rivers and mountains. What kind of demonic intention is this? Why do I feel an urge to worship? The 7 Sons Demon Lord's pupils constricted sharply, his scalp tingling. This new king of the Candle Knight Demon Clan clearly came with vengeance, yet seemed to be wielding the supreme power of judgment. Chapter 94, Reclaiming Candle Knight, the 8 Desolations Worship. Are you all waiting for me? Ning Qingxian arrived, looking at the overwhelming foundations of the 3 great demon clans gathered at Demon King Mountain. The figures, upon seeing him, looked at him as if they were beholding a demon god. Following the sweeping gaze, no one dared to make eye contact with him. You shouldn't be here. Your enemy is Yuan Shinfeng. Our 3 great demon clans were once together with your Candle Knight Demon Clan in the ancient 10 demons. The voice of the 7 Sons Demon Lord echoed, carrying a certain tremor. He felt an unimaginable pressure emanating from Ning Qingxian. The ancient 10 demons? Ning Qingxian spread his divine sense, covering the entire Demon King Mountain. This place gathered all the strong warriors of the 3 great demon clans in the northern region, their auras much stronger than those in the demon suppressing tower. The three demon lords were even close to the threshold of the great heavenly sovereign. The nearby demon kite looked especially pale. From this day forward, there will only be the ancient 7 demons in the Yuanyang realm. Ning Qingshuan's cold voice fell like a decree, causing the thunder of the heavens to roar. He opened and closed the demonic seal in his palm, and the demonic spirit within him moved accordingly. This made the entire Demon King Mountain sink into a spatial seal of confinement. You want to erase my clan's name? The Seven Sons Demon Lord realized there was no room for negotiation, his eyes revealing madness as he stepped forward. Just afraid you might bite off more than you can chew. The other 2 demon lords erupted with overwhelming demonic energy, while the 188,000 demon clan warriors immediately formed a formation. Boom! The Demon King Mountain trembled. The heavens and earth changed color, as many demon lords hiding in the distance from the 8 desolations witnessed this scene with shock. Among them were also the righteous strong from the Yuanyang realm, looking at Ning Qingshuan's formidable stance with trembling eyes. What is that? In the view, above the sky of the Demon King Mountain, appeared an enormous demonic shadow that reached unfathomable heights. The once golden primordial spirit, with fierce eyes like a golden king, had now transformed into a killing Shura. The demonic might surged, sweeping across the 8 desolations. As Ning Qingshuan moved, he stretched out a demonic palm that overshadowed the sun and covered the entire Demon King Mountain. At this moment, an unprecedented terrifying pressure descended. The formations deployed by the 3 clans' foundations could not even withstand a single breath before being shattered on the spot. A multitude of shrill and desperate cries echoed under the sky, and the Seven Sons Demon Lord was also struck hard, spitting out blood. As he turned pale with fright, his entire body was assaulted by immense force, rapidly falling from the sky. We are no match for him. The other 2 demon lords fared even worse, their bodies quickly shattering into pieces. Blood mist splattered everywhere. This scene is also one of heaven collapsing and earth shattering. The Demon King Mountain collapsed, sinking the land within 100 miles. The 7 solar demon lord felt the shadow of death shrouding him. This enormous gap in power left him in despair as he shouted in anger, "Old man Yuan! May you die a terrible death." If it weren't for Yuan Shenfeng, perhaps the 3 clans still had a chance to negotiate peace with the Candle Knight Demon Clan. Faced with Ning Qingshuan, the originally confident chance of victory was reduced to nothing under the towering shadow of the demon god. This is truly a half-step great celestial. In the distance, many demon lords' eyes trembled. He actually subdued the entire 3 major demon clans by himself, even the 3 demon lords were completely helpless. At the same time, numerous righteous experts from the Yuanyang realm felt intense fear within. That indescribably towering shadow of the demon god was a kind of tremendous power they had never seen before. Within their sight, the Demon King Mountain no longer existed, and the atmosphere was shrouded in a sinister aura, with blood filling the sky. Ning Qingshuan waved his sleeve without holding back and once again summoned the Undying Soul Banner. The Soul Banner danced, drawing in the true souls of many demon clans under the collapsing Demon King Mountain. In an instant, a boundless darkness engulfed thousands of miles. The towering shadow of the demon god obscured everything, sealing off every inch of space, with no one able to escape from death. Ning Qingshuan felt his power steadily rising. The Undying Soul Banner continued to refine, growing larger and larger, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet. Countless Undying Soul bodies were birthed, 100, 1,000, 3,000. Ning Qingshuan immediately sat cross-legged in mid-air, beginning to fortify himself. The blood of the Candle Knight god flowed, enhancing the Undying Soul Banner's talent, making the demonic energy fluctuations radiating from him even more powerful. Not only that, but it also erupted with an unprecedented demonic might, swirling with the aura of a ruler. If measured by the strength of the Cosmic Alliance, I should be about to reach the high tier of meteor. Ning Qingshuan speculated on the rank of half-step Great Celestial. As the Undying Soul Banner continued to refine, he was getting closer to the Great Celestial Realm. Once he completely stepped into the Great Celestial Realm, he would undoubtedly reach the high tier of meteor in the Cosmic Alliance. In this way, even though the ancient Emperor Star is extremely dangerous and the situation is very complex, there are also threats from the minions of evil gods. He would have sufficient strength to cope. Plus, the many Undying Soul bodies refined by the Undying Soul Banner would bolster his combat power even further. Is the main soul starting to be born? Ning Qingshuan noticed an extremely powerful existence emerging from the Undying Soul Banner, which was the main soul. After paying slight attention for a moment, he once again fortified himself. Meanwhile, outside the Northern Territory, a mass of demon figures began to appear. The first expert of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, the Six-Finger Demon Lord, finally led the crowd to arrive. In addition, Candle Knight Demon Clan members appeared from all directions. The demon kite looked back, expression filled with joy. "Young master! We have come to assist you." The Six-Finger Demon Lord shouted, but soon saw the collapsed Demon King Mountain, the endless demonic intent rolling in the heavens and earth. And the blood rain falling, accompanied by the tragic wails of souls, could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Where are the people? Where is the 7th Solar Demon Lord? Has it ended so soon? What young master? This is our new master. The second expert of the Candle Knight Demon clan stepped into the air, also seeing the scene ahead, feeling a great shock while being filled with excitement. The star-gazing Demon Lord is here, please allow the young master to take full control of the Candle Knight clan. He shouted loudly, bowing in mid-air. His words resonated throughout the heavens and the universe, and looking at all the Candle Knight clan members, without exception, they all bowed down. We pay our respects to the Candle Knight Great Lord. The momentum was earth-shattering, causing many righteous experts far away to tremble in fear. Next, an even more terrifying sight appeared before them. Those lurking demon lords no longer hesitated at all and began to step forward, leading numerous clan members toward the Demon King Mountain. At the same time, in the Eastern Sea, far from the Northern Territory, the vast sea surface, endless as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, waves surged violently. The towering stone tablet shattered into countless fragments, causing the faces of several elders to change drastically. What is happening? Have the sea demons gone mad? It is the aura of the new king of the Candle Knight, his presence is becoming increasingly terrifying. This is bad, we can't hold it down anymore. A shocking change occurred as the East Sea stirred up towering whirlpools. Countless sea demons burst forth from the seal of the towering stone tablet, rushing frantically toward the northern border with fervent hearts. The elder in grey robes, witnessing this scene, felt the sky darkening and the earth spinning. The worldwide demon overlord has truly appeared. He watched the overwhelming figures of the sea demons and gasped in fear. Chapter 95, The Banner of 10,000 Souls finally comes to be. In the ancient years of the Yuan Yang realm, heroes from all over the world appeared like fish crossing a river, countless in number. The fierce heroes of the demon race emerged endlessly. Yet, there had never been a presence that could provoke strong worship among the demons. The grey-robed elder sensed that not only the sea demons of the East Sea, but also in many forbidden zones of the Yuan Yang realm, similar demons appeared one after another. Even from such a great distance, he could perceive the aura of dominance coming from the new king of Candle Knight in the northern border. This aura caused him to tremble and feel anxious. But in the eyes of the worldwide demon race, this aura was a symbol of strength, an absolute emperor's demeanor. He should have understood that when Ning Qingxian broke free from the demon suppression tower, it marked the beginning of a change in the Yuan Yang realm that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. What are you standing there for? Hurry and notify Yuan Shinfeng. He must have stepped into the great heavenly sovereign realm. I have had enough. Because of his great achievements, I have been stationed here for decades. Quickly let him clean up the mess. Beneath the stone tablet, angry voices echoed. In the skies above the East Sea, the overwhelming sea demons were completely out of control. Central Continent. As the realm with the strongest foundational power in the Yuan Yang realm, it gathered many righteous sections. Almost more than 60% of the heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses resided here. Among them, the holy mountain of heavenly sovereigns belonged to all righteous sections. Throughout history, only the leaders of the righteous path, those who made great contributions to the Yuan Yang realm and bore responsibilities for the people, had the qualification to reside in the holy mountain. And the leader of the righteous path for this generation is undoubtedly Yuan Shinfeng. The entire Shinfeng sect even moved its gates to the holy mountain, establishing numerous palaces and pavilions to bless its disciples. At this moment, as news from the northern border rapidly spread throughout the central continent, more and more righteous sect leaders began gathering outside the holy mountain. They bore heavy hearts, eagerly wishing to ascend the mountain to seek an audience with the revered Yuan. Everyone, I can understand your feelings, but right now the revered one is in a crucial period of closed-door training. Please come back in a few days. At the heavenly sovereign holy mountain, on the heavenly ladder, a boy in a golden robe calmly responded to the many sect leaders, neither servile nor overbearing. Since the moment the demon suppression tower shattered and Feng Shitian died, the news had already reached the Shinfeng sect. But Yuan Shinfeng showed no signs of leaving his closed door, and the second-generation ancestors were unable to hold down the situation, nor did they dare to issue any orders, so they simply ignored it. Until today, when news from the northern border came again. The foundations of the three major demon races had been annihilated, and all demons worshipped the great demon lord of Candle Knight together. The ensuing blood and turmoil gradually spread to the central continent, hinting at a trend of great upheaval in the Yuan Yang realm. Many righteous sect leaders were invited here, clearly to curb that great demon lord of Candle Knight. After all, in the ancient years of the Yuan Yang realm, only the leader of the righteous path had ever been immortal, and there had never been a great demon lord who unified all demons. The information released caused many to feel uneasy and indeed had a significant impact on the internal affairs of the Shinfeng sect. May I ask how long the revered one will remain in closed-door training? If the great demon lord of Candle Knight becomes the master of all demons, will there still be a chance to suppress him? I have heard that the seal of the sea demons has already collapsed,